The biting cold wind sliced across his cheeks like a razor, and the frozen raindrops instantly crystallized into icicles, crashing down upon the panicked crowd, emitting a heart-stopping, brittle sound. The world seemed to be pressed on pause for a fleeting moment, only to fast forward to the apocalypse. With temperatures plummeting to a chilling -50 degrees, any exposed flesh would be transformed into ice sculptures. Gu Chuan tightened his flimsy coat around him, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Yet within the depths of his piercing gaze burned a calmness starkly contrasting with the surrounding chaos. He was but an ordinary office worker, yet he found himself compelled to confront this sudden catastrophe heat. Above, in the seemingly unchanging firmament, the sun, this celestial body that had nurtured countless lives, transformed unceremoniously into a sword of Damocles, heralding ruin. Gu Chuan stood by the window, his expression grave as he gazed intently at the sun hanging high in the sky, a profound melancholy swelling within him. Once, humanity basked in its radiant glow, thriving and multiplying, never contemplating the nightmarish fate awaiting them should this source of life ever fall ill. The prelude to disaster commenced without warning. On September 22nd, an unprecedented solar flare, classified as SSS by future generations, erupted with fervor. The energy released in that instant was sufficient to disrupt the tranquility of the entire universe. Regrettably, humanity's technology appeared woefully inadequate in the face of this unforeseen calamity, failing to capture even a whisper of warning. It was not until September 24th that Chinese scientists, through their keen insight, identified the lethal anomaly as coronal particles approached the blue planet. In just a single day, a brief glimpse of hope emerged, poised to bear the weight of humanity's fate. Governments worldwide remained embroiled in heated debates, squabbling over interests, responsibilities, and resources, yet failing to reach a consensus on unified disaster response. At 8 a.m. on September 25th, the ominous toll of doom resounded. The electromagnetic pulse roared like the wrath of hell in an instant. Satellites in orbit around the blue planet disintegrated into cosmic dust, vanishing into the abyss of darkness. Subsequently, electronic devices succumbed to a collective strike, city neon lights ceased to flicker, communication networks fell silent, and the world was muted. Geomagnetic storms clawed their way in, surging like an unrelenting tide of darkness, mercilessly consuming the order of human civilization. Meanwhile, the sun, having suffered a grievous blow from its eruption, entered a weakened state, the once blinding orb dimmed at a visible pace, akin to a candle flickering on the verge of extinguishment. In a mere 3 days, the blue planet descended into an icy purgatory. Average temperatures plummeted dramatically to below -50 degrees. Snow and ice swept across the globe with relentless force, leaving no land or ocean unscathed, thus commencing a dark and sunless frozen era. In this dire strait, over 90% of species were ruthlessly eradicated by nature, and humanity, the self-proclaimed pinnacle of creation, found itself desperately clinging to life on the precipice of extinction. Initially, a semblance of order prevailed, people huddled together under governmental organization, striving to weather the storm. Yet as time wore on, hunger and cold gnawed relentlessly at the fabric of humanity, while selfishness and greed burgeoned like rampant weeds in the heart. Law became a mere piece of paper, morality devolved into a jest. For a single packet of instant noodles, former friends turned against each other for a lighter, neighbors became bitter foes. In this world encased in ice, every trivial item bore the weight of hope for survival, imbued with the gravitas of life and death through blood and tears. Time slipped away, second by second, each moment heralding the freezing of more souls, swallowed by despair. Gu Chuan realized he must take action, not only for survival, but also to seek a glimmer of hope. On the streets, what was once a bustling crowd had morphed into a panic-stricken horde, frantically storming shops, seizing the dwindling supplies of food and warm clothing. Cries, curses, and pleas for help intertwined, composing a symphony of apocalypse. Gu Chuan witnessed a tattered old man knocked to the ground, ignored by all, quickly frozen into a rigid corpse. This sight pierced his heart deeply, awakening him to the harsh reality that in this cruel world, compassion and pity were both cheap and futile. At that moment, an ancient and mysterious voice echoed in his mind. You are the chosen one, capable of wielding the treasure basin to defy fate and aid humanity in overcoming this catastrophe. Note, this treasure basin will not yield effects in the hands of others. Startled, Gu Chuan looked around but found no one. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket, and a rustic bronze basin materialized in his hand. A surge of joy coursed through him, as if he had grasped a lifeline. "Provide me with food," Gu Chuan silently wished, and in the next moment, a piece of bread and a bottle of water appeared from the treasure basin. He devoured them ravenously, savoring the long-lost sensation of satiety, the flame of hope igniting within him. "Yin Shui, come here," Gu Chuan called out to the trembling young woman not far away. Yin Shui was his neighbor, a beautiful and intelligent girl. "Gu Chuan, where did you find food?" Yin Shui gazed at the bread and water in disbelief. "Now is not the time for explanations. We must find a safe place quickly," Gu Chuan urged, pulling Yin Shui along as they sprinted towards an abandoned building at the end of the street. Once indoors, Gu Chuan refrained from explaining, silently reaching in his pocket to grip the treasure basin tightly. He concentrated quietly, mentally chanting, "Provide me with blankets, warm clothing." A warm current surged from the basin, and several thick blankets and warm garments materialized. Gu Chuan himself was astonished the basin's capabilities exceeded his expectations. Those around him cast curious glances at the unfolding scene. Old Wang's eyes widened, as if witnessing a miracle. "What is happening?" Old Wang asked tremulously. Gu Chuan offered no reply, merely distributing the blankets and warm clothing to Yin Shui and Old Wang. "Put these on, they will help keep you warm." Yin Shui and Old Wang received the garments, expressing boundless gratitude. Gu Chuan, holding the several thick blankets and warm clothes, attempted to reassure the gathered crowd. "Everyone, remain calm. I have warm blankets and clothing here. Wrap yourselves up to shield against the cold." However, these resources, seemingly priceless to ordinary folk, did not immediately earn their trust. Doubtful glances were cast in his direction, and mutterings arose. Where did he acquire so many items? Could there be a catch? Gu Chuan felt a twinge of helplessness, yet remained resolute, holding the supplies aloft as he approached a few shivering individuals. He offered a blanket to a woman tightly clutching her child, softly saying, "Cover the child with this, it will provide some warmth." This moment caught the attention of more individuals, and whispers of discussion began to ripple through the crowd. Gu Chuan pressed on, continuing to distribute food and blankets to the hungry and cold. Those who received supplies displayed expressions of gratitude, while curiosity about Gu Chuan's abilities began to spread among the onlookers. A young man stepped forward, respectfully inquiring, "How did you obtain these provisions?" Gu Chuan did not respond directly, merely offering a faint smile. "I have my methods, but now is not the time for explanations. We must unite to survive this calamity." At that moment, a low murmur of discontent arose from the crowd. Gu Chuan keenly sensed the shift in atmosphere and turned to see several men clad in black approaching him slowly. Their eyes gleamed with greed and menace, clearly members of a minor faction. One of them sneered, "Hey kid, those items you have look quite appealing. Mind sharing a bit with us?" A chill ran down Gu Chuan's spine. He understood their intentions were far from benign. He clutched the treasure basin protectively, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "These supplies are meant for aiding everyone, not for anyone to take at will." The black-clad man's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. "It's easy for you to say, but we don't care about that. If you don't hand them over, don't blame us for being impolite." Chapter 2. The Emergence of Trust Amidst Crisis. Gu Chuan tightly clutched the treasure basin in his hands, his eyes sharp and piercing like those of a hawk, fixed intently on the group of men clad in black. Their heavy, menacing steps seemed to resonate with the tension in the air, as if each stride was an echo of impending danger. Gu Chuan's heart raced, yet he maintained a facade of calm composure. These supplies were meant for the salvation of all, not for the whims of anyone who dared to take them. His voice rang out with unwavering strength, each word striking like a sword into the hearts of his adversaries. The expressions of the black-clad men darkened, their eyes glinting with a perilous light point. One of them sneered coldly, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You speak so easily. Yet we care not for your sentiments. Should you refuse to hand them over, do not blame us for being ungracious." In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through Gu Chuan's mind. He understood that he could not withstand these men alone. Yet the treasure basin represented their sole glimmer of hope,
He swiftly scanned his surroundings, searching for potential allies. Among the crowd, many cowered in corners, trembling hands betraying their fear. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chuan resolved not to falter. Do you think that intimidation will yield results? Every individual here has the right to survive, rights that you cannot trample upon at will. The black-clad man, evidently incensed by Gu Chuan's resolve, stepped forward, his fists clenched tight. You are truly ignorant of your own peril. Today, you shall learn the consequences. At that moment, a clear and resolute voice shattered the tension. If you seek supplies, you must first step over my body. The crowd turned towards the voice, revealing Yin Xue stepping forward. Positioning herself protectively in front of Gu Chuan, her gaze was steadfast and courageous, as if to convey, I will not allow you to face this alone. As Yin Xue stood her ground, an electric connection seemed to pulse between her and Gu Chuan, a subtle atmosphere of understanding enveloping them. The black-clad man, clearly daunted by Yin Xue's bravery, halted his advance, narrowing his eyes into slits. A flicker of disdain crossing his features. You, a mere woman, have grown tired of living, daring to obstruct our path. Unmoved, Yin Xue stood her ground. I am aware that these supplies are meant for the survival of all, not for the selfish ownership of you ruffians. Gradually, the onlookers among the refuge began to respond. Murmurs of support arose, and approving glances were exchanged. An elderly man cautiously emerged from the shadows, his voice trembling yet resolute. Indeed, these supplies belong to everyone, not to any individual's possession. A police officer, visibly troubled, stepped forth from the crowd, standing beside Yin Xue and Gu Chuan. I am a police officer, and your actions violate the law. Cease at once. A middle-aged man, dressed like a businessman, hesitated before summoning his courage. These supplies should indeed be used to aid everyone in need. Seeing the tide turning against them, the black-clad men prepared to act. But suddenly, Gu Chuan conjured forth an array of weapons and tools from the treasure basin, swiftly distributing them among the crowd. The small group of black-clad men were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Retreating in panic as Gu Chuan calmly declared, these supplies are not only for the survival of everyone, but also a means to resist you opportunistic scoundrels. The black-clad men exchanged glances, horrified by the sight of weapons in the hands of Gu Chuan and his allies, and ultimately fled in disarray amidst the chaos. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause, and Gu Chuan and Yin Xue exchanged smiles. Their mutual trust deepening to ensure the safety of the supplies. Gu Chuan nodded to Yin Xue. Let us find a concealed place to gather more resources. They retreated into a quiet room. Closing the door behind them, Jiu Chuan took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he addressed Yin Xue. We must prepare ourselves for what lies ahead. The two began to work diligently and methodically, bracing for the greater crisis that loomed in the dimly lit basement. The flickering beam of their flashlight illuminated Gu Chuan's focused expression as he carefully manipulated the treasure basin, as if performing a mystical ritual. The surroundings were silent, save for the gentle hum emanating from the basin, resembling an ancient lullaby. Yin Xue silently assisted, organizing the continuous flow of supplies emerging from the basin. Their silence spoke volumes. A synergy flowing through the air. Upon their return to the makeshift refuge, however, they were met with a scene that weighed heavily upon their hearts. The shelter was in disarray, with individuals jostling for limited food and water, hurling insults at one another. The voices of government officials were drowned out by the cacophony of despair and fear, rendering them powerless. The air was thick with hopelessness, as though the apocalypse had descended upon them. Gu Chuan's gaze swept across the faces of the despondent crowd, and an overwhelming sense of responsibility surged within him. Taking a deep breath, he raised the supplies high above his head. Everyone, remain calm. We have sufficient food and water. Please form an orderly line, prioritizing the elderly and children. His voice resonated like thunder amidst the chaos of the refuge. All eyes turned towards him, flickering with hope. Gu Chuan and Yin Xue began to distribute the supplies systematically, prioritizing those most in need. As the elderly and children received food and water, the tension gradually dissipated, replaced by admiration in the gazes of the onlookers. Thank you. You are our saviors. An elderly man trembled as he grasped Gu Chuan's hand, his voice filled with emotion. We merely did what we could, Gu Chuan replied with a gentle smile, warmth flooding his heart. He knew he was one step closer to forming a rescue team and restoring order to humanity. Suddenly, a raucous quarrel erupted from the entrance of the refuge, shattering the brief tranquility. Jiu Chuan and Yin Shui exchanged glances. A sense of foreboding settling in. It seems something has gone awry, Yin Shui murmured. Jiu Chuan nodded, passing the supplies to someone nearby, before making his way to the entrance with Yin Shui. Let us investigate, he said, his tone resolute. Chapter 3. The Assembling of the Team. A beacon of hope. The clamor grew louder as Gu Chuan and Yin Shui reached the entrance, discovering a throng of people arguing at the supermarket's entrance. The roll-up door was half open, revealing the corpulent and greasy visage of Boss Lee, arms crossed defiantly as he bellowed at the ragged crowd outside. Get lost. All the items in the supermarket are mine. No one is allowed to take anything, Boss Lee. We only wish to purchase some food. Pleased, the woman pleaded, cradling her child. Plead? Why should I give you anything? I paid for these goods. You wretched paupers deserve to starve. Boss Lee's tone was cruel, devoid of any compassion. The surrounding crowd seethed in anger yet remained silent, enduring his humiliation. Following the onset of the cold wave, power outages had rendered the supplies within the supermarket scarce. Boss Lee hoarded resources, inflating prices and making it unbearable for many. Jiu Chuan observed this scene, his brow furrowed. He knew if Boss Lee continued unchecked, chaos was inevitable. He stepped forward, his voice low yet firm. Boss Lee, this is a time of crisis. Is it appropriate for you to hoard supplies while disregarding the plight of the people? Upon seeing Gu Chuan, Boss Lee's eyes flickered with disdain. And who are you? What I do with my business is none of your concern. I am the person in charge of the refuge, and it is my duty to ensure everyone's safety, Gu Chuan declared, unyielding, in this time of turmoil. What does in charge even mean? Do not think I am unaware. You are merely trying to rob me of my goods, Boss Lee scoffed, a mocking smile spreading across his face. I am merely seeking a reasonable distribution of resources to ensure everyone's survival. Gu Chuan patiently explained. Spare me your nonsense. I have stated, these items are mine. No one is taking anything. Boss Lee's stance remained obstinate, showing no willingness to compromise. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with murmurs echoing through the crowd. Some began to support Gu Chuan, while others feared Boss Lee's unyielding demeanor. A confrontation seemed imminent. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chuan regarded Boss Lee, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. Are you certain you do not wish to collaborate with me? A glint of cold light flashed in Gu Chuan's eyes as he gestured with his right hand, conjuring box after box of neatly stacked canned goods, bread, and several bags of fragrant rice from thin air. In the dim light of the supermarket entrance, these supplies commanded attention. The sight of such items, which had long been sold out in Boss Lee's store, caused his corpulent body to tremble in shock. His eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. His jaw dropped, disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the materialization of goods before him. A glimmer of greed igniting in his eyes, extinguishing his previously arrogant demeanor. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock and reverence as they turned towards Gu Chuan. How is this possible? Boss Lee stammered, hastening to the supplies, grasping a can and meticulously examining it. As if to confirm this was not a mere illusion, Jiu Chuan regarded him coldly, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Boss Lee, do you still believe these goods belong to you? I can create more and better supplies than you ever could. Now, do you still wish to refuse my collaboration? Boss Lee's expression shifted dramatically, his throat tightening as he gulped. Instantly, his demeanor flipped a complete 180, his chubby face adorned with a sycophantic grin. Oh, sir, you truly are a marvel. Moments ago, I was blind to the grandeur before me. However, your magnanimity is commendable, and I beseech you not to hold my ignorance against me. Cooperation is essential indeed. I am entirely at your disposal regarding the manner of collaboration you suggest. The onlookers, witnessing this exchange, began to murmur among themselves, their gazes toward Gu Chuan filled with hope and trust. They sensed that this man might genuinely guide them out of their predicament. Jiu Chuan nodded with satisfaction. This was the reaction he sought. Clearing his throat, he addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, as the cold wave descends upon us, survival cannot be achieved in isolation. We must unite and form a rescue team to collectively withstand the calamity. I, Gu Chuan, am willing to lead you in restoring order so that everyone may have food to eat, clothes to wear, and a safe place to reside. Who among you wishes to join my ranks? No sooner had he finished speaking than voices erupted from the crowd in eager response. I will join. Shouted a young man, I too shall join. I am strong and can help move things, exclaimed a middle-aged woman. And I can cook and care for everyone, trembled an elderly lady as she raised her hand. Observing the faces brimming with hope, Gu Chuan felt a surge of profound responsibility. He understood that this was merely the first step. The journey ahead was long, but as long as there was hope, anything was possible. Yin Shui stood beside him, her gaze gentle yet resolute, as if to convey that no matter the obstacles they faced, she would stand by him. The crowd began to engage in conversation, sharing their skills and experiences, and the atmosphere transformed into one of positivity and fervor. Ji Yuchuan realized that although the number of volunteers was still insufficient, this was an excellent beginning. That moment, a somewhat hoarse voice emerged from the throng. Mr. Gu, I have an idea and would like to speak with you privately. The speaker was none other than Officer Zhang, who had remained silent until now. A hint of hesitation on his face and a flicker of complexity in his eyes. His words hushed the raucous crowd, and all eyes turned toward him and Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan nodded, gesturing for him to step aside. The two moved to a quieter spot, and Officer Zhang lowered his voice, saying, Mr. Gu, I was once a police officer. Although the police station is now incapacitated, I still recall certain matters. The government office should still possess some supplies and information that might assist U.S. Ji Yuchuan's eyes brightened. This was a crucial lead. He immediately set off with Yin Shui and Officer Zhang toward the government office. The doors to the government office stood ajar, revealing a scene of utter disarray. Documents strewn about, desks and chairs askew. Some staff members huddled in corners, their faces pale and their gazes vacant. Indifferent to the chaos surrounding them, Ji Yuchuan and Yin Shui exchanged glances, a sense of disappointment washing over them. The department that once upheld societal order had now fallen into such disarray. The collapse of order exposed the fragility and helplessness of humanity beneath the cold wave. Yet they remained undaunted. Yin Shui scanned the area and keenly noticed a metallic cabinet concealed beneath a pile of debris. She approached, laboriously clearing the clutter to reveal a combination lock on the cabinet. Narrowing her eyes, she scrutinized the lock's mechanism, then picked up a scattered document from the ground, attempting to input the blurred digits. With a soft click, the cabinet door swung open, revealing a neatly organized collection of first aid supplies, communication devices, and several documents detailing the distribution of resources within the city. Ji Yuchuan regarded Yin Shui, recognizing that this woman possessed not only courage and strength but also exceptional intelligence. The onlookers, witnessing Yin Shui's success in opening the cabinet, began to acknowledge their capabilities, encouraging more individuals to join their ranks. As the team neared 10 members, a commotion arose once more. A group of ragged men, brandishing clubs, charged toward them, the very same troublemakers from outside the supermarket. Surrender your supplies, or do not blame us for being ungracious, barked the lead bald man, his eyes filled with menace. A wave of unease swept through the crowd, reigniting their fear and anxiety. In that moment, Yin Shui stepped forward, positioning herself defiantly before the crowd. Her gaze was frigid, her tone unwavering. You are not welcome here. Leave at once. The bald man hesitated, taken aback by the audacity of a woman confronting him. He scoffed, You think you can stand against us? Little girl? Don't overestimate yourself. Ignoring his derision, Yin Shui calmly assessed her surroundings, then pointed to a snow-covered slope. Everyone listen to me. Clear the snow from the ground and throw it at them. Though puzzled, the crowd complied with her directive. Soon, a barrage of snowballs was created, and in unison, they hurled them at the bald man and his gang. The snowballs struck them unexpectedly, leaving them disoriented and embarrassed. Seizing the moment of chaos, Yin Shui swiftly organized the group to grab makeshift weapons such as sticks and pipes, engaging in combat with the bald men. Despite being outnumbered, the team led by Yin Shui displayed remarkable coordination, and the disorganized gang was soon routed, fleeing in disarray. The crowd erupted in cheers, exhilarated by their triumph. Ji Yuchuan looked at Yin Shui, a smile of appreciation gracing his face. He knew this woman would undoubtedly become his most capable ally. The team was successfully formed, their faces radiant with hope. Ji Yuchuan and Yin Shui exchanged knowing smiles, as if they were already prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. Let us rest well tonight. Tomorrow we shall set out in search of a factory, Gu Chuan declared, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Chapter 4. The search for a base. The initial crisis. The biting cold wind whipped through the air, mercilessly striking the weathered earth with ice and snow. The abandoned streets lay thickly blanketed in snow, with only the occasional remnants of crumbled walls revealing tales of past prosperity. Jiu Chuan led the team, their footsteps crunching in the snow as they ventured into the unknown future. Each person was bundled tightly, their breath forming clouds of white mist that quickly dissipated in the frigid air. Yin Shui walked beside Gu Chuan, tightening her heavy coat as she fixed her determined gaze ahead. Not far ahead loomed an abandoned canning factory, its structure still intact according to the map. A potential temporary base for them. Jiu Chuan pointed toward a distant outline, his tone imbued with hope. The crowd perked up, their spirits lifted, and their pace quickened. Along the way, they supported and encouraged one another, a sense of unity permeating the cold air. Zhao the blacksmith hefted a heavy hammer, swinging it occasionally as if to dispel the chill within. Dr. Zhou attentively monitored the weaker members of the group, ensuring they would not succumb to frostbite. Scholar Chen diligently surveyed their surroundings, hoping to uncover useful information. Suddenly, the scout at the front of the line let out a hushed exclamation. "There are people ahead?" Gu Chuan immediately signaled for the group to halt, eyes alert as they focused on the front. Several figures emerged stealthily from behind the snowdrifts, armed with rudimentary weapons. "Scouts from rival factions," Yin Shui whispered. "It seems they have set their sights on the factory as well." Jiu Chuan remained silent, pulling a treasure basin from within his coat and murmuring a few incantations. A flash of golden light erupted from the basin, and several vacuum-sealed bags of jerky and bottles of clean mineral water materialized out of thin air. These precious supplies, invaluable amidst the cold wave, emitted an enticing aroma that made the opposing scouts involuntarily swallow. Gu Chuan tossed the supplies before the scouts, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. "My dear friends, you have worked hard. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." The scouts exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with greed. One hesitated before bending down to pick up a bag of jerky, tearing it open and devouring it ravenously. Seeing this, the others rushed forward to seize their share, entirely forgetting their caution. Jiu Chuan's team looked on in astonishment, bewildered by his decision to bestow such valuable resources upon their adversaries. "Captain, what are you doing?" Zhao the blacksmith could not help but inquire. Gu Chuan offered no answer, merely a knowing smile, his gaze drifting toward the horizon as he slowly remarked, "The real performance has only just begun." He paused briefly before adding, "Send 2 people to follow them." In the biting cold wind, the snowflakes fell like tiny ice needles, mercilessly stinging every face. The scouts, easily swayed by the jerky and mineral water, now resembled ravenous wolves, voraciously tearing into the hard-won food. Little did they know, this was merely the calm before the storm. Not far away, a modified dilapidated truck roared to life, its engine echoing through the snow as it left deep tracks in its wake. Behind the truck, a ragtag group of tattered individuals, armed and pressing forward like a horde of zombies, their eyes brimming with greed and malice. With a loud bang, the truck door swung open, and a towering man with a menacing scar on his face stepped out. He was none other than Captain Liu, the leader of this unruly mob. Captain Liu planted his foot firmly in the snow, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over the abandoned factory before shifting to Gu Chuan's team, a predatory grin curling his lips. He raised his hand, bellowing to his followers, "Charge! This factory and the supplies they possess, all of it belongs to us." He resembled a furious beast, eagerly anticipating the tearing apart of his prey. Behind Captain Liu, his subordinates immediately let out a cacophony of shrill cries, brandishing their weapons as they surged forward towards Gu Chuan and his team. Unperturbed by the fierce advance of the enemy, Gu Chuan's eyes sparkled with a hint of exhilaration. With a mere thought, the treasure basin emitted a dazzling golden light, and exquisite equipment appeared as if conjured by magic. Brand new bulletproof vests, sturdy shields, sharp spears, and even a few modified crossbows were swiftly distributed among the team members. The sudden appearance of such fine gear ignited a fierce fighting spirit within the members, their previously weary expressions now transformed into one of renewed vigor. Zhao the blacksmith swung his hammer with an excited growl. Yin Shui calmly inspected the crossbow bolts in her hands, her gaze as resolute as ice. Dr. Zhou carefully handed out emergency medical supplies to the team, preparing them for battle, while Scholar Chun stood nearby, clutching an unknown book and murmuring incantations as if engrossed in some arcane study. Captain Lu watched the scene unfold, his smile gradually stiffening. He realized that the team of Gu Chuan, once akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, now resembled a pack of armed cheetahs, and the greed and excitement in his heart were slowly supplanted by a twinge of unease and fear. The performance was about to commence. Let the show begin. Gu Chuan murmured, raising his right hand and slowly pointing towards the approaching enemy in the distance, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lu's subordinates surged forth like a tidal wave, their chaotic roars mingling with the cold wind. Standing at the forefront, Gu Chuan gripped a sharp spear tightly, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk. With a commanding shout, the team swiftly fell into battle formation. Their movements synchronized like a well-oiled war machine. Shields, Gu Chuan bellowed. Zhao the blacksmith and Dr. Zhou quickly raised their shields, forming a solid defensive line. The enemy's first wave of attacks fell upon them like a rainstorm. Yet none managed to breach their defenses. Zhao the blacksmith swung his hammer with thunderous force, repelling each enemy one by one. Though Dr. Zhou appeared frail, the emergency medical supplies in her hands provided timely aid to injured teammates at critical moments. Yin Shui stood beside Gu Chuan, observing the battlefield with a calm demeanor. Her crossbow bolts flew like lightning, striking true at the enemy's vital points. Each twang of the bowstring was accompanied by the agonized cries of the foes. She keenly detected the enemy's weaknesses, swiftly directing her team to counterattack. Zhao the blacksmith, the shield-bearer over there, Yin Shui, aim for that one with the blade. Under Yin Shui's guidance, Gu Chuan's team executed their maneuvers with precision. Zhao the blacksmith delivered a crushing blow, sending the enemy's shield-bearer sprawling to the ground, while Yin Shui's crossbow bolt found its mark in the throat of a sword-wielding foe. The enemy's offensive began to crumble, their formation thrown into disarray. Realizing the tide was turning, Captain Lu roared in frustration, "Damn it! You useless fools!" He wielded a large blade himself, attempting to reorganize the assault. Yet, Gu Chuan's team had gained the upper hand, forcing him and his subordinates to retreat step by step. Anger and helplessness filled Lu's face, his eyes flickering with resentment. "Yin Shui, you are commanding well," Gu Chuan praised in a low voice, admiration gleaming in his gaze. Yin Shui smiled gently and nodded, continuing to direct her comrades to hold their ground. Under her leadership, the team's combat effectiveness surged, ultimately driving Lu's forces back completely. After the battle, Gu Chuan surveyed his surroundings and found himself at the edge of a foreboding forest. Eerie sounds emanated from within, as if countless unknown creatures were whispering, sending chills down their spines. The team exchanged wary glances, each heart brimming with apprehension. "Everyone, be cautious. We have yet to uncover what lurks within this forest." Gu Chuan warned softly, his eyes fixed resolutely on the depths of the woods. Gripping his spear tightly, he led the team forward, each step taken with utmost care. Chapter 5. Perilous Exploration. Seeking the base, the biting wind tore at the dead branches and withered leaves. Emitting a ghostly wail, Gu Chuan's team cautiously approached the forest's edge, treading upon the frozen ground. Each creak beneath their feet seemed to strike at their taut nerves. The air was thick with the scent of decay, mingled with a biting chill that pierced their nostrils, making them shudder. Gu Chuan's grip on his spear tightened, his gaze sharp as a hawk, scanning the surroundings. Yin Shui followed closely behind, her calm eyes betraying a hint of worry. She understood that this seemingly tranquil forest was fraught with peril. Silently, she placed a reassuring hand on Gu Chuan's shoulder, transmitting strength and support without words. Feeling the warmth on his shoulder, Gu Chuan was filled with a surge of determination. "Everyone, remain alert. The situation here is more complex than we anticipated," he said, lowering his voice with gravity. Zhao the blacksmith responded gruffly, "Captain, rest assured. My axe is no toy." He patted the massive axe at his waist. While Dr. Zhou clutched the medical kit tightly, her complexion pallid, yet she resolutely followed the team without a hint of retreat. Just then, a disconcerting scraping sound shattered the forest's tranquility. The supply transport vehicle abruptly halted, its chassis shaking violently. "What is going on?" Gu Chuan's heart sank as he rushed to the front of the vehicle. "Captain, the vehicle is stuck," the driver exclaimed, drenched in sweat. Gu Chuan bent down to inspect, discovering that the front wheels were deeply embedded in a mixture of frozen earth and mud, immovable. "Damn it!" Zhao the blacksmith slammed a fist against the vehicle. "This cursed place makes every step a struggle." Gu Chuan's brow furrowed as he scanned the area, his gaze landing on several sturdy tree trunks. Zhao the blacksmith, chop down some trees. We need to create a makeshift winch to pull the vehicle out. Time slipped away, and the weight on the team's hearts intensified. Just as they were about to finish the winch, a low, guttural roar emanated from the depths of the forest. The ominous sound struck each heart like a heavy hammer. A nauseating stench filled the air, sending chills down their spines. Dead branches and leaves whirled in a frenzied gust, as if heralding an impending disaster. Emerging from the dim forest were several grotesque mutated creatures. Their bodies were covered in thick black carapaces, sharp claws glinting ominously, and a pair of crimson eyes glowed like flames from hell, fixating on Gu Chuan and his team. Their forms were twisted, with grotesque growths sprouting in places, exuding a foul odor that made one wretch, Dr. Zhou's face turned ashen, her medical kit nearly slipping from her grasp, her petite frame trembling slightly, fear coiling around her heart like a venomous serpent. The other team members also felt despair wash over them, their hands trembling around their weapons. They had faced countless battles, yet had never encountered such terrifying beings, as if emissaries from hell intent on dragging them into an endless abyss. "What the hell are you all doing? Grab your weapons!" Zhao the blacksmith roared, his rough voice like thunder, shattering the paralyzing silence of fear. Swiftly, he produced several razor-sharp metal shards from his waist, skillfully crafting a few makeshift throwing axes with leather straps and sticks. He was the first to hurl one of the axes, striking a mutated creature squarely in the head and splattering a repulsive black ichor. "Good job, old Zhao." Gu Chuan quickly opened the treasure basin, summoning several gleaming alloy daggers into his hands. Distributing the daggers among his teammates, he commanded loudly, "Yin Shui, cover the doctor. The rest, follow me." Armed with weapons, the team felt invigorated, their morale soaring, and no longer did they cower in fear. Instead, they gripped their weapons firmly, their eyes resolutely fixed on the mutated creatures before them. Zhao the blacksmith stood like a human tank at the forefront, while Scholar Chen closely followed, scrutinizing the movements of the creatures to identify their weaknesses. Yin Shui calmly directed the team, shielding Dr. Zhou behind her while utilizing her bow for ranged support. Jiu Chuan forged ahead, his dagger striking like a viper at the creature's vital points. He analyzed each creature's movements with a cool head, striving to minimize casualties among his comrades. Just then, another low growl emanated from deeper within the forest, as if something even more terrifying was slowly awakening. The clash of blades and the splatter of blood intertwined with the roars of the mutated creatures, and Yin Shui released an arrow, striking the eye of a mutated creature with remarkable precision, all the while surveying the battlefield, her mind meticulously analyzing the situation. "Jiu Chuan, they seem to have a fear of fire. We can exploit this." At her words, Gu Chuan's eyes brightened. He quickly scanned the terrain and discovered a patch of desiccated bushes not far away. "Zhao Taixian, distract them. Yin Shui, prepare to ignite." Zhao Taixian bellowed, brandishing his massive axe to drive back several approaching mutated creatures before charging into their midst to draw their attention. Simultaneously, Yin Shui swiftly retrieved a flint and oil-soaked rags from her backpack, igniting a flame. She brandished the blazing torch, setting the bushes ablaze. The flame surged instantly, forming a wall of fire that separated the mutated creatures from them. The creatures emitted agonized shrieks as they were engulfed by the flames, struggling in the inferno, only to be reduced to ashes shortly thereafter. The team erupted in joyous cheers, relief flooding their hearts as they gazed at Yin Shui. Just as they believed the crisis had passed and prepared to regroup, Scholar Chen's expression suddenly shifted, his voice trembling as he pointed towards the distant abandoned factory. "There are people there," they seemed to be, "lying in wait for us." The team followed Chen's gaze, catching glimpses of shadowy figures lurking behind the factory's crumbling walls, armed and watching intently. The air thickened with tension, replacing their earlier elation, and a sense of dread gripped their hearts once more. "Ha! It seems we have drawn unwanted attention," Gu Chuan remarked, his gaze icy, yet a dangerous smile curled at the corners of his lips as he slowly drew his short knife, its blade glinting ominously in the air. Chapter 6. Breaking through the foul ground, dawn emerges. The frigid wind, laden with snowflakes, howled through the dilapidated walls of the abandoned factory, emitting a mournful wail as if heralding the impending battle with a dirge. Gu Chuan's gaze was as deep and unfathomable as a frozen lake. He exhibited no hint of panic, Instead, a cold smirk graced his lips, akin to that of a cheetah fixating on its prey. Yin Shui stood beside him, her brows knitted tightly, yet her eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. They have laid an ambush for us. Their numbers are uncertain, and their weaponry unknown. We must devise a strategy swiftly. A direct confrontation would be unwise. A head-on clash would only spell disaster for us. Yu Chuan surveyed the surroundings, his cold eyes gleaming with insight as he pondered. After a moment, he lifted his head, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips as if struck by an ingenious idea. I have a plan. He carefully extracted a splendid wooden box, adorned with jewels and exuding a subtle fragrance. From his backpack, it was a mere illusion, filled with worthless faux gems and shards of glass, yet cleverly wrapped in special materials to appear invaluable. As Gu Chuan gently opened the box, an extraordinary light burst forth, resembling a miniature sun, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Even the distant ambushers leaned forward, their greedy eyes fixated on the box radiating that peculiar glow. With a sly smile, Gu Chuan flicked his wrist and hurled the seemingly priceless box into the air. It traced a graceful arc before landing with a muffled thud in the snow, its sound resonating in the stillness. Upon impact, the faux gems and shards scattered across the pristine snow, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight. Rendering them dazzlingly beautiful, the ambushers stared, mesmerized. Some couldn't suppress exclamations of astonishment and excitement at this unexpected trove. What is this? Zhao Taixian scratched his head in confusion, eyes fixed on the treasures strewn across the snow. Dr. Zhou and Scholar Chen exchanged bewildered glances, entirely perplexed by Gu Chuan's intentions. Ji Chuan remained silent, his gaze locked onto the distant foes, a chilling smile still lingering on his lips as he gently retrieved a dagger from his backpack, meticulously polishing its blade, which glimmered coldly in the sunlight. Prepare for action. Remember, silence is paramount. Ji Chuan's deep voice resonated clearly amidst the biting wind, his piercing gaze sweeping over the group, exuding an undeniable authority. All held their breath, aware that a grand performance was about to unfold, and they would be the protagonists. That moment, Gu Chuan leapt lightly, his figure vanishing like a specter into the shadows of the ruins. Following closely was Yin Shui, her movements equally graceful, blending seamlessly into the darkness like a phantom of the night. Like twin bolts of black lightning, Gu Chuan and Yin Shui darted through the shadows of the ruins, stealthily maneuvering behind the enemies. The treasure-struck foes remained oblivious to the encroaching danger, engrossed in their frenzied scramble for the faux gems, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves vying for a prime cut of meat. Now, Gu Chuan commanded, launching himself forward like a hawk swooping down upon its prey. The dagger flashed menacingly, cleanly slicing through an enemy's throat, blood gushing forth to stain the pure white snow. Yin Shui followed suit, her arrows flying true, each shot claiming an enemy's life. Zhao Taixian swung his heavy hammer with the ferocity of a descending tiger, crushing any adversary that dared to stand in his path. Even the usually frail Dr. Zhou seized a surgical knife, calmly slashing open an enemy's artery. The sudden onslaught caught Captain Liu and his men completely off guard, plunging them into chaos and disarray. The initial ambush transformed into a trap from which there was no escape. They fled like headless flies, unable to break free from the meticulously laid snare of Gu Chuan and his allies. Captain Liu's eyes burned with rage, unwilling to accept defeat. He wildly swung his machete, attempting to rally a counterattack. The battle intensified, a violent clash of steel and flesh, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. Gu Chuan and Yin Shui moved in perfect sync, like two ferocious leopards weaving through the crowd, reaping the lives of their foes. They issued calm commands to their team, encircling the enemies and picking them off one by one. Gu Chuan, watch out! Yin Shui suddenly shouted, an arrow speeding toward him. Ji Chuan reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time to evade the lethal shot, then retaliating with a swift slash, toppling the ambusher to the ground. Captain Liu's forces dwindled rapidly, forced into a corner, his gaze fixed on the lifeless bodies of his men, fury and despair boiling within him. He glared at Gu Chuan, gritting his teeth in a low growl. Gu Chuan, I will not let you off so easily. Gu Chuan chuckled coldly, blood dripping from his dagger. That should be my line. The struggle raged on, the atmosphere thick with the scent of death. Suddenly, Dr. Zhou halted her actions, pointing at a fallen enemy. Wait, he Her trembling finger indicated a man lying in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life. Wait, he is Captain Lu's brother. Her tone was urgent, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, instantly freezing the once volatile atmosphere. Captain Lu's fierce visage stiffened, and he turned sharply to behold the man teetering on the brink of death. Jiu Chuan keenly sensed the shift in Captain Lu's demeanor. Slowly sheathing his dagger, a knowing smile dancing on his lips, "It seems you possess a vulnerability." Jiu Chuan's voice was low and icy, akin to a demon's whisper from the depths of hell. Striking at the most fragile point within Captain Lu's heart, he stepped closer, the dagger lightly grazing the neck of Captain Lu's brother. A thin line of blood appearing instantly. Now, we can discuss terms. Captain Lu's grip tightened around his machete, veins bulging on the back of his hand. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Gu Chuan as he heaved with rage, like a wild beast trapped in a cage. He understood he had lost, utterly and completely. "What do you want?" Captain Lu forced the words through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse, laced with bitterness and humiliation. "Simply put, take your men and leave." Jiu Chuan's tone was cold and merciless, allowing no room for negotiation. Captain Lu inhaled deeply, ultimately lowering his head in defeat. He gestured for his men to retreat. The remaining foes, as if granted a reprieve, hastily discarded their weapons and fled in terror. Watching Captain Lu and his men retreat in disarray, the team members erupted in jubilant cheers. Zhao Taixian waved his hammer excitedly, while Dr. Zhou let out a sigh of relief, a smile of liberation spreading across her face. Gu Chuan approached Dr. Zhou, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. "Well done." Inside the abandoned factory, the wind continued to howl, yet a flicker of hope ignited within the hearts of the group. Under Yin Shue's leadership, they began to clear the debris, repairing the damaged walls and roofs. Yin Shue demonstrated remarkable organizational skills and leadership abilities, assigning everyone to the most suitable tasks, effectively harnessing each individual's strengths. Zhao Taijian was entrusted with fortifying the factory structure, while Dr. Zhou meticulously organized medical supplies. Meanwhile, Chen Xuezhang embarked on a study to explore ways to utilize the factory's equipment to enhance their living conditions. Through the concerted efforts of all, the once dilapidated factory gradually transformed into a semblance of a makeshift base. The walls were reinforced, the roof repaired, and several rudimentary tents were erected. Although the conditions remained harsh, this place had become their sole sanctuary amidst the biting cold. As night descended, the frigid wind intensified, and snowflakes danced down, blanketing the world in white. The group gathered around the fire, their faces radiant with the joy of survival against the odds. However, this fleeting tranquility was soon shattered. Chen Xuezhang pointed into the distance. Speaking hastily, "Look over there." The others followed his gaze and beheld, in the far distance, a dark mass of people moving slowly toward them, like a tide that threatened to engulf their small base entirely. Who are they?" Zhao Tiejian's voice trembled, his grip on the hammer tightening involuntarily. Jiu Chuan narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. Regardless of their identity. Chapter 7. Trapped in the Base. Hidden emotions surging in the distance, the dark crowd loomed like a moving shadow, swirling with the biting wind, inching ever closer to their factory base. Jiu Chuan's gaze was sharp as a blade. Fixated on these unwelcome guests, he could sense the chilling aura intensifying with each passing moment. Gripping the steel pipe tightly, his knuckles turned white from the strain, his eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Zhao Taijian had long since abandoned any thoughts of jest. His weathered face was taut, and the hammer in his hand seemed poised to strike at any moment. Dr. Zhou appeared somewhat anxious, her petite figure trembling slightly. Yet she bit her lip, striving to maintain her composure. Chen Xuezhang adjusted his glasses, his complexion pale, while Yin Shue quietly approached Gu Chuan, standing tall and resolute, her eyes devoid of fear, only filled with determination. Her presence seemed to infuse Gu Chuan with an invisible strength, igniting a profound sense of trust and reliance within him. "They're coming." Jiu Chuan's voice was low yet powerful, breaking the suffocating silence. His gaze swept over each team member, filled with resolve. The unwelcome guests finally reached the perimeter of the base, led by a burly man with a brutish face. Captain Lu, he laughed menacingly, a group of ragged, fierce-looking thugs standing behind him, brandishing an array of weapons, advancing like bloodthirsty beasts. "Those who know what's good for them should surrender this place." Captain Lu's coarse voice boomed in the cold wind. pointing towards the factory base with a threatening tone. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Gu Chuan scoffed coldly, signaling Yin Shui to secure the interior of the base. He, along with Zhao Taijian and a few other team members, charged towards the main gate without fear, the steel pipe in his grasp radiating a chilling glare, as if he were a sword drawn from its sheath, instantly tearing apart the tense atmosphere. Defend, never retreat, Gu Chuan roared, his voice echoing clearly and powerfully amidst the snowstorm, instilling a chilling sense of intimidation. Zhao Taijian swung his hammer, bellowing as he surged towards the enemy like a furious beast. The two sides clashed violently, the sounds of battle, shouts, clashing metal, and the cries of the wounded, intertwined into a deafening cacophony, the air thick with the stench of blood. At that moment, Gu Chuan suddenly halted his assault. Confusion filling his eyes, he turned to glance at the open ground behind him, murmuring, "Are there enough supplies?" A flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, and in that instant, his gaze solidified with determination. He swiftly retrieved the seemingly inconspicuous small basin from his pocket, speaking in a deep voice, "Yin Shui, hold this position. I'll gather some materials." With that, he dashed back into the base, arriving at the treasure basin. Silently chanting in his heart, "I need a large quantity of trap materials." The treasure basin seemed to respond to his call, glowing momentarily before overflowing with abundant materials: sharp metal wires, sturdy wooden stakes, fuses, and powerful springs. Ji Yuchuan quickly distributed these materials to Zhao Taijian. "Master Zhao, you must work harder." Gu Chuan's tone was resolute, filled with trust. Zhao Taijian nodded, his hands moving like colorful butterflies as he swiftly set up intricate traps. The concealed snares on the ground lay in wait like lurking beasts, ready to ensnare any enemy that dared to tread upon this deadly ground. A few seconds later, the enemy outside the base launched another ferocious assault. Captain Lu's voice echoed in the cold wind. "Charge in and eliminate them all." Gu Chuan led his team members to stand ready to. As the enemy stepped into the trap-laden area, the ground suddenly erupted, the traps activating in succession. The sharp metal wires ensnared the enemy's ankles like serpents, and the powerful springs yanked them into deep pits, their screams rising in a chorus. Zhao Taijian wielded his hammer with precision, each strike toppling an enemy. Their coordination was seamless, as Gu Chuan and Zhao Taijian carved a bloody path through the battlefield. Ji Yuchuan's steel pipe swung like the scythe of death, claiming the lives of foes with each movement. Zhao Taijian stood resolute like an iron tower, each roar resonating with soul-shaking power. Meanwhile, Yin Shui remained active within the base, calmly directing the remaining team members to organize effective defenses with limited resources. Her figure darted through the gunfire and smoke, orchestrating Dr. Zhou and Qian Shuizhang to tend to the wounded, ensuring everyone survived this fierce battle. Ji Yuchuan felt immense admiration for her, a warm sensation swelling within him. "How long can we hold out like this?" Dr. Zhou's voice seemed feeble amid the clamor of battle, yet Yin Shui's gaze was unwavering. "We will hold out for as long as we can." Gu Chuan replied solemnly, his eyes surveying each team member. At that moment, Yin Shui suddenly paused her actions, her gaze locking onto Gu Chuan. He felt her gaze upon him, and a slight smile graced his lips as he nodded firmly, silently conveying his resolve. "Continue the fight." Gu Chuan's voice thundered, reverberating throughout the entire base. The battle raged on fiercely, with each of Gu Chuan's strikes carrying the weight of thunder, the steel pipe in his hand dancing like a silver serpent. Reaping the lives of enemies, he stood like a rock at the base's entrance, an insurmountable barrier. In a brief lull of combat, Yin Shui hurried to Gu Chuan's side, pulling a clean cloth from her garment to gently wipe the sweat from his brow. Her movements were tender and meticulous, her eyes reflecting a subtle concern and admiration. A stirring warmth spread through Gu Chuan's heart at this gesture. The surrounding team members caught sight of this moment, sharing knowing smiles, an ambiguous atmosphere quietly enveloping the tense battle. Ji Yuchuan's gaze swept across the battlefield, keenly identifying a weakness in the enemy's command structure. Captain Lu was always surrounded by a few loyal subordinates. Inseparable from his side, a thought sparked in his mind, prompting him to adjust their battle strategy. "Zhao Taijian, concentrate fire on those surrounding Captain Lu." His voice remained clear and powerful amidst the chaotic battlefield. Zhao Taijian understood the command, swinging his hammer like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, each strike resonating with the force of thunder, toppling Captain Lu's allies one by one. the enemy's command structure faltered. Their formation began to disintegrate, and the momentum of their assault gradually waned. Captain Liu, furious and helpless, watched as his forces crumbled. Jiu Chuan's team pressed their advantage, piercing into the enemy's heart like a sharp blade, utterly defeating them. Realizing the imminent collapse of his forces, Captain Liu had no choice but to retreat in disarray, dragging his remaining troops away. Joyful elation spread throughout the base as the team members cheered and embraced one another in celebration. Yet, just as they reveled in their victory, a sudden deafening crash echoed from within the base, as portions of the structure collapsed, dust billowing into the air, obscuring everything. This unforeseen calamity caught everyone off guard, and the atmosphere turned tense in an instant. Jiu Chuan and Yin Shui exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding swelling within them as they rushed towards the direction of the collapse. "Let us hope it is not the worst-case scenario." Yin Shui's voice sounded particularly heavy amidst the wind and snow. Chapter 8. Stranded amidst adversity, the treasure basin proves beneficial. Gu Chuan and Yin Shui felt as though their hearts were gripped by an invisible hand, the howling wind bearing the snowflakes like countless icy blades. Mercilessly striking their cheeks, battling against the storm, they raced toward the ruins, now covered in dust and debris. Before them lay the once sturdy structure, now a chaotic wreckage, broken beams and twisted steel rebar exposed like the bones of a colossal beast in the frigid air. How could this happen? Yin Shui's voice trembled as she extended her hand, attempting to clear the debris, her fingertips numbed by the biting cold. She struggled to suppress her rising anxiety. Though her eyes betrayed an unmistakable worry, Jiu Chuan furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. Under the gray sky, team members began to arrive one after another. Zhao Tiejian's face was a deep shade of iron. Etched with palpable anxiety, he gripped the hammer in his hand tightly, producing a clattering sound. Dr. Zhou clutched his chest, coughing incessantly, his complexion as pale as parchment, and the worry in his eyes loomed like an inescapable shadow. Scholar Chen adjusted his glasses, his usually serene expression replaced by an unusual tension, as he anxiously paced back and forth. "We must expedite the repairs of the base." Gu Chuan's voice resonated low and powerful. Injecting a surge of determination into the frigid winds and snow, he quickly regained his composure, his gaze sweeping across the wreckage like an eagle surveying its domain. "Zhao Taijian, assess the damages and see if any usable materials can be salvaged. Dr. Zhou, check for any injured team members." However, the team members exchanged glances, their faces betraying their apprehension. The previous battle had depleted most of their resources, and now, with the base sustaining such severe damage, the materials for repairs were painfully insufficient. Exacerbating their plight, a sense of despair began to permeate the air, as if the path to the future had vanished, leaving them bewildered and helpless. Could it be? Are we to return to our initial state? Dr. Zhou murmured despondently, his voice barely rising above a whisper, as if the chilling wind might snatch away his words. Jiu Chuan surveyed the disarray before him, his heart ablaze with frustration, yet he resolutely refused to yield. Taking a deep breath, he muttered to himself, "It seems I must try this." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of those around him. Jiu Chuan set the treasure pot firmly on the ground, inhaling deeply as he mentally recited the necessary materials. Steel bars, cement, timber, bricks. As he concentrated, the treasure pot emitted a gentle glow, its rim shimmering like rippling water, as heaps of brand-new building materials materialized out of thin air, filling the vacant spaces around the ruins. This is... Zhao Tiejian's eyes widened, his hammer clattering to the ground in disbelief as he rubbed his eyes, as if awakening from a dream. Dr. Zhou covered his mouth, rendered speechless by the spectacle, a faint blush of hope blooming on his otherwise pallid face. Even the typically composed Scholar Chen couldn't suppress his astonishment, adjusting his glasses as he scrutinized the miraculous materials materializing before them. Yin Shui's gaze shifted from the materials to Gu Chuan, and she walked over to him, gently clasping his hand, intertwining their fingers as if to draw from his formidable strength. "Everyone, stop dawdling and get to work." Gu Chuan's voice shattered the brief silence, directing the group to transport the materials to designated locations, initiating the reconstruction with remarkable order. Yin Shui efficiently orchestrated the operations, assigning tasks according to each individual's strengths, maximizing their limited human resources. Zhao Taijian swung his hammer, sparks flying as he skillfully welded the broken steel bars, reinforcing the structure as if engaged in an artistic endeavor. The team members, filled with fervor and enthusiasm, breathed new life into the previously desolate ruins. As night descended and the frigid winds howled, the base began to take shape through their collective efforts. The roaring bonfire dispelled the cold, illuminating every face with its warm glow. Exhausted team members gathered around the fire, gnawing on their rations, their expressions radiating the joy of survival. Suddenly, a peculiar noise erupted from the distance, shattering the fragile tranquility. Ji Yuquan sprang to his feet, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the source of the sound, his rations falling to the ground with a soft thud. It seemed someone was approaching. In the biting cold, several shadowy figures stealthily neared the base. Captain Liu, unwilling to concede defeat, had sent a small contingent of enemies to harass them. They lurked in the shadows, occasionally hurling stones, attempting to disrupt the order within the base. Damn it! Those scoundrels are back. Zhao Taijian roared, seizing his hammer with intent to charge out. Calm down, Zhao Taijian. Gu Chuan firmly grasped his arm. Do not fall into their trap. They aim to draw us out and divide our strength. Tension thickened in the air as team members tightened their grips on their weapons, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Ji Yuquan assigned Zhao Taijian and a few robust team members to bolster the defenses. While he turned towards the treasure pot, he needed to discover more effective defensive measures to confront the impending challenges. The pot's radiance flared once more, and this time, what appeared before Gu Chuan was not mere building materials, but an array of high-tech defensive equipment, infrared sensors, automated turrets, high-voltage electric fences. These devices gleamed with a metallic sheen, seemingly brimming with immense energy. Ji Yuquan directed the team to install these devices around the base, erecting barriers that fortified their stronghold. When the scouts dispatched by Captain Liu beheld this formidable defense, they were gripped by terror and hastily retreated to report back. Captain, they possess an abundance of powerful weapons. We cannot approach, the scout stammered, his face etched with fear. What? Captain Liu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Gu Chuan wielded such formidable power. Within the base, the team members erupted in cheers, gazing at their impregnable stronghold, their hearts swelling with hope and confidence. Yet, just as the repairs neared completion, Scholar Chen approached Gu Chuan, his expression grave. Captain Gu, I have just monitored the weather. A cold wave. A cold wave is imminent, and its intensity is greater than before. Chen's words struck like lightning, freezing the previously jubilant atmosphere in an instant. Team members exchanged anxious glances, and upon hearing Chen's warning, Gu Chuan abruptly raised his head, his gaze piercing. Greater, he murmured, clenching his fists tightly. Chapter 9. The cold wave returns, counterattack from despair. Greater. Ji Yuquan repeated the word softly, his fists tightening until his knuckles turned white, like brittle bones. His gaze swept over the crowd with the sharpness of a blade, yet his face bore no trace of panic. He understood that fear was a more formidable adversary than the cold wave itself. The team members gathered around him, their eyes reflecting a blend of unease and anticipation. The shadow of the cold wave loomed once more, pressing down on them like a heavy stone, suffocating their breaths. Fate had once again pushed them to the edge of a precipice, and this time, the abyss appeared even more unfathomable. Dr. Zhou tightly wrapped his thin coat around himself, his lips turning a deep shade of purple. Yet he feigned composure as he comforted the injured nearby. Zhao Tiejian's rough hands gripped his hammer firmly, the veins on his hands bulging as if to vent his fear and anger into the weapon. Yin Shui stood beside Gu Chuan, her calm gaze scanning the base's facilities as she swiftly assessed their predicament. The biting cold winds howled through the gaps in the base, resembling the growl of a beast, heralding greater calamities to come. The mercury in the thermometer plummeted visibly, and the air was thick with the chilling scent of death. The base's defense system blared with piercing alarms, red warning lights flashing incessantly, urging people to flee from the impending icy doom. Ji Yuquan inhaled deeply, suppressing all emotions within. He knew this was not the time for despair. As the leader of this team, every decision he made impacted the lives of all. He must remain composed, find a way to confront this disaster. Closing his eyes, various plans flashed through his mind. Time passed agonizingly slowly, the chill in the air growing more oppressive. Finally, he opened his eyes abruptly. Determination flickering within, Yin Shui, he spoke firmly. Activate the backup energy to ensure the base's heating system operates normally. Zhao Taijian, organize the manpower to reinforce the defenses, focusing on the north and west sides. Dr. Zhou, prepare medical supplies to respond to any potential injuries. His commands were delivered in a decisive and powerful tone, as if injecting a potent dose of courage into everyone present. The team members sprang into action, executing his orders with urgency and precision. Ji Yuchuan observed the bustling activity around him. Though his heart remained heavy, he understood that these measures were merely a drop in the ocean, utterly insufficient against the impending. More potent cold wave, he needed greater strength, more resources. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket to grasp the treasure pot, a bold idea blossoming in his mind. Yin Shui, he whispered, his gaze intense, I need your assistance. Gu Chuan plunged his hand into his pocket, clutching the warm treasure pot tightly. Focusing his mind, he silently recited the desired supplies. Warm clothing, high-energy food, heating devices. In an instant, a wave of warmth surged from his pocket. As if a tiny sun had risen in his palm, he swiftly withdrew his hand, and the previously empty pocket was now brimming with thick down jackets, steaming bowls of meat soup, and a portable heater radiating warmth. Quickly, distribute these, Gu Chuan urged, handing the supplies to the nearest team member, his tone resolute and unwavering. The team members received the seemingly miraculous supplies, their faces alight with disbelief and joy. Their cold bodies began to thaw, and their weary spirits were lifted. Zhao Taijian accepted a hefty leather coat, a hearty smile breaking across his rugged face. Captain, this is a splendid treasure. Now, I needn't fear frostbite on my ears. Dr. Zhou carefully took a steaming bowl of meat soup, gently blowing on it before offering it to an injured teammate, a tender smile gracing his lips. Yin Shui cast a grateful glance at Gu Chuan, her eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions. She understood that the appearance of these supplies was no mere coincidence. Gu Chuan was undoubtedly harboring a secret. Just then, the base's alarm blared once more, its shrill, piercing sound shattering the brief tranquility. Enemy attack! The lookout tower's sentry cried out hoarsely. The howling wind, interspersed with ice and snow, lashed against the base's outer walls like 1,000 sharp blades. Through the tumultuous storm, a group of shadowy figures could be discerned. Braving the bitter cold as they advanced toward the base, the forefront was Captain Lu, wrapped in thick furs, his eyes glinting with a predatory hunger, akin to a ravenous wolf fixating on its prey. Damn it, they're launching an assault amidst the cold wave. Zhao the blacksmith bellowed, brandishing his hammer and rushing out. Calm down, Zhao. Gu Chuan seized him, urging restraint. We must hold our ground. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Gunfire, explosions, and screams intertwining to form a brutal symphony of winter's wrath. Ji Yuchuan and Yin Shui fought side by side, coolly directing their comrades to repel the enemy's onslaught. The biting cold pierced through. Snowflakes danced down and blood stained the pristine white ground. Ji Yuchuan's weapon belched flames, each fallen foe seemingly heralding the savagery of this conflict. Their movements, have they slowed? Yin Shui suddenly remarked, her gaze fixed intently on the enemies struggling through the storm. She had keenly detected this subtle shift. Their actions have become sluggish. The cold wave affects them more severely than it does us, she shouted. Concentrate fire on their legs. Gu Chuan understood immediately and adjusted their strategy. The team members aimed their weapons at the enemy's lower limbs, a barrage of bullets raining down like a deluge. Captain Lu's men, already faltering in the frigid wind, now suffered devastating hits to their legs, collapsing in droves as cries of anguish echoed across the snowy expanse. Captain Lu, witnessing this, turned pale with disbelief. He had not anticipated that the base, once so easily within reach, would become his grave. He glared at Gu Chuan, his voice a furious growl. Gu Chuan, you will pay for this. I will return. With that, he abandoned his wounded subordinates and fled in disarray. The enemy scattered, and the defense of the base was victorious. The team erupted in cheers, exhaustion giving way to the joy of having survived. Zhao the blacksmith swung his hammer in exhilaration, shouting, We won! We won! Dr. Zhou also bore a satisfied smile. At that moment, the renovation of the base was officially complete. The once rudimentary shelter had now acquired fundamental living and defensive capabilities. The stout walls could withstand the onslaught of the icy winds, warm rooms offered a brief respite, and robust fortifications could deter external threats. The team gathered at the center of the base, celebrating their hard-won triumph. They shared food, offered encouragement to one another, and their faces radiated with the light of hope. Ji Yuchuan and Yin Shui stood together, gazing at the jubilant team members, their hearts brimming with emotion. They knew this was merely the first step of a long journey ahead. The road ahead remained arduous, yet they were confident they could surmount all obstacles and restore humanity's order. At that moment, Scholar Chen approached Gu Chuan with a grave expression. "Captain Gu, I have made some new discoveries." He lowered his voice, a hint of unease evident in his tone, regarding the cold wave. "I suspect it may not be a natural phenomenon." Ji Chuan's heart sank, the previously relaxed atmosphere instantly tightening into tension. He regarded Chen's serious demeanor, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. "What is it?" he asked in a low tone. Scholar Chen produced a document from within his garments and handed it to Gu Chuan. "Look at this." Gu Chuan accepted the document, scrutinizing it under the dim light. The pages contained strange data and symbols, their meanings eluding him momentarily. "What is this?" he inquired, puzzled. Scholar Chen pointed to a series of symbols within the document, speaking in a somber tone. "These are special energy fluctuations I detected within the cold wave. They do not appear to be of natural origin." He paused, fixing an intense gaze on Gu Chuan. "I suspect there are signs of human manipulation behind this." Ji Chuan's pupils constricted sharply. The document in his hand felt suddenly heavier. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet Scholar Chen's, his tone serious. "This matter is of grave importance. We must convene everyone immediately to discuss it." The light in his eyes shone like the brightest star in a frigid night. Steadfast and sharp, sweeping over the document in Chen's hand, as if seeking to pierce through the layers of mystery and strike at the heart of the truth, he promptly issued orders. Summoning Yin Shui, Zhao the blacksmith, Dr. Zhou, and other core members of the team. They swiftly gathered, the flickering yellow light casting uncertain shadows across their faces, mirroring their complex emotions at that moment. "Everyone," Gu Chuan's voice resonated steadily within the humble base. "Scholar Chen has unearthed new leads regarding the cold wave. It may not be as simple as we previously believed." His gaze scanned the group, capturing the subtle shifts in their expressions. Yin Shui furrowed her brow, worry mingling with a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. Zhao the blacksmith raked his disheveled hair, his face betraying impatience. Dr. Zhou appeared pale, clenching his clothing tightly, clearly unsettled by the unknown threat, while Scholar Chen stood to the side. His demeanor serious, reminiscent of a scholar grappling with harsh truths in the icy wilderness. "Scholar Chen, please elaborate." Gu Chuan gestured for him to explain. Scholar Chen gathered his thoughts, his voice tinged with excitement. "I detected a unique energy fluctuation within the cold wave. It does not appear to be of natural origin, but rather man-made." As his words fell, a murmur rippled through the assembly. "Man-made? How is that possible?" Zhao the blacksmith exclaimed, his voice booming like the hammer in his grasp. "This is a natural disaster. Who could manipulate such a calamity? We cannot ascertain that yet, but this is my current conclusion." Scholar Chen replied, his tone laden with gravity. Ji Chuan raised his hand to quell the ensuing debate, a glint of danger shimmering in his deep-set eyes. "Regardless of the truth, we must clarify this. It pertains to the survival of us all." He paused, his gaze resolute. "Scholar Chen, we need to conduct further research to uncover the secrets behind the cold wave. Yin Shui, you must assist Scholar Chen and provide all possible support." Thus, the research commenced with great urgency, yet challenges loomed large. With scant resources, they could only glean insights from fragmented texts and online scraps. Their rudimentary equipment rendered many experiments unfeasible, and progress was agonizingly slow. The team felt a growing sense of despondency, as if fate were toying with them, perpetually eluding the truth. "Are we truly to be trapped here?" Zhao the blacksmith slammed his fist onto the table, the dull thud echoing, his temper flaring once more. "Do not despair. We will find the answers." Gu Chuan's voice rang firm and unwavering, like a sharp sword cutting through the fog of confusion and despondency that enveloped them. His gaze swept over the assembly, as if infusing them with newfound strength. "We will not surrender easily. We shall unveil the truth behind the cold wave." At that moment, Scholar Chen suddenly gasped, This is impossible." He stared at a document in his hands, his complexion ashen. Ji Chuan rushed to his side, grasping his arm with urgency. "What is it? What have you discovered?" A glimmer of insight sparked in Gu Chuan's eyes. He refrained from further questioning, instead steadily making his way toward the corner of the base. There, an unassuming wooden box lay quietly, the very place where he had concealed his treasure trove. Taking a deep breath, he silently recited the items he sought. In an instant, the box's surface shimmered with a delicate golden glow, as if imbued with life. When he opened it once more, it was filled to the brim with various sophisticated instruments. Alongside stacks of pristine books and documents, exuding a faint scent of fresh ink, the emergence of these items illuminated the entire room, as if a beacon had ignited amidst the darkness. Scholar Chen gazed at these dreamlike treasures, his eyes wide with wonder, akin to a child who had just stumbled upon a trove of candy. Trembling hands carefully lifted a document. He pored over it with the reverence of one who had unearthed a priceless artifact. Excitement and elation flooded his features. This is simply unbelievable, Scholar Chen exclaimed, his words tumbling forth as he clumsily handled the materials, his rapid glances at the instruments reflecting an overwhelming admiration for Gu Chuan. The research challenges that once loomed large now appeared surmountable, overshadowed by the promise of these advanced tools and resources. The other team members were equally awestruck by the spectacle before them. They turned to Gu Chuan, as Zhao the blacksmith scratched his head and murmured, "Our captain truly is a hidden gem." Just as the team basked in the joy of research and new equipment, a sharp alarm suddenly pierced the air, shattering the tranquility of the base. Yin Shui swiftly darted to the monitoring screen, spotting several furtive figures lurking around the perimeter of the base, clad in tattered leather armor and wearing sinister smiles, none other than Captain Lu's henchmen. "They have arrived." Yin Shui's tone was frigid, laced with a barely perceptible hint of murderous intent. Jiu Chuan's gaze sharpened instantly, as he set down the documents in his hand and strode deliberately towards the door. Each step imbued with a steady power, reminiscent of a lion poised to hunt. It seemed that some individuals remained undeterred. He let out a cold laugh, the corners of his mouth curling into a bloodthirsty arc. Zhao Taijian was the first to burst out the door, bellowing, "Who dares to wreak havoc here?" Several scouts, upon noticing someone emerging, immediately revealed their menacing visages. The leader, a tall, slender figure, pointed an accusing finger at Zhao Taijian, brazenly shouting, "We are men of Lord Lu. Those who know their place should surrender obediently. Otherwise, you shall find no rest in death." Dr. Zhou followed closely behind Zhao Taijian, her complexion pale, yet her eyes shone with unwavering determination. Scholar Chen, having snapped out of his reverie, observed the imminent clash before him, his brow furrowed, filled with both concern and helplessness. Tensions ran high, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Jiu Chuan advanced slowly to the forefront, his gaze sharp as a dagger, piercing through the eyes of the opposition. His voice, low and icy, conveyed a sense of inevitability. It seemed necessary to impart a lesson today. The leading scout's expression shifted, as if he sensed the formidable aura radiating from Gu Chuan, yet he feigned composure, growling, "You?" His words were abruptly halted by Gu Chuan's sudden raised hand. With a gesture, Gu Chuan smirked coldly and whispered, "Engage." At Gu Chuan's command, Zhao Taijian charged forth like a fierce tiger, wielding his hammer with a ferocious vigor, aiming for the enemy's heads. Although outnumbered, the scouts were cunning, retreating while engaging, attempting to lure Zhao Taijian away from the base. Observing this, Gu Chuan's lips curled into a cold smile. He had long seen through the enemy's ploy. "Dr. Zhou, cover Zhao Taijian. The rest follow me," Gu Chuan commanded, his form moving like lightning as he led the remaining team members in a flanking maneuver. The scouts, caught between a pincer attack, faltered in their formations. Jiu Chuan struck ruthlessly, each blow targeting vital points, causing several scouts to collapse instantly. Inside the base, Yin Shui remained composed, directing the defensive measures. She had already set up numerous clever traps and mechanisms around the perimeter. The moment the enemy approached, they would trigger these devices, leading to their disarray. Watching the chaotic retreat of the enemy on the surveillance screen, Gu Chuan's admiration for Yin Shui's capabilities deepened. "Well done, Yin Shui," he praised, unable to contain his commendation. The battle concluded swiftly, with scouts either dead or fleeing. Gu Chuan surveyed the ravaged battlefield. Scholar Chen hurriedly approached, his face betraying barely concealed excitement. "Captain Gu, I have found crucial information," he stammered, handing over a document with trembling hands. The source of the cold wave might be here. Gu Chuan accepted the document, noting a marked mysterious location surrounded by snow-capped mountains and glaciers. A treacherous terrain filled with unknown dangers, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This place, Gu Chuan murmured. I know it is perilous. Chan, sensing Gu Chuan's apprehension, interjected. But if we do not go, we will never unravel the mystery of the cold wave. Gu Chuan raised his head, his gaze resolute. You are right. We must proceed. He surveyed the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze upon Zhao Taijian and Dr. Zhou. Chapter 11. Exploring the Perilous Land. Reinforcements for the base. Gu Chuan's eyes swept over the crowd, ultimately resting on Zhao Taijian and Dr. Zhou. His voice was grave, imbued with undeniable certainty. Zhao Taijian, Dr. Zhou, you shall accompany me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taijian set down the axe he had been sharpening. A glimmer of excitement flashing across his rugged face. He had long grown weary of languishing in the base, yearning for the opportunity to stretch his limbs. No problem, Captain. My axe has been itching for action. Dr. Zhou adjusted her glasses, a hint of worry crossing her features, yet she nodded firmly. I understand. Captain Gu, I will do my utmost to ensure logistical support. The atmosphere within the base grew somber, as everyone recognized that this expedition was no trivial matter. The dangers of the mysterious location were beyond anyone's prediction. Yin Shui approached Gu Chuan, her eyes betraying concern as she gently grasped his hand. Her tone tender yet resolute. Be careful. I will await your return. Gu Chuan returned her grip, the morning's biting wind swirling the snow upon the ground, producing a soft rustling sound. Leading Zhao Taijian and Dr. Zhou, Gu Chuan embarked on the journey towards the enigmatic location. Clad in heavy winter attire, they traversed the vast white expanse, leaving behind a trail of deep footprints. After a considerable time traveling, they encountered a group of ragged refugees near an abandoned camp. Huddled around a faint campfire, shivering, their faces gaunt, marked by despair and numbness. Unlike other factions that would turn a blind eye or even drive them away, Gu Chuan chose to halt his steps. Where are you from? Why are you here? His voice resonated, imbued with an authoritative power. Startled by the sudden inquiry, the refugees looked up, accustomed to being forgotten and cast aside, never expecting anyone to show genuine concern. We fled from the south, an elderly refugee replied, his voice trembling. Would you be willing to join our ranks? We have food and shelter, and together we can combat the cold wave, Gu Chuan continued, his tone sincere and resolute. The refugees exchanged glances, disbelief etching across their faces. Having witnessed the darkest sides of humanity in recent days, they were astonished that anyone would extend a helping hand so generously. A flicker of hope ignited in their eyes. You truly wish to accept us? A young refugee asked cautiously, unable to fathom the scene before him. Of course. As long as you are willing, we shall be one family. Gu Chuan replied with a smile, his warmth akin to the sun breaking through a winter's chill. At that moment, a stern-faced man emerged from the crowd, his sharp gaze fixed upon Gu Chuan. Skepticism tinged in his voice. Why do you wish to help us? What is your true intention? The man's probing question doused the flickering hope of the refugees like a bucket of ice water. The air seemed to freeze, all eyes converging on Gu Chuan, filled with doubt and scrutiny. Gu Chuan remained unperturbed, fully aware that in such dire times, suspicion was an instinct for survival. His gaze, unwavering, met the man's. His voice steady and potent. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely seek to bring warmth and strength into this frigid world. Everything I do is for the sake of survival, and perhaps you could become part of that strength. His words, though soft, resonated with a conviction that was hard to dismiss. The man's gaze remained keen, albeit his tone softened slightly. Empty words are meaningless. Who knows if you are merely playing tricks? He scanned the crowd, his eyes revealing distrust yet tinged with a glimmer of yearning. With a slight smile, Gu Chuan extended his hand, conjuring a steaming pile of jerky and several pieces of bread from thin air. The aroma wafted through the air, dispelling the cold around them, igniting the refugees' hunger instinctively. This is my sincerity, he proclaimed, distributing the food among the refugees. This is just the beginning. Join my team, and you will receive more food, warmer shelter, and hope against the cold wave. As the refugees clutched the warm food, they could no longer contain themselves, devouring it ravenously, savoring a long-forgotten sense of fullness. Tears blurred their vision as despair and numbness gradually faded, replaced by a long-lost hope. "We are willing to join. We are willing," someone exclaimed, their voice trembling with the relief of survival. Others soon echoed the sentiment, kneeling in gratitude and loyalty towards Gu Chuan. Observing this resurgence of hope among the people, Gu Chuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Their ranks had swelled, augmenting their strength against the cold wave. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Countless challenges awaited them in the future, but he was undaunted. "All right, rise," Gu Chuan's voice softened. "We are one entity now, destined to face everything together." He turned to the stern man who had first questioned him, his eyes devoid of reproach, instead reflecting a hint of admiration. "What is your name?" After a moment's hesitation, the man finally replied, "My name is Li Chong." "Excellent, Li Chong. Welcome aboard," Gu Chuan said, patting him on the shoulder. Once more, the group set forth on their journey, their morale buoyed by their newfound unity. Ji Chuan led the way, a sense of responsibility swelling within him. He was determined to guide these people out of the chilling winter and towards the restoration of humanity's order. As night fell, the campfire flickered in the snow, casting light upon the weary yet hopeful faces of the crowd. After a brief exchange with Yan Shui, Gu Chuan resolved to establish camp nearby. Everyone prepared to rest when, suddenly, a sharp howl pierced the stillness of the night, resonating ominously. As everyone prepared to rest, a sudden, piercing roar echoed from afar, cutting through the stillness of the night with a jarring intensity. Gu Chuan sprang to his feet, his gaze alertly fixed on the direction from which the sound emanated. Zhao the blacksmith and Dr. Zhou also tensed immediately, gripping their weapons tightly. The refugees trembled in fear. Huddling together, their eyes brimming with terror, "Be cautious. It may be a mutated creature." Gu Chuan's voice was steady and resolute. He swiftly organized the team, positioning the refugees in the center while he led Zhao the blacksmith and Dr. Zhou to the forefront. As the roar grew ever closer, a horde of grotesque, red-eyed mutated beings suddenly lunged from the shadows, their speed catching everyone off guard. Zhao the blacksmith, wielding his axe, shouted fiercely as he swung at one of the oncoming creatures, the axe cleanly severing its neck and sending blood splattering. Dr. Zhou quickly retrieved a medical syringe from her first aid kit, administering it to the injured team members to ensure they could maintain their strength in the fray. Li Chong drew a short knife, engaging in close combat with the mutated beasts, his movements swift and precise. However, the number of mutated creatures far exceeded their expectations, surging in relentless waves, and despair began to creep into the hearts of the team. Just as they were on the verge of being overwhelmed, Zhao the blacksmith had a sudden inspiration. He rummaged through his toolbox, extracting metal scraps and gunpowder to swiftly craft makeshift explosives. "Everyone, fall back. I'll handle this," he bellowed, hurling the explosives into the throng of mutated beings. The explosion erupted with a deafening roar, flames and debris scattering in all directions, instantly repelling a large number of the creatures. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Chuan led the team in a counterattack. United, they finally succeeded in driving back the mutated horde. As the battle subsided, the snow-covered ground around the camp lay strewn with the carcasses of the mutated creatures. The air thick with the scent of blood, Ji Chuan surveyed his weary yet resolute team, nodding in satisfaction. "Well done, everyone. We have once again survived a crisis." Yet, just as they prepared to move forward, a low growl resonated from the darkness ahead, accompanied by signs of Captain Lu's forces advancing toward them. Ji Chuan's expression turned grave, his gaze sharp as he quietly instructed Zhao the blacksmith and Dr. Zhou, "Prepare yourselves. We are about to face another fierce battle." As night deepened and the cold wind howled, Gu Chuan led his team to a favorable terrain, patiently awaiting the arrival of Captain Lu's forces. Chapter 12. The final battle approaches. The base renewed. The biting cold wind whipped against their cheeks like knives. Snowflakes danced wildly in the air, obscuring the sky. Ji Chuan chose a narrow passage backed by a cliff as their defensive position. Easy to defend yet difficult to assault. The team members concealed themselves behind the snow and rocks, each gripping their weapons tightly, their breathing audible in the quiet snowy night. The air was thick with the pungent scent of gunpowder and blood, intertwining with the bone-chilling cold, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Ji Chuan's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, scanning the front as if he could pierce the darkness and foresee the impending danger. he calmly contemplated strategies. His fingers gently tapping on the cold metal armor, producing a rhythmic sound in the distance. Torches of light gradually approached, winding like a fire dragon, casting flickering shadows on the previously dark snowy night. Captain Lu and his formidable forces emerged into view, well-equipped and high-spirited, their raucous shouts ringing out, "Diu Chuan, I never thought you'd have the audacity to wait for me here." Captain Lu's voice cut sharply through the cold wind, laden with mockery and disdain. "Hand over your treasure trove and the secrets of that mysterious place, and I might consider granting you a swift end." Gu Chuan's lips curled into a cold smile. "Captain Lu, your appetite seems rather insatiable. If you desire my possessions, let us see if you possess the capability. You're asking for it." Captain Lu's expression darkened as he waved his hand. "Attack. Leave no one behind." The tension in the air became palpable, both sides poised like two beasts ready to pounce. The battle was on the brink of erupting. "Wait," Gu Chuan suddenly interjected, his voice resonating clearly in the silent night. "I just remembered something." Yin Shui directed everyone to weld the final reinforced steel plate onto the base's entrance, the heavy metal door gleaming with a cold light under the fire's glow. Inside the base, what was once a rudimentary dwelling had been transformed into a series of comfortable compartments, cleverly connected to a geothermal ventilation system that dispelled the cold with warm air. In the storeroom, food, medicine, and daily necessities were neatly arranged, enough to sustain them for an extended period. All of this was accomplished by Yin Shui, utilizing the limited resources from the treasure trove, along with her ingenious design and planning. Completed in a remarkably short time. "Yin Shui, you are truly remarkable," Dr. Zhou exclaimed, gripping Yin Shui's hand with excitement. "I can hardly believe how comfortable this place has become. It feels just like home from before the apocalypse." Zhao the blacksmith chimed in with a hearty laugh. "Indeed, this girl is a gem, much more useful than my old stove," he grinned, revealing a gap-toothed smile. Yin Shui smiled modestly, her eyes reflecting determination. "This is all for everyone's survival. We must unite as one to weather this bitter storm." That moment, the distant sounds of gunfire and shouting shattered the base's brief tranquility. The final battle had begun. Captain Lu's men surged forth like a tidal wave, ruthlessly assaulting the defensive line established by Gu Chuan's team. Bullets whizzed by, kicking up flurries of snow on the ground. Ji Chuan maintained his composure, directing his team to leverage their positional advantage in counterattacks. Zhao the blacksmith's heavy machine gun unleashed a torrent of fire, mowing down the enemies charging at the front. Dr. Zhou tended to the wounded from the rear. Her slender hands, though delicate, were filled with strength and hope. The combat was exceptionally fierce, both sides driven by a bloodlust. Although Captain Lu's forces were numerous, the defensive position constructed by Gu Chuan's team was as solid as a fortress, difficult to breach for the time being. As seconds ticked by, casualties mounted on both sides. Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes, observing Captain Lu commanding his troops from a distance, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "The real show has only just begun," he whispered, a small, ancient copper basin appearing in his hand. The seemingly inconspicuous copper basin glimmered with an unusual light under the dim glow. He murmured a few incantations, and the basin burst forth with golden radiance, conjuring boxes of advanced weaponry, high-energy laser guns, electromagnetic pulse cannons, and automatic targeting sniper rifles, even a small energy shield generator. These weapons radiated a chilling metallic sheen, appearing remarkably dazzling against the backdrop of wind and snow. "Brothers, give it your all," Gu Chuan roared, tossing a laser gun to Zhao the blacksmith. Zhao caught the laser gun, excitement making his beard bristle, and aimed it at the enemy horde, unleashing a barrage of blue beams that instantly vaporized several foes. The team members, armed with new weapons, surged with renewed vigor, like ferocious tigers descending the mountain, launching a frenzied counteroffensive. The precise shots from the high-energy laser guns and the widespread attacks from the electromagnetic pulse cannons swiftly turned the tide of battle. Captain Lu's men, having never encountered such formidable weaponry, were caught off guard, their formation crumbling amidst the cacophony of cries and screams that echoed through the night. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Chuan activated the energy shield generator, enveloping the entire defensive line in a semi-transparent barrier. Enemy bullets struck the shield, creating ripples yet failing to penetrate even a fraction. "Charge!" Gu Chuan led the charge, brandishing his laser gun as he plunged into the enemy ranks. Resembling the Grim Reaper, foes falling before him, Yin Shui, Dr. Zhou, and the others followed closely, their figures weaving through the storm, like phantoms harvesting the lives of their enemies. Witnessing the tide turning, Captain Liu became terrified, abandoning his remnants and fleeing in disarray. The remaining enemies, seeing their leader escape, scattered in panic, discarding their weapons and fleeing in all directions. Cheers of victory reverberated through the snowy night as the team members embraced in celebration. The joy of survival intertwining with the exhilaration of triumph, dispelling the fear brought by the bitter cold. The construction of the base was completed smoothly within a week. Warm rooms, ample food, and advanced defensive facilities made everyone feel as if they were in a paradise untouched by the outside world. Gathered around the campfire, they shared food, their faces glowing with happiness. However, the good times were fleeting, as the base's resources were ultimately limited. For long-term development, Gu Chuan resolved to begin exploring the surrounding resources. Tomorrow morning, Yin Shui, you will lead the team to set out. Gu Chuan's gaze fell upon a section of the map marked as an unknown area, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. Remember, proceed with utmost caution. Chapter 13. The expedition begins. The perilous path awaits. The frigid wind, laden with snowflakes, mercilessly lashed against everyone's faces like countless icy needles. The iron gates of the base creaked open, revealing a modified off-road vehicle parked before them, its body cloaked in thick frost, resembling a slumbering steel beast. Yin Shui, clad in heavy winter gear, stood beside the vehicle, taking a deep breath as the white mist she exhaled was instantly whisked away by the cold wind. She surveyed her surroundings, the silhouettes of her team members appearing somewhat blurred in the morning mist, their faces a tapestry of unease and anticipation, their eyes betraying a fear of the unknown ahead. Let us set off. Yin Shui's cool voice shattered the morning silence. Without unnecessary words, she leaped into the off-road vehicle, her movements sharp and decisive, akin to a blade unsheathed. May the hunter, Wu the explorer, Feng the thief, and Aunt Lin followed closely behind, taking their seats in the vehicle one by one. The off-road vehicle creaked and groaned against the icy ground, reminiscent of the size of an elderly man in twilight. The engine emitted a deep rumble as the off-road vehicle slowly started, akin to a beast ensnared in a mire. The wheels spun futilely upon the icy surface, producing a jarring screech of friction. Yet it made no progress. A thick layer of ice blanketed the entire road, resembling a vast mirror that reflected the faint light of the morning. The expressions of the team members instantly turned grave, and the previously relaxed atmosphere inside the cabin dissipated entirely. Damn it! This ice is far too thick. The horse hunter could not help but curse, pounding on the window as if he wished to shatter the ice before him. Explorer Wu furrowed his brow, attentively surveying the road ahead. It seemed we could only proceed on foot. His somber voice shattered the silence. Yin Shui's gaze was resolute as she assertively declared, "Get out. We shall advance on foot." Without hesitation, she flung open the door and leapt outside. The biting cold wind surged into the vehicle, gripping everyone's throats like a frigid hand, yet she appeared impervious to the chill. Her steadfast eyes fixed ahead in the biting wind. She resembled a proud plum blossom standing tall, exuding an aura of indomitable spirit. Upon witnessing this, the other team members swiftly followed suit, stepping out of the vehicle. They treaded cautiously on the icy ground, each step taken with utmost care. Before them lay an expanse of white, where the cold wave devoured all. The once flat road had transformed into a rugged path. As if a colossal ice dragon loomed ahead, obstructing their passage, a pall of gloom enveloped everyone's hearts, for the journey ahead was destined to be fraught with hardship. Watch your step, and do not fall behind. Yin Shui's voice remained cool yet carried a hint of encouragement. She steadied her breath, slowly lifted her foot, and left a clear imprint on the ice, akin to a silent command. The team members followed closely in her footsteps, advancing toward the unknown. The group began to move forward slowly yet resolutely, as the merciless wind and snow lashed against them, mocking their fate, yet not a single soul faltered at this moment. The horse hunter, typically prone to incessant complaints, exhibited an unusual demeanor. Instead of lamenting the arduous journey, he stepped to the front of the line, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the road ahead, seemingly searching for lurking dangers. Much like a cautious leopard stealthily commencing its hunt, the horse hunter inhaled deeply, a plume of white mist billowing before him. He licked his dry lips, and an unusual glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Normally, he would have bemoaned the harsh weather, yet today, he resembled an awakened lion. Brimming with vigor, he bent down, scrutinizing the icy surface as if trying to discern patterns upon that smooth mirror, tentatively taking a step forward. The ice beneath him emitted a crisp, cracking sound, and he grinned, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth, confidently stating, "Fear not, I shall clear the path." This sudden transformation astonished the others in the team. Explorer Wu raised his eyebrows in surprise, while the usually composed Yen Shui showed a hint of astonishment. Aunt Lin, on the other hand, set aside her worries, a look of relief washing over her face. Even the typically greedy Feng the thief refrained from his usual jests, silently observing the horse hunter's back. Just as everyone was speculating about the horse hunter's unusual behavior, a deep, magnetic voice resonated from behind them. "Hold on a moment." Ji Yuchuan appeared behind the group, cradling a peculiar assortment of shoes in his hands. The soles of these shoes were embedded with a thin layer of metal, reflecting a cold sheen under the sunlight. "These are anti-slip shoes I crafted using the treasure basin. Wear them, and you will walk more securely on the ice." Ji Yuchuan spoke calmly, his eyes revealing a hint of concern. The team members accepted the shoes with delight, their faces alight with incredulity. In such harsh conditions, to possess such exquisite gear was akin to receiving timely aid. They quickly donned the shoes and cautiously took a few steps on the ice. The once slippery surface now felt as steady as solid ground, allowing for easy movement. "Splendid! Now we needn't worry about slipping," Feng the thief exclaimed, hopping with excitement like a child who had received a new toy. Explorer Wu could not help but express his amazement, adjusting his shoes as he marveled, "Truly remarkable. With these, our exploration will undoubtedly proceed more smoothly." Aunt Lin beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Gu Chuan is truly a good child. With these shoes, everyone's safety is further assured." Yen Shui's gaze fell upon Gu Chuan, silently reflecting, "He always thinks of everything for us." After slipping on the anti-slip shoes, the morale of the team soared to unprecedented heights, their earlier despondency due to the cold wave vanishing entirely. The horse hunter once again positioned himself at the forefront of the group. This time, his steps were more assured and his gaze sharper. He wielded a wooden stick, probing the path ahead while confidently asserting, "Let us set forth. With these, fear not the ice. Even if we encounter a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, I shall lead you through." The team resumed their journey, treading forth with determined strides toward the horizon. The wind and snow howled relentlessly, yet they could not impede their advance, leaving behind a trail of clear footprints, akin to lines of silent poetry, chronicling their courage and resolve. Just as they rounded a bend, the horse hunter abruptly halted, raising his wooden stick with vigilance. "Something feels amiss," before he could finish his sentence. A low growl reverberated through the ard. As soon as the horse hunter's words fell, several enormous wild wolves, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, leapt from behind the snowdrifts. Their fur was disheveled, encrusted with thick frost, and they emitted chilling growls. The cold wave had driven these beasts to madness. They were ravenous, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty frenzy. "Snow wolves, be cautious, everyone!" Explorer Wu exclaimed, swiftly drawing the dagger he always carried. These snow wolves were larger than ordinary wolves, radiating a terrifying aura, clearly driven to desperation by the cold wave, resulting in their frenzied behavior. The battle was imminent. The snow wolves lunged at the team like arrows released from a bow, their sharp claws glinting menacingly in the sunlight. The team members tensed, quickly forming a circle around Aunt Lin to protect her. The horse hunter charged forth, wielding his wooden stick with ferocity, forcefully repelling one of the attacking snow wolves. "These beasts have gone mad. Do not linger in battle. Evade them as much as possible," Yen Shui commanded calmly, her ice pick slicing through the air like lightning, each swing conjuring a fierce gust of cold wind that repelled the approaching snow wolves. Feng the thief, agile as a monkey, darted between the snow wolves, his dagger striking with precision at their vital points like the fangs of a venomous snake. Explorer Wu, seasoned and composed, analyzed the wolves' attack patterns. Seeking their weaknesses, his dagger struck with surgical precision, each thrust landing perfectly. The fierce skirmish raged for several minutes. Despite their valiant resistance, the overwhelming number of snow wolves began to wear them down. Just then, the horse hunter shouted, "Follow me. I know where their den is." Utilizing his extensive tracking experience, he swiftly located the snow wolves' lair and led the team away from this perilous area. Once they escaped the encirclement of the snow wolves, a collective sigh of relief washed over the team, and they cast grateful glances at the horse hunter. Well done, horse hunter. Thanks to you, we narrowly escaped. Explorer Wu clapped the horse hunter on the shoulder, genuinely impressed. Hee hee, it was nothing, nothing at all. The horse hunter felt an unusual bashfulness, scratching his head. Just as everyone thought the danger had passed, the team arrived at an abandoned warehouse. On the snow surrounding the warehouse, suspicious footprints were clearly visible. These tracks were evidently man-made and numerous, appearing as though they had been left not long ago. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Yin Shui signaled for everyone to advance with caution, whispering, "Be careful. There may be others here." Suddenly, the warehouse door emitted a piercing creak. Chapter 14. A perilous encounter. Unspoken affections. The rusted iron door groaned with a sound that grated on the nerves. Slowly opening inward, releasing a chill and dampness that enveloped them, stirring up years of dust within the warehouse that danced in the dim light like phantoms. Yin Shui gripped her ice pick tightly, signaling the team to spread out and approach the warehouse cautiously. The crunching snow beneath their feet seemed to amplify the surrounding silence, heightening the tension in the air. The horse hunter closely followed Yin Shui, his penetrating gaze scanning the surroundings with the sharpness of a leopard. Be cautious. There could be other survivors here, or perhaps. Yin Shui hesitated, omitting the word predators, but everyone present understood her implication. In the face of the cold wave. Human nature can be more terrifying than beasts. Explorer Wu, however, grew impatient, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, come on, Yin Shui. You're being overly cautious. It's just an old warehouse. What could possibly be lurking within? I'll go take a look. Yin Shui's brow furrowed. Wu the explorer, don't act impulsively. We must proceed with caution. Yet Wu the explorer paid her no heed, striding boldly toward the warehouse door while muttering, "Coward, what danger could there be?" Feng the thief and Aunt Lin exchanged glances, letting out resigned sighs. Feng Xiaotu whispered to Aunt Lin, "When will Explorer Wu ever change his temper?" Aunt Lin shook her head in resignation. Alas, that old Wu simply has too much confidence. Yin Shui took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within her, and quietly instructed the Hunter Ma, "Stay close to me and ensure everyone's safety." Hunter Ma nodded, gripping his hunting rifle even tighter. The warehouse was dimly lit, the air thick with the musty scent of mildew and dust, rendering it stifling. Explorer Wu cautiously advanced, suddenly halting in his tracks, his gaze fixed ahead. "What is this?" he murmured to himself, reaching out to touch a suspended metallic device. "Don't move!" Yin Shui suddenly realized something, yelling to stop him, but it was too late. As soon as Explorer Wu's fingers brushed the cold metal, the ceiling of the warehouse emitted a chilling click. Instantly, a massive net woven from coarse burlap, exuding a potent odor of decay, descended like a monstrous beast with a gaping maw, ensnaring Explorer Wu completely. He cried out, trapped and immobile, struggling like a captured wild animal in the net, desperately attempting to free himself. However, the net's ropes were remarkably resilient. The more he struggled, the tighter they constricted. "This is bad. It's a trap." Yin Shui's face turned ashen, and she swiftly raised her ice pick, intending to cut the ropes. Yet, at that moment, a horrifying scraping sound echoed from the ground of the warehouse. Surrounding Explorer Wu, the ground cracked open, revealing numerous sharp steel spikes that emerged like venomous serpents, glinting ominously as they slowly advanced toward him. These spikes were riddled with rust and menacing barbs, indicating that they were far from benign. A single puncture could prove fatal or at the very least, deeply wounding. "Damn it!" Hunter Ma roared, swiftly loading his rifle, aiming at the spikes ready to fire. However, he quickly realized that in such confined quarters, a shot could easily hit Explorer Wu instead. Aunt Lin gasped in horror, her face wrinkled with dread. "Oh my heavens, what is this ghastly contraption?" Amidst the chaos, a shadow darted by like a gust of wind. It was Feng Xiaotu. Light on his feet, he leapt to the edge of the trap in an instant. In his hand, a small dagger appeared, its blade gleaming like lightning as he swiftly cut through the mechanism of the steel spikes, sparks flying. With a series of crisp sounds, the spikes poised to strike Explorer Wu suddenly lost their momentum and collapsed to the ground. Feng Xiaotu grinned triumphantly, twisting his wrist to slice through several critical knots of the net, and with a few swift motions, the resilient net was severed, causing Explorer Wu to tumble awkwardly to the floor. Cough, coughed, he gasped, still shaken, his face pale from the brush with death. Well, what do you think? With me, old Feng, nothing is insurmountable, he boasted, twirling the dagger in his hand, his eyes squinting with pride in the warehouse. After a brief calm, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. Just then, Yen Shui suddenly slipped, losing her balance and beginning to fall in a split second. A strong arm wrapped around her waist. Halting her descent, she gasped and looked up, meeting a pair of deep, night-like eyes. It was Hunter Ma. He steadied her, his firm grip like iron, a warm current spreading from their point of contact, dispelling the chill of the warehouse. Yen Shui's cheeks flushed with a sudden warmth, her heart racing inexplicably. Their eyes locked, time seemed to freeze, and the tense atmosphere of the warehouse appeared to soften under the unexpected intimacy. The surrounding team members exchanged knowing smiles. Feng Xiaotu winked and whistled, while Explorer Wu, unusually silent, merely chuckled, and Aunt Lin chimed in with a hearty laugh. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. Yen Shui quickly regained her composure, awkwardly avoiding Hunter Ma's gaze, clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment. Thank you, she murmured, her voice barely a whisper yet resonating clearly in the stillness of the warehouse. Hunter Ma withdrew his arm, a faint blush crossing his face, scratching his head and smiling sheepishly. It's nothing, just be careful that I tea that moment. Yen Shui's gaze drifted to a corner of the warehouse, where a pile of tarpaulin-covered items caught her attention. Intrigued, she approached and pulled back the tarpaulin. This is? A spark of excitement flickered in her eyes as she uncovered several sealed metal barrels, their surfaces marked with clear labels. Fuel, fuel. We found fuel, she exclaimed, her voice brimming with joy. The team members gathered around. Exhilarated by the news, in a world ravaged by the cold wave, fuel was more precious than gold. With fuel, they could power more machinery, enhancing their chances of survival. Fantastic. Now we needn't worry about running out of fuel. Explorer Wu rubbed his hands together in delight, the earlier awkwardness forgotten. Thank the heavens. We've finally found fuel. Aunt Lin was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy brimming in her eyes as she clasped her hands in gratitude. Feng Xiaotu's eyes sparkled with mischief as he rubbed his chin, chuckling. With this fuel, we can? Yen Shui looked at her excited teammates, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Although this adventure had been fraught with peril, it had ultimately yielded bountiful rewards. Leaving the warehouse, the group pressed on, yet new challenges loomed ahead. Before them lay a broad river, its surface cloaked with a thin layer of ice, reflecting a ghostly blue light in the dim surroundings. Akin to a slumbering beast quietly awaiting its prey. The biting cold wind howled, swirling the snow on the ground and emitting a mournful sound, as if warning them of the dangers that lay ahead. Yen Shui halted, gazing intently at the frozen river, her brow furrowed. Hunter Ma stepped beside her, speaking gravely, the ice here is too thin. I fear. Before he could finish, a deep rumble echoed from afar. What is that sound? Feng Xiaotu pointed into the distance, his voice laced with dread. Chapter 15. Resources revealed, crises follow. The frigid wind sliced through the air like 100 daggers, mercilessly stinging their faces. Yen Shui fixed her gaze on the thinly iced river. Her brow knitted tightly, as if trying to extract water from it. The eerie blue surface shimmered ominously under the dim light, resembling an open maw, waiting for the unsuspecting to fall prey. The team members stood behind her. The atmosphere thick with tension, making it hard to breathe. Aunt Lin rubbed her frostbitten hands together, puffing out clouds of breath, while Explorer Wu, shedding his usual arrogance, fell silent. Only Feng Xiaotu occasionally darted his beady eyes around, as though scheming something. This river is troublesome. Yen Shui finally broke the silence, her voice deep and resolute, tinged with an almost imperceptible worry. The ice is too fragile. Acting recklessly could lead to disaster. She surveyed their surroundings. The biting wind howling like an enraged beast, sweeping up the snow and wreaking havoc in the air. The team members wore anxious expressions, their eyes betraying unease. Hunter Ma, you should test it. Yen Shui's tone brooked no argument. She knew hesitation was not an option now. Hunter Ma's expression shifted, and he nodded, drawing a dagger from his waist, cautiously approaching the river's edge. Taking a deep breath, he tentatively placed one foot on the ice. Crack! A sharp sound pierced the air, akin to needles stabbing into their eardrums. A spiderweb of cracks erupted beneath his foot, spreading rapidly outward. The team's hearts leapt into their throats, as if gripped by an invisible hand, their blood nearly freezing in their veins. Aunt Lin emitted a short gasp, covering her mouth, while Explorer Wu stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom what he was witnessing. Feng Xiaotu, terrified, pressed himself against the wall. Hunter Ma's complexion shifted dramatically. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, he quickly withdrew his foot from the ice, retreating like an arrow released from its bow, nearly rolling back to the bank. Huff, he gasped, his chest heaving violently, trembling uncontrollably with the dagger in his hand. Yin Shue's brow furrowed deeper. Crossing the river would not be an easy feat. This is too dangerous, she said slowly, her tone firm and unwavering. Just then, the rumbling sound grew nearer and clearer, echoing like the footsteps of death, instilling a sense of inexplicable dread in everyone. Yin Xue abruptly lifted her head, gazing in the direction of the sound, her grip tightening around her weapon, her lips parting slightly, yet no sound emerged. As if something had seized her throat, the howling wind whipped up the snow, piercing their faces like a multitude of tiny ice needles. In the distance, the roar of engines approached, growing louder, akin to a beast's growl, heralding the arrival of danger. Yin Xue's heart plummeted, a chill racing from her feet to the crown of her head. Almost simultaneously, a volley of bullets whizzed past, striking the ice nearby and sending shards flying. An enemy attack! The horse hunter roared, dropping to the ground with urgency. The others hurriedly sought cover, evading the onslaught of bullets. Feng Xiaotu moved especially swiftly, darting behind a massive rock like a startled rabbit. Trembling with fear, Aunt Lin, pale with fright, clutched a bundle tightly, murmuring prayers under her breath. Damn it! Yin Xue cursed silently, crouching behind a slanted ice block, observing the movements of the enemy. In the distance, several snowmobiles sped toward them, the figures atop them flickering in the blizzard, yet their weapons were unmistakably visible. They were vastly outnumbered. This could not continue. Wu the explorer, hiding beside Yin Xue, spoke with a hint of panic. Yin Xue gritted her teeth, her mind racing to devise a countermeasure. The ice was impassable, the enemy's firepower ferocious. They were trapped here like fish in a barrel. Just then, a figure emerged from the storm, as if a deity had descended. It was Gu Chuan. He held a peculiar device that emitted a soft golden light, strikingly visible against the dim sky. Jiu Chuan. A flicker of hope ignited within Yin Xue. Without uttering a word, Gu Chuan tossed the device onto the ice. Upon landing, the golden light surged, rapidly extending to both shores, and in the blink of an eye, a makeshift bridge spanned the ice. Sturdy and reliable, crossed the bridge. Gu Chuan's voice rang clear and powerful amidst the howling winds. The group dared not hesitate, rushing onto the bridge, racing toward the opposite shore. The bridge swayed slightly but remained extraordinarily solid, as though supported by boundless strength. Yin Xue glanced back. The enemy was drawing nearer, bullets striking around the bridge, sending up sprays of ice. Thank you, Gu Chuan. Yin Xue silently expressed her gratitude, quickening her pace. Once they safely reached the other side, Gu Chuan retracted the device, and the makeshift bridge vanished. The enemy, deprived of their target, could only futilely shoot from the opposite bank, their furious roars swallowed by the storm. Yin Xue looked at Gu Chuan, who merely smiled faintly, his gaze deep and enigmatic, as if harboring endless secrets. He turned his attention to the distance, his tone calm yet laced with a hint of chill. Let us go. The real battle has only just begun. The biting cold wind continued to howl, like countless vengeful spirits screaming in their ears, attempting to rend this frigid land asunder. The roar of engines mingled with gunfire, echoing across the desolate wilderness, sending shivers through the heart. The snowmobiles, akin to ferocious metal beasts, advanced with a roar, their bodies spitting flames and ruthlessly sweeping their surroundings. Bang, 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 bullets sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, splattering countless ice shards upon the surface, resembling blooming flowers of death. The team huddled tightly behind rocks and ice blocks, resolutely resisting the enemy's assault. The horse hunter, clutching a weathered rifle, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, constantly sought out the enemy's vulnerabilities. His finger tightened on the trigger. Each shot was unerringly precise, claiming an enemy life with every pull. Yin Shui commanded with composure, her voice steady and powerful. Wu the explorer. Watch the left flank, Feng Xiaotu. After assigning the tasks, the team members divided into 3 groups and set off in different directions. The wind and snow intensified, reducing visibility to a mere whisper, and soon each figure vanished into the vast white expanse. Yin Shui and the horsemen formed one group, trudging forward with great difficulty, guided by the compass's unwavering direction. Suddenly, the horseman halted, his gaze fixated on a snow-covered ruin ahead. What could that be? The biting wind, laden with snowflakes, whipped against their faces like countless icy blades, mercilessly cutting into their skin. Observing Yin Shui's face, which had begun to pale from the cold, the horseman, without uttering a word, removed his heavy coat and gently draped it over her shoulders. The warmth lingering in the coat dispelled some of the chill, causing Yin Shui's body to shudder slightly, as a wave of warmth surged within her. She looked up, meeting the horseman's concerned gaze, and an indescribable feeling of gratitude welled up inside her. His rugged features appeared unexpectedly gentle at that moment, akin to a ray of sunlight on a winter's day, warm and reassuring. A faint blush graced her cheeks, a blend of the cold wind's caress and her own shyness. The horseman gazed down at Yin Shui, her slightly flushed face adding an extra touch of allure. A wave of unspoken emotions stirred within him. He yearned to reach out, to smooth away the weariness etched on her brow, to pull her into his embrace and shield her from the storm. Just as this tender moment hovered between them, calamity struck. The snow beneath them suddenly gave way, revealing a dark, gaping pit without warning. They both gasped, their bodies losing balance in an instant, plummeting downward in a fleeting moment of instinct. They clutched the snow at the edge of the pit, barely managing to steady themselves. The pit yawned ominously, a dark maw exuding a chilling aura. Suspended in midair, their hands grew numb from the cold, the risk of slipping ever present. Their hearts thundered like drums, fear flooding their minds like a rising tide. As they struggled desperately, they heard the anxious shouts of their teammates nearby, laced with a hint of terror. Suddenly, a series of sharp roars, reminiscent of wild beasts, shattered the tranquility of the snowstorm. The situation turned dire in an instant. They had no idea what awaited them beneath the pit, nor could they discern whether the voices calling through the storm belonged to allies or foes. The horseman furrowed his brow, gripping Yin Shui's hand tightly. They exchanged a glance, and Yin Shui whispered, "Let us go." With that, they began to climb with all their strength. Chapter 17. Perilous tunnels. Breaking free from distress, Yin Shui clenched her teeth, using both hands and feet to ascend inch by inch. The horsemen followed closely behind, their movements synchronized as if they were expert rock climbers, straining upwards against the steep snow wall. The piercing cold wind lashed at their faces like a blade, numbing them almost to the point of losing sensation. "Hold on, we're almost there," the horseman called to Yin Shui, his voice hoarse and trembling. Yin Shui remained silent, her determination fueling her ascent, at last. Their hands grasped the edge of the pit, and they both heaved themselves over the brink, collapsing onto the snow, gasping for breath. "What about the others?" Yin Shui scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of any other team members aside from the distant shouts. "Let us head towards the sound." The horseman struggled to his feet and began moving toward the source of the cries. Yin Shui followed closely, their feet sinking into the snow as they trudged onward. After about 15 minutes, they finally spotted a dark opening, from which the shouts were emanating. "Be careful," Yin Shui cautioned, as they approached the entrance with utmost caution, vigilantly observing their surroundings. "Yin team, horse brother, we're here," came the voice of Wu, the adventurer, from within the cave. Relieved, Yin Shui and the horsemen hurried inside. It was the entrance to an underground passage, shrouded in darkness, where not even a hand could be seen. "What happened? How did we end up in an underground passage?" Yin Shui inquired. "We don't know either. The ground suddenly collapsed, and we fell in," came Aunt Lin's voice, tinged with a hint of fear. "Everyone be cautious. The situation here is unclear, and we must remain vigilant," Yin Shui warned. And no sooner had she spoken than a tremendous crash echoed above, and stones began to rain down, causing the entire underground passage to tremble violently. "It's a collapse. Run, Feng," the thief shouted in panic. The team members scattered in confusion, chaos erupting all around. "Everyone, stay calm," Don't run wildly, Yin Shui shouted, striving to maintain order. However, the collapse came too swiftly and violently. Massive stones fell like rain, as if fate intended to bury them here. There seems to be a gap over here. Feng's voice emerged from the pile of rubble, tinged with excitement. Agile as a monkey, he navigated through the chaos, keenly spotting a narrow crevice just wide enough for a person to pass through. Over here. There's a gap? He exclaimed, his voice piercing through the roaring underground passage. Yin Shui and the others, grasping at this lifeline, rushed toward Feng's direction. Feng was the first to squeeze through the gap, then helped his teammates one by one into the safety of the other side. Aunt Lin, slightly plump, found herself wedged in the middle of the crevice, unable to advance or retreat. Her forehead slick with sweat. Oh dear, what am I to do with these old arms and legs? She cried in distress. Don't panic, Auntie. I'll help you. The horseman grasped Aunt Lin's hand and, summoning all his strength, finally pulled her through. Once everyone was safely on the other side of the gap, the entrance to the passage collapsed completely, severing their connection to the outside. Thanks to you, little Feng. Otherwise, we would have perished here, Wu, the adventurer, said, still shaken. Others also expressed their gratitude to Feng. Yin Shui patted Feng's shoulder, saying appreciatively, well done, little Feng. You've saved the day. Feng scratched his head shyly, a simple smile spreading across his face. Deeper in the passage, the air grew damp and cold, and faint sounds of commotion could be heard. The group stepped lightly, cautiously probing the way forward. As they turned a corner, a vast underground space opened up before them. In the center, a ragtag group of fierce-looking individuals huddled around a campfire for warmth, brandishing rudimentary weapons as they warily scanned their surroundings. Who goes there? One burly man bellowed, his voice echoing in the expansive underground chamber. Before Yin Shui and her companions could respond, the group launched an attack, crude arrows whistling through the air toward them. Watch out! Yin Shui shouted, and everyone swiftly dodged. The battle erupted instantly, cries of war and the clash of weapons resonating through the narrow passage. Feng, the thief, hid behind a large rock, anxiously observing the enemy's movements. Clutching his dagger tightly, he noted that the enemy's attacks seemed to follow a certain pattern. Horse brother, Feng whispered, leaning closer to the horseman's ear to share his observations. The horseman's eyes brightened, a sly grin flashing across his face. Good lad, you're observant, he praised, patting Feng's shoulder, then raised his voice to command the team to alter their tactics and strike during the enemy's attack intervals. Wu, you hold their fire? Aunt Lin, protect yourself and be ready to support. Little Feng, follow me. The horseman charged into the fray like a tiger unleashed, wielding a makeshift spear, leading Feng into the ranks of the enemy. Caught off guard by the sudden shift in tactics, the attackers faltered. The horseman's spear struck with deadly precision, each thrust finding its mark. Feng darted through the enemy lines like a nimble raccoon, his dagger flashing as he took down foes with agility. The enemy began to retreat under the horseman's relentless assault, panic creeping into their ranks. The horseman, emboldened by the fray, felt a surge of youthful vigor. As if he were reliving the thrill of the hunt, he roared triumphantly, a force of nature, instilling fear in every adversary faced. Yet, the enemy refused to concede defeat. Seeing their frontal assault faltering, they devised a cunning plan. Igniting the debris within the passage in a bid to drive Yin Shui and her comrades back with fire. The dry materials ignited instantly, flames spreading rapidly, filling the passage with thick smoke that choked the air. Despair gripped the team. Would they perish in this inferno? The smoke stung Yin Shui's eyes, tears blurring her vision. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, she searched for an escape route. Just then, she caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a hidden door in the wall of the passage. Over there! There's a hidden door, Yin Shui shouted with every ounce of strength. The team, sensing a glimmer of hope, converged towards the secret door. Fear and hope intertwined. Their hearts raced like drums. Yin Shui reached the hidden door first and pushed against it with all her might. But it wouldn't budge. Let me try. The horseman charged forward, slamming his shoulder against the door. No use. This door is too thick. Feng suddenly pointed to an inconspicuous groove beside the door. Look, there seems to be a mechanism here. Let me give it a try. The intrepid explorer Wu hurried forward. Chapter 18. A glimmer of hope, the final exploration. With utmost caution, The explorer delicately inserted his finger into the groove. And with a gentle press, a soft click resonated, causing the hidden door to slowly creak open. A musty odor, long sealed away, rushed forth, mingling with the distinct scents of food and fuel, invigorating the spirits of the gathered crowd. Behind the door lay an expanse of darkness, where unknown fears intertwined with the hope of survival, causing every heartbeat to quicken, echoing like the beating of drums. Yen Shui inhaled deeply, raising her torch high as she boldly stepped into the shadows. The flickering flame illuminated the space beyond the door, revealing a vast warehouse. Rows of shelves stood orderly, laden with cans, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and various other provisions, alongside numerous barrels of fuel emitting a pungent aroma. The sight of such ample resources, sufficient to sustain the base for an extended period, felt akin to discovering a treasure trove. Goodness! So many supplies! The horse hunter exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to grasp the reality before him. We have succeeded. Wu, overwhelmed with excitement, found himself at a loss for words, the fatigue and fear that had haunted him dissipating in an instant. Feng the thief leapt up in exhilaration, his movements akin to a jubilant dancer. As if he had just won the lottery. Even Aunt Lin, typically so verbose, was rendered speechless, her hands rubbing together in glee, her face aglow with joy. Yen Shui gazed at the scene before her. Tears of elation welling in her eyes, she understood the significance of these supplies. They represented hope for the base, a chance for more lives to endure. The team erupted in cheers, embracing one another, celebrating this hard-won victory. All weariness, fear, and despair vanished in that moment. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Who goes there? The horse hunter shouted, his voice sharp with alertness as he tightened his grip on his weapon. This is bad. We have trouble. His rugged voice boomed like thunder, instantly shattering the group's revelry. Grabbing a nearby iron rod, he fixed his sharp gaze on the entrance like a predatory cheetah. The other team members quickly sprang into action, raising their weapons and forming a protective circle, vigilantly watching the dark entrance. Indeed, the sound of chaotic footsteps grew nearer, accompanied by heavy breathing and the metallic clanging of weapons. Suddenly, a group of burly men armed with knives and clubs stormed into the warehouse, their fierce expressions resembling that of ferocious beasts. I never imagined such a treasure could be hidden here. Brothers, seize it! The lead bald man cackled menacingly, brandishing his machete as he charged toward them. The situation turned dire in an instant, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Yen Shui inhaled deeply, quickly regaining her composure, and commanded loudly, "Back to back! Stay calm, Aunt Lin. Take cover behind the shelves. The rest of you, engage freely." The team members, well-trained, immediately followed Yen Shui's orders. The horse hunter swung his iron rod like an enraged bull, toppling the foremost enemy to the ground. Though Wu was somewhat arrogant, his agility was not to be underestimated, as he deftly wielded his short knife, slicing through the enemy's garments, leaving trails of crimson. Feng the thief, nimble as a monkey, darted between adversaries, seizing opportunities to strike and creating considerable chaos among them. Yen Shui brandished a flaming stick, resembling a dancing fire spirit, continually obstructing the foes. Her gaze was cold and resolute, and as she swung the stick, she also searched for weaknesses in the enemy's formation. Striving to break through, the battle raged fiercely, with waves of enemy assaults appearing relentless. The shelves in the warehouse were knocked askew, supplies scattered everywhere. Despite the team's tenacious resistance, the sheer number of adversaries began to overwhelm them. Suddenly, a muffled grunt echoed as the horse hunter was struck in the chest. Blood instantly staining his clothes, he staggered, sinking to one knee, his complexion pale as a ghost, the iron rod slipping from his grasp. "Horse hunter!" Yen Shui cried out, her heart racing with urgency. She yearned to rush to his aid, but several enemies surrounded her, making escape impossible. At that moment, a commotion arose at the warehouse entrance. A ragged man with a sinister gaze stepped inside, surveying the chaos with a satisfied grin, slowly raising his gun. "Haha, what a splendid battle! But the game must come to an end," he sneered coldly, aiming his weapon at the fiercely resisting Yen Shui and beginning to pull the trigger. Just as the tension reached its peak, a chilling voice pierced through the chaos. "You all, this must end." Yu Chuan's figure appeared at the entrance, holding a box that gleamed with a metallic sheen. His eyes were icy, resembling a messenger from the depths of hell, exuding an oppressive aura that stifled the air. Before anyone could react, he abruptly opened the box, revealing several uniquely designed weapons that shimmered with an eerie blue light. What is this?" Wu inquired, bewildered. Gu Chuan offered no reply. Merely picking up one weapon and handing it to Yin Xue.as, she grasped the weapon. A chilling energy coursed through her arm, amplifying her strength manifold, as if she had been endowed with boundless power. Simultaneously, Gu Chuan retrieved several small vials from the box, offering them to the wounded horse hunter. "Drink this," he instructed succinctly. Without hesitation, the horse hunter accepted the vial and downed its contents. Miraculously, his chest wound began to heal at an observable rate, the pain subsiding as well. As this, a divine remedy? He asked in astonishment. Jiu Chuan ignored his query, distributing the remaining weapons to the other team members. Armed with these advanced weapons, the team surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains, their combat prowess skyrocketing. They transformed from defenders to aggressors, forcing the enemies to retreat in disarray, with Gu Chuan's formidable weapons and healing potions bolstering their spirits. The team fought with renewed vigor, seamlessly coordinating their efforts to corner the adversaries. Realizing their predicament, the enemies began to abandon their weapons and flee in panic. The battle within the warehouse finally came to a close, and the team embraced in celebration, cheers echoing to the heavens. They had successfully completed their exploratory mission, not only acquiring a wealth of supplies, but also repelling a formidable foe, laying a strong foundation for the base's future. However, amidst their triumph, Yin Shui stumbled upon a tattered map hidden within a dusty book. The map marked a mysterious location, surrounded by strange symbols, exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura. Yin Shui studied the map, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She sensed that this was not merely an ordinary map. It potentially concealed greater secrets and hinted at forthcoming challenges. "What is this?" Gu Chuan approached Yin Shui, following her gaze to the map. Without responding, she slowly folded the map and tucked it into her pocket. Raising her head, her gaze unwavering, she addressed Gu Chuan. "We have more pressing matters to attend to." Chapter 19. The Journey Resumes. Quest for Resources. Yin Shui unfurled the tattered map discovered within the old book. The coarse parchment bore strange symbols that danced like wraiths, indicating locations that seemed to harbor secrets of the abyss. Under the dim light, the team members gathered closely, their expressions grave. Yin Shui traced her fingertip along the blurred lines of the map, her brow knitted as if deciphering an ancient riddle. The horse hunter scratched his head anxiously, his ruddy nose glowing under the light, while Wu squinted, his sharp gaze peering from behind his glasses. Feng the thief rubbed his hands together, a flicker of unease glinting in his small eyes. Although Aunt Lin remained silent, the tension in her tightly pressed lips and anxious gaze betrayed her trepidation towards the unknown. The warehouse was unnervingly silent, the sound of their breathing distinctly audible. The air thick with tension, weighing heavily on their hearts. "What is this cryptic scroll pointing to?" The horse hunter finally broke the silence, his tone tinged with impatience. Yin Shui remained unfazed, her eyes, sharp as a hawk's, fixated on a circled area on the map. "According to this map, our next destination lies here," she declared, her voice low yet powerful, as if heralding an impending battle. After a brief respite, the team set forth once more. They trudged along the path indicated by the map, braving the biting cold wind with great difficulty. The surrounding world was steeped in desolation, a blanket of white snow shrouding everything, as if the earth wore a heavy shroud of mourning. Cautiously, they advanced, their feet sinking into the thick snow, each step producing a crunching sound. Suddenly, a colossal ice wall loomed before them, blocking their path. This was a valley road completely obstructed by ice and snow, the biting wind carrying flurries that wailed through the gorge, reminiscent of a chorus of despairing phantoms. The way was sealed tight, resembling a vast white tomb, halting their progress. The team's previously soaring morale plummeted, an indescribable sense of frustration washing over them. "Damn it, not again!" the horse hunter exclaimed, delivering a kick to the ice wall that resonated dully. Explorer Wu furrowed his brow, instinctively adjusting the glasses perched on his nose, his expression revealing a palpable displeasure, as if he were dissatisfied with the predicament before him. He muttered to himself, "I warned against taking this route long ago. There is no indication of it on the map. Perhaps we should take a detour." Yin Shue's voice, calm and resolute, pierced through the somber atmosphere enveloping the group. Instead of directly addressing Wu's complaint, she cast her gaze into the distance, her eyes glimmering with an elusive light. Her suggestion received unanimous assent, even surprising Wu, who was typically so self-assured, as he refrained from voicing any dissent. Silently, he stowed away the map, rubbed his frostbitten hands together, and fell in line with the others. This subtle shift warmed Yin Shue's heart. It seemed their previous conversation had indeed made an impact. The detour proved to be more arduous than anticipated. A sudden surge of frigid air intensified, and the wind and snow raged, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. The gale howled like a wild beast, tearing at their garments, while the snowflakes struck their faces like shards of glass, inflicting sharp pain. The world around them descended into chaos, a blinding white veil obscuring all sense of direction. This wretched weather, the horse hunter muttered, wrapping his tattered cotton coat tighter around himself, his teeth chattering. The warmth of his breath instantly transforming into a misty cloud. Feng the thief followed closely behind Aunt Lin, hunched over like a frightened rabbit. Aunt Lin occasionally glanced back at him, her voice a constant murmur. "Little Feng, stay close, don't fall behind." Wu the explorer remained silent, trudging onward, the lenses of his glasses encrusted with frost, blurring his vision, yet he resolutely continued to follow the group. His transformation brought Yin Shue a sense of solace. It appeared that the crisis had drawn them closer together. The wind and snow grew increasingly fierce, threatening to engulf them. The thick layer of snow beneath their feet made every step excruciatingly laborious. The biting cold pierced their skin like needles, leaving them shivering uncontrollably. The snow at it seems to be getting heavier. Feng the thief's voice trembled, laced with fear. All around them was a white expanse, void of sound save for the howling of the wind. They felt as though they were ensnared in a vast white prison, directionless and devoid of hope. "Hold on," Yin Shue's voice, though faint amidst the tempest, carried an undeniable strength. "We will surely find shelter." At that moment, the horse hunter abruptly halted, pointing ahead, his voice quivering. What is that?" The wind shrieked, and the heavy snow lashed against every inch of exposed skin. Visibility was abysmal, and within the whiteness, only the blurred outlines of companions could be discerned. In the direction the horse hunter indicated, a massive black silhouette emerged from the swirling snow, like a lurking beast, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. "Yes, adios, attent," Aunt Lin exclaimed joyfully, her voice slightly distorted by the wind, yet brimming with hope. The tent's sudden appearance was as refreshing as an oasis in a desert, instantly rekindling the flickering flame of hope within the hearts of the group. Gu Chuan had mysteriously positioned himself beside the tent, holding several steaming kettles. "Come in quickly." Gu Chuan's voice was deep and commanding, akin to a warming fire on a frigid night, soothing everyone's spirits. The group stumbled into the tent, which was as warm as spring, a stark contrast to the icy world outside. Jiu Chuan had conjured some heating devices from seemingly nowhere, enveloping the interior in a cozy warmth that banished the chill from their bodies. Accepting the hot drink from Gu Chuan, a wave of warmth surged from their throats to their stomachs, dispelling the cold that had seeped into their bones, gradually restoring their vitality. This is nothing short of a miracle," the horse hunter remarked after sipping the hot beverage, his voice laced with wonder. Just as they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, the tranquility within the tent was abruptly shattered by a cacophony of footsteps outside, followed by the sharp crack of gunfire. "This is bad. We're ambushed." The horse hunter's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Years of hunting experience had honed his instinct for danger. Almost simultaneously, dozens of figures emerged from the swirling snow, encircling the tent, clad in heavy winter gear and wielding an array of weapons. Their eyes glinted with malice, unmistakably hostile. "Don't move. Hand over everything of value." A gruff voice rang out from the crowd, laced with a threatening undertone. The atmosphere turned tense, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. The horse hunter quickly concealed himself behind a stack of supplies in the corner of the tent. Gripping a dagger tightly, his gaze sharply attuned to the unfolding events outside. Tension mounted, and conflict seemed imminent. Just then, Feng the thief suddenly pointed towards the rear of the enemy, exclaiming, "Look, there seems to be a warehouse back there." Following Feng's gesture, the group indeed spotted a structure partially buried in snow, its outline faintly discernible. However, the enemy's firepower was overwhelming, rendering any approach impossible. "What do we do?" Feng's voice quavered. Yen Shui remained silent. Her focus locked onto the enemy's formation, her mind racing to devise a strategy. Chapter 20. Breaking through the dilemma, a glimmer of resources, the biting wind whipped through the snowflakes like countless icy blades, relentlessly battering the tent. Gunfire erupted, dense and rapid, shattering the silence of this snow-covered expanse and ringing painfully in their ears. Yen Shui pressed her lips together, her gaze sharp as an eagle's, scanning the chaotic gunfire for the enemy's layout. The figures clad in heavy winter gear resembled a pack of bloodthirsty beasts, surrounding the tent with an impenetrable barrier. Her mind raced, gears turning swiftly, analyzing every detail, searching for a possible escape route. There was no hint of panic in her eyes, only an unwavering calm and resolve. In this life-or-death moment, she had to make the right call to lead her team out of peril. Just as the enemy's fire reached its peak, the horse hunter chose not to hide like the others. Instead, he stealthily maneuvered to the enemy's flank like a cunning cheetah, avoiding detection. With agility akin to a woodland sprite, he evaded the enemy's gaze. Then, with a swift motion, he raised his dagger and struck a frozen metal plate, producing a resounding clang. The sudden noise pierced through the cacophony of gunfire, instantly capturing the enemy's attention. The guns that had previously trained on the tent swung towards the source of the sound, their formation disrupted, and their fire weakened, granting the group a momentary respite. "Good," Wu the explorer growled, hope rekindling in his eyes. The earlier despondency that had clouded his mood lifted, invigorated by the horse hunter's bold action. Feng the thief pumped his fist in excitement, feeling as though he could glimpse the dawn of escape. Aunt Lin clutched her first aid kit tightly, beads of sweat dotting her brow, her determination only intensified. Yen Shui's lips curled slightly, her gaze sweeping across the battlefield, ultimately fixating on the vague outline of the warehouse behind the enemy. Her expression contemplative, she spoke softly, "The opportunity has arrived." Yen Shui commanded, "Break through." Simultaneously, Gu Chuan retrieved what appeared to be an ordinary ceramic basin. "A treasure pot," he muttered an incantation, and a thick plume of white smoke erupted from the basin, spiraling like a great dragon, swiftly enveloping the entire battlefield in a shroud of mist. Cough, cough, the enemy, caught off guard, choked on the sudden cloud, their aim faltering as bullets flew wildly, failing to find their mark. Within the fog, Yen Shui and her companions moved like phantoms, their weapons transforming into lethal blades, reaping the lives of their adversaries. The horse hunter, nimble and swift, darted through the smoke like a leopard, his dagger glinting coldly, each strike claiming a life. Wu the explorer, seasoned and astute, utilized the terrain to evade enemy attacks while delivering decisive blows. Feng the thief, agile as a monkey, leaped and bounded through the mist, disrupting the enemy's formation and exhausting their resolve. Aunt Lin trailed closely behind, ever ready to provide medical assistance to any wounded comrades. As the smoke began to dissipate, the battlefield lay strewn with bodies, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Yen Shui led her team swiftly toward the warehouse. The heavy doors of the warehouse stood closed, rusted and exuding a chill. Wu the explorer stepped forward, scrutinizing the entrance for any mechanism to unlock it. "Let me handle this," he declared confidently, producing a set of professional lock-picking tools from his backpack. "Oh, come on, old Wu, with your flashy tricks, let me take over." Feng the thief scoffed, extracting a slender wire from his pocket. "For this ancient contraption, my old method will suffice. What do you know? This is a high-security lock, not something your petty tricks can open." Wu shot Feng a glare, the tools clinking together in his hands, yet he remained unable to unlock the door. "Hey, old Wu, can you even do this? Don't waste time." Feng's impatience grew as the frigid air threatened to freeze them all solid. Wu flushed with frustration, veins bulging on his forehead. "I just need time. Do you understand?" All right, everyone, quiet down." Yen Shui sharply admonished the two individuals, insisting that this was not the time for bickering and urging them to find a way to open the heavy door. "Let me give it a try," Feng Xiaotu proposed, inserting a wire into the lock and deftly manipulating it. With a soft click, the door slowly creaked open. Wu Tangjian's eyes widened in disbelief, and the tools in his hands clattered to the ground. "Let us go," Feng Xiaotu said with a triumphant raise of his eyebrows, stepping into the dimly lit warehouse first. Inside, darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Yin Shui and the others cautiously felt their way forward. The air thick with a damp, decaying odor. Be careful, Yin Shui warned in a hushed tone. There may be traps here. As soon as she spoke, a sudden crack echoed. Feng Xiaotu, still reveling in his triumph, had not yet fully landed when a sharp snap resounded, and the floor beneath him suddenly collapsed. Vicious spikes shot up from the ground like venomous serpents, threatening to pierce their faces. Lin Dama shrieked, stumbling backward and narrowly avoiding being impaled in a split second. Feng Xiaotu reacted swiftly, twisting his body in midair to narrowly evade the lethal assault, landing securely on a stable patch of floor. A trap! Everyone be cautious, he shouted, his heart still racing. The dim light within the warehouse heightened the eerie atmosphere, as the glint of the spikes in the darkness resembled the scythe of death. Ma Lai Ren quickly rolled aside to avoid the attack, yet a gash marred his face. Wu Tanjian was less fortunate. A spike struck his leg, eliciting a muffled groan as he collapsed. Old Wu? Yin Shui exclaimed in alarm, wishing to assist but finding herself obstructed by the dense spikes. In a moment of desperation, Feng Xiaotu's gaze sharpened, scanning the trap with seemingly piercing insight. This way. Follow me, he shouted, his body weaving like a nimble cat through the maze of spikes, each step precisely landing in safe zones. The others dared not hesitate, closely trailing Feng Xiaotu, cautiously evading the treacherous traps. At that moment, Feng Xiaotu's agility was displayed in full splendor. He danced along the precipice of danger, deftly transforming peril into safety. Finally, they navigated through the treacherous area unscathed. Wu Tanjian, clutching his injured leg, cast a grateful glance at Feng Xiaotu. Thanks to you, kid. I owe you my life this time. Hee, no big deal. Feng Xiaotu scratched his head, a rare look of bashfulness crossing his face. I was just lucky. Yin Shui patted Feng Xiaotu's shoulder, her eyes glimmering with approval. Well done. The group took a brief moment to catch their breath before delving deeper into the warehouse. Passing through the shadowy corridor, they arrived at an even heavier metal door. This door stood resolutely shut, adorned with a uniquely shaped keyhole that exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. What kind of lock is this? Ma Lai Ren frowned. Reaching out to touch the keyhole, which felt icy to the touch, Wu Tanjian also stepped forward to inspect it but shook his head. I've never seen such a lock. It seems my unlocking tools won't be of use here. The atmosphere grew tense once more. After overcoming the enemy's ambush and deadly traps, they were now thwarted by a formidable door. Yin Shui scrutinized the keyhole closely, her brow furrowed, her fingers gently tracing the patterns on its edge as if lost in thought. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaotu rummaged through the corners of the warehouse, muttering, perhaps we can find a key. Suddenly, he halted, his eyes lighting up. Chapter 21. Abundant resources, new crisis looming. Feng Xiaotu's eyes sparkled as he retrieved a rusty key from a battered box in the corner. Its peculiar shape matched the keyhole perfectly. Excitedly, he rushed over, holding the key aloft and exclaiming, I found the key. The others immediately gathered around, their gazes fixated on the key in Feng Xiaotu's hand, their eyes shimmering with hope. The warehouse was so silent that one could hear a pin drop, only the sound of their hurried breaths breaking the stillness. Yin Shui took the key, inhaled deeply, and slowly inserted it into the lock. With a gentle click, the ancient lock turned. The heavy metal door rumbled open, releasing a long-sealed breath of air, mingled with the distinctive sense of food and fuel. As the door swung fully open, an astonishing sight greeted them. Mountains of supplies, boxes of canned goods, bags of compressed biscuits, and barrels of fuel were neatly stacked in the depths of the warehouse. Gleaming enticingly, Wei Vi struck gold. Wei Vi hit the jackpot. Ma Lai Ren shouted in exhilaration, the tension in his muscles finally easing, and all fatigue dissipated. Wu Tanjian couldn't contain his smile, having never witnessed such a bountiful stockpile. Lin Dama was overcome with joy, tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly exclaimed, This is wonderful, wonderful. Now everyone will be saved. Yin Shui gazed at the scene before her, a profound joy and sense of accomplishment swelling within her. She understood that the success of this mission would bring new hope to their base. Clenching her fists, her eyes sparkled with determination. Just as the group reveled in their joy, a deep roar suddenly echoed from outside the warehouse, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Wu Tanjian's expression shifted abruptly as he seized Feng Xiaodo's arm, urgently stating, "This is bad. Something is approaching." The jubilant atmosphere within the warehouse felt as if it had been doused with cold water. Freezing in an instant, the joy on their faces had barely faded when the unexpected roar left them pale with fear. Yin Shui was the first to react. She quickly shielded her companions behind her, her gaze sharp and hawk-like as she surveyed the surroundings. "Quick, load the supplies," she commanded firmly, her tone brooking no argument. The others snapped to attention, hastily scrambling to transport the supplies. Although Ma Lai Run was still caught up in excitement, he was quick to grab 2 heavy barrels of fuel and strode outward. The group worked feverishly to load the supplies onto the sled, swiftly exiting the warehouse. Upon emerging into the snow, they noticed the once pristine snow had been trampled into a mushy mess. Gigantic footprints marred the ground, each resembling those of a colossal beast, deeply imprinted in the snow and emanating a chilling aura. What is this creature?" Feng Xiaodo's voice trembled as he pointed at the footprints. Wu Tanjian crouched down to examine the shape of the prints, his brow furrowed, his expression grave. "These aren't the tracks of an ordinary beast. The shape of these prints resembles some mutated creature." The air seemed to thicken, the earlier atmosphere of joy replaced by an overwhelming sense of tension and dread. Lin Dama's chatter ceased as she clutched her bundle tightly, while Yin Shui slowly drew her dagger, the cold blade glinting ominously in the frigid wind. She understood that the true danger was only just beginning. The team hastened toward the base, the atmosphere oppressive and stifling. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the silence as a massive shadow lunged at them from the side, propelled by a foul wind. "Watch out!" Yin Shui shouted, raising her dagger to confront the threat. It was a mutated beast, its size several times that of a normal creature, covered in tough scales, with a grotesque face, its fangs bared and glistening with a bloodthirsty gleam. The team scrambled to defend themselves, only to find that the mutated beast possessed an astonishing strength. Each strike carried tremendous force. Drawing on his experience, Wu Tanjian sought to identify the creature's weakness, only to realize that it was entirely encased in impenetrable scales, making it nearly impossible to find a vulnerable point. Feng Xiaotu, agile as ever, found his attacks rendered ineffective against the beast's superior speed. Lin Dama could only cower at the back, stifling her screams. Ma Lai Ren swung his weapon desperately, attempting to fend off the mutated beast, but was swatted away, crashing heavily into the snow, blood instantly staining the white ground. "Ma Lai Ren," Yin Shui cried out, her grip tightening around her dagger, poised to charge in, but she caught sight of Wu Tanjian's resolute expression. He seemed to have made a decision. Just then, he shouted, "Run! I'll hold it off." Before Wu Tanjian could finish, a beam of golden light descended from above, landing steadily in front of Yin Shui. It was a uniquely crafted weapon, radiating a brilliant glow, with an unusual energy swirling around the grip. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a steady voice rang out from a distance. "Yin Shui? Use it!" It was Gu Chuan. He had appeared on a nearby hillside, holding a shimmering treasure pot, the legendary gathering pot. Without hesitation, Yin Shui seized the weapon. A surge of immense power coursed through her body. As if she had merged with the weapon itself, she raised it high, aiming at the mutated creature, and pulled the trigger with fervor. Boom! A dazzling beam shot forth from the weapon, striking the mutated beast squarely in the head. With a piercing screech, the massive creature convulsed violently, green blood gushing forth and staining the pristine snow. The mutated beast writhed in agony, unable to withstand the onslaught of this formidable force, retreating in defeat. The spectators stood in awe, the weaponess might surpassing their wildest imaginations. Under the relentless assault of the beam, the mutated beast ultimately collapsed, lifeless. With the crisis averted, the team sighed in relief, casting grateful glances toward Gu Chuan. The horse hunter struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and sincerely exclaimed, "Boss Gu, your treasure truly is miraculous." The crowd returned to the base, laden with abundant supplies and the joy of having survived a harrowing ordeal. As the gates of the base swung open, the sight of mountains of resources ignited a deafening cheer among the people. They embraced, leaped, and celebrated this hard-won victory. Yin Shui reported the findings of their exploration to Gu Chuan, their eyes meeting in a moment of shared understanding. However, amidst the revelry, A sudden, urgent alarm rang out from the lookout post. Report. A large number of mutated creatures are approaching the base. The jubilant cheers abruptly ceased, and the atmosphere turned tense and oppressive. Yin Shui and Gu Chuan exchanged a grave glance and declared, "Gather everyone. Prepare for battle." Yin Shui turned and walked toward the map of the base. Chapter 22. Initial defense preparations. Facing the mutants, Yin Shui stood before the metallic map, which glimmered coldly, her finger tracing the perimeter of the base as her brow furrowed tightly, like a knot that could not be untangled. The biting chill of the cold wave seemed to seep through the steel walls, freezing the air and stifling every breath. The distant roars of the mutated creatures echoed ominously, like the relentless beat of a death knell, striking fear into the hearts of all. She knew that a comprehensive defense plan was the assurance of hundreds of lives within the base, and the weight of this responsibility nearly suffocated her. Around her, the joy of survival had long been replaced by fear. Anxious faces reflected in her vision, their hopeful gazes burning into her back like torches. "My proposal is," Yin Shui broke the suffocating silence, her voice slightly hoarse as she articulated her plan. To construct 3 lines of defense, the outermost layer featuring traps and obstacles to slow the advance of the mutated creatures. The middle layer comprised of fire points to concentrate firepower, and the innermost layer as an impregnable fortress. She paused, scanning the crowd, hoping to find a glimmer of affirmation on their faces. However, the chief engineer was the first to disrupt this fleeting calm. Adjusting his glasses, he questioned with skepticism, "Captain Yin, your plan is overly idealistic. We currently lack sufficient steel and cement to construct such extensive fortifications. I am aware of the material shortages." Yin Shui inhaled deeply, striving to suppress her inner turmoil, "but we can substitute with existing resources, such as reinforcing obstacles with abandoned vehicles, and—" "Substitute? With that scrap metal?" The chief engineer interrupted her mercilessly, his tone laced with disdain. "Captain Yin, you are speaking of wishful thinking. Those materials cannot withstand the onslaught of the mutated creatures. I understand your concerns." Yin Shui maintained her composure, "but we must present a plan as quickly as possible. Time is of the essence. My proposal is the most feasible." The chief engineer stubbornly insisted, "We should concentrate our efforts on building a robust fortress, abandoning outer defenses, and pooling all resources." Their debate escalated. Like 2 blocks of ice colliding and sparking bright flashes, the onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Soldier Zhu clutched his injured arm, his brow furrowed in worry. Researcher Luo adjusted his glasses, concern evident in his eyes, while Chef Song tightly grasped the hem of his clothing, his face pale. "Enough!" A deep voice thundered, interrupting the argument. Jiu Chuan's figure appeared at the door of the conference room, his tall frame resembling a wall against the howling cold wind outside. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately landing on Yin Shui as he spoke in a low, commanding tone. "What is all this commotion about?" The chief engineer attempted to argue further, but Gu Chuan silenced him with a mere glance. Approaching the metallic map, he lightly tapped the surface with his fingers, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "Yin Shui's plan is viable." As his words lingered in the air, he produced what appeared to be an ordinary ceramic basin from behind him, gently patting its rim, stating, "Whatever materials we require, this can provide." The crowd looked at the unassuming basin with confusion, unsure of Gu Chuan's intentions. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Gu Chuan gestured. A torrent of shimmering metallic materials surged forth from the basin, forming small mountains and exuding a chilling aura. These metals flowed like liquid yet were as hard as diamonds, reflecting an enchanting sheen in the dim light. What are these materials?" the chief engineer gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief as he trembled, reaching out but hesitating, fearing it might be an illusion. "This is cold steel," researcher Luo exclaimed, adjusting his glasses and observing the materials closely, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "This substance, in theory, can withstand any known mutated creature's attack." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they gazed at Gu Chuan with reverence and admiration. Yin Shui felt a surge of elation. With these materials, the defense plan had an absolute safeguard. Gratefully, she looked towards Gu Chuan, who met her gaze with resolute determination. No words were necessary between them. A subtle connection began to blossom. The others seemed to sense this unique atmosphere. Breaking into knowing smiles, "With this cold steel, Our defense plan will be foolproof. Soldier Zhu exclaimed, his injured arm seemingly forgotten in the excitement. Chef Song rubbed his hands together, already envisioning the fortified future of the base. Joyfully announcing, "Tonight, I'll treat everyone to a feast to celebrate." Gu Chuan distributed the cold steel among the crowd, stating firmly, "Now, let us commence action." The people, invigorated, immediately immersed themselves in the urgent construction of defensive fortifications. Yin Shui approached Gu Chuan, whispering, "Thank you, Doc." Jiu Chuan glanced at her, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Together, we shall protect this base." As night fell and the bitter wind howled, the roars of mutated creatures drew ever closer. Report: a large number of mutated creatures have gathered at the perimeter of the base. A soldier rushed in, panicked. The cold wind sliced through everyone's cheeks like a knife, biting into their skin. Time was of the essence, and the distant roars of the mutated creatures pressed upon them like a death warrant. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague, yet they had no choice but to grit their teeth and hasten their actions. Each piece of cold steel, each bag of cement, carried the hope of survival. Yin Shui stood on a high platform, clutching the revised defense plan, her hair tousled by the wind, yet her gaze remained resolute. Her voice steady and powerful. "Everyone, the new defense plan has been finalized. The inclusion of cold steel will make our defenses impregnable. We will surely triumph over these monsters." The crowd looked at Yin Shui, their eyes rekindling with the flame of hope. The chief engineer rubbed his hands together excitedly. His previous doubts about Yin Shui now vanished, replaced by deep admiration. Soldier Zhu, ignoring his pain, vigorously raised his fist, as if already seeing the dawn of victory. Researcher Luo adjusted his glasses, excitement shimmering in his eyes. Even the timid Chef Song summoned his courage, shouting, "We will survive." Within the base, preparations for defense commenced earnestly. The elderly and children were relocated to secure underground shelters, while the able-bodied men took up arms, ready to fight to the death against the mutated creatures. A tense atmosphere enveloped the air. Yet determination was etched on every face. A piercing alarm shattered the night sky as a soldier atop the lookout tower cried out in terror, "The mutated creatures! They are coming!" Yin Shui's heart sank, but she remained unfazed, decisively ordering, "Everyone, take your battle positions." Outside the base, the silhouettes of the mutated creatures flickered in the storm, their eerie roars drawing nearer with each passing moment. "Prepare for battle," Yin Shui's voice echoed through the howling wind. Filled with unwavering resolve. Chapter 23. Withstanding the initial assault, a subtle affection emerges. The howling wind whipped up ice and snow, slicing through the base's outer defenses like countless tiny blades. The mutated creatures, their grotesque forms flickering in and out of view amidst the storm, advanced like demons from hell, their chilling roars reverberating as they approached. Yin Shui stood atop the towering defenses, her hair tousled by the frigid gusts. Yet her gaze remained piercingly focused on the horizon. She understood that this was the first true test the base had faced since its establishment, a pivotal battle for humanity's survival in this apocalyptic world. Inside the base, everyone held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly. The elderly hid in the underground shelters, silently praying. Children clung closely to their mothers, "They're coming." A soldier atop the lookout tower shouted in terror. Almost simultaneously, the mutated creatures launched their attack. They surged forth like a tide, their mutated claws and fangs tearing and crashing into the base's defenses with reckless abandon. The sounds of steel clashing, with splintering, and the creatures' roars intertwined, composing a deathly symphony beneath the apocalypse. "Steady, steady." Yin Shui's voice rang clear and strong against the howling wind. She calmly directed the defense, allocating firepower to the most critical areas. The chief engineer led his team, repairing the damaged fortifications amidst the hail of gunfire. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his hands smeared with grease, yet he showed no sign of retreat, fully aware that the safety of the base depended on his efforts. The defensive fortifications trembled under the relentless assault of the mutated creatures, every heart racing with trepidation. Yet, in that moment of despair, a figure suddenly dashed out from behind the defenses. "Zhu Shibing, come back!" Yin Shui exclaimed. Ignoring his injuries, Zhu Shibing roared and charged forth, wielding his weapon like a whirlwind of death. He resembled a wounded beast, unleashing astonishing combat prowess that repelled the encroaching mutated creatures one by one. Blood stained his garments, Yet he fought on with increasing vigor, as if fatigue were an alien concept. Alone, he tore a gaping hole in the ranks of the mutated beings. His valiant act was akin to a flash of lightning, slicing through the veil of fear that shrouded the base. The soldiers, invigorated and emboldened, raised their voices in a chorus of cheers, their weapons becoming ever more forceful, and no longer did they cower or retreat. Instead, they bravely faced the enemy, disregarding the specter of death. Even the mutated creatures, once trembling in fear, were momentarily daunted by Zhu Shaibing's reckless audacity. They hesitated, recoiling, too intimidated to advance further. Amidst the fierce battle, Yin Shui stumbled over a protruding ice shard, teetering on the brink of collapse. In that critical instant, a figure leapt forth like a cheetah. Steadying her, it was Gu Chuan. Grasping Yin Shui's hand tightly, the warmth radiating from his palm seeped through his thick gloves, thawing Yin Shui's icy fingers. A flush crept onto her cheeks, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily. The tumult surrounding them faded into oblivion, leaving only the two of them in that moment. Their gazes locked, and time seemed to stand still. The howling wind and the shrill cries of the mutated creatures faded into insignificance. Jiu Chuan's voice, low and hoarse, broke through the silence. "Be careful." His warm breath brushed against Yin Shui's earlobe, igniting a delicate shiver. His strong arms encircled her waist, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Yin Shui's heart pounded like a drum, nearly bursting from her chest. They stood so close that they could feel each other's rapid breaths, the faint scent of gunpowder mingling with Gu Chuan's distinctive chill. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing this scene, could not help but exchange knowing smiles. Engineer Gao adjusted his glasses with a meaningful cough. Zhu Shaibing grinned widely, revealing a row of white teeth. Even the usually timid Chef Song couldn't resist a playful wink. The battle raged on, yet the base stood united, morale soaring. The cannons roared, bullets whistled, and the cries of the mutated creatures began to wane. Finally, as the last of the mutated beings fell, an earth-shattering cheer erupted within the base. People embraced one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces. They had triumphed in this grueling battle. Yin Shui and Gu Chuan stood side by side atop the defensive structure, gazing into the distance. The wind and snow continued their relentless assault, yet their hearts brimmed with hope. This battle had not only forged their unity but also elevated their feelings amidst the trials of life and death. Yin Shui stole a glance at Gu Chuan beside her, only to find him gazing back, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly lowered her gaze, a sweet sensation swelling within her. After the battle, researcher Luo led his team to examine the corpses of the mutated creatures. He meticulously dissected them, scrutinizing their biological structures. Suddenly, his expression turned grave, the scalpel in his hand coming to an abrupt halt. How is this possible?" he murmured, disbelief and fear lacing his voice. It seemed he had uncovered an astonishing secret, one capable of altering the entire course of their struggle. "Captain Yin, Captain Gu, I have something crucial to report." Researcher Luo's voice trembled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Chapter 24. Encountering danger in the nest. The climax approaches. Researcher Luo's quaking voice reverberated through the makeshift laboratory, akin to a withered branch swaying perilously in a storm. "These mutated beings, they are not of natural origin." Yin Shui furrowed her brow, glancing around at Gu Chuan, Engineer Gao, Zhu Shaibing, and Chef Song, each face reflecting shock and confusion. The air felt as though it had frozen, breaths becoming cautious. Within them lies an unknown biological tissue, akin to a parasite. Luo pointed at the dissected remains of the mutated creature on the table, his voice tinged with unmistakable fear. "I suspect these creatures share a common nest." Zhu Shaibing's voice was low, tinged with hoarseness, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking ominously. "Are you suggesting they do not act independently, but are instead organized?" "Very likely." Luo adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses filled with unease. "If we can locate the nest, perhaps we can find a way to control these creatures, but this also means we will face even greater peril." The temporary laboratory fell into a profound silence. Chef Song clutched his clothing tightly, his gaze darting nervously. Engineer Gao bowed his head in contemplation, his fingers rhythmically tapping the tabletop. "I believe we should act immediately to locate this nest." Yin Shui's voice shattered the silence, resolute and powerful, like a blade piercing through ice. If we do not take the initiative, we will only allow them to grow stronger, and then we will be even more at a disadvantage. I oppose this. Engineer Gao suddenly raised his head, his expression grave. The current situation is too perilous. We have just endured a fierce battle and should recuperate. Furthermore, who knows what lies within that nest? Should we encounter even stronger mutated creatures, would we not be courting death? I also find it somewhat reckless. Chef Song timidly echoed, shrinking his neck as if fearing to be called out, considering how hard-won their current stability was. Any further upheaval could lead to disaster. Zhu Shibing remained silent, yet the hesitation etched on his face indicated his disapproval of an immediate offensive. Yin Shui pressed her lips together, her gaze unwavering. We cannot sit idly by. We must take the initiative and crush this danger in its cradle. She surveyed the others, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. If you are afraid, you may remain at the base. But I shall venture forth into this battle. With that, she turned to leave, her clothing whispering as it brushed through the air. Captain Yin, you? Engineer Gao attempted to voice his concerns, but ultimately fell silent. Yin Shui paid no heed to the voices behind her. She understood she must make a choice, for survival, for the future. She could not falter. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated. I support Yin Shui's decision. Gu Chuan's voice was low and powerful, akin to a flame igniting hope amidst the winter's chill. I support Yin Shui's decision. We cannot remain on the defensive. We must take the initiative and locate the nest of the mutated creatures, eradicating this threat once and for all. His gaze swept over the group, exuding an undeniable authority. I know this is dangerous, but we have no alternative. Jiu Chuan's stature was unmatched within the base. His words served as a stabilizing anchor, gradually calming the wavering spirits of the others. The opposition's voices began to dwindle, replaced by a resolute courage. Yin Shui cast a grateful glance at Gu Chuan, inhaling deeply to steady her racing heart before assigning tasks. Engineer Gao, you will prepare the detection equipment and protective gear. Zhu Shibing, you will manage the combat deployment of the team. Researcher Luo, you will analyze the weaknesses of the mutated creatures and devise corresponding strategies. Chef Song, you will ensure adequate supplies. She orchestrated with clarity and purpose, each command resonating with confidence and strength. The team set forth to uncover the nest. A biting wind howled, lifting flurries of snow, enveloping the world in a blanket of desolation. They advanced cautiously along the clues provided by researcher Luo, each step fraught with unknown peril. Suddenly, a chilling roar shattered the stillness. From all directions, countless mutated creatures surged forth like a relentless tide, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glow, sharp claws glinting in the snowstorm, encircling the expedition team. Prepare for battle, Zhu Shibing shouted fiercely, the weapon in his hand emitting a crisp sound, akin to lightning cleaving through the murky sky. He charged to the forefront, his towering figure resembling an indomitable fortress, shielding his comrades. Cover me, Zhu Shibing's voice echoed through the tempest. His weapon swirling like a tempest, repelling the oncoming mutated creatures. His combat skills were both deft and precise, each strike infused with power and explosive force. Despite his injuries, his spirit remained unyielding, a warrior safeguarding his fellow fighters. Captain, there are too many of them. Engineer Gao's voice trembled slightly, the detection device in his hand shaking violently, the screen illuminated with a dense cluster of red dots, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. Do not panic. Hold your ground. Yin Shui's voice rang out, steadfast and powerful, as her weapon unleashed searing flames, turning the mutated creatures to ash. Her roar, a deafening bellow, echoed from the horde of mutated creatures, and a colossal aberration emerged slowly from the throng, its eyes glowing like two ominous red lanterns, radiating a chilling light. This is dire. It is a mutated giant bear, exclaimed researcher Luo, his complexion paling as dread filled his voice. Soldier Zhu inhaled deeply, gripping his weapon tightly, his gaze flickering with unwavering determination. I will hold it off. You all. Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding crash interrupted him. The giant bear's massive paw, accompanied by a tempest of wind and snow, struck towards Soldier Zhu with ferocity. In a moment of peril, he rolled aside just in time, though the impact left him reeling. The giant bear roared, its putrid breath assaulting the senses, causing a cacophony in the ears. Cover Soldier Zhu, commanded Yin Shui, as her flamethrower unleashed a torrent of fire. driving back several of the encircling mutated creatures. Engineer Gao seized the opportunity to toss a few flashbangs, momentarily blinding the surrounding aberrations. Soldier Zhu capitalized on the chance, darting to the side of the giant bear, his sharp dagger slicing through its leg, leaving a wound deep enough to expose bone. The bear howled in agony, letting out a thunderous roar as it wildly swung its massive paws. Soldier Zhu, agile as a lithe leopard, deftly maneuvered beneath the giant bear's attacks. Each of his strikes was precise and ruthless, the dagger plunging repeatedly into the bear's flesh, blood spraying forth and staining the snow red. "Well done, Soldier Zhu!" Chef Song couldn't help but shout in approval. His timidity faded in the face of Soldier Zhu's valor, compelling him to seize a weapon and join the fray. Under Soldier Zhu's leadership, morale surged among the others as they united in their fierce assault against the mutated creatures. The onslaught of aberrations gradually weakened, and they finally carved out a bloody path toward the lair of the mutated beings. The entrance to the lair was a vast ice cave, emanating a nauseating stench and an eerie pulsation of energy. Without hesitation, they charged inside, weapons gleaming ominously. Deeper within the lair, an even larger mutated creature lay in wait, exuding an aura of terror, its crimson eyes fixated on the intruders. "It is the leader of the mutated creatures." Researcher Luo's voice trembled, yet he stood resolutely in the ranks, his analytical device flashing incessantly. Yen Shui took a deep breath, clenching her weapon tightly, her gaze steely as she stared down the leader of the aberrations. An invisible pressure enveloped them, the air seeming to freeze in anticipation. "Prepare." Yen Shui's voice was low and powerful, each word imbued with resolve. Chapter 25. Fierce battle in the lair, blood spilled to defeat the enemy kill. Yen Shui cried, charging headlong at the leader of the mutated creatures. Her movements were nimble, the blade in her hand slicing through the air with chilling precision, flickering like a specter in the dimly lit ice cave. The others followed suit, weapons brandished, and a cacophony of battle cries erupted, mingling with the sounds of clashing metal and the shrieks of the mutated beings, forming a brutal symphony of combat. The leader swung its colossal claws, accompanied by a biting wind, striking fiercely at Yen Shui. She rolled aside just in time, her blade grazing its claw and leaving a deep gash. Green blood gushed forth, releasing a repugnant odor. "Roar!" The leader of the mutated creatures howled in pain. Its voice deafening, It swung its other claw, launching another assault toward Yen Shui. Not daring to confront it head-on, she evaded once more. "Cover!" Engineer Gao shouted, unleashing a barrage of energy rounds from his modified gun, striking the leader and erupting in blinding bursts of light. Soldier Zhu attempted to circle behind the leader for an attack, but was ensnared by a swarm of smaller mutated beings. Though these diminutive creatures were small, their speed was remarkable, and their sharp claws posed a formidable threat. Soldier Zhu swung his dagger, cleaving left and right as blood sprayed, yet his wounds multiplied. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. Feeling the ache of an old injury, he fought with fervor, slicing one small creature in half. But just as he prepared to advance, he sensed a powerful gust of wind behind him. "Watch out!" Yen Shui cried out. A mutated creature seized the moment of Soldier Zhu's distraction, lunging at him with its sharp claws, tearing into his back. Blood instantly soaked his garments, and he let out a muffled grunt, staggering several steps as he nearly fell. "Soldier Zhu!" Yen Shui gasped, her heart tightening. Gritting his teeth, Soldier Zhu bore the excruciating pain, wielding his dagger to fend off the attacking creature. Yet, his complexion was ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, the agony of his old wounds compounded by the new, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Seeing Soldier Zhu injured dampened the spirits of the others. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the battlefield, as if the very air had solidified. The roars of the mutated creatures grew increasingly frenzied, sensing humanity's fear, their attacks intensifying. In the midst of this critical juncture, Gu Chuan's figure appeared at the edge of the battlefield. He cradled an ancient basin, the legendary treasure known as the Gathering Treasure Basin. Jiu Chuan. Upon seeing him, Yen Shui felt a glimmer of hope. Without uttering a word, Gu Chuan reached into the basin, and a flash of golden light illuminated the area, revealing a vial of an oddly fragrant potion in his grasp. He swiftly approached Soldier Zhu, handing him the potion. "Drink this." Without hesitation, Soldier Zhu accepted the vial and downed its contents in a single gulp. The potion dissolved upon contact, a warm current coursing through him, alleviating the pain at his wounds and gradually restoring his strength. I can fight again. Soldier Zhu shouted in exhilaration, rejoining the battle. Witnessing Soldier Zhu's miraculous recovery reignited the flames of hope in the eyes of the others. They rallied their spirits, brandishing their weapons and launching a renewed, ferocious assault against the mutated creatures. Roar! A thunderous roar reverberated from the depths of the ice cave. Jiu Chuan's expression hardened, his grip tightening around the basin. The leader's roar echoed like thunder within the cave, shortly followed by a swarm of mutated creatures surging from all directions, their claws bared and roars filling the air, encircling the group. The already cramped ice cave became even more congested. The difficulty of battle soaring. Back to back. Do not scatter, Yin Shui called out, her blade weaving a silver curtain of death, dispatching the approaching mutated beings one by one. Engineer Gao's energy gun unleashed a relentless stream, striking its targets with precision, erupting into clouds of sanguine mist. Soldier Zhu, akin to a fierce tiger descending a mountain, wielded his dagger, each stroke claiming the life of a mutated creature. Though researcher Luo felt a twinge of anxiety, he persistently attacked with his weapon, all the while observing the creature's behaviors. Chef Song, despite his timidity, brandished a frying spatula, valiantly fending off the encroaching aberrations. United back to back, they formed an impregnable bastion of combat. They exhibited no signs of retreat, showcasing their indomitable will and formidable fighting spirit. Amidst the fray, a mutated creature stealthily approached Yin Shui from behind, its sharp claws glinting ominously as it lunged at her. In that critical moment, Gu Chuan flashed forward, positioning himself before Yin Shui, the golden glow of the basin repelling the creature. Yin Shui looked at Gu Chuan, who met her gaze with unwavering determination, their bond deepening amidst the battle. The warmth of their connection inspired those around them, enhancing their fervor and morale. Together, they rallied their efforts, ultimately inflicting severe damage upon the leader of the mutated creatures. The leader emitted a reluctant roar of fury, retreating with its remaining minions like a receding tide back into the depths of the lair. The ice cave fell into a brief silence, littered with severed limbs and the heavy scent of blood. Though weary, the faces of the group bore expressions of relief, having successfully repelled their foes. However, they understood that the lair remained intact and greater challenges lay ahead. Gu Chuan surveyed the profound depths of the lair, clutching the basin tightly, his brow furrowed as he solemnly stated, "We must." Chapter 26. Reinforce the defense, unite against the enemy. We must fortify our defenses. Preparing for the next assault, Jiu Chuan declared, his gaze sweeping over the weary yet resolute faces of the group. They trudged back to the base, the air thick with the stench of blood and the biting cold unique to the icy environment. Leaning against the rough ice wall, Yin Shui furrowed her brow, sketching on a rudimentary map with a charcoal pencil. Every detail of the battle replayed in her mind, analyzing the enemy's tactics and the vulnerabilities of the base. Striving to uncover the optimal defensive strategy, the surrounding team members held their breath, not daring to disrupt her concentration. The atmosphere was tense and somber, akin to a taut string ready to snap at any moment. Engineer Gao, I believe the eastern defense wall requires an elevation of at least 3 meters. Yin Shui pointed to the area marked in red on the map, her tone resolute. Engineer Gao adjusted his glasses, frowning as he replied, 3 meters is excessive. It will obstruct visibility, and we lack sufficient materials. Visibility can be compensated for with watchtowers, and we can devise solutions for the material issue, Yin Shui countered, insisting that the eastern front was the primary direction of enemy attack, necessitating enhanced defenses. Otherwise, they would struggle to withstand the next onslaught. I disagree. Elevating it by 3 meters will destabilize the wall, making it prone to collapse. Engineer Gao's tone was adamant, unwilling to yield. The current materials suffice for a 1-meter reinforcement, which is the most reasonable solution. 1 meter is utterly inadequate. Yin Shui's voice rose a few notches. This battle had already proven that the enemy's strength surpassed our expectations. We must prepare for the worst. The two engaged in a fierce debate, refusing to yield, and a palpable tension permeated the air. Soldier Zhu pressed his injured arm against the wall, his face pale, yet he remained silent. Researcher Luo anxiously adjusted his glasses, while Chef Song cowered in the corner, trembling. Yin Shui paused, her gaze resolute. What if we had sufficient materials? Gu Chuan's figure appeared before them, holding an ancient basin, his eyes deep and calm. "I will resolve the issue of materials," he stated succinctly. Amidst the bewildered glances of the others, he reached into the basin. And then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Solid ice bricks, robust vines, and even special alloys glinting with a metallic sheen flowed forth from the basin in an unending stream, accumulating into small mountains. Engineer Gao's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape, and he trembled as he pointed at the materials, rendered speechless. These materials were not only abundant but of exceptional quality, some of which he had never even heard of. He stepped forward, carefully caressing the ice bricks, feeling their smooth surfaces and solid textures. With these materials, Yan Shui thought, the fortification of the defenses would progress rapidly. The team worked with fervor, seemingly tireless, stacking the ice bricks and weaving the vines into a resilient net. Embedding the special alloys at critical points, the entire base, shrouded in the cold wave, radiated newfound vitality. As night fell and the cold wind howled, darkness enveloped the base, punctuated only by the twinkling of distant stars. Yan Shui and Gu Chuan walked side by side atop the fortified walls, inspecting the defenses. "Thank you, Gu Chuan," Yan Shui said softly, her gaze gentle and tinged with an almost imperceptible warmth. Jiu Chuan felt her gaze. A rush of warmth flooding his heart. "We are a team. We should support one another," he replied lightly, though his eyes betrayed a subtle tenderness. Yan Shui occasionally glanced at Gu Chuan, her eyes sparkling. Gu Chuan sensed her gaze, his heartbeat quickening slightly. A subtle atmosphere of intimacy quietly spread between them. "Jiu Chuan." Yan Shui hesitated. Jiu Chuan turned to look at her, waiting for her to continue. Just then, the lookout's urgent shout broke the silence. The lookout's cry pierced the night's tranquility like a series of sharp needles. "A large number of mutated creatures have been detected. They are approaching the base." The call was laced with evident tremors, signaling that the intruders were anything but benign. The initial joy of having fortified their defenses was abruptly shattered, as the alarm jolted everyone back to reality. The air seemed to solidify, the earlier ease dissipating, replaced by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yan Shui furrowed her brow, her gaze piercing as she surveyed all present, her voice cold and resolute. "Quickly, everyone back to your posts, accelerate the final fortification." Gu Chuan remained silent, tightly grasping the ancient basin, his gaze as deep as a frozen pond. Imbued with a chilling calm, he understood that the true test was only just beginning. Engineer Gao cast aside his stubbornness, removing his glasses to wipe them hastily, directing the team to precisely stack the ice bricks on the defensive wall, his movements swift as if he were a finely tuned machine. Soldier Zhu gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he hoisted bundles of vines, rushing along the fortification line. Researcher Luo, no longer anxious, focused intently on every detail of the defensive wall, fearful of any oversight. Chef Song momentarily forgot his fear, busily preparing hot water and food for the others, exerting his utmost to provide support. Under the leadership of Gu Chuan and Yan Shui, the base operated like a well-oiled machine. Each person performing their role, united as one, they raced against time, sweat soaking their garments, their hands turning crimson from the cold. Yet none ceased their labors, for they knew they were fighting for their survival. The hard ice bricks, flexible vines, and gleaming alloys intertwined in their hands to form an indomitable line of defense. The last rays of the setting sun bathed the freshly fortified defensive wall in a golden glow. Appearing solid and reliable, a surge of accomplishment filled each heart as they encouraged and supported one another. At that moment, low growls emanated from the perimeter of the base. The mutated creatures were drawing near. "Prepare for battle," Gu Chuan's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, imbued with a reassuring strength. The attack of the mutated creatures arrived as anticipated, their roars echoing as they charged towards the defensive wall. The sounds of crashing and biting relentless. However, this time, they were met with an unyielding barrier. The reinforced defensive wall stood firm as a rock, impervious to the onslaught of the mutated beasts. Cheers erupted within the base. Everyone exhilarated by this hard-won victory. Yan Shui looked at Gu Chuan, her eyes brimming with warmth akin to spring water. Jiu Chuan returned her gaze with a soft smile, their eyes meeting in silence. A wordless understanding flowing between them. Yet, the fleeting victory did not allow them to let their guard down. They knew this was merely the beginning. Greater challenges lay ahead. Next, Yin Shui gazed into the distance. Words caught in her throat. At that moment, Gu Chuan's expression sharpened. He abruptly turned towards the darkness afar, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he murmured, "They are coming." Chapter 27. The Battle for the Nest. Victory within reach. The distant expanse loomed dark and foreboding, surging like a tide, the stench wafting through the cold wind. Jiu Chuan narrowed his eyes, acutely aware that this heralded the large-scale gathering of mutated creatures. "We cannot afford to wait any longer." Yin Shui's voice was resolute, the cold wind tousling her fringe, accentuating her determination. "We must take the initiative and destroy their nest." Her gaze swept over the crowd, her tone imbued with undeniable conviction. "I concur." Soldier Zhu was the first to respond, his fist clenched tightly despite the injury on his arm, showcasing his unwavering resolve. Engineer Gao adjusted his glasses, a glint passing through the lenses. Strategically speaking, an offensive approach was indeed the best option. Researcher Luo and Chef Song nodded in agreement, determination etched on each face, reflecting a willingness to risk everything. "All right, prepare for the full assault." At Gu Chuan's command, they sprang into action, a palpable sense of determination filling the air. They surged from the base like arrows released from their bows, racing towards the lair of the mutated creatures. The cold wind howled, swirling the snow beneath their feet like giant white serpents. Along the way, various mutated creatures lunged at them, roaring and clawing, attempting to impede their advance. A fierce battle erupted instantaneously. Soldier Zhu led the charge, wielding his weapon like the Grim Reaper's scythe, each swing claiming the life of a mutated creature. Engineer Gao operated the high-tech weapons exchanged from the basin, striking distant foes with precision. Researcher Luo calmly analyzed the weaknesses of the mutated creatures, providing crucial intelligence support for the fight. Even the timid Chef Song mustered his courage, engaging in a life-or-death struggle with the mutated beasts using his kitchen knife. Blood splattered, staining the snow, the screams and roars intertwining into a symphony of death. Despite their valor, the sheer number of mutated creatures overwhelmed them, surging ceaselessly like an unending tide. Yin Shui and Gu Chuan fought side by side, their figures flashing like lightning across the battlefield. Yin Shui wielded her blade with the grace of the wind, each strike precise and lethal. Jiu Chuan ensured the team's fighting spirit remained high, drawing from the basin to provide a steady supply of resources. The battle was brutally fierce, with casualties on both sides. Yet, none faltered, each gritting their teeth, resolutely fighting on, the blood of battle coursing through their veins. They understood that this was a fight for survival. Only victory could offer hope. As they drew closer to the nest, Engineer Gao suddenly shouted, "Protect the equipment! Protect the equipment!" His cry resounded like thunder in their ears. They witnessed him being overwhelmed by several massive mutated creatures, their claws and fangs ruthlessly tearing at his protective gear, blood instantly saturating the pristine snow. He clutched the equipment tightly, the key to their mission, but in doing so, he suffered severe injuries. "Gao!" Soldier Zhu roared, his weapon swinging with renewed ferocity as he carved a bloody path towards Engineer Gao. He kicked away the mutated creature that pinned Gao. He understood that this was not a time for sorrow. They must press onward to honor the sacrifices made by the esteemed engineer. Taking a deep breath, he cast his gaze upon the battlefield and immediately sprang into action. Once again, he summoned the treasure basin, and a brilliant light flashed as an oddly shaped weapon materialized in his grasp. It was an energy gun, intricately inscribed with mysterious runes, radiating powerful energy waves. "Use this," Gu Chuan bellowed, distributing the energy guns among the group. These weapons could unleash a unique energy wave, exerting formidable restraint over the mutated creatures. Any mutant struck would emit a wretched howl, instantly turning to ashes. Empowered by the energy guns, the team felt invigorated. And the mutated creatures could no longer pose a threat. They unleashed their firepower, advancing with unstoppable momentum as the mutants retreated in disarray, their anguished cries echoing, while the air became thick with the acrid scent of burning flesh. Excitement and joy swiftly dispelled the earlier gloom, and hope once again illuminated their faces. They knew victory was within reach. They would surely dismantle the lair of the mutated creatures and restore humanity's order. As they drew ever closer to the nest, Yin Shui suddenly halted, a serious expression flickering in her eyes. "Something's not right. Something is emerging." Before her words could fade, a colossal shadow slowly emerged from the depths of the lair. Gu Chuan cast a sweeping glance over the assembled crowd, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable flame. Together, we shall surely weather this crisis, if each one of us fulfills our duties. We can endure until the day of victory. One by one, the crowd nodded, their hearts reigniting with the flicker of hope. Within the base, the brief chaos and fear were supplanted by unwavering conviction, as everyone busily and methodically commenced their preparations anew. Yet, at that very moment, the siren blared, its piercing wail cutting through the souls of all present, swiftly followed by a deep, ominous growl, as if a warning from the very depths of hell. Yin Shui and Gu Chuan exchanged a glance, and Gu Chuan swiftly seized the treasure basin, resolutely declaring, "Prepare for battle. The new mutated creatures are upon us." No sooner had he spoken than shadows surged from the distance like a tide, ready to test the base's defenses in an unprecedented manner. The alarmed shrill cry rent the air, akin to the scythe of death, heralding the arrival of yet another crisis. In the distance, a shadow that devoured all loomed like a black tsunami, accompanied by countless wails surging forth. The new mutated creatures, akin to fiends from the abyss, were grotesque and terrifying, flickering in and out of sight, their crimson eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty light. And no longer did they charge recklessly. Instead, they behaved like cunning hunters, exploiting new behaviors to assault the base's defenses from unexpected angles. The once formidable steel fortress began to emit a distressing groan under the onslaught of these mutated entities. Engineer Gao anxiously directed personnel, tirelessly patching the damaged fortifications, yet it felt like a futile endeavor. The newly opened breaches resembled the gaping maw of a beast, devouring the hopes of the people. Soldier Zhu, dragging his injured leg, dashed between positions, his roars echoing like drums of war, barely managing to stabilize the crumbling front. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. The mutated creatures' attacks were as relentless as a tempest, their bodies resembling tanks clad in impenetrable scales, crashing against the defenses with thunderous roars. Researcher Luo, in the command center, nervously analyzed the creature's assault patterns, his fingers dancing rapidly across the holographic display, yet he could not identify an effective countermeasure. Chef Song cowered in a corner, his face pale, hands tightly clasped over his ears, desperately seeking refuge from the apocalyptic cacophony. Yin Shui, armed and agile, wove between the fortifications, her shots precise. Each pull of the trigger felled a mutated creature. Yet her body began to tremble, her strength waning rapidly. The wave of helplessness surged within her, as despair cloaked the scene before her. Just as she felt on the verge of collapse, a warm, strong hand grasped hers firmly. It was Gu Chuan. His gaze shone bright like the stars, resolute and filled with strength, his palm conveying warmth and courage. A profound sense of safety welled up within Yin Shui, akin to grasping a lifeline in the dark. In that moment of shared glance, time seemed to freeze, as love flowed silently like flames amid the chaos of battle. Though not fear, I am here. Gu Chuan's voice resonated, deep and powerful, anchoring Yin Shui's spirit. With Gu Chuan's support, Yin Shui reignited her fighting spirit, raising her weapon once more to join the fray. At this crucial juncture, Soldier Zhu's experience and valor proved indispensable. He adeptly directed the troops, skillfully utilizing the fortifications to repel wave after wave of the mutated creatures' relentless assaults. Under his leadership, they stood as an unyielding bastion, firmly holding the line. For the moment, the base was safe as the smoke gradually dissipated. The air hung heavy with the acrid scent of charred remains and a faint metallic tang of blood. The survivors, weary from the ordeal, collapsed onto the ground, their faces a blend of relief and profound concern. They were acutely aware that this was merely a temporary reprieve and that greater challenges awaited them. Yin Shui gazed at her weapon, her brow furrowed, the defiant flame still burning in her eyes. "This cannot continue," she murmured. Gu Chuan regarded her, nodding gently, his gaze deep as the boundless night sky. He spoke slowly. "We need to." Chapter 29. Obstacles in the assault. Faith never falters. The biting cold wind sliced through the land like a blade, stirring the remnants of snow into a mournful wail. In the aftermath of the previous brutal defense, the lingering scent of blood hung in the air, a stifling heaviness constricting each person's throat. Yin Shui stood atop the makeshift command platform, her gaze sharp as an eagle's, sweeping over every individual present. Her face bore the resolute determination of a drawn sword, its glint intimidating enough to deter direct inspection. "We cannot sit idly by." Yin Shue's voice was icy yet powerful, shattering the suffocating silence. "These mutated creatures will not grant us respite, rather than passively defend. We must take the initiative and utterly destroy their nests." Her words resounded with conviction, echoing in the frigid air and stirring the hearts of those present. Engineer Gao adjusted his glasses, a flicker of hesitance flashing behind the lenses. Though technically adept, he bore the stubbornness typical of an engineer. "But we are unaware of the exact locations of their nests, and launching an attack recklessly carries great risk. Greater risk than waiting for death." Soldier Zhu retorted gruffly, his chest still bandaged from previous wounds that throbbed painfully, yet his fighting spirit remained undiminished. He clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Researcher Luo, wringing his hands anxiously, was filled with curiosity about the mutated creatures, but equally gripped by deep fear. I just feel we should prepare more," he stammered. Chef Song cowered behind the others, his face marked by worry and trepidation. Though optimistic by nature, the unknown dangers rendered him uneasy. "I prepared hot soup for everyone. Please drink up to replenish your strength." Yin Shui surveyed her companions, each with their own thoughts, inhaling deeply with renewed resolve. "I have devised a detailed plan. This time, we must succeed." She gestured emphatically towards the map on the wall, her tone resolute and unyielding. "According to the original plan, we shall depart from the east, traverse the ice fields, and strike directly at their nests." Although some remained apprehensive, the determination in Yin Shue's demeanor compelled them to nod in agreement. A tense and serious atmosphere enveloped the group, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. However, fate proved unkind. As the team trudged along the predetermined route, they were shocked into silence by the sight before them. A colossal ice wall loomed like a chasm, obstructing their path. The surface of the ice was smooth as glass, crystalline in clarity, reflecting a chilling light beneath the sun's rays. Clearly, this barrier was a result of the newly emerged mutated creatures, completely derailing their original plan. "How is this possible?" Engineer Gao exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face as he hastened to the icy barrier, knocking and probing in vain. "The hardness of this ice is beyond comprehension. Damn it, this is troublesome." Soldier Zhu slammed his fist against the ground, roaring in frustration. Researcher Luo stumbled back, panic-stricken, his face ashen as he muttered, it's over. What shall we do?" Chef Song trembled uncontrollably, clutching his backpack tightly, utterly at a loss. After a brief shock, murmurs of complaint and blame began to circulate among the group, some criticizing Yin Shue's plan for its lack of thoroughness, while others lamented their ill fortune. Plunging the atmosphere into chaos, Yin Shui bit her lip, her expression darkening ominously. Scanning her surroundings, she sought a breakthrough. "We must change our route." Yin Shue's calm voice sliced through the tumult, bringing the arguments to an abrupt halt. She lifted her head, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Let us go." Yin Shue's tone brooked no dissent. Without further explanation, she pivoted, setting her course in a new direction. Leading the charge westward, she stepped onto a snow-covered wasteland. The wind howled and snowflakes stung like blades against their faces, the biting cold almost unbearable. Each member of the group trudged through the snow, weapons clutched tightly, vigilance heightened. A faint rustling sound emerged from deep within the snow. Growing closer and clearer, "Be cautious," Yin Shui hissed, and the group immediately fell into a defensive formation. Suddenly, dozens of small mutated creatures burst forth from the snow, resembling oversized rodents, their bodies covered in sharp spines that shimmered with a metallic sheen. They emitted piercing shrieks, launching themselves at the group with frenzied aggression. The battle was imminent. The blue beams from laser guns, the roaring flames from flamethrowers, and the clash of melee weapons intertwined, creating a harrowing tableau. Though individually weak, these small mutated creatures surged forth in overwhelming numbers, continuously emerging from the snow like an unending tide. Engineer Gao's laser gun ran out of energy, forcing him to draw his dagger and engage in close combat with the mutated creatures. Researcher Luo, meanwhile, cowered behind Chef Song, trembling uncontrollably, having long since lost track of his tranquilizer gun. Chef Song brandished his cleaver, fending off the assaults of the mutated creatures while shouting in desperation, "Help! Help!" A sense of hopelessness began to permeate the ranks. This cannot continue. We will be worn down. Engineer Gao gasped, his body marred by several wounds, crimson blood staining the pristine white snow beneath him. At that moment, Soldier Zhu suddenly bellowed, their weakness lies in the abdomen. With precision, he thrust his long knife into the belly of a mutated beast, which let out a chilling cry before collapsing lifelessly. Focus your attacks on their abdomens. Yin Shui immediately grasped Zhu's intent. Her sword dancing through the throng of mutated creatures, each strike finding its mark with deadly accuracy. With a clear target in sight, morale surged among the group, and the battle grew increasingly efficient. Although the number of mutated creatures continued to swell, they no longer posed a significant threat. At last, the final mutated beast fell into a pool of its own blood. Phew. Everyone exhaled in relief. Collapsing to the ground, utterly drained, a faint smile crept onto Soldier Zhu's face as he looked at Yin Shui. Yin Shui, you are truly remarkable. She smiled back, saying nothing, her gaze lifting towards the horizon. Yin Shui pointed towards a vaguely visible canyon ahead. Let's head this way. The wind within the canyon sliced through the air like a sharp, icy blade, mercilessly cutting into their skin. The ground beneath them was uneven and treacherous. A single misstep could send them sprawling. Leading the way, Yin Shui gripped her ice pick tightly, each step taken with utmost caution. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the canyon, reminiscent of the wrath of an ancient beast. Sending shivers down their spines, a colossal figure slowly emerged into view. It resembled a gigantic bear, but its size dwarfed that of a normal bear, its body encased in thick ice armor that shimmered with an eerie blue light. Its blood-red eyes glowed like two burning ghostly flames, fixated on the group, emanating a chilling aura of menace. It is the guardian of the lair. Dr. Luo's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. This mutated behemoth was evidently far more formidable than any they had previously encountered. Swinging its massive paws to conjure violent gusts of wind, sweeping up the surrounding ice and snow to form deadly shards aimed at the group. Be careful, Gu Chuan yanked Yin Shui behind him, the laser gun in his hand emitting a brilliant blue beam that struck the creature's icy armor, creating a piercing metallic clang. Yet, this powerful strike merely left a faint mark upon the beast's icy exterior. The mutated bear let out an enraged roar, swiping its paw and sending Gu Chuan flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Gu Chuan! Yin Shui exclaimed in horror, rushing to his side. Lifting him up, her voice filled with urgency. Are you all right? I'm fine. Gu Chuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, enduring the pain as he spoke. Yin Shui looked into Gu Chuan's steadfast eyes, warmth flooding her heart. She understood that in this perilous world, only by relying on one another could they hope to survive. We fight together. Yin Shui tightened her grip on her sword, standing shoulder to shoulder with Gu Chuan. The battle raged fiercely. The beams from the laser guns, the flames from the flamethrowers, and the clashing of cold weapons intertwined, creating a breathtaking tableau of chaos. Gu Chuan remained steadfastly by Yin Shui's side, shielding her from one deadly attack after another. Meanwhile, Yin Shui, with her agile movements, sought the mutated bear's vulnerabilities, targeting its weak spots with her sword. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, the mutated bear emitted a final, defiant roar before crashing to the ground. Exhausted, the group stood panting heavily. We succeeded. Soldier Zhu's voice quivered. Yin Shui gazed at the fallen mutated bear, her heart filled with contemplation. They had taken a step closer to their goal. Yet she knew that the true challenge was only just beginning. Gu Chuan approached Yin Shui, gently taking her hand in his, saying nothing, simply holding on tightly, their fingers intertwined. Ahead lay a dark, gaping cave, resembling the abyssal maw of a great beast, silently awaiting their arrival. Let us go. Gu Chuan's voice was low and resolute. Let's see what lies within. Chapter 30. The final showdown in the lair. A glimmer of hope before the cave. The air felt as though it had solidified. The group stood at the entrance, a dark void, their hearts entwined with a complex tapestry of anxiety and excitement. Yin Shui took a deep breath, surveying her comrades, her gaze as steadfast as stone. I know this will be a fierce battle, but we must prevail. For ourselves, for those humans who still survive, muster your courage and strength. Follow me and eradicate these monsters. Her voice resounded with conviction, like the beating of war drums echoing in every heart. Soldier Zhu tightened his grip on his steel knife, the pain from his wounds flaring. Yet fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Engineer Gao adjusted his glasses, though silent. His fingers were already firmly on the trigger of his laser gun. Dr. Luo clutched his tranquilizer gun tightly, his earlier tension briefly fading. Replaced by resolve, Chef Song raised his frying pan, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear, yet bolstered by newfound determination. Kill! Yin Shui roared, charging into the cave. Instantly, a nauseating stench assailed them, overwhelming their senses. The cave was not the vast expanse they had imagined, but rather a labyrinthine maze, dark and damp, with sticky slime covering the rocky walls, emitting unsettling squelching sounds. More terrifying still, countless pairs of crimson eyes flickered to life in the darkness, ghostly and chilling. The mutated creatures surged forth like a relentless tide. They were grotesque, some resembling gargantuan spiders, their sharp claws scraping against the ground with a piercing screech. Others bore the likeness of lizards, their backs armored with scales as hard as steel. Spewing venom from their mouths, and some resembled bats, shrieking in the air like whispers of death. The battle erupted in an instant. The beams from the laser guns cut through the darkness like bolts of lightning, leaving charred marks on the mutated creatures, while the flamethrowers unleashed searing flames, igniting the passageway in a conflagration of chaos, screams, roars, explosions, and clashing weapons creating a cacophony that was deafening. Yin Shui wielded her sword with grace. Her movements as fluid as a swallow, weaving through the encirclement of mutated creatures, her blade leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. She leapt to strike down the heads of beasts, dodging fatal blows, showcasing her formidable strength and calm intellect amidst the chaos. Soldier Zhu followed closely, his steel knife dancing through the air, claiming the lives of mutated beasts with each swing, his combat prowess undiminished despite his injuries. Engineer Gao provided vital fire support from the rear, his laser gun accurately targeting the most troublesome foes, alleviating pressure on his comrades. Dr. Luo utilized his tranquilizer gun, firing relentlessly to diminish the swarm of mutated creatures. Chef Song swung his frying pan, fending off the encroaching beasts, occasionally emitting terrified shrieks. However, the sheer number of mutated creatures was overwhelming, seemingly endless, as the battle intensified and they were gradually forced back against the wall. The situation growing dire, that moment, a massive spider-like creature lunged toward Engineer Gao. "Watch out!" Yin Shui cried out. The creature's claws sliced through the air with lethal intent, poised to tear through Gao's body. Time froze for him. The stench of the beast's breath assaulted his senses. Just as doom seemed imminent, a figure darted like lightning, Yin Shui's sword severing one of the spider's legs with precision. The creature let out a horrific wail, its colossal form crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Gao!" Yin Shui rushed to support the fallen engineer, who had been deeply wounded by the spider's claws. Blood gushing forth and instantly staining his clothing, he was pale, his breathing shallow, slipping into unconsciousness. "Gao, wake up!" Soldier Zhu knelt beside him, examining his wounds, his voice trembling with urgency. Dr. Luo hurried over, attempting to stabilize Gao's condition. Yet his hands trembled uncontrollably, clearly shaken by the unexpected turn of events. Chef Song ceased his frantic swinging of the frying pan, tears welling in his eyes, fear evident on his face, in an instant. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped the group, their previously soaring morale crashing like a wave doused in cold water. Just then, a cool voice resonated in their ears. "Everyone, stand back." Gu Chuan appeared at the cave's entrance, holding an ancient bronze basin that emanated a gentle glow. With a stern expression, he placed the basin on the ground and extended his hand, causing a torrent of dazzling light to surge forth from within. Washing over the group, a multitude of glimmering laser rifles, vials of fragrant healing potions, and robust protective armor materialized before them as if conjured by magic. "This is..." Soldier Zhu's eyes widened in astonishment at the sudden appearance of weapons and potions. "Take up arms and make these monsters pay for their blood debts." Gu Chuan's tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. As the throngs awoke from their stupor, they hastily seized their weapons and donned their armor. The earlier despair dissipating, replaced by a fervent spirit of battle, Soldier Zhu grasped a brand new laser rifle, a bloodthirsty gleam igniting in his eyes as he clutched the weapon tightly, as if to unleash all his pent-up fury upon the mutated creatures. Researcher Luo, armed with healing medicine, cautiously administered it to Engineer Gao, whose pallor gradually regained a hint of color moments later. Chef Song, wiping away his tears, once again brandished his frying pan. Yin Shui cast a deep, contemplative glance at Gu Chuan, a flicker of complexity crossing her features before she turned, raising her sword high and proclaiming, "Brothers, for Engineer Gao, for ourselves, annihilate these monsters. Kill." The collective roar from the crowd surged forth like unleashed tigers. Charging once more at the mutated beings, with the laser rifle in hand, Soldier Zhu resembled the harbinger of death, the muzzle of his weapon emitting a blinding light, each shot striking with precision at the creature's vital points. Wherever he tread, carnage ensued, leaving no blade of grass unscathed. Yin Shui unleashed her remarkable combat prowess once more, her sword flashing like lightning as it weaved through the throng of mutants, harvesting their lives. Researcher Luo wielded a tranquilizer gun, tirelessly firing to effectively diminish the numbers of the aberrations. Engineer Gao, after a brief respite, managed to rise, seizing a laser gun to join the fray. Even Chef Song swung his frying pan, repeatedly striking at the approaching mutants. The group, invigorated as if imbued with the strength of tigers, unleashed their assault like a tempest, swiftly sweeping the mutated creatures away as if they were leaves in an autumn gale. Turning the tide of battle in an instant, revitalized with renewed determination, they surged deeper into the lair, only to be confronted by a colossal figure, a monstrous, worm-like abomination, reminiscent of a mound of flesh. Its body was encrusted with repugnant slime, countless tumors writhing upon its surface, a massive eyeball dominating its head, greedily fixated upon the group. It opened its cavernous maw, emitting a deafening roar that wafted a nauseating stench toward them. "Be cautious. This is their leader," Yin Shui warned, gripping her sword tightly, its blade shimmering with icy resolve. The grotesque worm launched its attack first, its immense form lashing out, unleashing a barrage of corrosive slime that rained down upon them. "Scatter," Yin Shui commanded, and the group immediately dispersed to evade the onslaught. Soldier Zhu initiated a counterattack, his laser rifle blazing with brilliant light, aimed directly at the creature's eye. Yet, the strikes were akin to mere tickles, failing to inflict any substantial harm. The mutated worm bellowed in furious outrage, unleashing streams of black energy beams toward the group. "Dodge," Yin Shui urged again, and they scrambled to evade, their movements frantic. Engineer Gao's laser gun also fired relentlessly, but the beams were swallowed by the thick layer of slime shielding the beast. Researcher Luo's tranquilizer gun proved futile, unable to affect such a behemoth. Chef Song, clutching his frying pan, desperately dodged, praying to avoid the corrosive onslaught. In that moment, the mutated worm abruptly shifted its strategy, contracting its body before springing toward Yin Shui like a coiled spring. Its target was unmistakable, the most formidable woman of the group. Yin Shui felt a rush of darkness before a wave of rancid air struck her. She attempted to evade, but it was too late. Just as the impending doom loomed, a figure lunged forward, crashing into her and sending her sprawling to the ground. "Watch out!" Gu Chuan's voice rang in her ears. As she lay there, Yin Shui looked up to see Gu Chuan's back had been violently struck by the creature, blood oozing down to stain his clothes crimson. "Yu Chuan," she gasped, rushing to support him, her eyes brimming with concern. Yu Chuan met her gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips as he rasped, "I'm fine. Don't worry. These monsters won't harm you." Yin Shui enveloped him in a tight embrace, tears spilling over as her heart swelled with emotion and affection. In that moment, the surrounding team members were equally moved, their fears and fatigue evaporating, replaced by an intense fervor for battle. "For them, kill!" Soldier Zhu roared, unleashing a powerful barrage from his laser rifle, pouring all his wrath upon the mutated worm. Once more, the group launched a fierce assault, their movements more ferocious and resolute, every action imbued with strength and determination. Laser beams rained down upon the creature, a dazzling spectacle of flashing blades and interwoven arcs. The mutated worm emitted a more agonizing wail, its massive form quaking violently before it finally collapsed, lifeless. The battle concluded, silence enveloping the lair save for their heavy breaths. They had triumphed over the leader of the mutated creatures, fulfilling the objectives set forth by the base. Cheers erupted from the base, a testament to their efforts. A glimmer of hope for humanity's survival ignited anew. However, with the base's expansion, a surge of refugees flooded in, presenting a new challenge. how to manage this influx of people. Standing before the newly established refugee gathering point, Yin Shui surveyed the multitude with a grave expression. Chapter 31. The initial selection, subtle affections emerge. Yin Shui stood resolutely at the new refugee assembly point. The biting wind slicing across her cheeks, yet she remained unmoved. The throng of refugees surged like a tide, and she acutely felt the weight of her responsibility. Selecting suitable individuals to join the base was not only pivotal for its future, but also for the very lives of these refugees. A thread of anxiety unfurled within her, causing her hand, clutching the list, to tremble slightly. The tension permeated the air, thick and suffocating, as her comrades sensed the gravity of the moment. "Commander Yin, how do I appear to you? I used to run a big business, skilled in management, sales, and coordination. The base is in dire need of talent, and I can certainly be of assistance." A slick-haired man forced his way to Yin Shui's side. His face plastered with a disingenuous smile, Merchant Gu. Despite his tattered attire, he made a deliberate effort to appear clean, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding refugees, as if to highlight his perceived superiority. Yin Shui cast him a cold glance. The selection process was focused on capability and character, not a mere facade of past accolades. Her tone was firm, leaving no room for debate. Merchant Gu, rebuffed, remained undeterred. "Commander Yin, I may have been a businessman, but I am also a man of conscience. Times are hard, and everyone is struggling. I merely wish to contribute to the base." His incessant chatter was laced with a hint of flattery, slight grievance, and barely concealed cunning. His antics drew the ire of the surrounding refugees, whispers of discontent swelling. "This man is clearly untrustworthy, just a sycophant. Indeed, he dares to seek favors at such a time. Utterly shameless." The cacophony of murmurs erupted like a boiling pot, and Yin Shui furrowed her brow, preparing to restore order, when she noticed a figure quietly moving to the back of the crowd. Picking up tools to clean the surrounding litter, dressed in worn work clothes, he was slender, his head bowed as if he wished to disappear. "Worker Peng." Yin Shui's gaze lingered on his calloused hands, and a flicker of realization ignited within her. "Teacher Hu, please go calm the crowd." Yin Shui's attention shifted from the loquacious merchant Gu to the quiet figure diligently clearing debris. Worker Peng worked with agility and precision. Each sweep of the broom imbued with an undeniable earnestness. He kept his head lowered, as if wishing to shrink into himself, yet his rough hands betrayed his long years of toil. Yin Shui's eyes remained fixed upon his weathered hands for several seconds, and understanding dawned upon her. She recognized that such individuals were precisely what the base truly needed. "Worker Peng, come here," Yin Shui called softly, her voice resonating clearly to him. He jolted, raising his head, his eyes reflecting a blend of panic and disbelief. As if fearing he had erred, he approached her cautiously, his body slightly hunched, resembling a frightened animal. "You are Worker Peng." Yin Shui's tone softened, laced with encouragement. "Why yes, Commander." Worker Peng stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Unable to meet her gaze, his eyes darting nervously. "You work diligently and meticulously," Yin Shui affirmed, her voice imbued with sincerity. Worker Peng could scarcely believe his ears, momentarily stunned before a look of joy illuminated his face. His eyes gradually brightening as if glimpsing a ray of hope in the darkness. "I merely did what I could," he fidgeted, feeling somewhat bashful. Yin Shui nodded, gesturing toward the list in her hand. "I have decided to include you in the preliminary selection. Strive diligently." The surrounding refugees were momentarily taken aback, and soon erupted into a flurry of discussions, their emotions intertwining in a tumultuous wave of envy, jealousy, and various complexities. Many lamented their own complacency, regretting that they had not contributed quietly like Worker Peng, instead harboring a sense of opportunism. Upon hearing these words, Worker Peng felt as though he had been struck by a heavenly pie. Left utterly stunned, he opened his mouth, intending to speak, but found himself too overcome with emotion to articulate anything. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and his throat tightened with a lump. He lifted his gaze and cast a profound look at Yin Shui. With the selection of workers concluded for the moment, Yin Shui stepped aside to rest, a gentle warmth emanating from her palms. Glancing down, she noticed a steaming cup of beverage had appeared in her hand, the origin of which was unknown. Looking up, she saw Gu Chuan standing not far away, his gaze tender and focused upon her. Yin Shui accepted the drink, and as her fingertips inadvertently brushed against Gu Chuan's hand. A delightful electric sensation coursed through her entire being, causing her cheeks to flush slightly and her heart to race. Jiu Chuan's eyes sparkled with affection, his lips curling into a subtle smile, exuding a sense of indulgence. The chill of the surrounding wind seemed to soften, and an indescribable atmosphere of intimacy enveloped the air. "How does it taste?" Gu Chuan's voice was low and magnetic, akin to a whisper in her ear. Yin Shui took a sip. It was sweet and warm, dispelling the cold that had settled upon her and melting away a hint of fatigue within her heart. "It's very good," she replied softly, her voice tinged with shyness as she dared not meet Gu Chuan's gaze directly to that moment. An incongruous roar shattered the tranquility. Why should he have that privilege? "I'm not satisfied," a youthful voice erupted. Qin Xiaoyan's furious shout was like a stone cast into a serene lake, stirring ripples of discontent. He pointed at Worker Peng, his face flushed with indignation, resentment etched across his youthful features. "Why should a mere laborer like him, who only toils away, be chosen, while I, a person with intellect and ideas, am overlooked? It's unfair." Yin Shui's brows knitted tightly, a surge of anger igniting within her. She detested such rebelliousness and self-righteousness. Coldly, she regarded Qin Xiaoyan, her voice laced with icy authority. "The selection process has its standards, and you have no right to cause a ruckus here. If you believe you possess the capability, prove it through your actions rather than by shouting." Qin Xiaoyan was momentarily silenced by Yin Shui's commanding presence, but his eyes still burned with defiance. He puffed out his chest like a defeated rooster, mumbling, I just think it's unfair. You don't understand me at all." Yin Shui took a deep breath, striving to suppress her rising fury. She feared the young man's rebellious nature might disrupt the order and stability of the base, and a twinge of pity arose within her as she recognized the undeniable potential and sharpness he possessed. "Teacher Hu, please talk to him," she said, pressing her temples wearily, a sense of unease gnawing at her. Teacher Hu adjusted his glasses and slowly approached Qin Xiaoyan, not adopting the fierce demeanor of Yin Shui nor the persuasive tone of others, but rather began speaking softly. "Young man, in my youth, I too was unruly, convinced that the world owed me something." Qin Xiaoyan was taken aback, surprised that this seemingly pedantic teacher would utter such words. He gazed at Teacher Hu with curiosity, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Back then, I believed that everyone overlooked my strengths and only saw my flaws. I constantly rebelled against them, and what was the result? I ended up bruised and battered, achieving nothing." Teacher Hu's tone remained calm, as if recounting someone else's tale, yet a subtle sadness flickered in his gaze. "It was only later that I understood, to gain others' recognition. One must not rely on complaints and rebellion, but rather on one's own efforts and contributions." Qin Xiaoyan appeared touched by Teacher Hu's words, lowering his head, his expression reflecting a mixture of confusion and wavering resolve. He recalled the hardships he had faced and the intense desire for acknowledgement that burned within him, prompting him to reflect on his prior actions. Onlookers marveled at the scene, astonished that the usually unassuming teacher who possessed such remarkable persuasive skills. Even Yin Shui was taken aback, not expecting to witness this facet of him. As the day's selection work finally drew to a close, Yin Shui sat by the campfire, massaging her sore shoulders. Gu Chuan approached with a cup of hot drink, concern etched in his eyes. "You've worked hard today," he said, his voice gentle and magnetic, capable of soothing all of Yin Shui's fatigue. She accepted the drink, warmth spreading from her fingertips throughout her body. Lifting her gaze to meet Gu Chuan's, she replied, "It was just some minor troubles, but Teacher Hu really surprised me. Is that so? It seems our team is full of hidden talents." Gu Chuan replied with a slight smile, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Yin Shui chuckled, feeling the fatigue of the day dissipate. "Yes, but I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. The refugees seem unusually quiet today." Jiu Chuan's expression turned serious, and he nodded. "Indeed, I've noticed it too. Some of their gazes are unsettling, as if they are concealing something." They exchanged worried glances, both sensing the impending challenges that lay ahead. As night deepened, the cold wind howled, and the campfire crackled, illuminating their resolute faces. "Did you notice anything odd about Merchant Gu today?" Yin Shui's voice trailed off abruptly. Chapter 32. The first signs of treachery and the crafty strategy to break the deadlock the following day. The biting cold wind persisted, an unsettling atmosphere permeating the air. The selection process commenced anew, with Yin Shui standing above, her gaze piercing as she scanned the crowded throng below. She observed subtle stirrings within the crowd. A few refugees whispering amongst themselves, their eyes flitting with uncertainty. What is happening? A sense of foreboding washed over Yin Shui, her years of survival instinctively alerting her. Sure enough, a sharp voice pierced the stillness. Why do they get to decide? We are all human. Why can they choose us, but we cannot choose them? This declaration ignited the discontent simmering within the crowd like a spark in dry brush. A few refugees began to echo these sentiments, their voices swelling in volume and fervor. Exactly, they feast and clothe themselves, then come to pick and choose. What do they take us for? It's unfair. We demand fairness. Yin Shui's brow furrowed deeply as she spotted Merchant Gu lurking at the back of the crowd, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. She understood that someone was secretly stoking the flames of discord. Everyone, please calm down. Yin Shui attempted to pacify the crowd, her voice cool and resolute, imbued with an unassailable authority. Yet, the refugees had already been incited, and her words fell on deaf ears amidst the escalating chaos. They jostled and shoved, their emotions surging. We want food. We want warmth. We, too, wish to live in cozy homes. Yes, we want what they have. Why should we accept their selection? We have the right to choose as well. Within the tumult, Worker Peng was drenched in sweat, striving to urge the crowd to regain their composure. But his voice was utterly drowned out by the cacophony around him, rendering him powerless and insignificant. Qin Xiaoyan, on the other hand, wore a disdainful expression, reveling in the pandemonium, his youthful face betraying a glimmer of excitement and rebellion. Teacher, who appeared somewhat bewildered, opening his mouth to say something but ultimately sighing in resignation. As he was ill-equipped to handle such a scene, Yin Shui surveyed the chaotic scene before her, feeling an immense weight of pressure. She knew that if the situation spiraled out of control, it could lead to utter catastrophe. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to speak once more, but at that moment, a deep and magnetic voice resonated behind her. It seems some people are rather restless. Gu Chuan's voice, though not loud, carried an unusual authority that instantly quieted the uproar. He stepped from the back of the crowd to stand beside Yin Shui, holding an ancient basin, the very vessel of treasures. A cold smile graced his lips, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, scanning the tumultuous crowd below. You desire fairness? Very well, I shall grant you fairness. Gu Chuan's voice rang out powerfully as he gently rotated the basin. And suddenly, a radiant light burst forth, revealing a pile of steaming meat buns that materialized seemingly from thin air. The aroma wafting through the air and tantalizing every nose present. Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd, and the previously furious refugees now stared wide-eyed, greedily fixating on the buns as their stomachs betrayed them with rumbling sounds. Gu Chuan continued to rotate the basin, and soon, warm winter clothing, cozy blankets, and even exquisite canned goods appeared, forming small mountains of precious supplies amidst the bitter cold. These treasures, invaluable in the face of the harsh winter, drew everyone's gaze like a magnet. These are for everyone. Gu Chuan's voice boomed again, carrying an undeniable authority. Each person shall have a share. This is absolute fairness. The crowd erupted into cheers, their earlier anger and dissatisfaction evaporating in an instant, replaced by excitement and greed. They surged toward the pile of supplies, fearful of missing out on the bounty. Seizing the moment, Yin Shui pointed at Merchant Gu lurking at the back of the crowd, her voice ringing out with authority. Do not let the allure of immediate gain blind your eyes. It is this man who has incited you from behind the scenes, sowing discord. He seeks to profit from the chaos, utterly indifferent to your fates. As the crowd followed Yin Shui's, they beheld the merchant Gua, his countenance pale and his eyes flickering, attempting to stealthily slip away, only to be seized by several keen-eyed refugees. So it was him. That unscrupulous businessman. How could we have ever trusted him, nearly falling victim to his schemes? Strike him. In this villain's life? The enraged refugees encircled the merchant Gua, pummeling him with fists and kicks. Gua, clutching his head, scurried away in a pitiful state, ultimately fleeing the crowd in disgrace. As order was restored, the people's faith in Yin Shui's sense of justice deepened. Yet, Yin Shui felt no relief. Lurking in the shadows might be more schemers like Gua. Watching them with predatory intent as night fell, Yin Shui stood by the window, gazing into the inky black sky, the cold wind howling like a beast's growl. A profound weariness washed over her, the pressure weighing upon her like a mountain. Rendering her breathless, she rubbed her furrowed brow, a sense of unease stirring within her. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps approached. Jiu Chuan's hand gently rested on Yin Shui's shoulder, the warmth of his touch seeping through her thick clothing. Dispelling some of the chill, Yin Shui did not turn, yet instinctively leaned back, as if seeking a silent comfort. Jiu Chuan's grip tightened slightly, conveying strength, as well as a wordless understanding and support. Outside, the cold wind howled, while a gentle warmth surged within the room, quietly flowing between them, drawing their hearts closer together. In the crowd, Qin Xiaoyan, shedding his previous rebelliousness and disdain, stepped forward to maintain order. He raised his voice to admonish those attempting to cut in line for supplies. His tone firm and powerful, entirely unlike that of a mere teenager. The crowd gazed at him in astonishment, as if seeing the once unruly boy for the first time. Worker Pong, filled with excitement, patted his shoulder in approval, exclaiming, "Good lad, you have responsibility." A fleeting glimmer of embarrassment crossed Qin Xiaoyan's face, only to be replaced by a serious demeanor as he continued to uphold order. Observing his performance, Yin Shui silently nodded in agreement. Perhaps this youth was not as rebellious as she had imagined, merely lacking an opportunity to prove himself. Seizing the chance during the distribution of supplies, Yin Shui discreetly conducted a series of tests. She intentionally created minor difficulties, observing each person's reactions. Some resorted to lies and deceit to acquire more resources. Others displayed a miserly disposition, unwilling to share, while some sought to exploit the chaos for their own gain. Yin Shui meticulously noted these individuals, planning to exclude them in subsequent selections. The selection process proceeded remarkably smoothly, infusing the base with hope and vitality. However, just as Yin Shui believed everything was settled, new issues arose. Some of the veteran members expressed discontent with the new selection criteria, gathering together to whisper amongst themselves, their faces etched with dissatisfaction. Why should they enjoy the same treatment as us just because they arrived later? One veteran member complained softly, "We have toiled painstakingly to reach this point." Another chimed in, "Indeed, we have invested more. Why should they be on equal footing with us?" The discontent spread like wildfire among the veterans, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire base. Witnessing this scene, Yin Shui's heart sank. "I think." An elder member stood up, speaking with conviction, "We should redefine the rules." Chapter 33. The initial establishment of new regulations. Dawn approaches. The cold wind, laden with snowflakes, lashed against the walls of the makeshift base like countless icy blades. Inside, the atmosphere was even chillier and tenser than outside. Yin Shui stood at the center of the crowd, her delicate brows knitted, her gaze sweeping over the faces marked by discontent. Her cool voice echoed within the confined space. The new system is designed to ensure fairness and justice, allowing everyone to contribute their strengths to the base. Fairness? Justice? A burly elder member, Wang Dali, retorted with a gruff voice. He was the leader among the veterans. "We risked our lives and fought tooth and nail for this base. Now they arrive and are treated as equals. How is that fair?" The few individuals behind him joined in the uproar. "Exactly. We disagree. This is not regulation. We do not recognize it." Yin Shui took a deep breath, striving to suppress her growing impatience. "We are all here for survival. There should be no divisions among us. The new system not only considers the interests of veteran members, but also injects fresh vitality into the base. Do you wish to continue as before? Disunited, each fighting their own battles? Humph. Spare us those pretty words." Wang Dali crossed his arms defiantly, adopting a stubborn stance. "We don't care for any new vitality. We only know that we deserve what is rightfully ours." The clamor grew louder, a cacophony assailing Yin Shui's ears like a tempest. Teacher Hu, the once esteemed educator, appeared somewhat powerless at this moment, continuously urging, "Everyone, please calm down. Let us discuss matters amicably, without damaging our harmony." Yet, his voice was soon drowned in the din of discontent. Merchant Gua, his eyes darting, refrained from joining the fray, instead cunningly lurking within the crowd, assessing the situation, contemplating how to exploit the chaos for his own gain. Worker Pong cowered in a corner, head bowed, afraid to speak. lest he be swept up in the storm. Qin Xiaoyan stood at the edge of the crowd, his gaze sharp, observing both sides of the dispute with a hint of disdain and annoyance. As if weary of the entire spectacle, enough! Yin Shui slammed her palm on the table, the crisp sound infused with a touch of anger, instantly silencing the uproar. She locked eyes with Wang Dali, her gaze sharp as a blade. I will say this once more. This system is for the future of everyone in the base, not to satisfy your selfish desires. If you refuse to comply, then feel free to withdraw. Wang Dali was momentarily taken aback by her piercing gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, sneering, "Withdraw? Do you think we are easily intimidated? We are the cornerstone of this base. Without us, it would have collapsed long ago. Very well. If you do not acknowledge the new regulations, let us revisit the past." Yin Shui's tone turned icy, each word resonating with authority. "How much did we sacrifice for survival? And what about you? Besides eating, drinking, and sleeping, what have you contributed? Your so-called sacrifices were merely for your own survival. Do not elevate yourselves to such a noble pedestal." The atmosphere plummeted to freezing point, an oppressive tension filling the air. Wang Dali and his companions exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to counter her words. Just as the situation teetered on the brink of chaos, a deep voice unexpectedly emerged. "Who says your contributions lack value?" All eyes turned towards the source, and there stood Gu Chuan at the entrance, backlit as if he were a deity descending to earth. Eye in his hand, he held an item that emitted an unsettling glow in the dim light. All gazes converged upon it, and silence enveloped the crowd. Jiu Chuan strode forward, cradling a piece of warm jade that radiated a gentle light, dispelling the chill within the room. This was the newly generated warm jade from the treasure basin, capable of warding off the cold and gradually enhancing the holder's physique. In this resource-scarce era of harsh winters, it was akin to a priceless treasure. This warm jade, produced by the treasure basin, can fend off severe cold and bolster your constitution. Gu Chuan's voice was deep and authoritative, imbued with undeniable gravitas. The veteran members have toiled tirelessly for the construction of this base and thus deserve recognition. These warm jades are a testament to your past contributions. He began distributing the warm jade to Wang Dali and the other veterans, their faces illuminating with incredulous delight. Wang Dali gingerly accepted the warm jade, its warmth spreading through him, dissipating much of the discontent that had resided within. "The new system does not seek to undermine your achievements," Gu Chuan continued, "but rather aims to enhance the base's operations, attract more talent, and generate greater resources. Only through unity and collaboration can we endure this harsh winter. Under the new system, each individual can receive corresponding rewards based on their abilities. Is this not beneficial for all?" His gaze swept over the crowd, his tone resolute and powerful. "The treasure basin can continuously generate resources, but the distribution of these resources requires a fair and reasonable system to ensure equity. Only then can hope be kindled in everyone's hearts, unleashing even greater potential." The veteran members, cradling the warm jade in their hands and feeling its soothing warmth, gradually dispelled their doubts. Wang Dali rubbed his hands together, a simple smile spreading across his face. "Gu Laoda, you're right. We will follow your lead." The others echoed in agreement. "Yes, Gu Laoda has given this much thought. We support the new system." Merchant Gua, his eyes darting, immediately donned a sycophantic smile. "Gu Laoda is wise. This new system is simply marvelous." Worker Peng also mustered the courage to speak. "I trust Gu Laoda. He will surely guide us through these trying times." Even Qin Xiaoyan, who had remained a silent observer, revealed a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Witnessing the shift in the crowd's attitude, Gu Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile. He understood that this was merely the first step. To fully alleviate everyone's concerns would require time and effort. Yin Shui regarded Gu Chuan with a heart brimming with admiration. His wisdom and decisiveness always managed to defuse crises, guiding everyone towards hope. Yet, the anxiety within her heart lingered, as the skepticism in some eyes flickered like embers, poised to reignite the flames of discontent at any moment. She sighed softly and murmured, "I hope everything goes smoothly." Suddenly, a warm hand enveloped hers with a firm grip. Jiu Chuan's palm was broad and comforting, encasing Yin Shui's icy fingers, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her body like a jolt of electricity. Yin Shui lifted her gaze and found herself lost in the depths of his eyes, as profound as the starry sky, shimmering with unwavering determination, seemingly capable of dispelling all shadows. A wave of warmth surged within her, washing away all fatigue and anxiety. Gratefully, she clasped his hand in return, a silent trust flowing between them, and their affection blossomed like a snow lotus quietly unfurling in the winter, pure yet fervent. However, this tender moment did not go unnoticed by others, who whispered among themselves like the chilling winds of winter, stirring the air between the two. Wang Dali's rugged face briefly betrayed a suggestive smile. While several old members exchanged knowing glances, their hushed tones laced with teasing and innuendo. Teacher Hu awkwardly coughed twice and averted his gaze. Merchant Gu continued to squint, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he were plotting something. Even the worker Pong, seated in the corner, couldn't help but glance at them with a mix of envy and insecurity before quickly lowering his head. Qin Xiaoyan, on the other hand, snorted dismissively, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain, seemingly scoffing at such sentimental displays. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing thick glasses stepped forward from the crowd. His complexion was pale, but his eyes shone with an unusual brightness. He raised his hands and proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Li Ming, and I am a doctor. I possess certain medical skills that could assist everyone during this cold wave. I wish to join this base and contribute to the new system." His voice, though not loud, soothed the restless hearts of the crowd like a gentle spring breeze. They exchanged glances, as Li Ming's willingness to serve the base injected a much-needed dose of optimism into those who had harbored doubts. One by one, they expressed their support and eagerness to partake in the base's development. The hearts of the people began to soften, akin to soil after a spring rain, and the new system garnered wider acceptance. 5 days swiftly passed, and through a fair and just selection process, 50 members, each with unique strengths, joined the base, infusing it with new vitality and opportunities for growth. However, like the brief calm before a storm, some hidden undercurrents began to stir. Although the old members no longer openly resisted, their glances towards the newcomers were tinged with indifference and detachment, as if an invisible wall separated them. Yin Shui observed this. Her brow furrowed with a faint sense of worry, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the base. Gu Chuan approached Yin Shui, gently draping his arm around her shoulder, and asked softly, "Are you tired?" Yin Shui shook her head, leaning into his warm embrace. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Gu Chuan's gaze suddenly turn cold and piercing, fixated on the distance, as if he had perceived something amiss. Chapter 34. Newcomers integrate amidst numerous obstacles. The gates of the base creaked open, admitting 50 new faces filled with anticipation and trepidation into this new domain they were to inhabit. Yet, what awaited them was not a warm welcome but a sea of scrutinizing, indifferent eyes. The old members loitered in small clusters, whispering among themselves, their expressions betraying a sense of alienation and disdain. As if the newcomers were some sort of invasive species, the new members stood awkwardly in the expansive training ground, casting glances at one another, their smiles gradually fading into a mask of discomfort. As an invisible tension enveloped the air, Teacher Hu attempted to lighten the atmosphere, clearing his throat and offering a friendly smile, but was abruptly interrupted by the derisive laughter of several old members. His face flushed crimson, and he sheepishly fell silent. Yin Shui took all this in, her brow knitted tightly, her heart entwined in a creeping anxiety. She understood that these new members had been meticulously selected. Each possessed unique skills essential for the future development of the base. Yet the current situation left her feeling profoundly powerless. As tasks were assigned, conflict erupted. Worker Pong was relegated to the most arduous and unsavory duties, while a few old members pointed and snickered, their words dripping with mockery and disdain. With his head bowed, Pong clenched his fists tightly, allowing sweat to trickle down his cheeks. He yearned to protest but felt too intimidated, fully aware of his newcomer status that rendered him voiceless. Unable to bear it any longer, Yin Shui stepped forward, her voice cool and resolute. "Who gave you the authority to bully the new members?" The old members laughed dismissively. One particularly burly individual retorted, "What is this, Yin Shui? Are you feeling sympathetic? This is our territory. Mind your own business. The base now belongs to everyone. There should be no distinction between old and new." Yin Shui's voice involuntarily rose a notch, laced with indignation. The burly man scoffed, his tone dripping with challenge, I say you newcomers are nothing but useless. You dawdle over your tasks and expect to sit at the same table as us? The atmosphere instantly turned tense. The new members fell silent, while the old members wore expressions of disdain. Tension crackled in the air as if a storm were about to break. Yen Shui's fury ignited as she opened her mouth to retort. But then she saw Gu Chuan approaching with measured steps. He remained silent, simply gesturing towards the vacant space ahead. In a stunning moment, before the gathered crowd, a pile of gleaming metallic tools materialized on the ground. Gu Chuan's arrival was akin to a ray of warmth piercing through the wintry air, instantly thawing the frost that had settled over the training ground. His deep-set eyes surveyed everyone present, exuding a calming strength. Ignoring the burly man's provocation, he merely waved his hand, and an array of brand-new tools appeared. Hoes, shovels, axes, and even finely crafted saws, glistening coldly under the sunlight. The old members were left dumbfounded by this seemingly magical occurrence. Their eyes wide with astonishment, greedily fixed on the tools as if they were glistening gold. The burly man stood with his mouth agape, his previous bravado evaporating, replaced by an indescribable shock and longing. These tools are more than enough for your needs. Gu Chuan's voice resonated deeply, each word striking a chord within their hearts. The addition of new members signifies an increase in our labor force, enabling us to build a stronger base. As long as you unite your efforts, even greater things will come to fruition. The old members exchanged glances, then rushed towards the pile of tools, eagerly grasping the implements. Their faces alight with uncontainable joy, their earlier indifference and disdain swiftly dissipating. Worker Peng watched this scene unfold, a long-lost smile breaking through the grime and sweat on his face, casting a grateful glance at Gu Chuan. Yen Shui's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes brimming with admiration for Gu Chuan. He always found unexpected ways to resolve seemingly insurmountable challenges. She understood that his actions were not merely to ease the rift between old and new members, but to illustrate the profound importance of unity. Gu Chuan turned to face Yen Shui, his gaze softening with affection, his deep eyes filled with tenderness. Their eyes met, as if an electric current flowed between them. The surrounding people sensed this warmth. Smiles blooming on their faces, even the air seemed to sweeten. Under Gu Chuan's enchantment and Yen Shui's stewardship, the atmosphere within the base gradually softened. However, just then, a defiant voice pierced through the crowd. I refuse to do these menial tasks. I want to participate in defense training. The speaker was Qin Xiaoyan, his youthful eyes ablaze with fervor, resembling a rebellious beast. His outburst shattered the newfound tranquility, prompting the instructor to furrow his brow and reply coldly, "You are too young. Focus on work first." Qin Xiaoyan's face flushed crimson with indignation as he clenched his fists tightly and stormed away. His figure vanished like a gust of wind at the edge of the training ground. His inner turmoil swirling like dust caught in the breeze. He could not comprehend why, despite his burning passion, he was relegated to meaningless labor. He longed to wield a weapon, to fight for the defense of the base like the seasoned members. Yet, he was met only with cold rejection and contempt, leaving him feeling utterly defeated and despondent as he wandered aimlessly. The world around him blurred, and all he could hear were the heavy sounds of his own breathing and heartbeat. He felt like a wild beast trapped in a cage, brimming with strength yet with no outlet for its release. Just then, a voice called from behind, laced with a hint of mockery and an elusive undertone. "Hey there, little brother, why the long face? Do you feel your talents are being overlooked?" Qin Xiaoyan spun around, and before him stood Merchant Gu, his smooth face adorned with an unusually warm smile. At that moment, Merchant Gu's expression appeared particularly inviting as he winked at Qin Xiaoyan, his lips curving upward as if hinting at something. The young man named Qin furrowed his brow, his tone laced with skepticism. "Who are you? Don't try to get close to me." Gua, the merchant, chuckled softly, seemingly unfazed by Qin's attitude. He continued with self-assured conviction. "My name is Guoshang, and I am a businessman. I can see that you are not one to settle for mediocrity. You yearn to become powerful, am I right?" Qin remained silent, merely observing Guo with a steady gaze. Noticing this, Guo pressed on. "I can assist you. I have a penchant for collaborating with individuals of potential. However, you must place your trust in me." Guo slowly approached the instructor, a confident smile adorning his face. He whispered a few words, and the instructor's expression transformed from one of surprise to a look of reluctant acceptance. culminating in a soft sigh and a slight nod. This unexpected shift left those around them in a state of astonishment, particularly the veteran members who had previously perceived Gua as nothing more than a profit-driven merchant. They were taken aback by his apparent ability to sway the instructor's decision. Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. He found it hard to trust his own perceptions, questioning if he were dreaming. He eagerly approached Gua, his voice brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, Guashang. I owe you a favor." In the training grounds, the new members gradually acclimated to life at the base. Under the diligent efforts of Yin Shui and Gu Chuan, camaraderie began to blossom, gradually dissolving the barriers between the old and new members. Laughter and joy echoed through the base as everyone strove toward a brighter future, as if the previous discontent were merely a fleeting nightmare. Yet beneath this harmonious facade, a crisis loomed ominously as resource allocation became increasingly strained, prompting individuals to covertly calculate their own interests. Ji Yuchuan was in the midst of discussions with Yin Shui regarding their next steps when a harsh argument abruptly shattered the tranquility. "Why do they get more?" A sharp female voice shouted indignantly. "This is unfair. We deserve a larger share." A coarse male voice chimed in, underscoring the tension. Ji Yuchuan's brow furrowed as he turned to face the source of the commotion, while Yin Shui's gaze sharpened, her demeanor shifting. Chapter 35. Resource allocation and the emergence of crisis. The previously harmonious atmosphere within the base was abruptly disrupted by the piercing shouts of contention. The old and new members found themselves embroiled in a heated dispute over resource distribution. Those who had once united for a common goal now stood at odds, their animosity palpable. "Why do they get more?" The irate female voice echoed across the expansive training ground, her fury and resentment starkly evident, as if she were on the brink of eruption. "This is unjust. We should receive a larger portion." Another gruff voice added, exuding an air of dominance and discontent, fists clenched tightly, eyes glinting with defiance. Ji Yuchuan, his brow knitted in concern, slowly turned to the direction of the voices, while Yin Shui's expression grew increasingly fierce as she surveyed the scene, her gaze ultimately settling on the two factions embroiled in conflict. The atmosphere thickened with tension, akin to a taut string poised to snap at any moment. The old members formed a circle, their emotions running high as they accused the new members of hoarding resources unjustly. Their words dripped with resentment, each utterance striking a painful chord within the hearts of the newcomers. Unyielding, the new members rallied, their steadfast gazes countering the old members' accusations. "We have put in our efforts here as well. Why should we receive less?" Qin's voice trembled slightly yet remained resolute. He stood at the forefront of the new members, his unwavering gaze fixed on the opposing old members, as if voicing the sentiments of all newcomers. Teacher who attempted to mediate the situation, his tone calm yet earnest. "Everyone, let's take a moment to breathe. Resource distribution is a matter that requires collective deliberation. There's no need for discord." However, his words were drowned out by the escalating argument. A cold smirk graced Gua's lips as he cast a sly glance at Teacher Hu, then proclaimed loudly, "Resources are limited. Sacrifices must be made. Why should the burden fall upon us?" Worker Peng lowered his head, clutching a metal rod tightly. His eyes revealed a flicker of inferiority, yet more prominently a sense of defiance. He murmured, "We are also striving for survival. We should unite rather than scheme against one another." As the quarrel intensified, all eyes turned to Gu Chuan and Yin Shui, as if they were the arbiters of this conflict. Gu Chuan's gaze swept over the crowd, recognizing the anger and dissatisfaction of the old members, as well as the determination and helplessness of the newcomers. A firm conviction welled up within him. At that moment, Yin Shui stepped forward, her voice resolute and commanding. "Everyone, please be quiet and listen to us." Yet, before her words could fully register, a more intense confrontation erupted, the tension reaching its zenith. In that instant, the air within the base seemed to solidify, all eyes fixated on Gu Chuan's hands, awaiting his decision. Slowly, Gu Chuan withdrew his hand from his pocket, revealing not a weapon, but an ancient ceramic basin, a treasure trove. Under the dim light, it emanated a soft glow, as if harboring boundless energy. The crowd fell silent, their gazes riveted on the wondrous basin, breaths becoming audible in the stillness. "This is..." someone murmured, unable to contain their astonishment. Gu Chuan remained silent, merely elevating the treasure basin high. A flash of golden light erupted from within, and piles of supplies materialized, filling one corner of the training ground. Food, clothing, medical supplies, tools, an abundant array of resources lay before them, tantalizingly fragrant and visually captivating. Exclamations of awe erupted from the crowd. The new members stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom the miraculous occurrence. The old members were equally stunned, having never witnessed such enchantment, their prior anger and dissatisfaction dissipating like mist. Gu Chuan returned the treasure basin to his pocket, his tone calm yet assertive. These resources are sufficient for all of us to weather the storm. He then announced a new resource distribution plan, one that thoughtfully considered the contributions and needs of both old and new members, ensuring equitable shares for everyone. Cheers of joy erupted from the new members, their faces alight with elation and gratitude. The old members, too, wore satisfied smiles, realizing that Gu Chuan's decision was fair and just. Yin Xue regarded Gu Chuan with admiration, and he gently draped an arm around her shoulders as they exchanged knowing smiles. Their unspoken connection palpable. Envious glances were cast their way, witnesses to the resilience and wisdom displayed by this couple in the face of adversity. Peace returned to the base, hope rekindled as everyone believed that under the leadership of Gu Chuan and Yin Xue, they would triumph over the impending cold wave and rebuild their home. As night fell, a serene atmosphere enveloped the base. Yet, a shadowy figure lurked in the darkness, watching intently, eyes gleaming with avarice. "This treasure basin shall be mine," he hissed, his voice swallowed by the night breeze. The fragile piece brought forth by the basin was akin to thin ice, destined to shatter. Some individuals, awakened by greed in the face of abundance, stealthily transported supplies to their quarters under the cover of darkness, hoarding them away. Days later, the base faced a renewed resource shortage. Some members discovered their rations had dwindled, and discontented murmurs filled the air. "What is happening? Are we short on supplies again?" a burly man complained, clutching a noticeably reduced portion of food. "Yes, it's only been a few days. Where are the items from the treasure basin?" A woman echoed, her eyes alight with worry. Qin, a witness to the unfolding events, had once been that rebellious youth. However, after enduring the harshness of the cold wave and experiencing the warmth of the base, he began to mature. He noticed those hoarding supplies, but refrained from acting impulsively. Seeking out Yin Xue, he recounted his observations. "Yin Jie, I've seen someone," he whispered, recounting the details of what he had witnessed. Yin Xue patted his shoulder appreciatively. "You did well, Qin." Rather than making a scene, she discreetly gathered evidence through her own investigation. Then, during a general assembly, she skillfully exposed those hoarding supplies and redistributed the excess. Instead of meting out harsh punishment, she focused on education, appealing to reason and emotion, emphasizing the importance of unity and mutual support. The members were thoroughly convinced by Yin Xue's approach and regarded Qin's maturity with newfound respect. Once a rebellious youth, he had evolved into a trusted member of the base. Although the resource allocation issue had temporarily been resolved, the long-term development of the base necessitated additional resources. While the treasure basin was indeed miraculous, it could not produce supplies indefinitely. Seated beside the campfire, Yin Xue and Gu Chuan gazed into the flickering flames, lost in contemplation. "We cannot rely on the treasure basin indefinitely," Yin Xue broke the silence. Gu Chuan nodded in agreement. "We need to find new sources of resources." The following morning, at the base entrance, Gu Chuan and Yin Xue wore serious expressions. "This mission," Ji Chuan surveyed the assembled members, "is extremely dangerous. Our target is the abandoned factory in the western part of the city, where we may find the fuel and parts we urgently require." His piercing gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting on Yin Xue, a fleeting shadow of concern crossing his features. Yin Xue responded with a resolute gaze, fully aware of the perils that lay ahead, yet she understood that for the future of their base, they must take the risk. The selected members wore expressions of grave seriousness. Teacher, who adjusted his glasses, the eyes behind the lenses flickering with unease. Merchant Guan nervously rubbed his hands together, his gaze darting as if calculating something. Worker Pong gripped his tool tightly, his knuckles turning pale. And although young Qin endeavored to appear calm, his slightly trembling legs betrayed his anxiety. The heavy atmosphere hung over the entire team like thick, dark clouds as they set forth. The biting cold wind lashed against their cheeks like knives, while the buildings lining the road stood shrouded in snow and ice, resembling silent giants. Aside from the howling wind, the only sound was the oppressive weight of their footsteps, creating an atmosphere that was almost suffocating. Suddenly, Yin Shui raised her hand, signaling the team to halt. She had keenly detected a subtle anomaly. The air was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. Someone. Before young Qin could finish his thought, a ragged group of refugees surged forth from the ruins, wielding makeshift weapons, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Akin to starving wolves fixated on the team members, "Surrender your supplies." The leader of the refugees shouted menacingly, pointing a metal rod at Gu Chuan. In an instant, the tense atmosphere ignited, on the brink of eruption. Gu Chuan coldly regarded the refugees, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Slowly, he reached into his pocket. Gu Chuan's hand emerged not with a weapon, but with a silver ring delicately pinched between his fingers. The ring shimmered softly, and then, in an instant, it radiated forth a brilliant light, akin to the dawning sun, blindingly resplendent. In that fleeting moment, each member of the team found themselves equipped with exquisite weaponry. Gu Chuan had provided them with specially crafted gear extracted from the treasure basin. Teacher who wielded an energy rifle, its body swirling with a ghostly blue glow. Merchant Guo was armed with a lightweight laser pistol, its intricate mechanics instilling a sense of awe. Worker Pong brandished a gleaming alloy battle axe, its blade seemingly thirsting for blood, while young Qin gripped an exceptionally sharp energy dagger, capable of slicing through any solid material. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the avarice etched upon the refugees' faces abruptly froze. Replaced by profound fear, the rusty scraps in their hands seemed like mere toys compared to these high-tech weapons. Yet, in the face of desperation, they did not relent. Instead, they let out a furious roar and charged at the team like wild beasts. "Prepare for battle." Gu Chuan's voice resonated deeply, akin to a command, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of the team. He led the charge into the fray, the energy pistol in his hand unleashing a dazzling blue light that felled several foes in an instant. Yin Shui followed closely, brandishing her energy short sword, its blade slicing through the air with the speed of lightning, leaving trails of crimson in its wake. The battle erupted violently, akin to a tempest. The thunderous reports of energy weapons, the clashing of blades, and the anguished cries of the refugees intertwined, forming a grim symphony of death. Although Teacher, who was somewhat antiquated in his approach, the power of the energy rifle revealed a remarkable combat prowess. The laser beams accurately claiming the lives of the refugees. Merchant Guo, though cunning, revealed a ruthless side in the face of life and death, wielding the laser pistol like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Reaping life after life, Worker Pong swung his battle axe with astonishing force, cleaving the refugees in half, and young Qin, like a nimble cheetah, darted through the crowd, his energy dagger striking with the precision of a venomous serpent. Harvesting lives with ruthless efficiency, as the battle intensified, blood splattered across the white snow like ink, the air thick with the metallic scent of carnage. The surrounding team members watched the unfolding chaos, their hearts pounding like war drums. They felt a thrill at their comrades' valor, yet a sliver of fear regarding the brutality of the conflict. That moment, a refugee swung a metal rod with ferocity, aiming for Yin Shui's back. Just as the rod was about to descend, Yin Shui stood unguarded. "Yin Shui," Gu Chuan shouted, discarding his weapon as he dashed towards her like an arrow released from a bow. In a split second, Gu Chuan leaped to shield Yin Shui, absorbing the deadly blow with his own body. A dull thud echoed as he grunted in pain, a sharp ache radiating through his back. Clutching Yin Shui tightly, they tumbled into the snow. "Gu Chuan," Yin Shui gasped, hastily assessing his injury, finding a deep gash on his back where the metal rod had struck, staining the white snow with crimson. "I'm fine," Gu Chuan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he helped Yin Shui to her feet. "Stop this at once," Yin Shui shouted furiously, her voice trembling with emotion. Her gaze swept over the remaining refugees, who, intimidated by her presence, began to retreat, unwilling to advance further. Seeing this, Merchant Guo's eyes darted, a cunning idea forming in his mind. He pointed towards a distant ruin and shouted, "The police are coming! Run!" The refugees immediately fell into disarray, abandoning their attempts to seize supplies and scattering in all directions. With the crisis averted, the team hastily tended to Gu Chuan's wounds. Yin Shui tenderly bandaged him, her care filling him with warmth as he felt her deep concern. After treating his injury, the team pressed on, finally arriving at the abandoned factory. Within the factory, they discovered a wealth of fuel, parts, and some unexpected technological items. Upon their return to the base, the inhabitants erupted in jubilant celebration, reveling in their triumphant return. However, while sorting through the resources, Yin Shui and Gu Chuan stumbled upon some peculiar technological artifacts, a few chips shimmering with an unusual glow and some intricate circuit boards. These items hinted at deeper secrets hidden beneath the cold wave. These items, Yin Shui murmured, perhaps we can use them as a starting point to uncover the true means to combat the cold wave. Gu Chuan pondered thoughtfully. Yin Shui and Gu Chuan exchanged a glance, finding resolute conviction reflected in each other's eyes. They decided to embark on the next phase of technological exploration, a decision that would also present new challenges to their burgeoning relationship. Let us proceed, Gu Chuan said, taking Yin Shui's hand as they made their way toward the base's laboratory. Chapter 37. Technological Exploration. The journey begins. The laboratory door creaked open, releasing a musty odor that enveloped them. In the dim light, several dilapidated lab tables stood askew, rusted instruments scattered across the surfaces, and the air was thick with the scent of dust. Yin Shui, Gu Chuan, and the newly recruited members of the technological exploration team stood at the entrance, gazing at the meager scene, each face etched with gravity. The conditions are even worse than we imagined. Technician Kai rubbed his grease-stained hands together, his brow furrowed. Once, he had sweat in a fully equipped factory. Now, he found himself starting from scratch in this decrepit laboratory. Young Tong adjusted his glasses, excitement flickering in his eyes, though a hint of concern lingered in his tone. Though humble, it's a starting point. I hope we can find some useful information. Professor Liang, a revered physicist, leaned on his cane as he surveyed the surroundings, a tinge of helplessness evident in his murky eyes. Let us first examine the state of the technological data repository. I hope to find some valuable literature. Professor, I believe we should repair some simple equipment first, Technician Kai suggested, pointing to a dust-covered oscilloscope in the corner. With tools in hand, we can conduct our research more efficiently. Professor Liang shook his head. The most crucial aspect now is theoretical guidance. Without direction, even repaired equipment will be of no use. The two held firm to their positions, and the atmosphere in the laboratory grew tense. Hacker Mo remained silent, quietly observing every corner of the lab, as if harboring some hidden secret. Noticing this, Yin Shui gently tugged at Gu Chuan's sleeve. Understanding her cue, Gu Chuan stepped forward and said, Professor, Technician Kai, you both make valid points. He paused, scanning the group. How about we split into two teams? One group can organize the data repository while the other attempts to repair the equipment. Two-pronged approach. What do you think? This suggestion gained unanimous approval, and the tense atmosphere began to ease. The group dispersed, busying themselves within the laboratory. Yin Shui and Gu Chuan worked together to organize the data repository, sifting through yellowed books and materials, hoping to uncover a glimmer of hope. However, as time passed, their hope gradually morphed into disappointment. Most of the materials in the repository were incomplete, many crucial pieces of information lost, rendering them ineffective in providing assistance. It seems we must think of another approach. Yin Shui sighed, placing the materials back on the shelf. Ji Chuan, observing the disappointment etched on her face, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. At that moment, an idea struck him, his eyes brightening as he reached into his pocket. With a flourish, Gu Chuan revealed an ancient bronze basin. It was small yet radiated a soft green light, as if containing boundless power. This was the treasure basin that had fallen from the sky. With a thought, a stream of white light surged forth from the basin, dispersing to reveal several brand new research tools, a set of precise scales, several pristine beakers, and various commonly used glassware, all gleaming brilliantly in the dim laboratory. What is this? Technician Kai exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. My goodness, this is nothing short of a miracle. The young student adjusted his glasses, and Professor Liang's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Even his hand, which gripped the cane, trembled slightly. Could this be the legendary alchemy? As the astonished expressions of the onlookers caught his attention, Gu Chuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. These tools are serendipitously acquired. They will assist us in conducting our research more efficiently. His tone was calm yet imbued with an undeniable confidence. Now, everyone can utilize these tools to attempt the restoration of some valuable equipment. Upon hearing this, hope rekindled in the eyes of the crowd, dispelling the earlier gloom and fatigue, replaced instead by a palpable enthusiasm. They eagerly seized the tools, each becoming busy with their respective tasks. Yin Shui approached the table where the tools were laid out, meticulously organizing them. As she neatly arranged the beakers, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against Gu Chuan's hand, sending a shiver of electricity coursing through her. She abruptly raised her head, meeting Gu Chuan's gentle gaze, her cheeks instantly flushing a deep crimson, reminiscent of the most resplendent sunset. Flustered, she lowered her head once more, resuming her arrangement of the tools. Though her heart raced uncontrollably, that tender gaze seemingly branding her soul, Jiu Chuan observed her, an affectionate smile involuntarily gracing his lips. He then diverted his gaze, feeling a ripple of emotion within. An air of ambiguity quietly enveloped the two. Just as the atmosphere brimmed with hope and productivity, Professor Liang suddenly exclaimed, shattering the moment's warmth. "Quick, come see this." He pointed towards a tightly shut iron door deep within the laboratory, his voice trembling slightly. The crowd rushed over, and Gu Chuan and Yin Shui set down their tools, gathering around the iron door, which was rusted and appeared to narrate the passage of time. The lock had succumbed to rust, and a chill emanated from the crevice of the door. Jiu Chuan tentatively rapped on the iron door, producing a dull thud. "What lies beyond?" he mused, furrowing his brow, sensing something unusual, if I'm not mistaken. "This should be the repository of technological data," Professor Liang remarked, his tone tinged with excitement yet laced with concern. "I hope there is something useful inside. Otherwise, we will truly be at a loss." He pointed at the rusted lock, urgency evident in his voice. "Let's see if we can open it." The rust-laden iron door resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast, mercilessly devouring their hopes. When the heavy door was finally pried open, what lay before them was a scene of utter disarray. Shelves lay toppled, documents strewn about, the paper yellowed, ink blurred, and incomplete files seemed to mock their efforts. The oppressive atmosphere was as suffocating as the musty smell that filled the laboratory. Professor Liang surveyed the chaos, shaking his head in resignation, disappointment etched across his aged features. "Alas, it seems we have arrived too late." He sighed, a profound sense of helplessness in his voice. Just as a veil of gloom settled over the group, the young student made a new discovery in the corner. He cautiously brushed aside the dust covering the ground, revealing an inconspicuous black box. Curiously, he picked it up and gently wiped away the surface dust, uncovering ancient engravings that exuded an air of mystery. "What is this?" he murmured to himself as he cautiously opened the box. With a soft click, the lid lifted, and the dim eyes of the crowd were instantly illuminated. Inside the box lay a well-preserved piece of technological data. Although the paper had yellowed, the writing remained distinctly clear. Like a beacon of light guiding them through the darkness. "My goodness! There are indeed preserved documents," Kai, the technician, exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as if witnessing a miracle. Professor Liang hurried forward, trembling hands accepting the documents, flipping through them with growing excitement. This is simply fortuitous." A glimmer of light flickered in Mo Haika's eyes as he took the documents, swiftly perusing them before moving to a dust-laden instrument, skillfully disassembling and reassembling it. Moments later, he raised his head as Gu Chuan's thoughts sparked, a torrent of materials materializing from the treasure bowl. Mo Haika deftly affixed the materials to the instrument. With a low hum, a deep vibration resonated, and the indicator lights on the device began to glow faintly, their weak radiance standing out in the dim laboratory. "We did it," the young student exclaimed, jumping up in excitement, fists clenched, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "This is our first step to success." Yin Shui smiled in relief. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, feeling a long-lost spark of hope. Yet, Mo Haika remained composed, gently caressing the detection device in his hands, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. He glanced at Gu Chuan and said meaningfully, "It seems we are ready to embark on our journey." Chapter 38. Obstacles and Exploration. Persevering forward, Mo Haika pressed the start button, and the detection device emitted a rhythmic beeping, the screen displaying a series of intricate data. Wrapped in thick winter attire, the group trudged through the crunching snow, advancing towards the abandoned research center. The howling cold wind sliced across their faces like knives, making it difficult to breathe. Above, the overcast clouds hung low, seemingly poised to descend, inducing a sense of suffocation. The entrance to the research center was already rusted, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, silently awaiting its prey. Yin Shui took a deep breath and forcefully pushed open the heavy door. The grating sound echoed hauntingly in the still air, sending shivers down their spines. Inside, chaos reigned, with scattered instruments and documents everywhere, thick layers of dust blanketing everything as if time had frozen here. A musty odor permeated the air, inducing nausea. Dim light filtered through shattered windows, casting mottled shadows across the floor, further enhancing the eerie atmosphere. "This feels off," the young student said, closely following Gu Chuan, his voice trembling slightly. "Everyone, be cautious and watch your step," Gu Chuan replied, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings. They proceeded with utmost caution, each step deliberate. The detection device's screen flickered with data, sounding urgent alarms. Upon reaching the center of the hall, Imo Haika excitedly pointed to a massive device in the corner. "This is it. If we can repair this machine, we will gain invaluable information about the cold wave." Kai the technician stepped forward for a thorough inspection, his brow furrowing in concern. "This device is severely damaged. The complexity of repairs is beyond us. We lack sufficient tools and materials. How can we know unless we try?" Imo Haika retorted, slightly irked. "I've repaired devices more complex than this. This is no trivial matter." Kai raised his voice. "If we break it, all our previous efforts will be in vain." The tension escalated as their argument intensified. Jiu Chuan frowned, poised to mediate, when Yin Shui suddenly halted. Her gaze fixated on an inconspicuous spot in the corner. "Wait," she said softly, yet her voice carried an unmistakable thrill. "Look over there." The area she indicated was cluttered with debris, nearly blending into the shadows. The others followed her gaze but initially spotted nothing unusual. She hastily approached, brushing away the dust and tattered fabric, revealing a rusted metal cabinet door. "What?" the young student gasped, eyes wide. Yin Shui pulled forcefully at the cabinet door, which emitted a grating sound that set teeth on edge. Slowly creaking open, a wave of stale air surged forth, prompting involuntary coughs. Inside, neatly arranged, were sealed boxes, each labeled with barely discernible words like core components and spare energy. "Fortune smiles upon us," Imo Haika exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "These parts may very well be what we need." Kai's face lit up with surprise as he hurried over to inspect. Carefully, he opened one of the boxes, extracting its contents for a closer look. "Wonderful. These components are well preserved. They are precisely the critical parts we were missing." Kai's voice quivered with excitement. However, after a careful count, his expression darkened. "Regrettably, we are still short one core component." He sighed, disappointment evident. That moment, Gu Chuan approached Yin Shui, producing a delicate small fabric pouch from his pocket. He opened it to reveal the very missing core components, glimmering with metallic luster. "This should suffice, right?" Gu Chuan's tone was calm, as if he had merely conjured a common stone. The group stared at him in astonishment, as if witnessing a miracle. Yin Shui was rendered speechless, fully aware of Gu Chuan's extraordinary abilities, yet each revelation left her in a w-e. Jiu Chuan handed the components to Yin Shui, his fingers brushing lightly against her hand. Her heart skipped a beat, warmth flooding her being. She looked up, meeting Gu Chuan's deep gaze, which brimmed with tenderness and affection. As if the entire world melted within that heartfelt look, the others exchanged knowing smiles at this moment. Professor Liang adjusted his glasses, clearing his throat to break the brief silence. "Ahem. Since we have all the components, let us commence the repairs on the device." The group sprang into action, invigorated with purpose. The once dim research center came alive with newfound energy, sparked by this unexpected glimmer of hope. Jiu Chuan observed the bustling crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips. He approached Yin Shui, softly murmuring, "Everything will turn out well." Yin Shui nodded, her eyes filled with unwavering determination and trust, akin to a ray of sunshine on a winter's day, warm and radiant. However, just as hope surged among the group, Professor Liang's words abruptly froze the atmosphere. "Wait, it seems we have overlooked a crucial issue." Professor Liang's statement fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the flames of enthusiasm in everyone's hearts. They exchanged glances, their earlier fervor dissipating like leaves in a chilling wind, replaced by a profound sense of helplessness. "What is it, Professor Liang? What seems to be the problem?" Yin Shui broke the silence first, her tone laced with urgency. Professor Liang adjusted his glasses, his brow furrowed, his aged face etched with resignation. "Having the components is insufficient. Restoring this intricate apparatus requires the guidance of specialized personnel. It appears we lack such talent here. The air felt as though it had solidified, silence weighing heavily upon each heart. Kai, the technician, anxiously raked his fingers through his hair, while Imo, the hacker, ceased fiddling with the parts, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. The flickering flame of hope had barely ignited before reality mercilessly snuffed it out. Are we to remain stagnant here? Tong, the student, voiced his reluctance, breaking the stifling silence. His youthful face was marked with anxiety as he paced back and forth, unable to contain his restlessness. Perhaps I could give it a try. Tong suddenly halted, and upon uttering these words, all eyes turned toward him with skepticism. After all, he was merely a student. How could he bear the weighty responsibility of repairing precision instruments? Isn't that a bit too risky? Kai was the first to voice his doubts. Although adept in technology, he refrained from making assertions regarding research. Let's give it a shot. We might yield unexpected results. Gu Chuan's voice was steady and reassuring, like a calming balm, offering a glimmer of solace to the group. He understood that in such dire circumstances, no possibility could be overlooked. Tong inhaled deeply, summoning his courage to step forward and meticulously examine the wiring diagram on the device. As he diligently studied, he integrated his acquired knowledge into analysis, occasionally raising questions and engaging in discussions with Imo and others. Gradually, as time elapsed, the group's spirits began to lift in response to Tong's earnestness. Suddenly, Mo's eyes sparkled with inspiration, and he exclaimed, I think I understand now. The approach he proposed might just work. Hope rekindled within the group as they rallied to support Tong and Mo, recommencing the restoration efforts. After considerable endeavor, the device emitted a faint humming sound, and the screen flickered with dim light. We've got a signal, Mo shouted excitedly, pointing at the data on the screen. The device was operational. The team members gathered around, their hearts brimming with hope as they observed the data pulsating on the screen. This faint signal could very well be the key to uncovering more technological resources. Wonderful. We've finally made progress. Yin Shue's long-lost smile reappeared, and Gu Chuan, gazing at the industrious crowd, allowed a subtle grin to emerge. He sidled up to Yin Shue and whispered, It seems our journey here has not been in vain. Yin Shue nodded, her eyes shimmering with confidence. She realized that as long as they stood united, no obstacle could impede their advance. This signal appears to lead deeper. Mo's voice was tinged with excitement yet mixed with curiosity as he indicated a direction on the screen, as if a hidden secret lay within. Let us investigate, Gu Chuan declared, stepping forward with determination. The others followed closely, gradually advancing in the direction indicated by the signal. Ultimately, they halted before a firmly closed metal door. This is it. Mo's voice resonated, deep and powerful. Chapter 39. The pinnacle of technological exploration, peaks and climaxes following the signal's guidance. The group arrived at an imposing metal door. This door appeared exceptionally heavy, as if it severed all connection to the external clamor, leaving only the palpable tension and excitement in the air. Kai, the technician, stepped forward, scrutinizing the keypad lock on the door. Its intricate design furrowed his brow. This lock seems rather complex, he murmured, his fingers deftly tapping on the keypad, exploring various possible methods to unlock it. Yet, as seconds turned into minutes, the lock remained immovable. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, each individual holding their breath, awaiting even the slightest sign of progress. Hurry, Kai. Time waits for no one. Gu Chuan's voice was low yet resolute as he stood beside the door, his gaze fixed on the lock, anxiety gnawing at his insides. He understood that beyond this door potentially lay the key to humanity's salvation. Yin Shue approached Kai, softly encouraging him. Come on, let us work together. Her voice was imbued with determination and trust, providing a warm surge of encouragement that temporarily alleviated Kai's inner turmoil. Just then, Imo, who had remained silent, approached with a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. Let me give it a try. Mo's voice was calm yet exuded undeniable confidence. He took over from Kai, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keypad. The group held their breath, their eyes transfixed on Mo's movements. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, each heartbeat echoing with anticipation, as if every molecule of air was charged with expectation. Finally, Mo's fingers paused, and he inhaled deeply before slowly stating, Leave this to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Imo pressed the final key. Everyone's hearts raced, tension mounting as they awaited the outcome. The metal door emitted a soft click, and a faint light seeped through the crack. With a decisive sound, the door swung open, revealing a gentle white glow that dispelled the gloom of the corridor. Mo's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile. Resembling a masterful magician wielding the key to unlock a treasure, the crowd was drawn to the sudden brilliance, leaning in to peer inside. What greeted them was a spacious, well-lit room, neatly lined with metal shelves, brimming with an array of technological resources, disks, chips, blueprints, everything imaginable. These materials glimmered under the soft light, exuding a cold yet enticing glow, silently narrating the glorious past of human technology. "Oh my, this is incredible," Tong exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder as he surveyed the scene, feeling as though he had stepped into a grand technological museum. Professor Liang excitedly approached, trembling hands caressing the ancient blueprints. "We did it. We truly succeeded." Kai, the technician, joyously pumped his fists in the air, a radiant smile illuminating his face as if all fatigue had vanished. "Mo, you are simply remarkable," Yin Shui exclaimed, her excitement evident as she turned to Mo. "It was nothing, just a trivial matter," Mo replied with a nonchalant smile, dismissing the praise but unable to hide a hint of pride. A joyous atmosphere swiftly enveloped the room as the group erupted in cheers, each face alight with the thrill of victory. Yin Shui could no longer contain her elation, throwing her arms around Gu Chuan, holding him tightly, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. These were tears of happiness, of relief from surviving a calamity, and of hopeful anticipation for the future. However, this moment was observed by a newly joined member, whose complex expression swept over the embracing pair. He smirked slightly at the corners of his mouth before discreetly stepping aside. He quietly approached other members, whispering something, his words akin to invisible seeds quietly taking root among the crowd. Soon, idle gossip began to circulate within the base, and rumors regarding Yin Shui and Gu Chuan gradually spread. These whispers were like unseen daggers, piercing the hearts of those involved. Both Yin Shui and Gu Chuan felt bewildered, never expecting that a mere joyful embrace would spark such misunderstandings. They stood in place, the surrounding cheers fading into the distance, leaving only a sense of powerlessness. "Truly, they?" The speaker trailed off, shaking his head before walking away. The cold wind howled outside, yet the atmosphere within the base felt like frozen ice, stifling and suffocating. Yin Shui hid in a corner of the base, her shoulders trembling slightly, silent tears sliding down her cheeks. Those harsh rumors cut through her heart like sharp knives, and she bit her lip tightly to suppress any sound. With only the occasional sob echoing through the stillness, Jiu Chuan searched anxiously for Yin Shui, his heart gripped by an invisible hand, making each breath a struggle. The atmosphere in the base unsettled him. The whispers coiled around his ears like venomous serpents. He quickened his pace, and soon, Professor Liang and others noticed the unusual tension and gathered to discuss in hushed tones, their faces etched with concern. Finally, Gu Chuan found Yin Shui in a secluded corner. He gently approached her, crouched beside her, and tenderly enveloped her in his embrace. Yin Shui could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. As if she needed to pour out all her grievances and pain, Jiu Chuan remained silent, holding her tightly, allowing her tears to soak his clothing. He understood that, in this moment, words would be futile. Only silent companionship could provide her with the greatest comfort. After a brief moment, Gu Chuan helped Yin Shui to her feet, taking her hand as they walked to the center of the base. With a resolute gaze, he scanned the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. "I would like to clarify the situation regarding Yin Shui and myself." His voice was clear and powerful, each word resonating with conviction, instantly silencing the surrounding whispers. He recounted the entire sequence of events with sincerity and candor. Upon hearing Gu Chuan's explanation, the crowd suddenly understood, expressing their comprehension and blessings. Yin Shui's tears transformed into laughter, her face once again radiating a brilliant smile. She and Gu Chuan embraced tightly, their bond growing even deeper and unbreakable in that moment. In the ensuing 10 days, the team members united in their efforts, overcoming numerous challenges, successfully uncovering more than 3 valuable pieces of technological data, and miraculously restoring a small power generator. When the lights of the base flickered back to life, cheers erupted, resonating through the air, and everyone basked in the joy of victory. However, amidst the celebration, Gu Chuan noticed Emo Haika standing in a corner, holding an unfamiliar chip, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. He slowly approached Emo Haika, asking, "What is this?" Chapter 40. New obstacles arise, new opportunities await. The flickering lights dispelled the gloom that had enveloped the base for days. The successful repair of the small power generator undoubtedly revitalized everyone's spirits. As the celebration gradually subsided, the group gathered around a table, spreading out the hard-won technological data, their eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge. However, this desire was soon replaced by confusion. The densely packed symbols and formulas on the documents were as incomprehensible as an ancient script, even causing Emo Haika to furrow his brow from time to time. "What is this? Quantum entanglement? String theory?" Tong Xuesheng murmured, tracing his finger over the data but failing to grasp its meaning. These theories were far too advanced. Professor Liang adjusted his glasses, his tone grave. "We need more relevant professional books to conduct in-depth research. Professor, given the current circumstances, where can we find these books?" Technician Kai furrowed his brow. "We should first delve into this data and see if we can find any applicable technologies." The disagreement between Professor Liang and Technician Kai created an atmosphere of tension within the base. A sense of despair surged like a tide, casting a shadow over everyone's hearts. The prolonged exploration and research had left everyone physically and mentally exhausted. And now, faced with incomprehensible technological data, the flicker of hope seemed to be extinguished once more. "Perhaps we could attempt to use a computer for simulations," Emo Haika suddenly interjected, breaking the deadlock. The chip in his hand emitted a ghostly blue glow. As if harboring some mysterious power, Jiu Chuan walked over to Mo Haika, his gaze fixed on the chip. "Are you certain this will work?" Mo Haika did not answer directly. Instead, he inserted the chip into a terminal device, and the screen instantly displayed a series of complex codes. His fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard, lines of code cascading down like a waterfall, leaving the onlookers in awe. "Wait," Yin Shui suddenly spoke up, as if struck by a revelation, her eyes sparkling with insight. "I seem to remember. There's a section of the technological data repository we haven't explored yet." Her words flowed like a clear spring into the hearts of the weary. "Really?" Tong Xuesheng asked, his voice trembling with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. He widened his eyes, fixated on Yin Shui, fearful of missing a single word. "Yes, I recall that to enhance efficiency, we only searched the main areas. We neglected some obscure corners," Yin Shui affirmed, her recollection growing more resolute. "There may be the information we need." The atmosphere within the base ignited with renewed vigor, sweeping away the previous gloom and confusion. The faces of the crowd shone brightly, resembling a group of lost travelers in a desert who have finally spotted the oasis of hope. Jiu Chuan's lips curled into a faint smile. "What are we waiting for? Let us go now." Technician Kai stood up eagerly, clenching his fists as if already envisioning the precious books. The group followed Yin Shui back to the technological data repository. The space remained cold and damp, the air thick with a musty odor, yet, at that moment, the scent felt oddly familiar and comforting. Yin Shui led the way through rows of towering bookshelves, ultimately stopping at an inconspicuous corner. There, several dust-covered wooden boxes appeared strikingly out of place. "This is it," Yin Shui exclaimed, her voice laced with excitement. "I sensed something was off about this spot." The group eagerly opened the boxes, revealing neatly stacked thick volumes within. The pages were yellowed, exuding a faint scent of ink, yet they radiated an overwhelming warmth. "My goodness, these are indeed professional books," Professor Liang exclaimed, excitedly lifting one. His reading glasses perched on his nose as he flipped through the pages, his trembling hands betraying his inner exhilaration. The once obscure formulas and symbols now danced before Professor Liang's eyes like beautiful notes, composing a symphony of technological advancement. Introduction to Quantum Mechanics. Fundamentals of String Theory, Space Physics. Technician Kai and Tong Xuesheng each grabbed a book, while Gu Chuan quietly observed, his gaze inadvertently drawn to Yin Shui. She was intently reading a thick volume, sunlight filtering through the high windows and casting a gentle halo around her, rendering her both tender and intellectual. Feeling Gu Chuan's gaze, she looked up, their eyes meeting in the air, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she lowered her head, a smile unconsciously curling at her lips. A warm atmosphere enveloped them, dispelling the chill in the air, as if even amidst the cold tide, there existed a corner of warmth, Mo Haika also picked up an ancient-looking book, its cover worn and the title unreadable. He cautiously opened it, his pupils suddenly constricting as if he had discovered something significant. Yet he remained silent, fixated on the pages. However, while examining the books, Mo Haika found that several pages were missing from the one he was studying. As if crucial content had been lost, he quickly lifted his head, scanning the crowd with heightened vigilance. The absence of those pages felt like a blow to the head, extinguishing the spark of hope that had just ignited. A sense of despair spread like a dense fog throughout the base, disappointment etched across every face. Tong Xuexing dramatically held his head, bemoaning, "Why is this happening? We were so close." "Don't lose heart," Gu Chuan said firmly. His gaze sweeping over the group, "There must be other ways." Though his tone was resolute, the worry etched on his brow was unmistakable, in stark contrast to the collective disappointment. Mo Haika remained unusually calm. He held the incomplete book in his hands, flipping through it repeatedly, his fingers lightly tapping the table as if deep in thought. His deep-set eyes sparkled with an unusual light, reminiscent of stars in the night sky. Flickering in and out. "Wait." Mo Haika suddenly raised his head, placing the incomplete book on the table and pointing to a specific segment of text. "This mentions energy conversion. Although the key formula is missing, we can approach it from the perspective of energy conservation and attempt to reverse engineer the formula." His words struck like lightning, piercing the stillness of the night. The crowd was momentarily stunned. They had never considered interpreting the data in such a manner. Professor Liang, invigorated, stood up and approached Mo Haika, studying the text intently, murmuring to himself, "Energy conversion, energy conservation. Brilliant, truly brilliant." Under Mo Haika's guidance, hope was rekindled among the group. They began to reinterpret the existing data from various angles, seeking new breakthroughs. As time ticked by, the base fell silent, save for the sound of pages turning. "Eureka!" Tong Xuexing suddenly shouted in excitement, pointing to a formula on the document. "I found it. This formula can supplement the missing parts." Following Tong Xuexing's lead, the group quickly deciphered a portion of the data and identified a preliminary method for restoring the large power generator. Though many challenges remained, the team members were filled with determination, ready to face the new challenges ahead. "We will commence the repair work first thing tomorrow morning," Gu Chuan declared, his voice brimming with strength as he looked at everyone, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. "We will surely succeed." As night deepened, the cold winds howled outside the base, snowflakes swirling in the air. Inside, the group had already drifted into slumber. Only Mo Haika remained at the computer, his fingers flying over the keyboard. The screen displayed cascading lines of code, forming a mysterious pattern. He raised his head, gazing out the window, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he murmured, "It's coming." Chapter 41. Crisis approaches. Charge forward within the confines of the base. The atmosphere was as frozen as a crypt. The restoration of the large power-generating equipment encountered immense obstacles, a shortage of a rare metallic material, one that had nearly vanished in the wake of the frigid onslaught. New methods flickered like a torch on the verge of ignition, offering hope to the masses, yet this sudden dilemma extinguished their spirits. The design blueprints lay sprawled across the table, their intricate circuits and annotations mocking them with a derisive grin, taunting their impotence. Technician Kai, in a fit of agitation, raked his fingers through his hair, casting the wrench onto the table with a sharp clatter that echoed piercingly in the silence of the base. "Eyes hopeless. Where are we to find this cold steel now? The entire world has been frozen into solid blocks of ice. We might as well abandon hope and conserve our energy for enduring this winter." Yet Hakuramo continued to scrutinize the blueprints, his fingers tapping rhythmically upon them, producing a steady, staccato sound. "It's imperative that we use cold steel. We can explore alternative materials. I recall there exists an alloy." "Alternatives? What a jest!" Technician Kai sprang to his feet, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Do you think this is child's play? The materials for large power-generating equipment cannot be whimsically substituted. If something goes awry, the entire base is doomed. Theoretically, it is feasible." Mo raised his head, a glimmer of cold light flashing behind his lenses, "as long as adjustments are made." "Theoretical? What good is theory?" Kai cut him off brusquely. "Can your theories conjure cold steel?" Tension hung thick in the air, as Professor Liang and student Tong dared not utter a word. Yin Shui cast a worried glance at Gu Chuan, only to find him silently standing aside, with a profound gaze, lost in thought. Suddenly, Gu Chuan approached the table, seizing the blueprint, his voice calm yet chilling. Enough with the noise, he paused, scanning the faces around him. Cold steel is not entirely unattainable. He reached into his pocket and produced. In the palm of Gu Chuan's hand lay an ancient ceramic jar, its surface etched with the marks of time, exuding a mysterious sheen under the dim light of the base. This was indeed the treasure he had procured. Drawing a deep breath, he slowly extended his hand into the jar, feeling the familiar energy fluctuations within. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on his hand, not daring to make a sound. Moments later, Gu Chuan's hand emerged once more, revealing several pieces of material that glimmered with a metallic luster. They exhibited an unusual silver-gray hue, their surfaces glistening like frost, reflecting a mesmerizing radiance in the light. This cold steel? Technician Kai's eyes widened in disbelief as he snatched the material from Gu Chuan's grasp, examining it closely. This cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Where did this come from? He stammered. Could it be the legendary? Professor Liang adjusted his spectacles, shock evident on his aged face, as he tremblingly reached out to caress the materials. Magnificent! With these, our equipment will surely be restored. Student Tong leapt up in excitement, his eyes brimming with hope. Gu Chuan, you are truly remarkable. Hacker Mo's gaze flickered behind his lenses, silently contemplating Gu Chuan's trove. Yen Shui, in her elation, seized Gu Chuan's arm, and he smiled subtly, a barely perceptible grin, as he drew her into an embrace. Whispering softly in her ear, this is merely the beginning. Greater miracles await us ahead. Their intimate gesture drew warm smiles from the others present, as they envisioned the hope of the future, their hearts brimming with strength. The mood within the base was instantly ignited, every face radiated joy, as if the previous gloom and despair had never existed. They gathered around the table, meticulously examining the hard-won cold steel, discussing how to seamlessly integrate it into the restoration of the power-generating equipment. With these materials, success is assured. Technician Kai exuberantly waved the wrench in his hand, as if already witnessing the moment the equipment roared back to life. Hope illuminated the faces of all present. Their hearts filled with vigor, as the base thrummed with optimism and anticipation. Just then, a faint crack echoed sharply in the stillness. All fell silent, instinctively turning their gaze toward the core component of the power-generating equipment. Emo was the first to approach, crouching down to inspect it closely, his expression growing increasingly grave as he delved deeper into the examination. Something is amiss, he muttered, his brow furrowing tightly, his fingers lingering on a concealed corner within the equipment. At last, Mo's fingertips came to rest upon a hidden crevice in the core component, where a hairline fracture was silently spreading. As he pressed gently, the surrounding metal disintegrated like decayed wood, revealing an even more intricate structure beneath. A collective gasp escaped the crowd, the earlier elation retreating like a receding tide, replaced by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. They had believed that with cold steel, all obstacles would be surmounted, yet reality struck them like a heavy hammer. Technician Kai collapsed despondently to the ground, the wrench clattering from his grasp. How could this happen? This is nothing but a disaster. He resembled a defeated rooster, devoid of his former vitality. Professor Liang sighed deeply, the wrinkles on his face appearing even more pronounced. It seems we were overly optimistic. The air felt as though it had solidified, as a stifling tension once again enveloped the base. The spark of hope, barely ignited, was snuffed out by the merciless cold wind. Wait, perhaps we still have a chance. Student Tong broke the silence, his eyes sparkling with excitement, though youthful. His voice brimmed with undeniable resolve. I once read about a method for detecting minute internal fractures in metals through high-frequency oscillation. Though I have yet to apply it in practice, now may be the perfect time to try high-frequency oscillation. The risks are too great. Technician Kai shot up, his voice thick with skepticism, a hint of fear in his eyes. If it backfires, we could damage the equipment beyond repair. Then we would be utterly finished. Yet Student Tong shook his head, his gaze steadfast as he addressed the others. We have no other options left. Rather than resign ourselves to fate, we should take a leap of faith. If we succeed, we'll uncover all hidden hazards and resolve the issue entirely. Gu Chuan surveyed the group, ultimately resting his gaze on Student Tong. Feeling the youthful vigor and fearless courage radiating from him, it is worth a try, he stated calmly, yet with an undeniable conviction. Let us attempt his method. The group exchanged glances, ultimately swayed by Gu Chuan's resoluteness. Under student Tong's guidance, they carefully connected the high-frequency oscillation device to the power-generating equipment, the entire process fraught with tension, as if awaiting judgment. The instrument whirred to life, emitting a faint, buzzing sound. The frequency climbing steadily, like the growl of a beast, heightening the atmosphere of anxiety. Suddenly, the screen on the device flickered violently, countless tiny red dots erupting like stars across the display, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. This, Professor Liang's eyes widened, his trembling finger pointing at the screen. There are so many faults. The group was utterly astounded, oblivious to the multitude of issues lurking within the power-generating equipment. Had it not been for student Tong's suggestion, they may have never uncovered them. After identifying all the fault points, they rallied together once more, embarking on a new round of repairs. Each person held their breath, moving with utmost caution, fearful of the slightest error. Time passed inexorably, the air thick with the scent of sweat and machine oil. At long last, the final fault point was remedied, and the power-generating equipment returned to a tranquil state, emitting no abnormal sounds. Exhausted, they slumped to the ground, yet their faces glowed with the joy of having survived a near catastrophe. We did it. We truly succeeded. Technician Kai murmured. However, just then, a shrill, piercing alarm shattered the silence of the base. The red warning lights flashing with blinding intensity, instantly obliterating their joy, sprang to his feet, his complexion ashen, pointing at the flashing red dots on the monitor, his voice low and urgent. Something is approaching. And in considerable numbers. Yin Shui tightly gripped the alloy long knife in her hand, the cold touch of the hilt providing her with a semblance of calm. Her gaze, as icy as the blade, fixated on the incessantly flickering red dots on the monitor. They represented the imminent threat she must confront, a challenge that loomed ahead. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the entire base, causing it to tremble violently. As if struck by a colossal force, it's the protective wall. They're attacking the protective wall, Professor Liang exclaimed, his aged visage etched with worry. Kai, the technician, paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he urgently shouted. No, the strength of the protective wall is insufficient. I must go reinforce it. Just as he was about to rush out, he was abruptly seized by Mo, the hacker. Wait! Mo's face turned ashen, his eyes fixated on the moving red dots on the screen, filled with grave concern. Hold on with the reinforcement. We need to ascertain what these entities are and where their weaknesses lie. There's no time for that, Kai retorted, his frustration evident as veins pulsed on his forehead. If the protective wall is breached, we are all doomed. The two were on the verge of a heated argument when Yin Shui's commanding voice broke through. Enough. Her tone, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority. This is not the time for disputes, Mo. Find out what they are. Kai, follow my orders and prepare to reinforce the protective wall at a moment's notice. Tong, assist Professor Liang in checking the status of the backup power supply. Move! Yin Shui's words served as an anchor, instantly calming the panicked crowd. Each person swiftly took on their responsibilities, the atmosphere within the base thick with tension and an oppressive sense of suffocation. Suddenly, another deafening explosion echoed, as if the very foundation of the base were being torn apart. Crack! A subtle sound of cracking pierced through the blaring alarms, sharp and clear, reminiscent of death's whisper, sending chills down everyone's spine. On the monitor, a massive shadow collided violently with the protective wall, causing numerous cracks to appear, resembling an intricate spider's web, threatening to collapse at any moment. Mo's eyes remained glued to the screen, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he pointed at the monitor, his voice low and grave. These things seemed to. Before he could finish, he abruptly fell silent, as if he had uncovered something even more astonishing. His expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Everyone turned to him, awaiting his revelation. Mo's voice trailed off, his astonishment rippling through the group like a stone cast into a still pond, stirring up greater waves of anxiety. Just as the crowd held their breath in anticipation, another ear-splitting boom resounded, as if an invisible behemoth had struck the base, causing it to sway violently. Bang! the protective wall finally succumbed to the pressure. A gaping fissure spreading across its surface like a grotesque scar. The wall teetered on the brink of collapse, despair washing over the crowd like an insidious plague. Each individual recognized the dire reality. Should the protective wall be breached? A cataclysm awaited them. In that critical moment, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the depths of the base. The radiance, as intense as the sun, dispelled the gloom that had shrouded their hearts. Everyone turned towards the source of the light. Beholding Gu Chuan emerging slowly from the darkness, he cradled an ancient basin in his hands, its surface glowing gently, akin to a wellspring of boundless energy. It was this basin that offered them hope. Gu Chuan's gaze was piercing, fixated upon the encroaching shadows on the monitor. He raised the basin high, murmuring incantations. In an instant, the light within the basin surged forth, beams shooting out like swords towards the dark entities beyond the protective wall. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds cascaded outside the base like rolling thunder. The once menacing shadows melted away under the onslaught of the light, vanishing into nothingness. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the miraculous spectacle unfolding before them. They had never witnessed such extraordinary power, as if it were a divine blessing. After a brief moment of silence, the base erupted into deafening cheers. It's Gu Chuan. He saved us. Fantastic. We're saved. What power is this? It's truly wondrous. The elation of surviving a near catastrophe surged forth like a volcanic eruption. The crowd gathered around Gu Chuan, exuberantly celebrating and expressing their gratitude, as all fear and despair dissipated into oblivion. The atmosphere was jubilant, rippling through the base like gentle ripples on water. Each face radiated joy, as the long-suppressed tension was finally released. Yan Shui rushed forward, throwing herself into Gu Chuan's embrace. She held him tightly, as if wanting to fuse their beings together. Gu Chuan reciprocated, feeling the warmth of her body. They gazed deeply into each other's eyes, and the onlookers felt a wave of happiness for them. They were the hope in this apocalyptic world, each other's anchor. Just as the warm atmosphere enveloped the base, Amos suddenly exclaimed, "Something's not right." His eyes remained glued to the screen, alarm bells ringing in his mind as he realized that the previously repaired equipment seemed to be under attack once more. A hint of panic tinged his voice. His words splashed cold water on the crowd, instantly cooling the previously boiling Jo. Gu Chuan gently patted Yan Shui's shoulder, softly saying, "I'll go take a look." He approached Emo, concern etched in his expression. The crowd gathered around, the tension thickening once again. "What is happening?" Gu Chuan asked, his voice low. Mo pointed at the flashing red dots on the screen, his countenance grave. "I just checked. The previously repaired equipment seems to have been impacted again, with some critical data showing discrepancies that need readjusting." "What?" Kai exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. "How is that possible?" "We clearly fixed it." Fatigue and pressure surged like a tide, the previously relaxed atmosphere turning tense once more. The prolonged crisis and strain had stretched their nerves to the breaking point. Professor Liang adjusted his glasses, contemplating before stating, "I have a new repair plan that we might consider." He produced a schematic filled with complex circuits and symbols. This approach was entirely different from traditional methods, requiring a complete overhaul of the equipment's energy transmission. The group exchanged glances, skepticism evident. This plan appeared overly audacious, bordering on the fantastical. Yet, given the circumstances, they had no choice but to grasp at straws. Gu Chuan decisively declared, "Let us proceed with Professor Liang's plan and work quickly." Time slipped away second by second, the base thick with tension. The crowd held their breath, cautiously operating the equipment, fearful of any misstep. Finally, through their collective efforts, the indicators on the equipment lit up once more. Stabilizing as it resumed operation, "We did it," Tong exclaimed, excitement filling the air as cheers erupted once again within the base. With the successful repair of the large power generation equipment, the base's electricity fully restored. The technological data was comprehensively decoded and utilized, various advanced devices springing back to life. The base breathed with newfound vitality, akin to a warm sunbeam dispelling the lingering shadows in everyone's hearts. The crowd gathered to celebrate this hard-won achievement. Laughter, chatter, and the sound of toasts blended together, composing a jubilant symphony. However, just as they reveled in their triumph, the base received an alliance invitation from an external force. The invitation was filled with enticing promises and intentions for cooperation, yet Yin Shui furrowed her brow, a sense of unease washing over her as she scrutinized the signature on the document. Slowly, she handed the invitation to Gu Chuan, whispering, "Look at this." Chapter 43. Undercurrents in negotiation, storm clouds gathered within the base. The sounds of laughter and celebration gradually subsided as the crowd continued to revel in the successful repair of the power generation equipment. Beneath the flickering lights, technological data was being interpreted and utilized, with various advanced devices resuming operation, breathing new life into the base. Amidst this joyous atmosphere, however, Yin Shui's brow remained furrowed, a somber aura radiating from her. "Look at this," she murmured, extending the invitation to Gu Chuan. It was an alliance invitation from an external force, filled with beautiful promises and intentions for cooperation, yet her intuition warned her of hidden, unspeakable secrets lurking beneath the surface. Ji Chuan accepted the invitation, scrutinizing it closely. His brows knitted together, a hint of gravity in his tone. "Why would they propose an alliance at this moment?" Yin Shui replied. Her expression tense. "These individuals are inherently cunning. This invitation likely harbors ulterior motives beyond mere collaboration. We must exercise extreme caution." After a brief silence, Gu Chuan nodded, his gaze resolute. "Then we shall proceed as planned. But we must be thoroughly prepared. We cannot afford to be complacent in negotiations." In the base's preparation room, Diplomat Su busily organized negotiation materials. Experienced and adept in diplomatic affairs, he appeared unfazed by Yin Shui's cautious suggestions, dismissing them with an air of arrogance. "Your ideas are overly cautious," Su remarked with a hint of disdain. "I have handled countless similar negotiations. They cannot possibly have any tricks up their sleeves." Yin Shui insisted, "We need more precautionary measures." The ideological clash between the two individuals rendered the atmosphere in the preparation room exceedingly tense. Qin Baoan stood at the doorway, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings, ensuring that all was secure. Despite his usual carelessness, he exhibited remarkable vigilance at this critical moment. Just then, the European merchant entered the preparation room, excitement radiating from his countenance as he proclaimed, "Listen, if this negotiation succeeds, our base will reap immense benefits. We must exert every effort to secure this." Yin Shui clenched her fists, asserting, "We cannot jeopardize everyone's hard work due to short-sightedness." Diplomat Su let out a dismissive hum. Continuing to organize the documents in his hands, his tone tinged with impatience. "Well, think as you wish, but ultimately, it will be I who conducts the negotiations." The undercurrents before the negotiation hinted at brewing storms. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, Qin Baoan suddenly stepped forward, whispering, "I have detected suspicious individuals within the base. Immediate investigation is required." Ji Chuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze piercing. "Act swiftly, ensure the safety of the base." Qin Baoan rubbed his hands together, awkwardly standing before Yin Shui, his eyes darting nervously, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor. "When miss, I doubt I seem to have discovered something," he stammered, his words barely distinguishable. Yin Shui arched an eyebrow, urging him to continue. Taking a deep breath, Qin Baoan divulged the peculiar actions of the European merchant he had observed over the past few days. Clandestine meetings at night with dubious individuals, the transmission of encrypted messages, and unusual goods transactions. He even overheard the European merchant discussing collusion and negotiation leverage, though he grasped little of it. An instinctual sense told him that something was amiss. Upon hearing this, Yin Shui's heart raced with alarm. She had not anticipated that this typically oblivious Qin Baoan would prove to be so astute at a critical juncture. She patted his shoulder with approval, saying, "You have done exceptionally well. This matter shall remain confidential for now, and I will investigate personally." Qin Baoan, taken aback by her praise, straightened up, as though he had suddenly found his worth. Ji Chuan stood atop a platform, cradling a piece of or that emanated a ghostly blue glow, resembling a frozen star. The crowd below held their breath, their eyes fixed upon this extraordinary mineral. Clearing his throat, Gu Chuan spoke in a deep voice. "This is the bargaining chip I have prepared for this negotiation, a high energy ore produced by the treasure basin, containing energy 100 times that of ordinary energy ores." Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. The appearance of the high energy ore undoubtedly invigorated everyone, akin to grasping the hope of survival amidst the scarcity brought by the biting cold. "Su, The diplomat, who had previously worn a disdainful expression, now appeared incredulous, tinged with a hint of greed. The European merchant's face turned ashen, his hand trembling slightly within the confines of his sleeve. Excitement spread throughout the base. As the people envisioned the dawn of victorious negotiations, Ji Yuchuan entrusted the ore to a designated individual for safekeeping, turning to Yin Shui and murmuring in her ear, "Everything is in place. We await their arrival." Yin Shui smiled faintly, her eyes glinting with intelligence. As night descended, in Gu Chuan's dimly lit room, the two sat facing each other. "What are your plans regarding the European merchant?" Yin Shui inquired. Ji Yuchuan caressed the teacup in his hands, his gaze profound. "The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows." He paused, taking her hand in his, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. Everything is under control." In the dim light, Gu Chuan's hand gently covered Yin Shui's, the warmth dispelling the slight unease within her. His deep-set eyes radiated determination and tenderness, silently conveying strength. Yin Shui felt the warmth emanating from his fingertips, as though a gentle stream flowed into her heart, alleviating the fatigue and anxiety that had plagued her for days. She grasped his hand in return, enveloped by an indescribable sense of security. They exchanged smiles, and a warm ambience flowed quietly between them, as if time had momentarily frozen. Meanwhile, in another corner of the base, a spy was stealthily maneuvering within the equipment room. He deftly sabotaged several crucial devices. A sinister smile creeping upon his lips, with a few muffled explosions, the lights within the base flickered, and certain equipment ceased to function. The sudden malfunction caught the base personnel off guard, and a tense atmosphere swiftly enveloped the area. As news of the equipment failure reached Yin Shui, she remained remarkably composed. She analyzed the situation calmly and concocted a daring plan in her mind. Intentionally, she disseminated some false base secrets and arranged for close surveillance of the spy's every move. As anticipated, the spy took the bait, surreptitiously transmitting the fabricated intelligence, believing he had outsmarted them. Yin Shui, however, played along, tracing the leads until she ultimately uncovered the spy's identity and the forces backing him. When the truth was revealed, admiration for Yin Shui's wit and decisiveness resonated among the crowd. "Are you ready?" Gu Chuan's voice was deep and powerful, pulling Yin Shui from her reverie. He held a delicate box containing precious resources from the treasure basin. Yin Shui accepted the box, inhaling deeply, her gaze resolute. "Let us proceed." Chapter 44. The Negotiation Game, a battle of wits against the multitude. The biting cold wind lashed against the car windows, producing a sharp howling sound, akin to a ravenous beast roaring. Inside the vehicle, Yin Shui gripped the box tightly, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Within the box lay a unique energy source produced by the treasure basin, 100 times more precious than gold in this era of resource scarcity. This was their bargaining chip and their hope for survival. The sights along the way were shocking. Ruined walls, pristine snow, and the once thriving metropolis now lay in ruins. Yin Shui suppressed her unease, her gaze fixed on the fleeting snowy landscape, her thoughts swirling. Upon reaching the negotiation venue, she took a deep breath and pushed the door open. At the negotiation table, representatives of various factions had already taken their seats. Their gazes varied, some greedy, some vigilant, and others dismissive. Upon seeing the box in Yin Shui's hands, their eyes glimmered with heightened desire. "Miss Yin, it is an honor to meet you." A corpulent man with a shiny face spoke first. He was the European merchant, his tone laced with insincerity. "I have long heard that Mr. Gu's base possesses miraculous treasures. Seeing them today, they truly live up to their reputation." "You flatter me, Mr. O," Yin Shui replied coolly, placing the box on the table with calm determination. "We are here today to discuss how to survive the cold wave together. Not to flaunt any treasures." "That sounds pleasant." A sharp-faced man slammed his palm on the table, representing another faction. "You possess such treasures yet hoard them, unwilling to share with everyone. What is your intention?" "Share?" Yin Shui chuckled coldly. "Everyone here has come for their own interests, haven't they? The so-called cooperation is merely a ploy to carve a slice of our pie." The atmosphere of negotiation instantly became charged. Representatives from various factions clamoring with various harsh conditions, attempting to undermine Yin Shui's position. Unfazed, she engaged in verbal sparring, refusing to yield an inch. "Miss Yin, I hope you understand that the current situation is not in your favor." Diplomat Su spoke slowly, a hint of arrogance in his tone. Those who know when to yield are the true talents. I advise you to make a decision soon. Yin Shue's gaze swept over the crowd. A barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Mr. Su, it seems you have forgotten one thing. She paused, her eyes landing on Qin Baoan behind Su. Some things cannot be obtained merely through negotiation, without a sound. Qin Baoan stepped forward, his hand resting on the weapon at his waist. His movement was like a thunderclap, instantly intimidating everyone present. Su's expression shifted, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he realized how foolish his earlier arrogance had been. In this world governed by the survival of the fittest, true power was not derived from eloquence, but from tangible might. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his panic, and adopted a humble demeanor. Miss Yin? I misspoke that we fully agree to your proposed cooperation. Yin Shui smiled slightly, not allowing Su's sudden change in attitude to lower her guard. She knew that this negotiation was far from over, and the hidden enemies posed the greatest threat. In the subsequent negotiations, Yin Shui and diplomat Su coordinated seamlessly, akin to an experienced conductor and a skilled musician, masterfully performing a complex symphony. They adeptly exploited the contradictions among the various factions, systematically dismantling their schemes, ultimately reaching a highly favorable agreement for their side. The members of the base were invigorated by Yin Shui and Su's remarkable performance, knowing that under Gu Chuan and Yin Shui's leadership, they could undoubtedly weather this cold wave and restore order to humanity. During a break in negotiations, Yin Shui walked to the window, gazing at the vast snowy expanse outside, her mind racing. At that moment, she felt something in her pocket vibrate. She pulled out a small metallic disc, emitting a faint glow. This was a communication device specially crafted by Gu Chuan, capable of short-range text communication. Yin Shui pressed the button, and a line of small text appeared on the disc. Is everything going smoothly? Stay safe. A few short words stirred a warm current within Yin Shui. She could almost feel Gu Chuan's concern and encouragement, a sweet atmosphere blossoming in her heart. She replied, all is well, do not worry. Yin Shui returned the metallic disc to her pocket and turned back to the negotiating table. Her gaze was resolute, brimming with confidence. She understood that for Gu Chuan, for the base, and for all the survivors of humanity, she must prevail in this negotiation. At that moment, the European merchant discreetly slipped away from the table. Heading towards the restroom, he pulled out his phone, dialed a mysterious number, and spoke in a hushed tone. The situation has changed. The merchant stealthily entered the restroom, locked the door, and dialed an encrypted number. Hello, it's me? Yes, there has been a change in plans. They possess more aces up their sleeves than we anticipated. His voice lowered, tinged with a hint of panic. I recommend raising the stakes immediately, or else. Meanwhile, within the base, the merchant's planted informants began to spread rumors, claiming that the negotiations had collapsed and that other factions were on the verge of attacking the base. The rumors spread like a virus, engendering widespread anxiety among the inhabitants of the base, whose already frayed nerves were further frayed by the biting cold. People gathered in hushed clusters, discussing in low tones, as fear permeated the air. At the negotiating table, Yin Shui keenly sensed the shift in atmosphere. Unfazed, she retrieved several thin metallic plates from a box and gently placed them on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe these may alter your perspectives. The plates glimmered with intricate patterns, revealing blueprints of an energy device far surpassing current technological capabilities, along with key scientific data produced by the treasure trove. The representatives of the factions fell silent, their eyes wide, breaths quickening, their greedy gazes fixated on the metallic plates as if they had encountered rare treasures. The previously brazen bravado evaporated, replaced by incredulity and a barely perceptible awe. How is this possible? Murmured diplomat Su, trembling as he picked up a plate, examining it closely. He comprehended the implications. The technological prowess of the base far exceeded their wildest imaginings, signifying they wielded the power to reshape the world. The other representatives soon surrounded him, eager to glimpse the plates, their demeanor undergoing a complete transformation from arrogance and hostility to respect and obsequiousness. Observing this, the base's populace felt a swell of joy, their suppressed emotions dissipating, giving way to a surge of pride. Yin Shui's lips curled into a subtle smile, as she had anticipated their reactions. What she sought was not merely a triumph in negotiation, but a decisive intimidation of these petty adversaries, ensuring they dared not entertain any ulterior motives towards the base. Just then, Security Officer Qin approached her, whispering urgently. Yan Shue's expression shifted dramatically as she abruptly stood, her gaze piercing, fixed upon the vacant seat of the European merchant. "Ladies and gentlemen, I must excuse myself for a moment," she declared, her voice icy, laced with undeniable authority. Yan Shui swiftly exited the negotiation room with Officer Qin. Making her way to the monitoring room, the surveillance footage revealed the merchant clandestinely meeting with a mysterious individual, transferring crucial intelligence regarding the base. The evidence was irrefutable, beyond denial, as Yan Shui relayed the information back to the negotiating room. The representatives' faces paled, realizing the base's strength was far greater than they had envisioned, and their conspiracy had been uncovered. They dared not act recklessly, instead settling back at the negotiating table, awaiting Yan Shui's return. Upon her re-entry, she surveyed the assembly, her tone frosty. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we can now resume discussions regarding the cooperation details." Pausing, her gaze fell upon diplomat Su. "Mr. Su, what are your thoughts?" Su wiped the perspiration from his brow. Forcing a stiff smile, of course, he instinctively touched the voice recorder in his pocket, his fingers trembling slightly. Chapter 45. Alliance forged, crisis approaches at the negotiating table. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though one could wring water from it. Despite the fatigue visible in Yan Shui's eyes, her spirit was taut like a drawn bowstring, sharply scanning each face present. Her words flowed unhurriedly, yet each was a gem, meticulously chosen to safeguard her side's interests while coaxing the others into the alliance. Beads of sweat formed on Su's forehead, and he dabbed at it with a handkerchief, his gaze flickering as if engaged in a silent, internal struggle. The spy Fong maintained an expression of calm, a barely perceptible smirk playing on his lips, his gaze deep and inscrutable, as if concealing myriad schemes. Yan Shui astutely detected the slightest shifts in their expressions, her instincts on high alert. She understood that these individuals were far from straightforward. Any misstep could lead her to be led astray. As time ticked by, the tension at the negotiating table intensified, resembling an invisible battle in full swing. Yan Shui's throat grew dry, yet she remained intensely focused. Wielding her exceptional intellect and eloquence to engage in fierce discourse with the representatives of various factions, she embodied an experienced hunter, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Finally, after a heated exchange, Yan Shui successfully persuaded two factions to reach an alliance agreement. The terms encompassed resource sharing, information exchange, and joint efforts to withstand the cold wave, laying a robust foundation for the base's future development. When news of this reached the base, a thunderous cheer erupted. People rushing to share the joyous tidings, their elation palpable. This was not merely a victory in negotiation, but a glimmer of hope for survival amid the harsh chill. Every face within the base shone with smiles. Celebrating this hard-won achievement, the entire base basked in a sea of joy, momentarily forgetting the dread and unease brought by the cold wave. Standing on a raised platform, Yan Shui gazed at the jubilant scene, her heart swelling with indescribable contentment. She knew this was just the beginning. Numerous challenges lay ahead. At that moment, Gu Chuan's voice reached her ears, laced with a barely perceptible smile. "You did exceptionally well." Yan Shui turned to face him, a faint smile gracing her lips. His eyes glimmered with admiration and approval, instilling in her an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and pride. Just as she prepared to speak, Gu Chuan opened his arms. Jiu Chuan enveloped Yan Shui in his embrace, and without hesitation, she nestled against him in bliss. The surrounding crowd erupted in a chorus of good-natured laughter and applause. Envious glances weaving a warm net that enveloped the two, the biting cold wind howled, yet it could not disperse the sweet atmosphere between them, akin to a roaring flame that dispelled the surrounding chill. Yan Shui gently closed her eyes, absorbing the warmth emanating from Gu Chuan. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world had quieted, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats. However, the sweet ambience did not linger long. Yan Shui gently extricated herself from Gu Chuan's embrace, her gaze sharpening. She approached the spy Fong, cleared her throat, and spoke with an icy clarity. "Mr. Fong, your disguise was commendable, but alas, your little schemes did not escape my notice." One by one, she unveiled Fong's transgressions, from the moment he infiltrated the base to his attempts to pilfer sensitive information and sow discord in the shadows, all laid bare in the light of day. Fong's complexion shifted from crimson to pallor, then to an ashen hue, ultimately draining of all color. He opened his mouth to protest, yet found his words utterly inadequate. The crowd erupted in uproar, unable to fathom that this seemingly innocuous refugee was, in truth, a deeply entrenched spy. Rage ignited within them, and they vehemently condemned Fong's treachery, wishing to rend him limb from limb. Jiu Chuan raised a hand, signaling for silence. He approached Fong, towering over him, his voice frigid. Hand him over to the other factions. Let them deal with him. Two security officers promptly advanced, apprehending Fong. As he was led away, his steps faltered, and he appeared utterly disheveled, met with applause from the crowd, who felt a sense of catharsis. With the crisis averted, the base returned to tranquility. People reveled in the joy of victory, embracing and celebrating one another. Yet, at that moment, a flustered communicator rushed over to Gu Chuan, whispering urgently in his ear. Gu Chuan's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. He abruptly stood, his gaze intense, stating in a low voice, "Yen Shui, prepare yourself. We have trouble." Before the cheers had fully faded, the remnants of joy still lingering in the air. A sudden alarm blared like a knife, slicing through the fragile peace. The once smiling faces of the crowd froze, as if a pause button had been pressed. Smiles lingered at the corners of their mouths. Yet their eyes filled with terror and unease. "What is happening?" someone gasped, their voice trembling, shattering the eerie silence. The communicator, visibly shaken, spoke rapidly. "Report. An unidentified force is rapidly approaching the base. Numbers and equipment unknown." This statement thundered like a clap of lightning, casting a shadow over the hearts of all present. Moments ago, they had been immersed in victory, but now it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over them. Their smiles vanishing in an instant, replaced by profound concern and fear. Yen Shui's expression hardened, like a sword unsheathed, sweeping across the room in an instant. She quickly regained her composure, commanding in a steady voice, "Everyone, immediately enter battle stations. Take your positions and prepare for defense." Her voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority, anchoring the panicked crowd like a stabilizing force. People sprang into action with remarkable swiftness. The initial clamor replaced by a tense and powerful rhythm, as if a finely tuned machine, with each component operating swiftly and precisely. Jiu Chuan, however, remained silent, moving to the center of the base, his gaze deep and inscrutable like a frigid pond. As his hands traced an enigmatic arc through the AI, in an instant, brilliance erupted, and a formidable wave of energy surged forth from his palms. One colossal defensive fortress after another materialized out of thin air, standing tall like iron giants, steadfastly safeguarding the base. These fortifications emitted a cold metallic glow, adorned with an array of peculiar runes and mechanisms, as if harboring boundless power. Simultaneously, finely crafted weapons were distributed to each individual. Produced through Gu Chuan's miraculous creation, the Treasure Basin, they were not only immensely powerful but also lightweight and agile, suitable for use in various complex environments. All were on high alert, their faces etched with tension and determination. Gripping their weapons tightly, ever ready to confront the unknown challenges ahead. "They have arrived," the sentinel atop the watchtower called out, his voice trembling slightly. Every gaze turned towards the horizon, where a dark mass loomed, surging forth like a tidal wave, their true identities and intentions shrouded in a veil of mystery, evoking both fear and curiosity. Within the base, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, akin to a taut string on the verge of snapping. Every heartbeat felt as though it were lodged in their throats, breaths held in anticipation of the impending judgment of fate. At that moment, Gu Chuan's gaze suddenly locked onto Yen Shui. And he spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. "Yen Shui, you first." Chapter 46. Shadows of the Alliance. Undercurrents of celebration's clamor had yet to fully dissipate, the air still infused with the faint aroma of roasted meat and the laughter of those who had survived calamity. A faint smile lingered at the corners of Yen Shui's lips as she raised her wooden cup filled with ale, poised to toast the assembly, when suddenly, hurried footsteps shattered the fragile tranquility. "Report, my Lady Yen Shui. An anomaly has occurred in the shared resource repository." The soldier in charge of resource allocation burst in, his expression frantic, his voice trembling distinctly, like a harbinger before a storm. Yen Shui's smile froze instantly, her cup suspended in midair, the amber ale rippling ominously, as if foretelling the impending turmoil. Her eyes narrowed. An ominous premonition surged within her, chilling the warmth that had just begun to blossom in her heart. The once vibrant atmosphere of the hall plummeted to a freezing point, the smiles on faces stiffening, replaced by an ineffable sense of unease. What is happening? Hadn't the alliance agreement already been signed? How dare they play us false? Diplomat Su set down his cup, his face a shade of iron, the weathered lines on his face deepening with anger. Resembling winding ravines, unfathomable in depth, he rose furiously. Striding toward the center of the hall, snatching the report from the soldier's hands, scrutinizing its contents. Humph! I knew those scoundrels were untrustworthy, Diplomat Su roared, his voice high and piercing, as if it could shatter eardrums. Filled with distrust and disdain for the other factions, their duplicity appalling. He slammed the report onto the table with a resounding crack, causing those nearby to instinctively recoil. Calm down, Diplomat Su, Yan Shui attempted to intervene. But Su was beyond reason, engulfed in fury. Like an enraged lion, he bellowed, pointing at the reporting soldier. Immediately summon the representatives of the other factions. I demand to confront them face to face. Soon, representatives from the other factions were ushered into the hall, and a verbal clash ensued, escalating into a chaotic spectacle, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Su accused them vehemently, hurling the most venomous insults regarding their hypocrisy and betrayal. The opposing faction fervently defended themselves, even retaliating with accusations of fabricating claims. Yan Shui observed the tumultuous scene with growing concern, attempting to interject and urge calm, yet her voice was drowned out by the cacophony of their argument. She bit her lip tightly, her bright eyes flickering with complex emotions, as she pondered her next move. At that moment, a sudden, piercing scream cut through the tumult. Ah! The crowd's attention was instantly drawn to the source of the scream. Qin, the security officer, moved with the agility of a cheetah, patrolling the dim corners. His sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, missing not even the slightest disturbance. Suddenly, he spotted a shadow flitting past, stealthily approaching the resource storage area. Alarm bells rang in Qin's mind. He held his breath, lightening his steps as he stealthily approached the shadow. Who goes there? Qin's commanding voice rang out like thunder in the still night. The shadow was clearly startled, attempting to flee in a panic, but Qin was prepared. Lunging forward to seize the shadow's collar, forcefully bringing him to the ground. Ah! The shadow let out a cry. Rendered immobile under Qin's control, nearby lights flickered on, illuminating the shadow's face for all to see. It was a small, wiry man with shifty eyes, unable to meet Qin's gaze. Under intense questioning, the man stammered out the truth. He was sent by another faction, attempting to pilfer more resources. This revelation rippled through the gathered crowd like a stone cast into a still pond. They commended Qin's vigilance, realizing that had he not acted promptly, the consequences could have been dire. The people within the base rekindled their confidence, a surge of uplifting emotion spreading through the assembly. They recognized that even within the alliance, latent threats existed, necessitating greater unity and vigilance to survive the impending storm. Yan Shui felt the weight on her shoulders grow heavier, as if 1,000 pounds pressed down. She rubbed her weary temples. Inhaling deeply, Jiu Chuan silently approached her, gently draping his arm over her shoulder. Leaning against him, Yan Shui felt the warmth and strength radiating from him, filling her with gratitude. Thank you, Gu Chuan, she whispered softly. Gu Chuan tenderly stroked her hair, remaining silent, simply offering his presence beside her. The warm atmosphere enveloped them, easing some of the tension. Suddenly, Gu Chuan's expression shifted. He abruptly pushed Yan Shui away, his gaze scanning the surroundings like a hawk. His voice low and serious. Someone is coming. The rift within the alliance spread like a web, the once fervent collaborative projects now frozen in place, completely stalled. Resources in the repository dwindled at an alarming rate. The base permeated with the acrid scent of rotting food and an atmosphere thick with anxious unease. People huddled together, whispering, exchanging grievances, resembling a flock of startled birds, chirping aimlessly, lost in their direction. The oppressive tension loomed within the base, akin to a powder keg ready to explode, a single spark sufficient to ignite the collective wrath. Yan Shui surveyed the chaotic scene, her heart churning with anxiety. She furrowed her brow, pacing the room restlessly like a caged beast. She understood that if this issue could not be resolved promptly, the base would face a monumental crisis. She grasped the alliance agreement, meticulously scrutinizing each word as though searching for a lifeline. Time ticked away, the room filled only with her rapid breaths and the rustle of paper. Suddenly, Yin Shue's eyes brightened. It was as if she had unearthed a hidden treasure, a confident smile gracing her lips. She had found it. In the agreement, she uncovered a loophole overlooked by the other party, a pivotal key to reversing the situation. Yin Shui immediately summoned the alliance representatives, her gaze resolute, her tone unwavering as she pointed out the flaws in the agreement and firmly demanded compensation. Initially, the opposing faction attempted to deny responsibility, but under Yin Shui's assertiveness and the evidence presented, they ultimately had no choice but to concede. Yin Shui secured a substantial amount of resources for the base, sufficient to weather the current storm. The news spread through the base, erupting in deafening cheers, hands raised high in celebration, dancing joyously for this hard-won victory. They marveled at Yin Shui's wisdom and decisiveness, hailing her as the savior of the base. Yet, just as they basked in joy, a sudden piece of news shattered the tranquility once more. An inconspicuous faction within the alliance was secretly amassing forces. Their intentions unclear, but all signs indicated their arrival was anything but benign. The atmosphere within the base grew tense once again, smiles vanishing from faces, replaced by deep-seated confusion and apprehension. Report that they are coming towards us. A soldier stumbled in, pale-faced and trembling. Jiu Chuan sprang to his feet, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. How many? Chapter 47. The tide turns, a strategic response. The atmosphere in the base's conference room felt stifling, akin to the surface of the sea before a tempest, oppressive enough to suffocate. Anxiety was etched into every face, the sudden stirrings of the small faction weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. A colossal stone pressing down, inducing a sense of asphyxiation. What do they intend to do? Someone murmured softly, their tone filled with trepidation. Uncertain and devoid of any information, all that was known was that they had gathered a multitude of people. Advancing towards their position, the reconnaissance soldiers spoke with tremors in their voices. Yin Shui inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. She understood that at such a moment, any display of panic would only exacerbate the situation. As she surveyed the anxious faces surrounding her, a wave of powerlessness washed over her. She endeavored to suppress her unease and spoke in a steady voice. Let us all remain calm. Now is not the time for disarray. We must swiftly devise a countermeasure. Diplomat Su, once a formidable figure on the diplomatic stage, now appeared somewhat agitated. Accustomed to resolving matters with a firm hand, he believed that in the face of an unforeseen crisis, one should retaliate without hesitation. We cannot sit idly by. We must assert ourselves, demonstrating that we are not to be trifled with. His tone was authoritative, leaving no room for dissent. Qin Baoan, the head of the security department, was loyal yet somewhat blunt. Scratching his head in confusion, he remarked, I still think we need to ascertain their intentions first. What if they are merely passing through? Wouldn't we be creating unnecessary enemies? His concern reflected a fear of inviting trouble upon the base. The two men, at odds with one another, began to argue once more. Su believed Qin's perspective was overly naive, while Qin viewed Su's plan as excessively reckless. Their voices clashed, and the atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense once again. Yin Shui listened to their heated exchange, her brow furrowed, feeling a throbbing headache. She rubbed her temples, striving to remain calm, though her inner turmoil intensified. Suddenly, she rose to her feet, her gaze sweeping over every individual present, a sharp glint in her eyes. A subtle smile graced her lips, suggesting a profound understanding. There is no need for further contention. Yin Shui did not heed Su's suggestion for a strong counterattack, nor did she adopt Qin's cautious approach. A confident smile played on her lips, her eyes sparkling with intelligence as she firmly declared, there is no need for further argument. We will feign weakness. Feign weakness? Su exclaimed incredulously, his seasoned eyes filled with bewilderment in a world governed by the law of the jungle. Displaying weakness would only embolden the adversary. Qin stood in shock, scratching the back of his head in confusion. Miss Yin, will this truly work? What if they actually decide to attack? The meeting room erupted into chaos, with everyone expressing their disbelief, the air thick with uncertainty. Yet, Yin Shui remained composed, confidently explaining, "Feigning weakness is merely a fade. We need them to believe we are fearful, to lower their guard, allowing us the opportunity to discern their true intentions." Yan Shui's plan swiftly unfolded as she dispatched messengers to convey her desire for peace to the opposing faction, offering a portion of their supplies in exchange for tranquility. When this news reached the adversaries, they took it at face value, their greed overpowering their rationality. They perceived it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to acquire substantial resources without any cost. The leader of the opposing faction, brimming with pride, accepted Yan Shui's proposal for peace and agreed to negotiate the following day at the border between their factions. Yan Shui discreetly instructed Qin to lead an elite team, lying in ambush near the border, awaiting the right moment to strike. The next day, the opposing faction arrived as promised, each individual radiating joy, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Just as they relaxed, reveling in the prospect of acquiring abundant supplies, Qin's team suddenly emerged, encircling them completely. Simultaneously, they secured evidence of their conspiracy to attack the base. In the base's conference room, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated, replaced by excitement and joy. The gazes of those present turned towards Yan Shui, filled with admiration. They had not anticipated that this seemingly fragile woman possessed such wisdom and courage. "Yan Shui, you are truly remarkable," Su exclaimed with genuine respect. Qin, equally thrilled, pounded his thigh and proclaimed, "Miss Yan, you are my idol." Yan Shui simply smiled slightly, her gaze drifting outside, her eyes deep as if peering into a distant realm. She softly murmured, "This is merely the beginning." As Gu Chuan entered, he was greeted by the sight of everyone surrounding Yan Shui. Her presence akin to a star shining in the night sky, dazzling and resplendent. The admiration in his eyes surged like a tide, the string of affection within him plucked by her unintentional brilliance. Resonating a melodious tune, a subtle smile graced his lips as he approached her side, presenting a delicate wooden box. "For you," he said, his voice low and gentle, akin to a spring breeze, imbued with warmth. Yan Shui accepted the box, curiosity piquing as she opened it to reveal a snow lotus carved from ice crystals, translucent and exuding a faint chill, appearing extraordinarily beautiful under the dim light of the conference room. She looked up in delight, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "It's so beautiful, thank you." Her soft words blossomed with joy, infusing the room with a warm and sweet atmosphere, alleviating the earlier tension. However, this moment of beauty was short-lived. When they laid the seized evidence on the table, the opposing faction, like chameleons, instantly turned hostile, vehemently denying their involvement and accusing the base of unfounded provocation. "This is utterly shameless," Su seethed, slamming his palm against the table, his face turning a shade of deep anger. Qin, equally enraged, stomped his foot, bellowing, "These scoundrels! I want to take them down one by one." Once again, the meeting room descended into a tumult of fury and anxiety. The joyous atmosphere had evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of oppression and a feeling of helplessness engulfing everyone present. "Do not panic." Yan Shui's voice rang out once more, her demeanor calm, her eyes flickering with intelligence as she nonchalantly retrieved a uniquely shaped technological device from the treasure trove. "What is this?" someone inquired with curiosity. "This is a projector I modified from the treasure trove. It can clearly present evidence before everyone," Yan Shui explained. She activated the projector, and a series of clear images materialized on the wall, documenting the entire conspiracy of the opposing faction to assault the base, including how they gathered their forces, devised plans, and allocated resources. Every piece of evidence laid bare. The opposing faction was left utterly speechless, their faces turning an ashen hue, stammering as they struggled to articulate a single word. In the end, they could only admit their wrongdoing and promise to cease any further machinations. The conference room erupted in cheers as everyone embraced, celebrating this hard-won victory. Their gazes towards Yan Shui were filled with admiration and gratitude. This seemingly delicate woman always stepped forward at crucial moments, guiding them through adversity. The alliance was further solidified. Yet Yan Shui's heart remained uneasy. She gazed out at the overcast sky, an inexplicable tension brewing within her. "This world is far more complex than we perceive," she murmured softly, turning slowly to face. Chapter 48. New threats looming. Prepared for battle, Yan Shui felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the consolidation of the alliance, a smile gracing her features. However, at that moment, her communicator abruptly chimed, an urgent message flashing on the screen. Yin Shue's expression instantly turned grave as she swiftly scanned the message, her communicator trembling slightly in her hand. This is not good. A formidable unknown force is approaching the Alliance base, she stated quietly. Though her voice remained calm, it sliced through the warm atmosphere of the conference room like a cold wind. The news spread rapidly throughout the base, engendering a palpable tension in every heart. The entire facility seemed shrouded in a heavy gloom, an unsettling aura pervading the air. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Some faces turned pale, while others scanned their surroundings with anxious glances, as if an unknown threat could strike at any moment. This must be a conspiracy orchestrated by those factions uniting against us, Su declared arrogantly, his gaze sweeping through the crowd as if searching for allies. He believed that the previous hostile factions had not truly surrendered. They were surely plotting something in the shadows. Not necessarily, Qin countered, his tone deep and resolute. I am inclined to believe this is a new enemy. These individuals are of unknown origin, acting suspiciously, likely hailing from other regions, or perhaps even representing some unknown power. The two men's opinions rapidly devolved into an argument. Su insisted it was a vendetta from old foes, while Qin maintained it was an entirely new threat. Their dispute escalated within the base, voices rising in volume, the atmosphere of chaos gaining dominance. Yin Shue stood at the center of the conference room, her brow furrowed, her eyes gleaming with determination. Taking a deep breath, she raised her voice, "Everyone, calm down. Regardless of whether this is a conspiracy from old enemies or a new threat, we must unite and confront it together." Yin Shue's voice acted as a sharp blade, cutting through the tumultuous atmosphere. As the crowd gradually quieted, they all lifted their heads to gaze at Yin Shue. Her expression was resolute and her tone steady. Now is not the time for debate. We must formulate a comprehensive response strategy. Diplomat Su, you will be responsible for communicating with the various factions to garner their support. Security Officer Qin, you will oversee the base's defenses to ensure our safety. Order gradually returned to the base, with everyone busily attending to their respective duties. Yin Shue moved to the window, gazing out at the gloomy sky, a flicker of unease welling in her heart. She understood that this threat was far more complex and perilous than their previous adversaries. Taking a deep breath, she declared with unwavering conviction, "We will find a way. We shall not allow anyone to threaten us again." Turning towards Su and Qin, her gaze met theirs, and a hint of a confident smile graced her lips. Her voice was firm and empowering. "Let us brace ourselves for the challenges ahead." A chorus of resolute voices echoed throughout the base, igniting a fervent spirit within each individual. Yet, a lingering sense of apprehension remained within Yin Shue as the cold wind howled, swirling the accumulated snow outside like a specter haunting the periphery of the base. Inside, however, the atmosphere was vibrant with activity. Yin Shue's proposal received unanimous approval. Utilizing the previous alliance's achievements to construct defensive fortifications was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Officer Qin, has the eastern defense wall been reinforced? Yin Shue's voice rang clear amidst the blizzard. Report, Commander Yin, it has been completed, Qin shouted with a hint of exhilaration, directing the workers as they piled massive blocks of ice onto the wall. These ice bricks, conjured by Gu Chuan's magic pot, were remarkably sturdy, capable of withstanding typical assaults. Jiu Chuan stood nearby, the pot in his hand radiating a gentle glow. Various materials flowed forth from the pot, accumulating into a small mountain. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute. He understood that this cold wave was not merely a natural disaster, but a trial of humanity itself. Witnessing such unity among the people filled Yin Shue with confidence. She approached Gu Chuan, gently grasping his hand and offering him an encouraging look. Jiu Chuan reciprocated her grip, a warm smile gracing his lips. Jiu Chuan, thank you. Yin Shue's voice was soft yet brimming with gratitude. Fool, why thank me? We are one. Gu Chuan tenderly stroked her hair, eliciting smiles from those around them. In this tense situation, their love shone like a beacon, illuminating the hearts of all present. As night fell, the lights of the base illuminated the surrounding snow-covered ground. The defensive works were nearly complete, towering ice walls encircling the entire base as an indomitable barrier. Yin Shue stood atop the watchtower, gazing into the distance. The snowstorm intensified, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Yet her heart remained surprisingly calm. Suddenly, She sensed something amiss, a vague pressure emanating from afar. She abruptly turned to Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan, he felt it too. Tightening his grip on her hand, his voice low, "They are coming." Fear spread through the base like a contagion. Some secretly packed their belongings, attempting to escape the impending storm. Others huddled together, whispering, their words fraught with despair and doubt. "Can we truly hold them off?" A trembling voice rose from the crowd, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of unease through the assembly. Yan Shui felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on her shoulders like a mountain. She forced herself to remain composed, her gaze piercing as it swept across the faces filled with terror. What is there to fear? We have prepared for so long. Are we to flee now? Her voice rang clear and strong, like a thunderclap that reverberated through the crowd, restoring steadiness to wavering hearts. She understood that in this moment, she must be the pillar for everyone, a torch in the bleak winter of despair. Long-term observation and intelligence gathering had allowed Yan Shui to identify a critical weakness in the enemy. Their supply lines were lengthy and fragile, that a bold plan began to take shape in her mind. She shared this strategy with Gu Chuan and the other key members, who unanimously agreed and swiftly set to work. Ji Yuchuan utilized the magic pot to create a plethora of camouflage materials and small offensive devices. Distributing them among the various teams, a rapid strike team dubbed Snow Fox was swiftly assembled, tasked with ambushing the enemy's supply lines and severing their retreat. As the plan was disseminated, the atmosphere within the base shifted dramatically. The pervasive despair and fear were replaced with hope and determination. The light rekindled in their eyes as they eagerly prepared for the imminent battle. The storm intensified, shrouding the world in chaos. In the distance, a dark mass of figures gradually approached, like demons emerging from hell, carrying the scent of death. The battle commenced. The base's defenses proved invaluable, the ice walls repelling the enemy's initial assault. The Snow Fox strike team successfully infiltrated the enemy's rear, demolishing several critical supply points, causing disarray among their ranks. However, the enemy was numerous and well-equipped. They quickly adjusted their tactics and began a fierce assault on the base's vulnerabilities. The sounds of explosions, gunfire, and anguished cries intertwined, composing a cruel symphony of war. The defenders within the base fought valiantly, sacrificing themselves to safeguard their homeland. Hours passed in a brutal struggle, with both sides suffering significant losses. Finally, the enemy's offensive began to wane, leading to a temporary ceasefire. Ji Yuchuan. Yan Shui gazed at him, battered and bruised, her voice hoarse. Chapter 49. Negotiations restart. Storm clouds gather again. The acrid scent of smoke lingered. And the storm raged on, leaving the land marred. Yan Shui wiped the snow and blood from her face, exhaustion evident, yet her eyes shone with determination. This battle had been exceedingly brutal, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. Negotiations must be reinstated promptly. Yan Shui's voice was hoarse but unwavering. In the base's conference room, the atmosphere was tense. Diplomat Su, dressed sharply, maintained his diplomatic demeanor as he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, speaking at length. Negotiations must follow the proper protocol. We need to issue a formal invitation first, and then. Time waits for no one. Yan Shui abruptly slammed her hand on the table, interrupting Su's lengthy discourse. Given the current situation, every minute could bring a change. We cannot afford to wait for bureaucratic formalities. Su furrowed his brow in displeasure. Miss Yin, I understand your urgency, but negotiations require finesse. We need to finesse. What we need is survival. Yan Shui remained unyielding. We must swiftly unite with other factions. Otherwise, we will all be engulfed by this cold wave. The others exchanged glances, the tension in the room palpable. Fong, the spy, observed quietly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. The merchant fidgeted with his hands, seemingly calculating something. Security officer Qin stood at the door, vigilantly watching everything around him, oblivious to Fong's subtle movements. Yan Shui's right. We must act quickly. A low voice shattered the stalemate. Gu Chuan entered, weariness etched on his face, yet his gaze was resolute. He surveyed the room and slowly said, I know everyone is weary, but now is not the time for debate. We must unite and weather this storm. He paused, locking eyes with Yan Shui, a slight smile curling his lips. I have a plan. What plan? Yan Shui inquired, puzzled. Gu Chuan smiled mysteriously, not answering directly but instead walking to a box in the corner of the room and slowly opening it. This? Yin Shue's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the contents of the box. Su was taken aback as well, shock evident in his eyes behind the lenses. How is this possible? The merchant stammered, his greedy gaze fixated on the items within the box. Meanwhile, Fong discreetly slipped his hand into his pocket, tightly clutching a small communicator. Inside the box lay a collection of medical supplies emitting a faint herbal fragrance: syringes, bandages, even rudimentary surgical instruments. In the midst of this cold wave and material scarcity, this was nothing short of a treasure. Particularly, several vials radiating a soft blue glow caught everyone's attention. These were life-saving remedies. These supplies give us the leverage we need to restart negotiations. Jiu Chuan's voice was calm and powerful, akin to a boulder that quelled the restlessness of everyone present. Yin Shui inhaled deeply. Suppressing her astonishment, she understood the significance of Gu Chuan's actions. With these medical supplies, they had gained the upper hand in negotiations. Her gaze toward Gu Chuan was filled with trust and admiration. No time to waste. Yin Shui, take these supplies and depart immediately. Gu Chuan's eyes blazed with determination, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Without hesitation, Yin Shui accepted the box and turned to leave. Her steps resolute like a seasoned general. She understood this was a war without gunpowder, and she had to win it. The storm continued to rage, but Yin Shui's heart burned with fervor. She arrived at the negotiation site, a derelict building blanketed in snow and ice. As she opened the box, the enticing medical supplies instantly captivated everyone's attention. The representatives of other factions were astonished. In such dire conditions, they had not anticipated anyone possessing such a wealth of medical resources. Their arrogance and disdain vanished in an instant, replaced by awe and desire. At the negotiation table, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Yin Shui sat gracefully in the main position, refraining from speaking hastily. Instead, she savored a sip of hot tea before slowly addressing the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather here today to survive the frigid tempest and to reconstruct the order of humanity. Her tone was calm yet imbued with a formidable presence, rendering the representatives of the other factions hesitant to interrupt her. The supplies I bring signify our sincerity and collaboration. A slight smile graced Yin Shui's lips, exuding confidence as she declared, I firmly believe that as long as we unite our efforts, we shall undoubtedly overcome this catastrophe. As her words lingered in the air, an excited murmur erupted within the conference room. Everyone was captivated by the resolve she exhibited, realizing that Yin Shui and the forces she represented possessed formidable strength and immeasurable potential. During the brief recess, Gu Chuan discreetly approached Yin Shui, offering her a steaming cup of tea. You've worked hard, he said gently, his voice as soothing as a spring breeze. Yin Shui accepted the cup, her gaze meeting his, and in that moment, all weariness dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sweetness. Thank you, she replied softly, her tone laced with genuine emotion. Their eyes locked, filling the air with a warm ambience. Just then, a subtle sound emerged from the corner of the conference room, the faint rustle of fabric, barely perceptible, yet it did not escape the keen ears of Security Officer Qin. Frowning slightly, his sharp gaze swept toward the inconspicuous corner. Officer Qin, a towering figure akin to a mountain, possessed hawk-like eyes that sliced through the dimly lit conference room, scanning every nook with precision. A shallow scar marred his rugged visage, becoming particularly menacing under the flickering candlelight. He was like a leopard in the night, acutely sensitive to any disturbance. Upon detecting the faint sound of fabric brushing against itself, an alarm blared in his mind, and he discreetly fixed his gaze on the spy disguised as a refugee. The spy, appearing disheveled with tattered clothing and unkempt hair, resembled a weathered wanderer. Bowing his head, his hands seemed casually resting on his lap, yet his fingers were deftly tapping on a miniature communicator, transmitting the freshly acquired intelligence like a serpent striking. A barely discernible smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, as if he were orchestrating every move. Outside the conference room, a biting cold wind, laden with snow, battered against the windows, emitting a haunting wail that echoed through the silence. Within the base, anxiety permeated the atmosphere, a palpable tension spreading like an invisible tide. Each person felt like a startled bird, terrified that their secrets would be swept away like snowflakes in the winter wind, effortlessly revealing their vulnerabilities. The oppressive atmosphere resembled the stillness before a storm, rendering one breathless. Yin Shui sat poised at the negotiation table, her piercing gaze scrutinizing the thoughts of everyone present. A barely perceptible smirk graced her lips, reminiscent of a cunning fox. Rather than directly exposing the spy's scheme, she subtly set a trap. She deliberately leaked a mix of true and false intelligence during negotiations, casting bait and waiting for the prey to bite. The spy, true to form, did not disappoint her, eagerly seizing the bait like a famished wolf. He embellished the false information Yan Shui had intentionally released, oblivious to the fact that he had become a mere pawn in her game. When the other factions received the intelligence transmitted by the spy, their faces instantly reflected confusion and disdain. They were not fools and quickly discerned the flaws within the information. The spy's self-satisfaction only served to breed suspicion towards his faction, prompting them to adopt a more cautious stance. After a round of negotiations, Yan Shui successfully established a preliminary cooperative intention with one of the factions. They agreed to jointly confront the Cold Wave, share resources, and collaboratively rebuild the order of humanity. However, Yan Shui also sensed the dissatisfaction and greed glimmering in the eyes of the other factions. They lurked like venomous serpents in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. That night, within the base, the lights flickered dimly, casting an uncertain glow. The people, akin to startled birds, awaited the next round of negotiations. Caught between anticipation and anxiety, at this moment, a low, rumbling growl echoed from outside the base, reminiscent of a roar from the depths of hell, resonating through the silent night and instilling a chilling dread. Chapter 50. The traitor emerges. The truth will unfold. The initial success of the negotiations failed to elicit the anticipated joy. The moment Yan Shui stepped through the gates of the base, she acutely sensed a peculiar tension permeating the air. The dim lights swayed more than usual, as if on the verge of being consumed by an invisible shadow. The faces of the base's inhabitants bore an indescribable anxiety and unrest. Resembling a pack of caged beasts, restless yet with nowhere to flee, doubts flooded her mind, and her vigilance tightened like a taut string, ready to respond to any unforeseen situation. The unsettling emotions spread silently like a plague, thickening the air and making it difficult to breathe. Why should we cooperate with them? A sharp voice pierced the silence of the base, laden with discontent and provocation. The rotund face of the European merchant turned crimson as he stood at the center of the crowd. Resembling an enraged rooster, loudly pointing towards the conference room that Yan Shui had just entered. Why should they reap the benefits? What about us? Those of us who have risked our lives, are we to suffer in silence? His words ignited a spark that instantly set ablaze the simmering discontent among the crowd. Indeed, why should they? We deserve our share. The chorus of agreement rose like the tide, swiftly drowning the already fragile tranquility. Enough, Diplomat Su bellowed, his once confident face now marred by anger and impatience. What do you understand? In the current situation, simply securing collaborators is a stroke of luck. Do you think we can survive in this apocalypse on our own? Humph. Who knows if they are deceiving us? The European merchant scoffed, his disdain evident on his corpulent face. That woman is nothing but a fade, a so-called negotiation expert. I see her as nothing more than a vixen flaunting her charms. You! Diplomat Su trembled with rage, his finger quivering as he pointed at the merchant. You are utterly hopeless. A short-sighted fool. The two exchanged heated words, their argument growing increasingly fierce, spittle flying. The base's inhabitants quickly divided into two factions, one supporting collaboration, advocating for unity, and the other, blinded by self-interest, stirred by a sense of unfair treatment. The clamor of disputes, insults, and shouts intertwined, resembling a cacophony of blades clashing within the already chaotic base. The entire base seemed to transform into a colossal meat grinder, pulverizing reason and trust into indistinguishable fragments. Yan Shui stood at the periphery, observing the unfolding chaos with a cold gaze. She remained silent, merely watching intently. Her eyes, sharp as a blade, swept through the crowd, seeking to uncover the truth hidden beneath the turmoil. Suddenly, she felt an unusual gaze upon her, one that harbored unrestrained greed and desire, sending a shiver down her spine. Following the source of the gaze, she discovered its owner glaring at her with a dark expression. Produce the items. A low voice resonated from the shadows, akin to a summons from the abyss. Bearing an undeniable Gu Chuan approached Yan Shui, firmly grasping her hand, offering her strength and support. Yan Shui felt the weight of Gu Chuan's trust, her heart swelling with a profound sense of security. A sweet atmosphere flowed between them, as if the frigid world around them had transformed into a warm sanctuary. Suddenly, a figure flickered through the crowd, vanishing into the shadows. Report. An explosion has occurred at the reserve warehouse on the west side of the base. A hurried voice shattered the brief tranquility. Yin Shui keenly sensed the fleeting figure, already forming a judgment in her mind. Swiftly, she tucked away the treasure bowl, her gaze sweeping the surroundings as she coldly remarked, "Qin Security, investigate what has transpired at the West Side Reserve Warehouse." Qin Security sprang into action, leading several loyal guards toward the west. The atmosphere within the base grew increasingly tense. Anxiety etched upon the faces of the people as murmurs filled the air. Qin Security and several guards cautiously approached the warehouse when, suddenly, a burst of flame shot skyward, accompanied by a deafening explosion that shattered the warehouse doors into splinters. Qin Security and the other guards dodged swiftly, yet still sustained cuts from the flying debris. Quick, split up and search. Qin Security gritted his teeth, determination lacing his tone. He and a few guards dispersed to scour the area, ultimately discovering Fong, the spy. In a concealed corner, Fong was attempting to escape through the ventilation ducts, but before he could flee far, he was encircled by Qin Security and his team. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Fong immediately went on high alert, yet Qin Security had anticipated his reaction. "Your accomplices have already confessed. You cannot escape," Qin Security said in a low-voiced. Fong's eyes flickered, trying to offer a defense. But Qin Security had already woven an intricate net around him. He stepped closer to Fong, whispering, "You're not foolish. You know my motives. I have recorded every act of sabotage and betrayal in my mind." A shiver ran through Fong, and he finally bowed his head in defeat, murmuring, "How could you know?" Qin Security smiled faintly, shaking his head with disdain. "I merely staged a play, and you fell for it." In front of everyone, Qin Security unveiled Fong's identity and crimes. The crowd within the base was left in shock, praising Qin Security's wisdom and decisiveness. Representatives from other factions expressed their admiration for the base's management, and negotiations for the alliance progressed smoothly. However, Yin Shui's gaze remained fixed on the European merchant. She noticed the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, as if he was concealing a deeper secret. Internally, Yin Shui remained vigilant, though her demeanor remained composed. "European merchant, do you have anything to add?" Yin Shui's voice rang out amidst the crowd, striking like a hammer and darkening the merchant's expression. His brow furrowed, throat constricting, yet he uttered not a word in that moment. Yin Shui abruptly turned and strode purposefully toward the negotiation venue, her steps resolute and powerful. The members of the base followed behind her, their anticipation palpable. "Is everyone ready?" Yin Shui's voice echoed in the air, brimming with confidence and resolve, as if heralding the approach of a new challenge. Chapter 51. Alliance achieved, crisis looming as Yin Shui entered the negotiation venue. Each step seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of those present. A solemn atmosphere thickened the air, each breath clearly audible. She surveyed the room, her gaze unwavering, lips pressed tightly together, exuding an invisible pressure that enveloped the entire chamber. "Ladies and gentlemen," Yin Shui's voice rang clear and strong, reverberating in the stillness, "we have squandered too much time. The cold wave waits for no one. We must reach an agreement swiftly." The representatives of other factions exchanged glances, their faces a blend of hesitation and calculation. A burly man with a face full of disdain was the first to speak, arrogance lacing his tone. "Miss Yin, we understand the urgency, but we must also secure the greatest benefit for our own factions." Yin Shui stood her ground, her gaze piercing. "Benefit? In the face of survival, what profit is more crucial than our very existence? We must unite to combat this catastrophe." A fierce debate erupted once more. The negotiation room charged with tension. Some attempted to coerce Yin Shui into submission with hardline tactics, while others sought to sway her with honeyed words. Yin Shui maintained her calm and rational demeanor, countering their unreasonable demands with sharp retorts, refusing to yield. As time slipped away, the atmosphere grew increasingly fraught. Just when the negotiations reached an impasse, Yin Shui suddenly rose, her tone frigid. "It appears, ladies and gentlemen, that there is no genuine willingness to cooperate. If that is the case, we need not squander any more time." She turned to leave when a deep voice interrupted. "Wait, Miss Yin." The speaker was an elderly gentleman. Rising slowly, his eyes profound. "We agree to your terms." The representatives of other factions quickly voiced their consent as well. A faint smile finally graced Yin Shue's face. "Pleasure and cooperation." She extended her hand for a handshake. At that moment, Gu Chuan entered, a gleaming piece of metal in his grasp. Gu Chuan stepped through the door. The metal he held radiated a dazzling light, akin to a star fallen to earth. Instantly capturing everyone's attention, it was a brilliant silver, its surface etched with strange patterns, seemingly imbued with boundless power. "This is," an erudite representative exclaimed, his voice trembling with astonishment. "Mithril. This is impossible. This metal was thought to be extinct." Gu Chuan's lips curled into a confident smile as he waved his hand, causing more pieces of metal to materialize. They varied in form. Some resembled hard ingots, others delicate threads, and some shone like precious gems, each exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. In the dim negotiation room, the interplay of these metals' glimmers seemed to tell an ancient, mysterious tale. "This is exaltium and starfall iron, heavens, even dragon-scale steel." Diplomat Su's eyes widened, the haughty demeanor replaced with sheer shock as he excitedly pointed at the metals, stumbling over their names as if he had stumbled upon the world's most coveted treasure. The representatives from other factions could no longer maintain their previous composure and arrogance. The emergence of these metals shattered the last vestiges of their defenses. They realized that Gu Chuan's power surpassed their wildest imaginations. "Cooperation was preferable to confrontation, Mr. Gu. We are willing to join the alliance," one representative urged, urgency lacing his tone, fearful of missing the opportunity. "Indeed, Mr. Gu, so are we," the others echoed, their voices filled with reverence and longing. The atmosphere in the negotiation room shifted instantly, transforming from tension to harmony. The members of the base rejoiced, knowing that after a protracted negotiation and trial, the alliance was finally within reach. Ji Yuchuan approached Yin Shui, lifting her into an embrace. Initially taken aback, Yin Shui's face soon blossomed into a radiant smile as she tightly wrapped her arms around Gu Chuan's neck, burying her head in his embrace. Envious glances were cast by those around them, all moved by this tender scene. A warm atmosphere enveloped the negotiation room, with everyone immersed in joy. "Now, we truly are on the brink of victory," Qin Security exclaimed, joyfully pounding the table. Just as the celebration commenced, the European merchant suddenly produced a document. As the crowd basked in the euphoria of victory, the European merchant interrupted, brandishing a document and declaring, "Hold on, I have something to show everyone." A sly smile curled upon his lips, his eyes glinting with cunning. The document was swiftly projected onto the large screen, revealing the base's clandestine transaction records, which included dealings in gray areas and even evidence of collusion with hostile factions. The wave of shock rippled through the base, the previously jubilant atmosphere abruptly freezing. The alliance representatives exchanged bewildered glances. What is happening?" Diplomat Su's face turned ashen, his voice quivering. Qin Security, trembling with rage, pointed an accusing finger at the European merchant, shouting, "You traitor! How dare you betray the base?" A suffocating tension spread among the crowd, as if an invisible net had ensnared the entire base. The flicker of hope for the alliance appeared poised to be extinguished. However, Yin Shui remained calm and composed. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward, her gaze piercing as she addressed the European merchant. "Mr. O, I believe you owe us an explanation regarding the origins of this document." Though her voice was soft, it carried an undeniable authority that quelled the clamor. Yin Shui unfurled a document of her own, clearly detailing the evidence of the European merchant's secret dealings with other factions over the past period. It even bore his signature on an agreement, proving he had been compromised, intending to sabotage the alliance's plans at a critical juncture. The European merchant's complexion drained of color, his mouth opening in a silent gasp, unable to articulate a response. He had thought his scheme was foolproof, yet Yin Shui had seen through his ruse all along. "The truth is revealed," someone in the crowd shouted, followed by a thunderous applause, as admiration for Yin Shui's poise and wisdom resounded throughout the room. Ultimately, representatives from two factions formally signed the alliance agreement with Yin Shui, pledging to share resources and jointly combat the Cold Wave. All traitors lurking within the base were exposed, and jubilation erupted throughout the base, reigniting the flame of victory in every heart. At that moment, The communications officer of the base rushed in, his expression frantic. Clutching the latest weather report, his face was ashen, his lips trembling as he stammered. Report. Diu Chuan furrowed his brow and asked in a grave tone, "What is it?" "Speak slowly." The officer took a deep breath and, with a quivering voice, continued, The cold wave has intensified suddenly. It is expected. Expected what? Yin Shui's heart sank abruptly, an ominous premonition flooding her mind. The officer swallowed hard and struggled to say, "It is expected. The temperature will drop to below zero," before he could finish. The weather report slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. The alarming figure on the report immediately caught everyone's attention. -100. Below 100 degrees Celsius? Diplomat Su exclaimed in disbelief and terror. The smiles of the crowd froze instantly, replaced by profound fear and unease. Diu Chuan grasped Yin Shui's hand tightly, his gaze resolute, yet a hint of unprecedented pressure weighed upon him. It seemed. Diu Chuan's eyes deepened. His tone low, the true test was only just beginning. He picked up a piece of secret silver from the table. The metallic chill seeped into his fingertips, as if foreshadowing the harsh challenges to come. Chapter 52. The sudden arrival of the cold wave, crisis looming as Gu Chuan's words faded. An unprecedented chill enveloped the entire base. The biting cold wind sliced through the air like innumerable daggers, mercilessly cutting into the skin and bringing waves of excruciating pain. The temperature within the base plummeted abruptly, as if it had fallen from autumn into a frigid ice cavern. Oh my God! How could this happen? A shriek pierced the air, emanating from a newly arrived survivor who clutched his head in despair. His voice acted as a signal, instantly igniting the long-suppressed panic among the inhabitants of the base. People began to flee in all directions, the chaotic sound of footsteps intertwining with panicked cries, forming a cacophony of confusion. "It is cold. Too cold. What should we do? Who can save us?" Various desperate cries echoed, spreading like a plague among the crowd. Like leaves scattered by a tempest, people fled aimlessly, seeking a sliver of safety. Yin Shui surveyed the chaotic scene before her, her brow tightly knit. She understood well that in such moments, panic was far more lethal than the cold itself. Taking a deep breath, she strove to calm herself, realizing she must step forward to stabilize the spirits of those around her and lead them through this sudden crisis. Her fists clenched tightly, the veins on her hands bulging, revealing her inner tension and determination. She knew that she and Gu Chuan were the hope for everyone. She could not afford to let them down. However, the power of the extreme weather far exceeded anyone's imagination. The wind howled like a furious beast, mixing with icy snowflakes, wreaking havoc upon the entire base. The already rudimentary structures trembled precariously under the relentless assault of the wind. Emitting a creaking sound that pierced the ears, some inadequately built makeshift shelters could not withstand the sudden onslaught and began to collapse, stirring up clouds of dust and snow. Fear escalated among the crowd, their faces filled with despair and bewilderment. Some knelt in prayer for divine mercy, while others huddled together, trembling uncontrollably, their bodies quaking in the cold, their hearts tormented by fear, fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. The base was plunged into utter chaos, as if doomsday had arrived. That moment, Gu Chuan suddenly turned, his gaze piercing as he looked towards the table behind him. A faint smile graced his lips as his hand reached slowly towards a seemingly inconspicuous yet crucial object lying there. Diu Chuan's fingers gently brushed against the ordinary-looking ceramic basin, a treasure basin. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and silently wished for the necessary supplies. When he opened his eyes again, the basin was already filled with thick wool blankets, warm clothing, and ample hand warmers. "Everyone, do not panic." Gu Chuan's voice resonated like a bell throughout the base, instantly drowning out the cacophony. He raised the wool blanket high, his tone resolute and powerful. "I have a way to help everyone through this cold wave." All eyes turned to Gu Chuan, glimmering with hope. He quickly organized the distribution of the ceaselessly emerging warm supplies from the treasure basin to every individual. Those who had been shivering in the cold wrapped themselves in the warm wool blankets, their icy hands clutching the comforting warmth of the hand warmers, a wave of warmth spreading throughout their bodies. Thank you. Voices of gratitude rose in unison, their gazes towards Gu Chuan filled with admiration and trust. The once panicked crowd gradually quieted, and the tense atmosphere within the base eased slightly. Yet, the crisis was far from over. The fierce winds continued to rage, and the flimsy structures swayed dangerously. Architect Wei approached Gu Chuan anxiously, proposing to replan the layout of the base and construct sturdier shelters to withstand the cold wave. We need thicker walls, more stable supports, and additional insulating materials. Architect Wei gestured towards the blueprints, passionately articulating his plans. However, those responsible for resource allocation were troubled expressions. Architect Wei, your plan is excellent, but we are currently facing a severe shortage of resources. We simply do not have enough materials. But if we do not reinforce the buildings promptly, the consequences will be unimaginable if the cold wave intensifies. Architect Wei's tone was agitated, nearly shouting. The atmosphere in the meeting room turned grave, suffocatingly tense. Both sides stood firm, unwilling to yield. Jiu Chuan rubbed his temples, weary, and sighed. Just then, a series of urgent knocks interrupted the stalemate. Yin Shui leaned exhaustedly against a wall, her eyes half closed, her countenance drawn. The wrinkles etched on her face told tales of her fatigue and determination. At that moment, a familiar and warm embrace enveloped her gently. Jiu Chuan silently approached her side, using his strong arms to create a haven of warmth around her. Yin Shui's eyelids fluttered and slowly opened. She raised her head to meet Gu Chuan's steadfast and tender gaze, and the weariness in her heart seemed to dissipate in an instant. Leaning against his chest, she felt the familiar warmth and strength, a gentle warmth spreading within her heart. We will surely get through this, Jiu Chuan whispered softly, his tone brimming with conviction and confidence. Yin Shui nodded, an indescribable strength surging within her heart. In this frigid base, the warmth and support shared between this pair of comrades became their greatest motivation to combat the cold wave. Meanwhile, in the office of meteorologist Zhong, he stared intently at the computer screen, his fingers flying over the keyboard. The previously despondent expression on his face now bore a hint of surprise and hope. The ongoing deterioration of the cold wave had filled him with despair. However, through the latest collected data, he had discovered a glimmer of a turnaround. The cold wave did not seem as irreversibly dire as anticipated, and some positive changes had even emerged. Meteorologist Zhong stood up, inhaled deeply, and a smile, long absent, emerged on his face. He stepped out of his office and addressed the crowd, his tone calm yet filled with hope. I have just analyzed the latest data, and we may have found a glimmer of a turnaround. This statement fell like a stone into a still pond, instantly creating ripples. The previously tense nerves of the people relaxed slightly, their eyes shining with a glimmer of light. Gu Chuan and Yin Shui exchanged an encouraging glance, their eyes reflecting mutual inspiration. However, just then, a series of urgent knocks suddenly interrupted their thoughts. Architect Wei burst in, his face ashen. It's bad. The cold wave is hitting us again. Our defense system has just endured a minor assault. Although we successfully resisted it, the resource consumption was immense. Gu Chuan and Yin Shui exchanged a resolute glance, rising simultaneously to prepare for the new challenge. Inside the base, although people were weary, a quiet confidence began to take root, ready to face even greater trials. Jiu Chuan, weary yet determined, declared, "Is everyone ready? We have no retreat, only forward." As soon as the words left his lips, he strode purposefully towards the defense facilities, leading everyone to confront the impending challenge. Chapter 53. Trapped by the cold wave, struggling for survival, Gu Chuan and Yin Shui hastened to the front of the defensive works. The frigid wind, laden with ice and snow, whipped against their faces like knives, nearly blinding them. The energy indicators of the defense system blinked ominously in red, and the alarms blared sharply, as if foretelling an imminent crisis. Architect Wei pointed towards the nearly depleted energy reserve, his voice trembling. We have less than 10 of our energy reserves left. For the next assault, I fear." He could not finish his sentence, but everyone understood the implications. Panic spread through the base like a contagion. People huddled in corners, their faces pale and eyes hollow. The cold wave brought not only low temperatures but also despair. An agricultural worker stumbled over, his face etched with terror. "It's terrible, Mr. Gu. The crops in the field, they've all frozen." He choked on his words, resembling a lost child. Inside the greenhouse, the once verdant vegetables had turned into rigid ice sculptures, exuding a chilling aura. Food, The most precious resource in the cold wave now faced a crisis of extinction. Yin Shui took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. She approached the farmer AI and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Uncle AI, do not worry. We will find a solution." She understood that stabilizing people's hearts was of utmost importance at this moment. However, gazing at the empty granary, she felt a profound sense of helplessness. Soldier Lu returned with the patrol team, his face etched with fatigue and a thick layer of frost covering his body. Report: the outer watchtower has been severely damaged by the cold wave and requires immediate repairs. His voice was hoarse, tinged with despair. Bad news came one after another, suffocating the people with its weight. Yu Chuan stood atop the platform, surveying the scene before him, his gaze cold and resolute. He knew that now was not the time to despair. He had to find a way to resolve the situation. He lifted his eyes to the sky, where the overcast heavens revealed no trace of sunlight, only an endless chill and hopelessness. Silently, he made his way to his room. His mind focused on a singular thought: the treasure basin. Perhaps, as Gu Chuan silently approached his room, the singular thought of the treasure basin lingered in his mind. He took a deep breath and slowly opened the treasure basin in his hands, silently reciting, "I need some special seeds that can withstand the cold and have a short growth cycle." The basin shimmered with a faint light, and moments later, rows of small, peculiar seeds leaped from the basin into his palm. These seeds, with their unusual shapes and a delicate silver sheen on their surfaces, seemed to embody boundless vitality. Ji Yuchuan quickly exited his room and handed the seeds to the bewildered farmer AI, who stood outside the greenhouse. "Uncle AI, these seeds are cold-resistant and have a short growth cycle. They should help us through this crisis." Farmer AI took the seeds, a glimmer of hope reigniting in his eyes. He was momentarily stunned, then excitedly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Mr. Gu, you are truly our savior. Thank you." He hurriedly stood up and led several workers to begin planting, instantly filling the greenhouse with an atmosphere of bustling activity and hope. Within the base, the tense emotions of the crowd began to ease slightly. Architect Wei and meteorologist Zhong converged, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and hope. "Mr. Gu, can these seeds really solve our problems?" Architect Wei inquired. Meteorologist Zhong cautiously added, "As long as we can endure this cold wave, there is a chance." His tone, though still tinged with pessimism, clearly reflected a glimmer of optimism. Ji Yuchuan smiled faintly and nodded. "We will do our best." He understood that while the treasure basin was powerful, it was not omnipotent. What truly mattered was the unity and perseverance of the people. Standing quietly beside Gu Chuan, Yin Shui was filled with admiration and affection. She gently brushed the dust from his face and said softly, "You always manage to find a solution. I truly admire you." Ji Yuchuan turned to her, his eyes shining with determination and tenderness. "We will overcome this crisis together, Yin Shui." His words radiated warmth and conviction, as if the cold wave could not penetrate this warmth. Just then, the hurried footsteps of Soldier Lu echoed from a distance. His expression was grave, and a hint of worry flickered in his eyes as he approached them swiftly. "Mr. Gu, the base's defensive facilities have been severely damaged. We must take immediate action, or else..." His voice trailed off. Yet it was enough to tighten the hearts of everyone present. Soldier Lu's words pierced the atmosphere like a sharp icicle, striking deep into the hearts of all present. Ji Yuchuan furrowed his brow. "What about the armory?" he asked in a low voice, barely concealing the anger simmering beneath the surface. Soldier Lu's face darkened further as he slammed his fist against the wall beside him, producing a dull thud. "The armory simply lacks sufficient equipment. Those so-called protective suits cannot even withstand the ice shards. How are we to resist the cold wave?" His chest heaved violently, his voice filled with fury and frustration. "But we have already exhausted all we could offer," a member of the management retorted sharply, their tone high-pitched and strident. "You must understand. Resources are limited, understand?" A young soldier erupted, pointing to his frostbitten hand. "Is this what you call understanding? We risk our lives, yet you cannot even provide us with basic warmth? We have done our utmost." The management continued to stand firm, and tensions escalated rapidly, the argument reverberating through the base like a tempest, causing painful ringing in everyone's ears. "Enough!" Yin Shui shouted, her gaze piercing as she swept across every individual present. "Now is not the time for disputes. We must unite and face this challenge together." Her words carried an undeniable authority, momentarily calming the chaotic scene. At that moment, meteorologist Zhong suddenly rushed over, his expression animated, his eyes sparkling with an extraordinary light. I have discovered something unusual, he stammered, his tone imbued with a disbelief and excitement. The cold wave may not continue to intensify. I have observed some special meteorological signs. There may be a brief respite in the cold wave. His words exploded like thunder among the crowd. Everyone froze, gazing at meteorologist Zhong in disbelief. This news was undoubtedly a beacon of hope for those who had long been enveloped in despair. Yin Shui quickly regained her composure and turned to Gu Chuan. We need more information, meteorologist Zhong. You must share all your findings with us. She swiftly organized everyone, bringing the arguing parties together. Under her coordination, Soldier Liu and the management temporarily reached a consensus, deciding to pool their limited resources to prioritize reinforcing the defensive facilities. Architect Wei, not wishing to lag behind, utilized his creativity to optimize the base's defensive structures with the limited materials available. Though resources were scarce, he consistently found unexpected solutions. The atmosphere within the base, while still tense, was suffused with a newfound glimmer of hope. People began to busily fortify the defenses and check the weaponry, all in an orderly fashion. Jiu Chuan observed the bustling crowd and turned to Yin Shui, stating, "We can win. We will." Yin Shui smiled slightly, about to respond when a panic shout from Soldier Liu echoed from afar. "Look, the sky." Chapter 54. A respite from the cold wave, a glimmer of hope following Soldier Liu's pointing finger. Yin Shui's gaze fell upon the once overcast sky, now revealing a faint glimmer of light, as if a delicate crack had been torn open. Though the light was weak, it was sufficient to illuminate the hopes within people's hearts. The predicted respite in the cold wave had finally arrived. Within the base, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a tense excitement. People cheered joyously, yet a hint of unease lingered, fearing this was but a calm before a storm. That this fleeting hope might vanish in an instant. Yin Shui took a deep breath and called out, "Everyone, remain calm. This is our opportunity. Let us act immediately." Her composed and steady voice served as an anchor, instantly stabilizing the crowd's emotions. A serious atmosphere permeated the base, everyone on high alert, unwilling to relax even for a moment. Jiu Chuan, without hesitation, approached the treasure basin, mentally reciting the materials he needed. With a dazzling burst of light, mountains of building materials and various tools appeared before everyone. Steel bars, cement, wood, excavators, cranes, everything one could desire, as if a miniature supply depot had materialized out of thin air. Architect Wei's eyes lit up, excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together like a child receiving a cherished toy. He eagerly grabbed the blueprints and exclaimed, "Wonderful! With these materials, we can redesign the layout of the base." He spoke incessantly about his visions, as though a grand city were rising in his mind. Under his guidance, the base began to transform. The previously rudimentary defenses became sturdier, and a rational layout enhanced the base's capacity to withstand the cold wave. The people worked with renewed vigor, as if they could glimpse the hope of the future. Their faces beaming with confident smiles, Jiu Chuan, observing the industrious crowd, felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He moved beside Yin Shui and softly said, "We will get through this." Yin Shui nodded, her gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she turned sharply to Gu Chuan and exclaimed, "Food." Upon hearing Yin Shui's words, Farmer Ai's eyes brightened, and he dashed toward the planting area. He plunged into the meticulously constructed greenhouse to check on the cold-resistant crops. Although the cold wave had eased, the temperature remained chillingly low. A flicker of hope ignited within Farmer Ai as he meticulously examined each leaf and branch. His fingers caressed the soil gently, as if caressing precious life. The entire greenhouse thrived under his attentive care, radiating vitality. Sweat trickled down his brow, yet he paid it no mind, his heart set on a singular thought. These crops must prove valuable at a critical moment. As time passed, the crops within the greenhouse began to display a vibrant vitality. The tender green leaves gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight, and the robust roots burrowed deeper into the soil. Joy sparkled in Farmer Ai's eyes as he carefully plucked the first batch of ripe fruits. The cold-resistant crops had astonishingly thrived even in the depths of winter, a true miracle. Cradling the fresh vegetables and fruits, a satisfied smile spread across his face. The people within the base erupted in cheers upon seeing Farmer AI's harvest, crowding around to eagerly taste these precious foods. Fresh apples, crisp cucumbers, and plump potatoes all appeared to be precious treasures. Laughter radiated from the faces of the people, and the atmosphere of the entire base became increasingly jubilant and filled with hope. The farmer stood at the center of the crowd, weary yet brimming with a sense of accomplishment. His efforts had finally yielded tangible results, bringing hope to all. Yin Shui and Gu Chuan stood side by side in the heart of the base. Surrounded by jubilant onlookers, Jiu Chuan gripped Yin Shui's hand tightly, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. In that moment, the surrounding clamor seemed to vanish, leaving only the two of them. Yin Shui felt Gu Chuan's love and support, a warm surge of strength swelling within her. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Gu Chuan, their mutual affection transcending into something profound. The air around them seemed to soften, and everyone could sense this deep connection. Many nearby offered silent blessings, their hearts touched by this sincere emotion. Just then, Yin Shui suddenly noticed a hint of chaos at the corner of the base. Frowning slightly, she whispered to Gu Chuan, "It seems our challenges are far from over." Jiu Chuan nodded, his gaze revealing a steadfast faith. He held Yin Shui's hand firmly as they approached the disordered area, ready to confront new challenges. As Yin Shui and Gu Chuan stepped into the chaotic zone, they immediately spotted Architect Wei and Meteorologist Zhong engaged in a heated argument. Architect Wei, animatedly gesturing with his arms, exclaimed, "We need more rebar and cement to fortify our defenses." Meteorologist Zhong, arms crossed defiantly, retorted, "The weather station S equipment requires these resources more urgently. Only then can we accurately forecast the cold wave's trajectory and safeguard everyone's safety." Others in the vicinity joined the fray, and the tension in the air felt palpable. Jiu Chuan and Yin Shui swiftly dispersed the onlookers. Yin Shui spoke firmly, "Everyone, let us remain calm. Conflict will only dilute our strength." Jiu Chuan stepped forward, his voice resolute and commanding. "This is not the time for disputes. We must unite to overcome this crisis. The needs of each department are vital, but resources are limited. We must allocate them judiciously." Wei and Zhong exchanged glances, gradually calming down. At that moment, the soldiers stepped forward, their leader firmly declaring, "We are soldiers. It is our duty to protect everyone. We can prioritize the resource needs of other departments, even if it means compromising our own equipment to ensure the base's safety." Their words flowed like a warm current, swiftly inspiring everyone present. Farmer AI, moved, remarked, "The soldiers are truly commendable. We in the planting area are also willing to reduce some resource demands to ensure everyone can weather this storm together." The atmosphere gradually eased, and the people within the base began to coalesce once more. After much deliberation, they reached a consensus. Each department would allocate resources to the most critical and urgent needs, ensuring the overall stability and safety of the base. In the ensuing month, the base's defense and resource systems were effectively adjusted. The fortifications became sturdier, and the crops in the planting area began to yield a bountiful harvest. Ultimately, the mortality rate within the base was successfully contained to below 10, a significant morale boost for all. The people rejoiced, celebrating their initial victory against the cold wave crisis. However, just then, strange sounds echoed from a distance, growing louder as if an unknown threat was approaching. Yin Shui's expression turned grave as she turned to Gu Chuan and said, "We must immediately ascertain the source of that sound. We cannot afford any complacency." Gu Chuan nodded, and together they quickly organized a team, resolutely heading toward the ominous noise. The inhabitants of the base held their breath, a wave of tension washing over them as they fixated on the approaching sound. Chapter 55. The cold wave returns. The predicament resumes. The eerie noises from afar grew increasingly distinct, resembling the low growl of a monstrous beast echoing in the cold wind. The laughter within the base abruptly ceased, and unease etched itself onto every face. Fear spread through the crowd like ink dropped in water, saturating the air with dread. Yin Shui clenched her fists, her gaze piercing as she focused on the direction of the sound. A chill racing from her toes to her head, a fierce wind arose, mingling with the icy cold wave, akin to a roaring beast that viciously descended upon the fragile land. The makeshift defenses trembled under the onslaught of the gale. Emitting a grating creak, the lights within the base flickered ominously, as if they could extinguish at any moment, swallowing everyone into an abyss of darkness. People huddled deeper into their meager clothing, shivering in the biting wind. Despair spread through the base like a plague, fear of the future etched onto every face. Children clung tightly to their parents, weeping softly, while adults feigned calm, attempting to mask their inner terror with forced smiles. What on earth is happening? This cold wave is fiercer than any before. Meteorologist Zhong's face turned pale, his lips trembling. Frost clung to his glasses, nearly obscuring his vision. Damn it! Our defenses cannot withstand such a cold wave. Architect Wei shouted anxiously, his voice sounding particularly feeble against the howling wind. Our food. Farmer Ai's voice quivered, despair written all over his face. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, ready to defend. Jiu Chuan. Yen Shue's voice rang out clearly amidst the tempest. As Gu Chuan stood atop a rise, gazing into the distance, his eyes deep and cold, he inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Yen Shue, organize the personnel immediately to reinforce our defenses. We must ensure the safety of the base. His voice was firm and powerful, as if it could dispel the fears of all. But Yen Shue hesitated, her words caught in her throat. No buts, Gu Chuan declared decisively. This is not the time for hesitation. We must act immediately. Yen Shue took a deep breath, nodded, and began to rally the troops. Architect Wei, Gu Chuan's sentence was cut short by Wei's urgent interjection. I know. I must prioritize reinforcing the defenses. Wei's complexion was even graver than Zhong's, as he rubbed his frostbitten hands, trembling. I understand. I should prioritize reinforcing the defenses. But shouldn't we also consider improving the living conditions in this dreadful weather? How can anyone rest properly? A stir rippled through the crowd, many casting puzzled glances. Reinforcing the defenses is the primary task. Improving living conditions? That seems utterly backwards. Even Yen Shue frowned, anxiously looking towards Gu Chuan. It appeared that Architect Wei sensed the crowd's confusion. He took a deep breath, raising his voice slightly. I realize this may sound absurd, but consider this. In such harsh conditions, if we cannot guarantee even basic rest, how can we muster the strength to combat the cold wave and fortify our defenses? What we need now is hope, the kind of hope that sustains us to carry on. Though his words were risky, they struck like a lightning bolt, piercing the veil of despair that had settled over the base. Indeed, hope, in such dire straits, hope is more vital than anything else. The atmosphere of confusion began to dissipate as people murmured amongst themselves. Deliberating Architect Wei's proposal, at that moment, Gu Chuan scanned the crowd, a confident smile gracing his lips. Architect Wei is correct. We need hope, he stated, moving toward the treasure basin, inhaling deeply, his hands resting on the rim. Golden light surged from the basin, illuminating the entire base and dispelling the shadows of fear. New, warm garments flew from the basin like snowflakes, cascading among the crowd. These clothes were soft, comfortable, and remarkably insulating, capable of withstanding the biting chill. Soon after, sturdy building materials emerged from the basin in bundles, piling high. The people joyfully accepted the clothing, eagerly donning the garments. The cold sensation vanished in an instant, replaced by warmth and hope. Excitement sparkled in Architect Wei's eyes as he directed the crowd to commence fortifying the base's defenses. Life surged back into the base as the people worked with renewed vigor, seemingly forgetting the cold and their fears. Gratitude towards Gu Chuan enveloped him like a tidal wave. A soldier, clutching a bundle of new warm clothing, approached Gu Chuan, saluting fervently. Thank you, Mr. Gu. With these garments, we can better. His words were abruptly interrupted by a hasty voice. Wait. Those clothes? A burly man emerged from the throng, his eyes greedily fixated on the clothing in the soldier's hands. I want some too. Give me more. The man lunged forward like a famished wolf, his eyes locked onto the soldier's garments, his rough arms reaching out to snatch them away. Why should only you have them? I want several, he bellowed, his jowls quivering with agitation, resembling a greedy beast. The crowd immediately erupted into chaos. The previously calming warmth was reignited as many began to stir, yearning for additional clothing, even just one more piece. Instantly, the distribution point descended into utter disarray, as people shoved and scrambled, willing to tear at each other for those few scant garments. Cease at once. Halt. The soldiers responsible for maintaining order shouted hoarsely, desperately attempting to restore some semblance of control amidst the chaos. Yet, their voices were feeble, utterly drowned out by the cacophony of the crowd's rage and lamentations. A few burly men, in their fervor to claim a piece of clothing, even engaged in a brawl, causing the situation to spiral out of control, a palpable sense of disorder rapidly permeating the base. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Yin Shui was knocked to the ground by an out-of-control man. Her elbow striking the cold floor painfully, she struggled to rise, only to discover her ankle had been twisted. Just as despair began to envelop her, a pair of strong hands steadied her. Jiu Chuan's figure appeared like a flash of lightning, instantly standing before Yin Shui, gripping her arms tightly. Yin Shui, are you all right? Are you hurt? His voice was low and magnetic, tinged with an imperceptible gentleness. Yin Shui looked up at Gu Chuan, feeling as if she had found a safe haven. All her grievances and anxieties dissipating in that moment. I'm fine, she murmured, a faint smile gracing her lips. Jiu Chuan clasped her hand, the warmth of his palm transmitting strength as he softly assured her. Trust me, everything will be all right. Yin Shui reciprocated his grip, feeling the heat of his hand fill her with courage. Drawing a deep breath, she rose to her feet, her gaze sweeping over the chaotic crowd. Everyone, cease at once. Her voice rang out clear and powerful, as if imbued with magic, instantly quelling the tumultuous crowd. We have ample resources and will distribute them fairly to each person, Yin Shui continued. However, if anyone dares to create further disturbances, I shall not show mercy. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, causing those around her to bow their heads, hesitant to meet her eyes. Through Yin Shui's efforts, the tumult gradually subsided, and the crowd began to form an orderly line, awaiting their share. Architect Wei also led the others in reinforcing the defenses, and for a moment, the base was filled with a bustling atmosphere. Although the cold wave continued to rage, the unity and diligence of the people instilled a sense of hope in everyone. However, just as they believed the situation was improving, Gu Chuan furrowed his brow. His gaze drifting into the distance, filled with grave concern as he murmured, "Something is amiss, it seems." Chapter 56. Resource Crisis, Desperate Survival. Gu Chuan's words trailed off, an inexplicable chill creeping up from his feet to the crown of his head. The previously calm snowstorm began to wreak havoc once more, the howling winds resembling a famished beast intent on devouring everything in its path. In the brief respite from the cold wave, the base initiated a comprehensive check of its resource reserves. The supplies stacked in the warehouse appeared particularly meager under the dim lights. Holding a checklist, Architect Wei meticulously cross-referenced, his brow furrowing deeper with each item. He approached Gu Chuan, his tone heavy with foreboding. "Mr. Gu, I fear the building materials may not last much longer. The reserves of steel and concrete were critically low. If the cold wave intensified again..." He paused, leaving the implication unspoken, but the meaning was clear. Farmer AI also approached, anxiety etched on his dark face. "Mr. Gu, the food is also running low. The cold wave had severely impacted crop growth, and the yield had plummeted. The vegetables in the greenhouse were..." He rubbed his rough hands together, his tone somber. "We need to find a solution. Or else." Jiu Chuan's expression darkened, surveying the anxious faces around him, feeling as if a colossal weight pressed upon his heart. The shortage of resources had arrived more swiftly and violently than anticipated. He understood that if new avenues for resource acquisition were not found promptly, the base would face catastrophic consequences. As resources dwindled, a strict rationing system was implemented within the base. Each person received only a meager amount of food and warming supplies daily, hunger and cold gripping each individual like two invisible claws tightly constricting their throats. In the mess hall, thin gruel and a small piece of hard bread constituted the day's rations. People ate silently, refraining from any complaints, but their eyes were filled with despair at night as the cold wind howled. An eerie silence enveloped the base. Individuals huddled in their rudimentary shelters, trembling from the chill. Hunger and cold sliced through their will like sharp knives. The oppressive atmosphere spread throughout the base, with everyone acutely aware of the harshness of survival. Gu Chuan stood by the window, gazing at the raging storm outside, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. He knew he needed to find a solution swiftly, or else. Suddenly, he turned sharply and strode towards a corner of the base, where a heavily guarded room awaited. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door and whispered, "It is time." Inside the room, an eerie green glow flickered, illuminating Gu Chuan's resolute face. He cautiously retrieved a small handful of seeds radiating an unusual luster from an ancient wooden box. These seeds, varying in shape, were imbued with vibrant life force. They were his last glimmer of hope, acquired from a treasure trove. He hurried to Farmer AI's greenhouse, where AI was despondently clearing away the frostbitten seedlings. Upon seeing the seeds in Gu Chuan's hand, he was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes sparkled with disbelief. What is this?" he stammered, trembling as he accepted a seed, examining it as though it were a priceless treasure. Gu Chuan succinctly replied, "These are seeds capable of growing in extreme cold. Give them a try." Farmer AI eagerly planted the seeds into the soil. A miracle unfolded. As soon as the seeds touched the earth, they began to sprout at a visible pace, tender green shoots breaking through the soil, swiftly transforming into lush plants laden with ripe fruits, exuding an irresistible fragrance. In the greenhouse, the cold dissipated, replaced by a vibrant vitality. This is simply miraculous," Farmer AI exclaimed, his words tumbling out in excitement as he trembled while plucking a fruit, carefully biting into it. Instantly, a wave of sweet juice burst in his mouth, warming his weary body. The news spread like wildfire throughout the base. People flocked to the greenhouse, witnessing this astonishing scene, their faces alight with surprise and hope. Cheers and gasps intermingled, dispelling the gloom that had hung over them for days. The hungry individuals savored the newly grown fruits, their faces beaming with long-lost smiles. However, this jubilant atmosphere was short-lived. In a corner of the base, a fierce argument erupted. The soldiers surrounded the resource distribution center, clashing vehemently with the staff. "Why are we receiving the least resources?" A soldier's voice boomed, rough and filled with anger. "We risk our lives patrolling outside every day to protect the base, and this is all we deserve?" "This is a uniform distribution by the base. Everyone receives the same," the distribution personnel desperately explained. "The same? We endure the elements while you stay warm indoors, and you call that the same? It's unfair." The soldiers were incensed, feeling that their sacrifices in the biting cold were not acknowledged, their hearts brimming with resentment. Both sides stood firm, unwilling to yield, and tensions escalated, threatening to erupt into violence. The atmosphere among the crowd grew increasingly charged, an unstable energy beginning to spread throughout the base. "Enough!" A cool voice cut through the clamor as Yin Shui emerged from the crowd. Her piercing gaze swept over everyone present, an invisible pressure silencing the raucous assembly. Though her voice was soft, it resonated with undeniable authority. "Follow me." Yin Shui guided the crowd to the base's conference room. Calmly, she analyzed the current situation, highlighting that the resource shortage was the greatest threat facing the base, necessitating unity among all to weather the crisis. She did not favor either side, instead emphasizing each person's vital role within the base, acknowledging the soldiers' perilous contributions to its defense, while clarifying the principles of resource distribution. Ultimately quelling the dispute, Jiu Chuan stood silently behind her, and Yin Shui felt his unwavering gaze, a warm current surging within her, as if she had found a pillar of support. The unspoken understanding between them evoked envy among those nearby, the warm atmosphere appearing especially precious amidst the tense circumstances. After the meeting concluded, meteorologist Zhong approached Yin Shui, his expression grave as he held a recent meteorological report. "Miss Yin, I have discovered an unusual phenomenon." He pointed to an anomalous fluctuation on the data chart. Though the cold wave brought frigid weather, it also generated a unique atmospheric energy fluctuation, which could not theoretically be converted into usable energy. His tone carried a hint of uncertainty, as this was merely a hypothesis. Initially, no one believed his words. They thought the cold wave could only bring destruction. How could it possibly contain energy? Yet, Yin Shui keenly sensed the potential. She decisively organized an exploration team to investigate the location indicated by meteorologist Zhong. This unexpected proposal ignited a long-suppressed hope within the base, curiosity permeating the atmosphere among the people. The exploration team trudged through the vast snowfield, the biting winds cutting like knives against their faces, numbing them to near oblivion. Yet, they held on to hope, yearning to discover new energy sources to alter the base's fate. Finally, after days of arduous travel, they reached their destination. As predicted by meteorologist Zhong, the atmospheric energy fluctuations here were extraordinarily strong. After a tense round of adjustments, they successfully converted this energy into a usable form. Within the confines of the base, the previously dim lights flickered back to life, and the heating apparatus began to function, bestowing a long-awaited warmth upon the inhabitants. Elation surged through the crowd as they celebrated this hard-won victory. They had successfully surmounted part of the resource crisis, yet a more formidable challenge loomed amidst the ravages of the frigid tempest. Report! Numerous, unidentified creatures have been sighted outside the base. A hurried voice crackled through the communicator, shattering the momentary jubilation. Jiyu Chuan's countenance shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet. Chapter 57. Life and Death Together. The cold wave strikes back before the urgent voice on the communicator could fade. A deafening roar erupted from outside the base, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth challenging humanity's last sanctuary beneath the cover of ice and snow. The wind howled ferociously, and blizzard-like snow cascaded down, nearly engulfing the entire base. Visibility dwindled to less than a meter. The world outside was a chaotic maelstrom, filled only with the wailing wind and the growls of beasts, intertwining into a symphony of death. Inside the base, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The newly discovered energy had yet to be utilized, and the cold wave struck with devastating force, shattering the flickering hopes of the people in an instant. The lights flickered a few times before extinguishing completely, and the heating devices ceased to operate, plunging the base once more into cold and darkness. Panic-stricken, people gathered at the center of the base. Trembling uncontrollably, despair spread through the crowd like a contagion. Children wept softly while adults clutched them tightly, attempting to offer warmth. Yet they too had long been consumed by terror. Yin Shui and Gu Chuan stood resolutely at the forefront of the throng, akin to two statues unyielding against the onslaught of wind and snow. Yin Shui's face bore no trace of fear. Instead, it radiated determination and resolve. Gripping the communicator tightly, she calmly directed the defense efforts. Lu, secure the eastern entrance with your team. Wei, organize the reinforcement of the defensive structures. AI, reassure everyone. Her commands were delivered with precision, each word resonating like a clarion call, seemingly penetrating the roar of the tempest and instilling a glimmer of hope within the hearts of the people. Gu Chuan's gaze swept over the faces filled with dread, a profound weight surging within him. He understood that mere human effort could not withstand this unprecedented cold wave. Subconsciously, he touched the warm surface of the golden ingot in his pocket, its soothing sensation providing him with a modicum of solace. Jiyu Chuan Yin Shui's voice pierced through the chaos, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. He turned to her, noticing the complex emotions swirling in her eyes: concern, fear, but predominantly trust and reliance. Can we survive this?" she asked softly, her voice fragmented by the wind and snow. Without uttering a word, Gu Chuan clasped her hand tightly, their fingers interlocking, conveying a silent strength. Suddenly, a thunderous sound shattered the brief tranquility. The defensive structures outside the base were breached, and a colossal snow monster emerged into view. It was cloaked in a thick layer of ice and snow, emitting a bone-chilling roar as it charged towards the crowd. Panic ensued, chaos erupting as screams and cries filled the AI. Art. Jiyu Chuan Yin Shui's voice rang out again, this time imbued with palpable terror and despair. Gu Chuan gazed at her, inhaling deeply before saying, "Yin Shui, trust me." He did not respond to her fear. Instead, he closed his eyes tightly, taking a deep breath as he mentally recited the incantation for the golden ingot. When he reopened his eyes, a surge of powerful energy erupted from his palms, transforming into a brilliant barrier that enveloped the entire base. This luminous shield stood as an indomitable bulwark against the monster's assault and the howling cold winds. Simultaneously, a set of radiant tools materialized in his hands, seemingly alive, as they autonomously flew towards the damaged defenses, commencing rapid repairs. Wei, the architect, widened his eyes in astonishment at this incredible spectacle, swiftly regaining his composure to command the others. "Quick, assist with the repairs. We cannot squander the time Gu Chuan has bought us." Emerging from their despair, the people rekindled a flicker of hope upon their faces. They labored tirelessly, transporting materials and collaborating with the tools to restore the defenses at a remarkable pace. The once desolate base began to buzz with vitality and commotion once more. The glow of the energy shield served as a beacon in the night, warming the hearts of everyone. They gazed at the raging blizzard outside, filled with a sense of relief at having survived the storm. However, this glimmer of hope proved fleeting. It's futile. It's futile. This cold wave is too terrifying. We cannot possibly survive. A voice of despair pierced the hard-won calm, causing doubt to creep in amongst the crowd. They slumped to the ground, surrendering to resignation, convinced that humanity's fate was sealed. No. We cannot give up. We've endured for so long. Can we truly resign ourselves to death here? A voice of defiance erupted, with individuals brandishing their tools, re-engaging in the repair efforts, striving to demonstrate their resolve through action. Give it up. We cannot win. Pessimists lamented, questioning the need to face certain death. The two factions clashed vocally, rekindling emotions within the crowd, leading to physical altercations. Yen Shui observed the turmoil with a furrowed brow. She understood that if the people's spirit were to shatter, the base would truly meet its end. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the center of the crowd and proclaimed, "We are all in this together. No one can stand apart. We were born together, and we must perish together. Only by uniting our hearts can we discover a chance to survive." Her words resonated like a morning bell, reverberating deeply within every heart. Gradually, the crowd quieted, turning their gaze toward this steadfast woman, igniting a renewed sense of hope within them. They began to reflect on their actions. Realizing that surrender was not an option, Yen Shui prepared to speak again. Her body suddenly swayed, and her vision darkened. Just as she was about to fall, Gu Chuan swiftly caught her in his arms. "Yen Shui," he called out, his tone rife with concern. Yen Shui leaned weakly against his chest, her complexion pale and breathing labored. She gazed up at Gu Chuan, her eyes brimming with affection. "Jiu Chuan, I'm fine." Her voice was feeble yet imbued with a hint of determination. The surrounding individuals were profoundly moved by this scene. In this moment of life and death, they witnessed the power of love, a warmth that dispelled fear and despair from their hearts. At that moment, the meteorologist excitedly exclaimed, "The cold wave is weakening. It is expected to last for 12 more hours." This news struck like a lightning bolt, illuminating the dark night and casting a ray of hope upon the people. "This is a God-given opportunity," Wei, the architect, shouted in excitement. "Everyone, follow me. We must seize this time to repair the base." The people erupted in cheer, invigorated as if they had been rejuvenated. Under Wei's guidance, they methodically reinforced the defenses, and the previously devastated base began to visibly recover. The farmer also led his team to seize this precious moment, expanding the area for food cultivation to stockpile more provisions for the future. In 12 hours, through their collective efforts, the base underwent a remarkable transformation. The defensive structures grew sturdier, food supplies swelled, and smiles returned to the faces of the people. A month later, the base successfully reduced the mortality rate to below 10, with the defense and resource systems fully adjusted to withstand even harsher cold waves. People gathered in the center of the base, celebrating this hard-won victory. Yen Shui and Gu Chuan embraced tightly, silent tears cascading down their cheeks. They understood that this was merely the first step of a long journey, with more challenges awaiting them in the future. Suddenly, Gu Chuan's communicator buzzed. Upon answering, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. "What did you say?" Chapter 58. Dawn of Danger. Hope emerges. The biting cold wind sliced through every inch of the base, emitting a haunting wail that sent shivers down spines. The elation of survival had yet to dissipate entirely when an overwhelming sense of tension once again enveloped the base. The gazes of the people darted anxiously over the facilities ravaged by the cold wave. What had once been a rejuvenated scene now appeared fragile and vulnerable. An indescribable oppression hung in the air. Etched upon each face was a reflection of worry. Yen Shui stood at the heart of the base, her hair whipped by the fierce wind as she pressed her lips tightly together. Her resolve unwavering like stars in a winter sky. She understood well that the moment for celebration had passed. The true challenge was just beginning. Action was imperative. She could not allow the flicker of hope to be extinguished by the relentless cold wave. Her gaze swept across the crowd, noticing the fatigue etched upon every face. In the medical area of the base, the groans of the injured resonated throughout, due to a dire shortage of resources. Medical supplies were nearly depleted. Rudimentary bandaging failed to alleviate the pain of wounds, blood saturating the makeshift dressings in a harrowing sight. The expressions of helplessness and despair on people's faces pierced Yen Shui's heart like daggers. The scent of antiseptic lingered in the air, yet it could not mask the pervasive gloom of hopelessness. The newly arrived meteorologist furrowed his brow, feverishly poring over the documents in his hands. His once bright eyes now dulled, he lifted his gaze, sighed deeply, and spoke in a low voice. The intensity of the cold wave continues to escalate, and the duration may exceed our expectations. His words fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing the flickering hope that had just ignited in the hearts of the crowd. The architect, Wei, held the blueprints in his hands, gesturing animatedly as he fervently sought to restore the base. Yet, he soon realized that even the most skilled craftsman cannot create something from nothing. The resources at hand were woefully inadequate to support his ambitious vision. He scratched his head, and the spark in his eyes gradually dimmed. Meanwhile, the farmer, Ai, toiled diligently in the biting cold, yet the fields remained stubbornly barren. His weathered face etched with a profound sense of helplessness. The soldier, Liu, clutched his battered weapon, steadfastly guarding the perimeters of the base, using his flesh and blood to withstand the chilling winds. However, they were painfully aware of their limited capabilities. Yin Xue inhaled deeply, slowly making her way to the medical area. She understood that hesitation and retreat were luxuries she could not afford at this critical juncture. Approaching a gravely injured soldier, she gently grasped his hand, speaking with resolute conviction. "Do not fear. We shall persevere." Her words seemed to possess a touch of enchantment, rekindling a flicker of hope in the hearts of those who had sunk into despair. At that moment, Gu Chuan hurriedly entered, his expression grave. He surveyed the crowd and began to speak slowly. "I have a plan." His arrival was like a flash of lightning piercing through the gloom, instantly capturing everyone's attention. His gaze was sharp, akin to a wolf hunting across the icy plains, radiating an undeniable determination. Without indulging in unnecessary pleasantries, he retrieved a collection of gleaming medical instruments and piles of medicines from an unassuming black box. The supplies exuded a faint herbal aroma, starkly contrasting with the surrounding atmosphere of despair, akin to stars suddenly illuminating the darkness, dispelling the shadows that loomed over the medical area. "These will sustain us for a while." Gu Chuan's voice was deep and powerful, infused with a compelling strength. He distributed the medical supplies to the healthcare personnel, observing the anguished faces of those tormented by illness. The pungent scent of disinfectant gradually gave way to the refreshing fragrance of the medicines, and the groans of the injured began to subside, replaced by a sense of relief for having survived. As people looked to Gu Chuan, the previously stifling atmosphere began to ease with the arrival of the medical supplies, reigniting the flames of hope within their hearts, as if a flickering fire in the dead of winter warmed each soul. However, just as hope began to flicker anew, a tempest of debate erupted within the base. Architect Wei, brandishing new defense plans, passionately articulated his vision for enhancing the base's defenses to withstand the impending cold wave. Yet, his proposals met skepticism from some quarters. Certain individuals argued that, given the scarcity of resources, it would be more prudent to allocate existing supplies towards treating the wounded and producing food rather than constructing a new defense system. Both sides stood firm in their convictions, leading to a heated exchange that reverberated throughout the base. The atmosphere taut and charged, as if a string pulled to its limit might snap at any moment. The previously easing tension was swiftly replaced by anxiety and urgency. Amidst the uproar, Yin Xue felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her. The relentless strain of continuous high-intensity work had drained her both physically and mentally. Just as she felt herself on the brink of collapse, a warm hand clasped hers firmly. She looked up to see Gu Chuan. His hand was broad and warm, akin to a ray of sunshine on a winter's day, dispelling the chill that had settled in her heart. Meeting his steadfast gaze, she felt an inexplicable sense of security welling within her. In this perilous world, he was her sole anchor, her last bastion of hope. "It will be all right. Everything will turn out fine." Gu Chuan's voice resonated with a depth that seemed to weave a spell. Easing the tension in Yin Xue's nerves, she nodded gently, her eyes reflecting a blend of reliance and affection. Like stars twinkling in the night sky, dazzling and beautiful, a warm atmosphere enveloped the two, akin to a gentle current flowing through the frigid base, infusing it with a measure of warmth. Yet, this fleeting warmth was soon shattered by the dire predictions of the meteorologist, Zhong. The intensity of the cold wave continues to escalate. "We must prepare for the worst," he stated gravely, his words striking like thunder, pulling everyone back to the harsh reality at hand. Just as despair began to settle over the crowd, Ai the farmer proposed an audacious idea. We can utilize the ice and snow resources from the cold wave. His declaration rang with strength, like a beacon of light piercing through the darkness, illuminating the hearts of those present. While others expressed surprise at this notion, Yin Shui resolved to give it a try. She understood that in this treacherous world, even the tiniest glimmer of hope was invaluable. Through collective effort, AI successfully crafted rudimentary heating devices from the ice and snow. Though rudimentary, these contraptions proved effective in fending off the cold, significantly improving the frigid conditions within the base. To AI, "You are remarkable." The people expressed their admiration for the farmer, whose wisdom and creativity shone like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating the entire base. Nevertheless, the cold wave persisted, and a new crisis loomed ominously on the horizon. At that moment, a soldier stumbled into the base, breathless and panicked, exclaiming, "Report! Outside the base, we discovered. Water has finally arrived." The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Their excitement palpable, Jiu Chuan opened his eyes, glanced at the elated throng, and a subtle smile graced his lips before he turned and approached Yin Shui. He spoke softly, "The water crisis has been resolved. Next, we must address our defense concerns." At that moment, a group of soldiers from the land approached, clad in tattered winter gear, their weapons bearing signs of rust. Their leader, a burly man, stepped forward and asserted in a commanding tone, "Yin Shui, we need more equipment. Those damned ice sculptures could break through at any moment. We must be fully prepared." However, Yin Shui's response was cut short by the man's interruption. "What do you mean resources are limited? We are risking our lives to protect this base. Without sufficient gear, how can we fight?" he bellowed, his voice hoarse with desperation. The argument between the two sides escalated, drawing in other soldiers, and soon the base was thick with tension. As if on the brink of civil strife, in the midst of the escalating conflict, Gu Chuan, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward and gently grasped Yin Shui's shoulder, his gaze urging her to stay calm. He turned to face the agitated soldiers and began to speak, but before he could finish, a piercing scream echoed from the entrance of the base. As Yin Shui dealt with the discord, Gu Chuan stood guard beside her, his eyes steadfast and gentle, silently assuring her of his unwavering support. Feeling his presence, warmth surged within Yin Shui, and the tension that had gripped her gradually subsided. She took a deep breath, redirecting her focus to the unfolding conflict. The affection between them deepened amidst the turmoil, and a soothing atmosphere began to permeate their surroundings. "Please, everyone, let us remain calm," Yin Shui's voice, though soft, broke through the clamor like a clear spring, gradually silencing the crowd, their gazes converging on her and Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan tightened his grip on Yin Shui's shoulder, offering her an encouraging nod to continue. "Indeed, we require more equipment, yet our resources are limited. We must allocate them judiciously." Her voice regained its composure as she turned to Architect Wei. "Mr. Wei, how is the plan for fortifying our defenses progressing? Could we prioritize addressing some of the living facilities to stabilize morale?" Her words were laden with wisdom and tranquility. Wei, who had appeared at a loss, suddenly adopted a resolute expression. He stood, nodding, "Very well. I will revise the plan to focus on repairing the living facilities first, to restore morale." He turned to the other team members, declaring, "Listen closely. We must prioritize the living facilities to help everyone regain their confidence in facing the challenges ahead." Though some were puzzled, the determination in Wei's demeanor garnered widespread support. Following the adjustments, the living facilities at the base were swiftly repaired, water flowed anew from the taps, and the lighting system was restored to normal. Smiles began to emerge on the faces of the people as a semblance of stability returned, leading to a decline in the mortality rate within the base, and gradually, confidence was rekindled. Yet, just then, the meteorologist Zhong spoke in hushed tones. "Let us hope this is merely temporary," for his unfinished sentence hung in the air, an invisible sword piercing through the brief tranquility and casting a shadow of suspense over every corner of the base. Gu Chuan and Yin Shui exchanged a glance, a shared sense of foreboding reflected in their eyes, as if anticipating the next wave of the impending cold front. Chapter 60. The Counterattack of the Cold Wave. A new journey begins. Zhong's expression grew grave as he pointed to the intensifying blue vortex on the latest weather map, his voice heavy with foreboding. "The cold wave has not receded. It is gathering strength, preparing for an even fiercer assault." The fleeting jubilation within the base crystallized in the air, each breath tinged with frost. Yin Shui furrowed her brow, her gaze piercing as she scanned the weather map. Her voice steady. How long until it strikes again? Zhong adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting an unsettling glimmer. As early as tomorrow, at the latest the day after. Moreover, this cold wave will be more ferocious than any we have encountered before. Temperatures may plummet to -70 degrees. -70 degrees. The very number struck like thunder, reverberating within the minds of all present. Even with the base's facilities designed to endure frigid temperatures, no one dared to guarantee their safety under such extreme conditions. We must be thoroughly prepared. Gu Chuan's voice resonated with calm authority, steadying the frayed nerves of the crowd. Land soldiers immediately increased patrols to ensure the base's defense systems are operational. Architect Wei, assess the insulation of all structures, particularly the areas most likely to sustain damage. The shadow of the cold wave loomed over the entire base, and the populace remained on high alert, the atmosphere thick with tension, akin to a tightly drawn bowstring. Ready to snap at any moment. Yin Shui stood before the monitoring room screens, her gaze fixed on the ever-shifting blue vortex on the weather map, her eyes sharp as a hawk, unwilling to overlook the slightest change. Just one day later, the tempestuous cold wave swept in once more, accompanied by a biting wind and snow, battering the base mercilessly. The earth trembled, buildings swayed, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Report. Some food storage facilities have been compromised by the cold wave. Einen's voice quavered, laden with despair, as he gazed at the food frozen into solid blocks. Food, under such conditions, was more precious than gold. The base's food reserves had already been scant. This loss was an undeniable calamity. Despair began to ripple through the crowd, their faces etched with fear and anxiety. The threat of hunger loomed more terrifying than the cold itself. Jiu Chuan surveyed the crowd, took a deep breath, and began to speak slowly. Everyone, do not panic. Before he could finish, Yin Shui grasped his arm, her gaze intense, her tone urgent. Gu Chuan. Jiu Chuan's fingers gently traced the smooth edge of the treasure basin. A flicker of resolve igniting in his deep-set eyes, he shut his eyes, silently conjuring the needed supplies. Food, in abundance, non-perishable. When he opened his eyes again, the treasure basin overflowed with vacuum-sealed meats, compressed biscuits, canned goods, and even crates of fresh fruits, exuding an irresistible aroma. It resembled an abundant arena, taming all the hungry beasts. Food. So much food! Einen exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he caressed the provisions, tears glistening in his eyes. He resembled a fervent believer encountering a miraculous sign. A thunderous cheer erupted within the base, the oppressive despair dissipating, replaced by the joy of survival. People celebrated, embracing one another in elation over this hard-won victory. Gu Chuan stood at the center of the crowd, his expression largely impassive, yet his gaze radiated unwavering determination. He resembled a towering mountain, shielding the masses from the cold wave's onslaught while offering them a glimmer of hope. However, this jubilant atmosphere proved fleeting. A burly man emerged, his voice gruff as he proclaimed, "While this food crisis has been averted, we cannot continuously rely on Gu Chuan's treasure basin. The previous resource allocation was utterly unreasonable. Why should those who contribute less enjoy the same benefits as us?" His words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the crowd. Restlessness began to take hold, some rallying to his cause while others voiced their dissent. Once again, the tension thickened, the air crackling with potential conflict, as if a taut string was poised to snap. "Why should we?" A youthful voice rose above the clamor. And all eyes turned to see a land soldier brandishing his rifle, his gaze fierce as he locked eyes with the burly man. "Humph, saving us once doesn't mean he can keep doing so. We cannot entrust our fates to a treasure basin," the burly man retorted, unyielding. Amidst the growing uproar, Yin Shui approached Gu Chuan, gently tugging at his sleeve, whispering, "Gu Chuan." Jiu Chuan raised his hand, signaling for silence. His deep-set gaze swept over the anxious faces, and his steady voice flowed like a warm current through the winter chill. "I understand your concerns, but please trust me. I will lead us through this adversity." He placed his hand on the treasure basin, a golden flash illuminating the room as a pile of steaming charcoal appeared out of thin air. "This is generated anew from the treasure basin. It can temporarily address our heating needs." Yin Shui stepped beside him, clasping his hand in silent support, and added, We have endured so much. How can we fear this little obstacle? As long as we stand united. There is no challenge we cannot overcome. Her words resonated with strength, igniting a spark of hope in all present. Their eyes met, the trust and understanding between them weaving an unspoken bond in the air. Just then, Zhong, the meteorologist, stumbled in, his face etched with disbelief. The cold wave it is receding. The data shows that temperatures are starting to rise. His voice trembled, as if he could scarcely believe his own eyes. After a moment of stunned silence, a deafening cheer erupted throughout the base. People wept tears of joy, embracing one another, celebrating this hard-fought triumph. Yin Shui and Gu Chuan exchanged smiles, their burdens momentarily lifted as a weight of relief settled in their hearts. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Within the confines of the base, individuals gathered around the flickering campfire, celebrating their survival against the odds. The mortality rate had been curbed to below 5, significantly lower than the anticipated 10. New defensive structures and a resource allocation system had been established, adequate to withstand even harsher cold fronts. "We have succeeded," exclaimed Liu, raising his goblet in exhilaration. Tio Gu Chuan. To Yin Shui, the crowd chorused, draining their cups in unison. Yet, amidst the jubilant atmosphere, Gu Chuan and Yin Shui found themselves ensnared in contemplation. Although the cold front had receded, the scarcity of energy posed a fresh dilemma. The power supply within the base had been interrupted, rendering heating, lighting, and communication problematic. "We must find a new energy source," Gu Chuan declared, gazing into the distance, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. "Where shall we search?" Yin Shui inquired. Gu Chuan pointed towards the north, his tone somber yet firm. The Winter City. Chapter 61. Team Formation for Energy Exploration. The journey begins the Winter City, a legendary place rumored to possess abundant geothermal resources. Was their last beacon of hope. A month later, the energy exploration team was officially formed. Yin Shui stood before her comrades, the cold wind tousling the strands of hair that fell across her forehead, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Our singular purpose for this expedition is clear," she proclaimed with resolute conviction, "to locate the Winter City and bring back energy." Behind her stood 6 team members, each displaying a distinct demeanor. Hong, the geologist, adjusted his thick glasses, the lenses reflecting the flickering flames. Lei, the adventurer, caressed the dagger at his waist, a hint of excitement on his face. Chu, the archaeologist, meticulously organized his backpack with utmost diligence. Su, the mechanic, silently examined the tools in his possession. And lastly, Qin, the merchant, tightened his fur coat, his eyes glinting with avarice. Given the limited resources, Gu Chuan had allocated only a meager supply of warming gear and some rudimentary tools. Observing the meager provisions stacked upon the ground, Lei could not suppress his discontent. "Is this all we've got? What can we accomplish with this?" Chu furrowed his brow in agreement. "Without more sophisticated detection instruments, finding the Winter City will be exceedingly difficult." Hong expressed his concerns. "My health is not at its best, I fear." Before he could finish, Yin Shui interjected. "I am aware that this mission is daunting, but we have no alternative." She surveyed the group with a resolute tone. "We must succeed. For the base, for everyone." Silence enveloped the assembly, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if one could wring water from it. Each individual understood that this exploratory journey was fraught with perilous uncertainties, yet retreat was not an option. Yin Shui accepted a palm-sized metal box from Gu Chuan, its surface cold to the touch. "This is a locator and emergency communication device," Gu Chuan elucidated. "Press the red button if you encounter danger." His gaze lingered on Yin Shui, imbued with an almost imperceptible tenderness. "You must return safely." Yin Shui nodded solemnly, tucking the metal box into her pocket. Before their departure, Gu Chuan produced several small fabric pouches to distribute among the group. "These are," he hesitated, "special warming items that might prove life-saving in critical moments." The pouches felt weightless in their hands, and the team members curiously opened them, revealing black, granular substances within. Qin weighed one in his hand, disdain etched across his face. "What is this rubbish?" Gu Chuan's calm demeanor remained unaffected by Qin's caustic remarks. He merely regarded the group with an even gaze. To everyone's surprise, Qin refrained from the anticipated complaints or withdrawal. Instead, he rummaged through his bulging pack, producing sealed oilcloth bundles that glimmered faintly with grease. I also have some high-energy jerky and windproof oil. Though not much, it could be useful in an emergency. This declaration left the group momentarily stunned, their gazes fixed upon him as if they were re-evaluating his character. Lei scratched his head, gruffly exclaiming, "You old rascal. I thought you only cared for yourself." Hong adjusted his glasses, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. "Mr. Qin, you are truly unexpected." Chu halted his packing, casting a curious glance at Qin, a rare look of astonishment gracing his face. Only Su remained silent, pausing briefly in his tool inspection. Yen Shui regarded Qin with a calm gaze, as he seemed to revel in the collective surprise directed at him. A sly smile playing on his lips, tinged with the shrewdness characteristic of a merchant. "Everyone, do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely believe that only through our collective effort can we expedite the search for energy, which, in turn, allows me to achieve my own goals." His gaze swept over the group, finally resting on Yen Shui. "Isn't that right, Captain Yen?" An odd atmosphere permeated the air, curiosity and skepticism rippling among the team members. Yet none probed further. After a brief silence, Lei was the first to shatter the stillness. "If everyone is in accord, let us set forth. The sooner we find the Winter City, the sooner we can escape this cursed weather." He rubbed his hands together in eager anticipation. "No." Chu immediately countered, his tone resolute. "We must adhere to the plan, first surveying the geology, and then advancing steadily. Otherwise, we risk losing our way." His voice bore an undeniable authority, reflecting an unusual obsession with planning typical of an archaeologist. "You stubborn fool," Lei bellowed, his distaste for such a sluggish approach evident. "Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to dawdle. We should head straight there." He seized Chu by the collar, his face contorted with rage. "If you delay us, I swear I won't let you off lightly." Chu, undeterred, forcefully shoved Lei's hand away, retorting, "Brute, do you comprehend the risks this entails? Without a plan, we are merely courting disaster." The two men clashed like enraged bulls, neither willing to yield, their heated argument echoing throughout the open base. Tension escalated rapidly as the other team members retreated, hesitant to intervene. Yen Shui furrowed her brow, poised to intervene, when a voice broke through the tumult. "What are you arguing about?" Gu Chuan's voice emerged from the shadows, laced with a barely perceptible chill. Unbeknownst to them, he had acquired a small metal box, glimmering coldly in the firelight, sending shivers down their spines. Jiu Chuan's arrival was akin to pouring ice water into a boiling pot, instantly extinguishing the fury of Lei and Chu. He approached slowly, placing the metal box upon the ground, and with a gentle press, it unfurled like a blooming flower, revealing an array of dazzling artifacts within. These were exquisitely crafted metallic armors, their surfaces shimmering with an ethereal blue glow. As if infused with boundless energy, they exuded warmth, dispelling the surrounding chill. What are these?" Lei gasped, his eyes wide with wonder as he stepped forward, cautiously touching one, only to be met with a surge of warmth that banished the previous cold. Chu removed his heavy glasses, incredulous at the sight of these masterpieces, while Hong trembled with excitement, murmuring, This is nothing short of a miracle." Even the typically taciturn Su could not resist approaching, examining the intricate machinery with glimmering eyes. Qin's eyes widened in astonishment as he rushed forward, seizing a piece of armor, feeling its warmth radiate through his fingers, exclaiming, "Could this be the legendary thermoregulating armor?" Gu Chuan offered no reply, merely casting a tranquil glance over the assemblage before stating, "These armors will effectively shield you from the cold and possess a degree of defensive capability sufficient for your endeavors in the Winter City." He paused briefly, adding, "And there are these." He gestured towards some gem-like crystals within the box. "These are energy crystals, capable of powering your armors and serving as communication devices, enabling you to maintain contact at all times." The group gazed at these extraordinary high-tech devices, their faces alight with astonishment and exhilaration. The previous tension and unease seemed to dissipate, replaced by a surge of hope. They envisioned the dawn of the Winter City, a glimmer of hope amidst the cold front. Lei, brimming with enthusiasm, shouted, "With these treasures, what do we have to fear from the Winter City? Ha ha ha, this time, we'll show those monsters our true strength." Yen Shui observed the miraculous equipment before her, a smile of gratification gracing her lips. She turned her gaze towards the horizon, her expression soft and heartfelt. In her mind's eye, Gu Chuan's figure resembled a warm flame, illuminating her path ahead. The other team members noticed the affection reflected in Yin Shue's eyes. Exchanging glances filled with understanding and blessings regarding their bond, the warm atmosphere enveloped the team. Ultimately, the energy exploration team was successfully assembled. They gathered their supplies, donning the uniquely designed armors and the energy crystals. A wave of warmth coursing through them, dispelling the cold. Standing at the entrance of the base, they braced themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. Yin Shui inhaled deeply, her gaze resolute as she looked towards the icy expanse. Softly proclaiming, "Let us embark, for the Winter City, and for everyone in unison." All responded with a resounding affirmation, their voices strong and resolute, filled with aspirations for the future. They stepped forward, gradually treading upon the ice field. A gust of biting cold wind, laden with snow, rushed towards them, prompting the team members to tighten their garments. Yet, only Yin Shui felt the faint warmth emanating from the metallic box resting against her chest. Chapter 62. Perilous Path on the Ice Field, Opportunity Amidst Danger. The frigid wind, carrying snow, sliced through the air like countless sharp blades, mercilessly cutting into every face. The energy exploration team had scarcely set foot on the ice field when they were met with a bone-chilling cold. As if the very air sought to freeze them into ice sculptures. Unconsciously, the members wrapped their heavy clothing tighter around themselves, their faces etched with anxiety and reverence. This vast expanse of ice lay before them like a slumbering giant, its stillness suffocating yet concealing unpredictable dangers. Beneath their feet lay a thick layer of ice, each step producing a sharp cracking sound that resonated in the silence of this desolate world. The oppressive atmosphere felt like an invisible net, tightly ensnaring them all. They advanced with utmost caution, each step taken with great care, fearful of invoking the wrath of this frozen land. Suddenly, a piercing crack echoed beneath their feet, reminiscent of a beast's roar, reverberating across the ice field. A massive fissure, as though carved by a razor, swiftly spread through the midst of the team, mercilessly cleaving the exploration group in two. "Be careful," Yin Shui shouted urgently, her heart racing with the surge of impending crisis. Geologist Hong exclaimed, stumbling dangerously close to the abyss of the crevice. Grasping the arm of a nearby team member, he barely managed to steady himself. "Lei, Chu, Su, are you all right?" The voice of adventurer Lei trembled as he gazed at the gaping chasm before them, terror painted across his features. "I'm fine," Archaeologist Chu replied, suppressing his fear, his grip on the detector tightening in an effort to remain composed. "We're okay over here. We're together," Su, the mechanic, spoke in a deep, steady tone, imbued with a hint of determination. Panic spread like a plague through the ranks, as the cries of the team members intertwined in a cacophony of confusion. They anxiously sought the silhouettes of their companions, desperate to find a semblance of safety amid this sudden crisis. "Stay calm. We must regroup swiftly," Yin Shui commanded loudly while hastily regulating her breathing. Her gaze was resolute and piercing, striving to find a breakthrough amidst the chaos of the ice field. She understood that in the most critical moments, losing composure could spell disaster. Only by maintaining calmness and unity could they overcome the looming threat. Her eyes fell upon the figure of adventurer Lei not far off, his form appearing somewhat blurred in the wind and snow, gripping his weapon more tightly, yet his gaze seemed off, fixated on something ahead as if he had discovered a clue. "Lei, do not act recklessly," Yin Shui's voice rang out with unwavering resolve, as she strode purposefully towards him, her steps firm and powerful. However, Lei appeared oblivious to her call, his focus unwavering as he stared ahead, his pace undeterred. "There's something over there," he shouted, his voice fragmented by the biting wind. The weapon in his hand glinted coldly, as if poised to confront an unknown challenge. Yin Shui felt a surge of urgency. She recognized that his impulsiveness could endanger the entire team. "Have you lost your mind? Now is the time to regroup, not to venture off alone." Her tone bore a hint of anger as she grasped his arm in an attempt to pull him back. Yet, Lei forcefully tugged away, almost shaking off her grip. "I found a clue. This could lead us to the new energy source." His response was filled with conviction, but Yin Shui saw the reckless impulse in his eyes. Such behavior will only plunge the entire team into greater peril. Her words were stern, yet her gaze held a trace of worry. The two stood resolutely against the swirling winds, the tension thickening in the icy expanse. Just then, geologist Hong's voice resonated from nearby. "Everyone, follow my lead. We will proceed along the edge of this fissure. I can locate a safe rendezvous point." His words exuded confidence, as if he possessed a profound understanding of the ice field's mysteries. His voice cut through the storm, prompting the team members to halt and draw closer. Hong carefully observed the direction of the ice crack, his fingers tracing an invisible path in the air. Guiding the lost travelers. Under his leadership, the team gradually converged at the fissure's edge, their hopes rekindled. Admiration filled their gazes, as Hong emerged as their leader in that moment. "Stay close to me. Let us advance along this path, and we shall find safety." His voice was resolute and commanding, prompting nods of agreement from the team, as their panic gradually dissipated. The tense atmosphere transformed into a collective strength among the group. At this moment, Yin Shui and Adventurer Lei ceased their dispute. Her gaze lingered on him for a moment before she ultimately chose to follow the team. A complex mix of emotions swirled within her. Yet on this ice field, she understood that unity was their only path forward. "It seems we require more trust and understanding," Yin Shui mused softly to herself, her gaze fixed determinedly on the horizon. Even amidst the tumultuous winds and snow, her form exuded an unwavering resolve. The cold winds continued to howl, yet a subtle shift occurred within the team's atmosphere. Yin Shui recalled Gu Chuan's words, "In the most challenging moments, the strength of a team is truly revealed." She inhaled deeply, transforming Gu Chuan's encouragement into a driving force for their progress. Her steadfast gaze acted as a calming balm, gradually soothing the once frantic hearts of her companions. A warm ambience began to unfurl across the frigid ice field, binding the team members together. Silent and reticent, Mechanic Su consistently proved invaluable at critical junctures. He retrieved a few simple tools from his backpack, deftly disassembling the damaged detector. The screwdriver danced in his hand, as if possessed by a spirit, each movement precise and graceful. In no time, the detector's indicator light flickered back to life, emitting a rhythmic beeping. "It's fixed," Su proclaimed, his voice deep and assured, tinged with a barely perceptible joy. On the detector screen, a blinking light shimmered like a star in the night sky, guiding their way forward. "This is energy fluctuation," Hong, the geologist, exclaimed excitedly, his tone brimming with exhilaration. The discovery from the detector injected a powerful surge of hope into the weary team, rekindling their spirits. Team members exchanged high fives, their faces alight with joy, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of victory. The flicker of hope blazed brightly within each of their hearts. Following the direction indicated by the detector, they advanced toward the suspected site of energy fluctuation. Their steps grew lighter, as though the icy terrain beneath them had transformed into a vibrant oasis. However, fate has a penchant for irony. Just as they pressed forward with renewed hope, archaeologist Chu suddenly halted, pointing toward a nearby ice mound with a grave tone. "There are signs of recent activity." The moment his words fell, the smiles on the team members' faces froze, replaced by vigilance and unease. A new crisis loomed silently. "Who could it be?" Adventurer Lei whispered, instinctively tightening his grip on his weapon. Chu shook his head, uncertainty clouding his gaze. "I don't know, but judging by the traces, they haven't been here long." Yin Shui's heart plummeted. She realized that this adventure upon the ice field was far more complex than they had anticipated. "We must approach with caution." Before she could finish, they heard the distinct sound of footsteps approaching from the distance, growing increasingly louder. "They are coming," Qin, the merchant, spoke with a tremor, shattering the brief silence over the ice field. Chapter 63. Contest for Relics, Emergence of Energy. The cold wind howled, stirring the snow and ice from the ground. Like countless tiny blades slicing against their faces, Yin Shui took a deep breath, the frigid air filling her lungs, sharpening her senses. Ahead, amidst the shadow of the ice mound, several indistinct figures shifted, confirming archaeologist Chu's assessment. They were not the only visitors to this desolate expanse of ice. For at least 5 individuals, Lei whispered, his rough fingers brushing against the dagger at his waist, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Yin Shui gestured for her team to disperse, encircling the area as they cautiously approached. The hard ice beneath their feet creaked with each step, the sound piercing the stillness of the ice field. The hearts of the team members raced, as if they could hear each other's anxious heartbeats. Upon nearing the ice mound, The entirety of the relic came into view. It was an ancient structure, half buried beneath snow and ice, its entrance adorned with strange carvings, exuding an aura of age and mystery. The 5 individuals gathered at the entrance seemed to hesitate, contemplating whether to enter. "It's the Arctic Wolves," Qin exclaimed, a hint of fear in his voice. I recognized the wolf fur coat on their leader. "It's the Arctic Wolves insignia?" The Arctic Wolves, a notorious band of marauders, had risen swiftly after the cold wave, seizing control over a region through their brutal and savage methods, committing acts of arson, murder, and pillaging without remorse. Yin Shui furrowed her brow, as the emergence of the Arctic Wolves undoubtedly escalated the peril of their expedition. Yet, when it comes to energy, which is a matter of survival, retreat was not an option. "Prepare for battle," Yin Shui commanded in a low, resolute tone. The team members swiftly drew their weapons, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, poised to ignite at any moment. Almost simultaneously, the Arctic Wolves also detected their presence. As their eyes met, a fierce clash became inevitable. That moment, one of the Arctic Wolves pushed open the door to the ruins. The heavy stone door emitted a dull thud, and a chilling aura seeped through the crack. Immediately, the ominous sound of activating traps reverberated through the air. The reckless adventurer, Lei, momentarily let his guard down, oblivious to his footing, and stepped into thin air. Instantly, a multitude of arrows shot out from all directions. "Be careful," shouted Su, the mechanic, as he grasped the arm of Hong, the geologist, narrowly evading a barrage of arrows. Yin Shui reacted swiftly, rolling behind a massive rock, and shouted, "Take cover, find shelter." Inside the ruins, traps lay in waiting, and danger lurked everywhere. Qin, the merchant, cowered in a corner, his complexion ashen and trembling, silently cursing himself. Had he known, he would never have joined this venture. This was not a quest for energy, but a march toward death. Meanwhile, Lei found himself cornered, surrounded by a rain of arrows like a swarm of locusts. He was in a dire predicament. Suddenly, he noticed what seemed to be a movable stone brick on the wall. "Wait!" Lei exclaimed, "that brick." Before he could finish, several arrows whizzed past his cheek, leaving thin trails of blood. Ignoring the pain, he lunged towards the brick with all his might. His fingertips barely grazed it when the sound of mechanisms whirring to life echoed ominously. More frantic than before, just when everyone feared for Lei's fate, a silver gleam sliced through the frigid air. Gu Chuan had fashioned a delicate metallic tool from the treasure-generating pot, its end shaped perfectly to fit into the crevice of the stone brick. Yin Shui, quick as lightning, seized the tool and pried it with force. With a resounding crack, the stone brick was dislodged, and the onslaught of arrows abruptly ceased. The team exhaled collectively. The sensation of having narrowly escaped death was a tremendous relief. Hong, the geologist, looked gratefully at Yin Shui, his voice trembling. "Thanks to you, Captain Yin and Gu Chuan. That was truly timely." Chu, the archaeologist, removed his heavy goggles, his eyes behind the lenses filled with admiration. "The design of this mechanism is extraordinarily clever. Had it not been for Captain Yin and Gu Chuan, we would have suffered grievously here." Su, the mechanic, rarely displaying a smile, silently gave Gu Chuan a thumbs up to express his gratitude. After a momentary relaxation, the team regained their vigilance and continued to explore the ruins. They followed closely behind Yin Shui, cautiously traversing the arrow-riddled passage, fearful of triggering another trap. Just as they were about to exit the passage, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from beyond the door at the passage's end. Moments later, several figures emerged into view. It was the members of the Arctic Wolves they had encountered earlier. They appeared equally startled by the trap's unexpected activation. Their faces contorted with rage as they glared at the exploration team. "You refuse to take the path to heaven, yet force your way into hell." The leader of the Arctic Wolves, a burly man clad in wolf pelts, sneered, brandishing a massive axe that glinted ominously in the dim passage. Behind him, the rest of the members unsheathed their weapons, exuding an intimidating presence. Qin, the merchant, felt his legs weaken as he hid at the back of the group, praying not to be noticed. Yin Shui's gaze sharpened as she slowly raised her weapon, her eyes icy. "We will leave." The Arctic Wolves, unwilling to back down, took up defensive stances, blocking the passage's exit. Tension crackling in the air. Just then, Chu, the archaeologist, suddenly exclaimed, What is that? Pointing deep into the ruins, his voice quavering slightly. Following his gaze, the group caught sight of faint blue light flickering in the depths of the ruins. A mysterious glow that seemed to signal a formidable power. It must be energy, Yin Shui said solemnly. Whatever it is, it will die here today. The wolf pelt leader bellowed, swinging his axe toward Yin Shui. Followed closely by the other Arctic wolves, a chaotic melee on the verge of breaking out. Yin Shui swiftly turned to her teammates, whispering, "I'll hold them off, you." Before she could finish, the sound of mechanisms activating echoed ominously from the depths of the passage. Yin Shui moved like lightning, dodging the leader's attack while directing her teammates. "Professor Hong, Mechanic Su, go find the energy. The rest of you, provide cover." With that, she unexpectedly produced a sharp dagger, its blade glinting coldly as it aimed for the wolf pelt leader's face. The Arctic wolves surged forward, and Lei, the adventurer, along with Chu, fought valiantly to hold them back. The ruins became a chaotic battlefield, filled with the clashing of blades and the cacophony of battle cries. Yin Shui faced multiple foes yet remained undaunted, her movements graceful and lethal, like a deadly flower blooming in the icy snow. Amidst the chaos, Hong, the geologist, and Su, the mechanic, stealthily ventured deeper into the ruins. Guided by the blue light, the sounds of mechanisms activating grew increasingly intense, as if the entire ruins were trembling. They meticulously navigated a labyrinth of traps, finally reaching the source of the light. "It's geothermal energy," Hong exclaimed, his voice quivering with excitement. "This scale is immense. It will sustain us for a long time." Su, unable to contain his exhilaration, immediately began inspecting the equipment in preparation for initial energy extraction. Meanwhile, the battle between Yin Shui and the Arctic wolves escalated to a fever pitch. She dodged a heavy blow and retaliated with a swift strike to the wolf pelt leader's arm, blood gushing forth. "Retreat!" the leader shouted, clutching his wound, unwilling to admit defeat. He realized that prolonging the conflict would lead to total annihilation. Upon hearing the command, the Arctic wolves scrambled to escape. "Do not pursue," Yin Shui called out, halting her teammates who were eager to chase after them. The team looked at Yin Shui with admiration. "Captain Yin, you are truly remarkable." Lei, the adventurer, exclaimed with genuine awe. A buoyant atmosphere enveloped the group, as relief from their narrow escape melded with the thrill of victory. After the battle, Yin Shui checked her wounds. They were not severe, only minor abrasions. Yet, for reasons unknown, the image of Gu Chuan suddenly flooded her mind, filling her with a warm sensation. Meanwhile, miles away, Gu Chuan seemed to sense something, looking northward as a mystical connection enveloped the team, a comforting aura spreading throughout the ruins. Hong, the geologist, and Su, the mechanic, completed their preliminary energy extraction. Excitedly reporting to Yin Shui, "Captain Yin, we have found new energy." The team erupted with joy, yet the dangers within the ruins were far from over. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed from the depths of the ruins. "Not good." Yin Shui's expression changed drastically. "Quick, retreat." Chapter 64. A miraculous encounter on the ice field. Breaking through the predicament after the deafening crash, the ceiling of the ruins began to collapse, debris raining down like a deluge. Without hesitation, Yin Shui shouted, "Run!" The group scrambled toward the exit in a panic. However, Hong, due to his frail physique, stumbled over a falling rock, teetering on the edge of being crushed by the boulders behind him. "Professor Hong!" Yin Shui dashed back without a second thought, grabbing him just in time as they narrowly evaded disaster, escaping the ruins. Once outside the ancient ruins, the team pressed onward toward the ice field. The biting cold wind lashed against their faces like knives, howling as it whipped up a storm of snow, enveloping the world in a desolate whiteness. Before them lay a vast expanse of snow, reflecting the blinding sunlight, disorienting all who gazed upon it. The snow beneath their feet was thick and soft, each step accompanied by a crunching sound, as if performing a symphony of ice and snow. The team bundled themselves tightly in their heavy wolf pelts, inhaling the frigid air, tension and anticipation coursing through them as they ventured deeper into the unknown. The weather on the ice field was capricious. The previously calm sky suddenly morphed into chaos. The wind howled furiously, snowflakes danced wildly, and visibility plummeted as if the entire world had been swallowed by white. The blizzard struck with such suddenness and ferocity that the team found themselves ensnared in the tempest. "Ah?" A scream shattered the howling winds. It was Lei, who, while seeking shelter from the wind, inadvertently stepped onto a slick stone concealed by snow, losing his balance and sliding downward. "Hold on, Chu," the archaeologist reacted quickly, grasping Lei's arm just in time to prevent him from plummeting into a deeper snowdrift. "Thanks, old Chu," Lei gasped, his heart racing. "This weather is truly deadly. Everyone, watch your step." Yin Shue's voice was barely audible amidst the storm. "Stay close. We must not get separated." The wind and snow intensified, rendering movement nearly impossible as fear and unease spread like a contagion among the team. "We cannot continue like this." Qin, the merchant, tightened his pelts, shivering. "We need to find shelter from the blizzard." "No kidding," Lei retorted irritably. "On this vast ice field, where do you propose we find a place to hide?" At that moment, Su, the mechanic, pointed ahead, exclaiming excitedly, "Look, what is that?" The group followed Su's finger, and through the swirling snow, a dark shape gradually emerged. "Let us check it out," Yin Shue decisively commanded, as they approached through the storm. The dark shape revealed itself to be a colossal and ancient ruin. The clearly defined stone walls flickered in and out of sight amidst the snow, as if narrating a tale of ancient history. Yin Shue immediately led her team toward the ruins. At last, they burst through the grand entrance of the ruins, temporarily escaping the relentless fury of the blizzard. As soon as Gu Chuan stepped inside, he retrieved an array of specialized equipment designed to withstand the storm from the treasure trove. These remarkable devices not only provided warmth but also shielded against fierce winds, rendering their vision significantly clearer. The team members eagerly approached, impatient to don the gear. "Quickly, give it a try," Gu Chuan directed as he distributed the equipment. The geologist Hong trembled as he accepted the gear, swiftly putting it on, and instantly felt a wave of warmth envelop him from head to toe. "It's truly miraculous," he exclaimed, his cheeks regaining their natural hue. The adventurer Lei was swift in his movements, completing his attire in mere seconds while assisting the archaeologist Chu in organizing his gear. "Old Chu, now you needn't worry about turning into a popsicle," he jested, though his tone was laced with genuine gratitude. The astute merchant Qin, though typically shrewd, could not help but acknowledge Gu Chuan's ingenuity at this moment. He tightened his leather coat and remarked, "Gu Chuan, your methods are truly commendable." On the surface, he praised, yet inwardly he plotted. The mechanic Su was the most expedient, not only donning his own equipment but also checking that everyone else's was in proper condition. "All confirmed," he declared confidently, a satisfied smile spreading across his face, as the team gradually acclimated to the wondrous gear. The previously tense atmosphere began to dissipate, replaced by a spirit of camaraderie. They exchanged playful banter and encouragement, seemingly oblivious to the raging storm outside. Yin Shue observed the expressions of her companions, feeling a warmth swell within her. She understood that it was this unity that prevented them from succumbing to despair in the face of adversity. "Now that everyone is prepared, we shall press onward." Her voice was firm and resolute, brimming with assurance. Just then, the entrance of the ruins was abruptly flung open, and a group of uninvited guests clad in superior gear stormed in. Their numbers were overwhelming, and their armament spoke of meticulous preparation. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of fear crossed Qin's face. He wished to retreat, but was halted by Yin Shue's penetrating gaze. "Stand firm, we cannot retreat." Yin Shue's voice echoed in the stillness of the ruins, resonating like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, sending ripples throughout the gathered crowd. Qin gritted his teeth, ultimately choosing to remain steadfast. Meanwhile, from the opposing team, a figure adorned with a silver mask stepped forward, his icy gaze sweeping over the assembly. His voice was frigid, akin to the wind of winter. "Are you here to seek your demise?" Gu Chuan's gaze locked with that of the masked individual. As soon as the words fell, tension thickened in the air, both sides poised for confrontation, a battle on the brink of eruption. At that moment, Yin Shue stepped forward, her cool voice shattering the stifling silence. "We have not come to quarrel." This unexpected declaration left everyone present momentarily stunned. The silver-masked figure narrowed his eyes, his expression shrouded in suspicion. Even those who had followed Yin Shue closely exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of her intentions. "We are here to seek new energy sources," Yin Shue continued, her tone resolute and powerful, "for the future of all humanity." She scanned the surroundings, her gaze lingering on each individual, asserting that only through collaboration could they weather the impending storm. I propose we share resources and jointly develop new energy. What say you? Her proposal echoed like thunder in the ears of the crowd. Sharing resources? Jointly developing? In an age of scarcity, such a notion seemed utterly fantastical. The silver-masked figure fell silent, his eyes flickering behind the mask. As if weighing the pros and cons, Yin Shui did not afford him much time for contemplation, pressing on. I know you face similar challenges. Rather than engaging in conflict, we should join forces to find a way forward. This is not only our responsibility, but also that of all humanity. Her calm demeanor belied the power of her words, striking a chord with everyone present, including the typically astute Qin, who was filled with admiration for her resolve. Finally, the silver-masked figure nodded. Very well, I agree to cooperate. With the collaboration established, the two teams merged, embarking on a unified exploration of the ice plains. Leveraging his extensive experience, geologist Hong quickly detected unusual energy fluctuations beneath the ice. Here, right here, he exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the ground, I sense a powerful energy wave. This could very well be the new energy source we are seeking. The team members were elated, hope igniting a fervent flame within each of them. However, as they reveled in their joy, the ice plains suddenly trembled violently, and a massive fissure appeared beneath their feet, rapidly spreading outward. What is happening? Lei shouted in terror. The crack widened, the ice began to collapse, and the team members stared in horror, paralyzed with fear. Quickly, we must leave, Yin Shui decisively commanded, leading the group towards the fissure's far edge. With a resounding crash, the ice completely gave way, and the team narrowly escaped the perilous area, only to find themselves in a strange new expanse of ice in the distance. A dilapidated structure loomed, appearing particularly forlorn against the backdrop of the storm. What is that place? Su inquired, pointing at the distant building. Let us go take a look, Gu Chuan replied, his voice low and cautious, his eyes filled with alertness. The group approached the crumbling edifice, anxiety gnawing at their hearts. I hope I is safe, Qin murmured, his voice trembling. Chapter 65. The Crisis of the Abandoned Station. An unexpected turn. The biting cold wind whipped through the snow, mercilessly lashing at the group. The terror of their escape from the ice fissure had not yet dissipated, and the abandoned energy station before them loomed like a slumbering beast, silently observing them amidst the storm. The rusted metal framework resembled the skeletal remains of a giant creature, appearing particularly ominous against the gray-white sky. Shattered windows resembled hollow eye sockets, seemingly narrating tales of past grandeur and present decay. Cautiously, the group approached, the thick snow beneath their feet crunching loudly, each step echoing in the stillness. Yin Shui led the way, gripping her ice pick tightly, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. Jiu Chuan followed closely behind, his penetrating gaze sweeping every corner of the energy station in search of valuable clues. This feels off, Hong remarked, rubbing his frozen hands together. Unease evident in his tone. The entrance to the energy station had long collapsed, forcing the group to crawl through a broken window. Upon entering, a pungent odor of mildew assaulted their senses, mingled with the metallic tang of rust. Inducing nausea, dim light filtered through the shattered windows, casting eerie shadows that heightened the sense of dread. Careful, Lei shouted, suddenly leaping back. Just then, a massive mechanical arm plummeted from above, crashing down where he had just stood with a deafening clang. Damn! What in the world is that? Lei gasped, his heart racing with fear. It seemed clear that this place was more than merely an abandoned energy station. The journey ahead is fraught with danger. Gu Chuan warned gravely. Various discarded mechanical devices lay in wait like dormant traps, ready to spring at the slightest misstep. The team members remained on high alert, carefully maneuvering around these treacherous contraptions. Drawing on his extensive experience, archaeologist Chu identified some ancient symbols that hinted at the presence of imminent danger. These symbols, I feel like I've seen them somewhere before, Chu mused, frowning as he strained to recall. At that moment, Su halted, his gaze fixated on a control panel obscured by snow. Wait, he said, extending his hand to brush away the accumulated snow. Crouching down, Su deftly manipulated the controls. He retrieved various components from his toolkit, assembling them like a magician conjuring a trick. Sparks flew, accompanied by the whir of machinery, as the once dull indicator lights on the control panel flickered to life. It worked, Su exclaimed, a rare smile lighting up his face. Glowing brightly in the dim surroundings, as the control panel activated, several previously restless mechanical devices ceased their movements, the perilous traps disarmed. The team members' anxieties finally eased, and they collectively raised their thumbs in appreciation for Su's ingenuity. "Well done, Su," Lei cheered, clapping him on the shoulder. "You are truly remarkable," Hong added, genuinely impressed. However, the brief moment of relief was short-lived, as a chill emanated from the depths of the energy station, sending shivers down their spines. The group cautiously pressed forward, turning a corner only to be met with a shocking sight. A crowd had gathered in the core area of the energy station, and at the forefront stood Qin, the merchant who had previously cooperated with them on the ice plains, but had since betrayed their trust. "Oh, if it isn't Gu Chuan and his little friends. What a coincidence to see you again," Qin remarked with a feigned cheerfulness, a duplicitous grin plastered on his face. "Qin, what are you up to?" Gu Chuan inquired coldly, his gaze sharp as if seeking to penetrate Qin's facade. "What am I up to? Why, I'm here to reclaim what belongs to me." Qin's eyes glinted with greed as he gestured towards the energy apparatus in the core area. "The treasures within this energy station are not for the likes of you to touch." In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense, both sides standing at an impasse, the air thick with the scent of impending conflict. "It seems there is still a score to settle between you." Yu Chuan's voice was frigid, sweeping through the entire energy station like a chilling tide. Yen Shue's gaze swept across the intricate layout of the surroundings, the corners of her mouth curling upwards slightly as she murmured. "Perhaps we can." A sly smile danced at the edge of Yen Shue's lips, reminiscent of a leopard lurking in the shadows of the night. Her keen eyes absorbed the complexities of the energy station's design. With a deft flick of her fingers, she quickly sketched a rudimentary map on the dust-laden floor, then lowered her voice to instruct her team rapidly. "Uncle Hong, you take Chu Lao Gu to that corner. Lei Zi, guard that passage. Su Lao Di, you and I will stay here." Though her voice was soft, it carried an undeniable conviction. The others immediately grasped her intent, moving swiftly to occupy advantageous positions. Yen Shui, accompanied by Mechanic Su, stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the merchant Qin. She adeptly weaved between the abandoned mechanical arms, her movements graceful yet imbued with astonishing power, akin to a willow swaying in the wind. Just as Qin reveled in recounting his grand ambitions, Yen Shui made her move. She leaped with sudden ferocity, her ice pick slicing through the air like a drawn sword, precisely targeting a crucial control valve. In that instant, the ground of the energy station began to tremble violently, the once motionless mechanical arms awakening like slumbering beasts, crashing towards Qin and his associates with a thunderous roar. Qin's countenance turned ashen. He never anticipated that this seemingly delicate woman possessed such formidable strength and cunning. He frantically dodged the oncoming mechanical arms, utterly disheveled. Meanwhile, his subordinates were paralyzed with fear, fleeing in all directions from the unexpected turn of events. "Well done, Yin Jie," Lei the adventurer shouted excitedly, his dagger dancing through the air like a butterfly in flight, claiming the lives of the remaining foes. "Yen Shui, you are truly brilliant." Hong the geologist could not help but praise, wielding his geological hammer to repel an assailant attempting to ambush. The team erupted in cheers, elated by the splendid ambush, the joy of victory swiftly spreading among them, dispelling the cold and ushering in warmth. After the battle, Yen Shui stood still, her gaze penetrating through the shattered windows towards the distance. The biting wind tousled her hair as she thought of Gu Chuan, the man who always brought her solace in times of crisis. They fought side by side, supporting each other in this apocalyptic world, their bond forged in the crucible of life and death, transcending mere friendship. A gentle smile graced her lips, akin to a ray of sunlight on a winter's day, warming all those present. However, this fleeting warmth did not linger long as the team entered the core area of the energy station, preparing to inspect the enigmatic energy data. The floor suddenly began to quake violently, and the surrounding walls began to crack, emitting a chilling creak. The group staggered, nearly losing their footing. "This place is going to collapse," Hong the geologist exclaimed in alarm. Before anyone could react, the energy station emitted a jarring grinding noise, as if some massive entity were at work, heralding an impending greater danger. Yen Shui immediately sensed something was amiss. Without pausing to examine the mysterious energy data, she decisively called out, "We must leave here at once." No sooner had her words left her lips than the ground beneath them caved in, revealing a gaping black hole that seemed bottomless. The group hurriedly retreated, evading the perilous area, but in doing so, they forfeited the chance for further exploration. At that moment, Lei the adventurer suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look there!" Yin Shui followed his gesture and beheld a mysterious symbol glowing faintly in the depths of the black hole. Flickering in the darkness, that is, before she could finish her sentence, the energy station shook violently, as if to engulf them entirely. "Run!" Yin Shui gritted her teeth and dashed forward. Chapter 66. Secrets of the Valley. Climactic confrontation amid the deafening roar. The abandoned energy station collapsed completely, sending clouds of dust swirling. Yin Shui and her companions stumbled out, covered in grime, their hearts still racing. Looking back, the once mighty energy station had been reduced to rubble, as if it had never existed. That was close. Lei the adventurer wiped the dust from his face, still shaken. What should we do now?" Hong the geologist's face had turned pale, his legs trembling slightly. Yin Shui took a deep breath to steady her nerves, her gaze resolutely directed towards the horizon. "The energy station is destroyed. We must seek out alternative sources of energy to survive the cold tide." Her eyes fell upon a valley shrouded in thick mist ahead, enigmatic and mysterious. "We shall head there, in the valley." The fog swirled like a fairyland, yet concealed unknown dangers. A peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating yet laced with unease. The team inhaled deeply, stepping resolutely into the valley. The mist thickened, visibility plummeted, and they could only feel their way forward. Beneath their feet lay slippery moss, while towering ancient trees loomed around them, their branches intertwining, casting eerie shadows. "This place feels a bit sinister." Chu the archaeologist adjusted his glasses and murmured, and no sooner had he spoken than a low, menacing growl resonated through the mist, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, a pack of massive beasts burst forth from the fog, their fierce visages and bared fangs charging towards the team. Qin screamed in terror, turning to flee, only to be blocked by one of the beasts. Despair washed over him like a tidal wave as he collapsed to the ground, trembling. "Protect yourselves!" Yin Shui shouted, drawing her trusty dagger to confront the advancing beasts. Lei the adventurer and mechanic Su also brandished their weapons, engaging in a desperate struggle against the creatures. Hong the geologist and Chu the archaeologist cowered behind their comrades, quaking in fear. A fierce battle unfolded amidst the thick fog, flesh and blood flying. Cries of agony echoing. The number of beasts surged, and the team began to feel overwhelmed. Suddenly, a sharp shriek pierced the mist, resounding throughout the valley. A sense of foreboding gripped Yin Shui's heart. "This is bad," she murmured. A greater danger was on its way. At that moment, a radiant golden light erupted from Yin Shui's hand. It was a new weapon urgently transmitted by Gu Chuan through the treasure basin, an energy-charged electromagnetic blade. Blue arcs of electricity danced along the blade, hissing like the whispers of death. With a flick of her wrist, the electromagnetic blade cut through the air with a fierce arc, cleaving a charging beast in two. Its scorched flesh emitting a pungent odor as it fell. "Well done!" Lei the adventurer roared, his battle axe swinging with renewed vigor, each strike imbued with the power to split mountains. Mechanic Su did not lag behind, skillfully operating his multifunctional arm armor to accurately fire several paralysis rounds, causing the beasts to convulse and collapse. Though Hong the geologist and Chu the archaeologist did not engage directly in combat, they lent their support. Hong utilized his geological expertise to guide teammates away from the beast attacks, while Chu applied his extensive archaeological knowledge to help the team identify traps and safe routes. Under Yin Shui's leadership, morale soared, and their teamwork grew increasingly synchronized. Each swing of the electromagnetic blade took a beast's life, while every shot from the paralysis rounds incapacitated another foe. The beasts howled in agony, their bodies strewn across the valley, the air thick with the stench of blood and charred flesh. After a fierce struggle, the team finally repelled the beasts, restoring a fleeting calm to the valley. Supporting one another, they were covered in the beast's blood, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement and pride. They had survived, successfully fending off the creatures, and in this battle, they witnessed their own growth and the unity of their team. However, this joy was short-lived, as a hurried sound of footsteps shattered the valley's tranquility. Through the mist, Shadowy figures emerged, armed with various weapons, their expressions menacing. They were other survivor factions. They had pursued the energy exploration team, clearly coveting the secrets of the valley. Leading them was a burly man who smirked coldly, his rough voice booming. "It seems luck is on your side, but the treasures of this valley now belong to us." No sooner had he spoken than a fierce battle erupted between the two factions. Blades clashed, sparks flew, and the air was filled with cries and roars. The scene was one of utter carnage. To survive, driven by their own interests, they fought with reckless abandon. The soil of the valley stained crimson with blood, the air thick with the scent of death. Yin Shui was at the forefront. Her movements agile, the electromagnetic blade in her hand striking like a vengeful serpent, each swing accompanied by the fall of an enemy. The battle raged on amidst the valley's fog. The shouts of both sides echoed deafeningly. The tension in the air taut as a drawn bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. Yin Shui fought fiercely, pushing back the foes before her, but in a moment of respite, she heard a piercing scream from behind. Her heart sank as she spun around, only to see lay the adventurer impaled by a long spear. Her heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand. An unprecedented wave of sorrow and fury surged within her. Clenching the electromagnetic blade tightly, she fell silent, a blazing fury ignited in Yin Shui's eyes, akin to a provoked female leopard. With a sudden acceleration, the electromagnetic blade in her hand sliced through the air. The blue arcs ripping through the atmosphere, emitting a chilling shriek. She weaved through the crowd like a specter, leaving a trail of fallen foes in her wake, dismembered limbs strewn across the ground. Each swing of the electromagnetic blade claimed multiple lives, the air thick with the acrid stench of burnt flesh and blood. A nauseating miasma in her fierce valor, she resembled a celestial deity descended from the heavens. Instilling dread in the hearts of her adversaries, Yin Shui, magnificent, roared Su the mechanic, his armors clanking with metallic friction as he unleashed a barrage of paralysis rounds that struck true at the joints of the enemy, rendering them instantly incapacitated. Archaeologist Chu adjusted his glasses, resolute glimmers dancing in his eyes as he persistently urged his comrades to evade enemy strikes and utilize the terrain for counterattacks. Geologist Hong, shaking off his earlier trepidation, bellowed commands with authority, leveraging his extensive geological knowledge to steer his team away from danger and expose the weaknesses of their foes. Their teamwork was seamless, akin to a well-drilled battalion. Inspired by Yin Shui's prowess, the morale of the team surged to unprecedented heights. They roared and brandished their weapons, driving the enemy into retreat. The dawn of victory seemed tantalizingly close. Suddenly, Geologist Hong exclaimed, "I've found it! I've found it! The data from the energy station contains the key. The new energy lies deep within the valley. Its geological structure is unique, harboring immense power." His voice quivered with excitement and anticipation. Upon hearing this, the team's fighting spirit ignited even further. They envisioned the glimmers of hope and lunged at the enemy like ravenous wolves. "Kill!" Yin Shui thundered, her electromagnetic blade slicing through the air, carving a bloody path. The others followed closely, charging deeper into the valley. The enemy's resistance grew increasingly frantic, willing to go to any lengths to halt the explorers' advance. Yet the team surged forth like unbridled stallions, propelled by unwavering determination, breaching the enemy's defenses. The clashing of swords, the roars of anger, and the cries of agony melded into a haunting symphony of battle, echoing throughout the valley. However, just as the team was nearing the new energy source, a colossal barrier abruptly manifested, obstructing their path. This transparent barrier emanated an eerie glow and was as unyielding as iron, resembling an insurmountable chasm, and no matter how the team attacked or attempted to breach it, the barrier remained utterly unmoved, like a massive cage ensnaring them in place, extinguishing their previously soaring morale in an instant. Staring in shock at this barrier, expressions of excitement morphed into despair, and their battle cries gradually faded. Yin Shui furrowed her brow, stepping forward to touch the frigid surface of the barrier, a chilling sensation coursing through her fingertips. Turning slowly, she gravely addressed her companions. "It appears we have encountered a predicament." Chapter 67. The opportunity to break the barrier. The dawn of energy, the biting cold wind swept through the valley, whipping up the rubble like knives against their faces. The sudden appearance of the transparent barrier resembled a colossal, frigid bubble, ensnaring them firmly in place. The team, unwilling to concede, swung their weapons against the barrier, the clangs reverberating deafeningly, yet producing no ripples in the solid obstruction. Yin Shui pressed her lips tightly together, her brow knitted, refraining from futile attacks. Like a leopard stalking its prey, she prowled the perimeter of the barrier, her keen eyes scanning for any minute detail. She extended her slender fingers, delicately brushing against the icy wall. A wave of cold emanating from the contact, as though she were touching ancient ice. Her eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve, searching for a glimmer of hope in the darkness. She had to uncover an opening. For herself and for the comrades fighting alongside her. Geologist Hong adjusted his glasses, pacing back and forth with agitation, resembling a caged beast. Adventurer Lei, on the other hand, was like an enraged lion, relentlessly battering the barrier with his fists. The dull thuds echoing like thunder, as if he aimed to obliterate the accursed obstruction. Archaeologist Chu, usually focused, meticulously circled the barrier, seeking ancient markings, convinced that this barrier had not appeared without cause. Mechanic Su silently inspected his tools. Hoping to devise a viable solution, his lips pressed tightly together, yet his eyes burned with indomitable spirit. Just as they grappled with their frustration, a disquieting murmur resonated from the depths of the valley. A sound akin to that of infernal whispers, brimming with malevolence and foreboding. Soon after, billowing clouds of black mist surged forth from the valley's depths, drifting like phantoms, releasing suffocating stench that threatened to overwhelm them. The team felt dizzy, their heads pounding as if besieged by countless needles. Fear washed over them like a tidal wave, their consciousness blurring, the once steadfast resolve beginning to waver. Merchant Qin, in a panic, clutched his head, shrieking, "I told you we shouldn't have come here. We're all going to die." His cries ignited the long-suppressed negativity within the team. Yin Shui gritted her teeth against the throbbing pain, biting her lip until the metallic taste of blood brought her some clarity. Gazing at the encroaching black mist, unease gnawed at her. Just as she prepared to act, Mechanic Su suddenly lifted his head. His gaze fixed intently on the edge of the barrier, mumbling indistinct syllables. Struggling, he raised a trembling finger, pointing at a corner of the barrier, where something seemed to be subtly shifting. Su's indistinct murmurs acted as a faint flicker of light in the darkness, guiding Yin Shui's attention to the edge of the barrier, where indeed, a barely perceptible anomaly manifested. There, the barrier's once mirror-like surface displayed a minuscule distortion, akin to ripples on a tranquil pond brushed by a gentle breeze. At that moment, a golden light erupted from Yin Shui's bosom, warm and radiant, instantly dispelling the gloom that had shrouded the team. Jiu Chuan's silhouette emerged from the glow, holding a uniquely crafted instrument resembling a delicate compass. Emanating a soft golden luminescence, his expression was solemn, eyes steady, as if he commanded the very essence of the situation. This was the soul purifier, capable of disrupting the essence of the black mist. Gu Chuan's voice resonated deeply, like a sharpened blade severing the fear that gripped the team. As he activated the soul purifier, an invisible wave radiated outward, causing the agonizing black mist to retreat in terror, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The team exhaled in relief, their previously muddled thoughts gradually returning to clarity. They gazed at Gu Chuan, the oppressive atmosphere dissipating, replaced by a sense of lightness as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. Geologist Hong adjusted his glasses, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Adventurer Lei quelled his fury, even managing a rare grin. Archaeologist Chu, ever intrigued, resumed studying the stones at their feet, as if everything had returned to a state of calm. However, this tranquility was short-lived as a cacophony of footsteps shattered the stillness. To the entrance of the valley appeared a group of uninvited guests, clad in heavy winter gear, their faces adorned with sinister smiles. Their eyes fixated on the soul purifier in Gu Chuan's grasp. "Hand over that device." A sharp voice sliced through the air, akin to the jarring screech of metal scraping against metal, shattering the valley's peace. The newcomers bore ill intentions, and Adventurer Lei roared, ready to confront them, but was swiftly restrained by Yin Shui. Her gaze was sharp, akin to a poised predator, fixated on the adversaries, her grip on the hilt of her weapon tightening. Tension crackled in the air as the two sides faced off, the atmosphere thickening with hostility. At that moment, the leader of the intruders, a man bearing a scarred visage, stepped forward, a sly smile curving his lips as he spoke slowly. That is not something you can possess. Before he could finish, Yin Shui stepped forward, her slender form betraying an undeniable strength. She met his gaze with unyielding resolve, her voice icy and assertive. We discovered this first. Why should we yield it to you? The scarred man scoffed. Because we outnumber you. Hand it over, and perhaps you'll avoid some pain. His minions echoed his threats, brandishing their weapons menacingly. Yet, Yin Shui stood her ground, inhaling deeply before softening her tone, but still exuding an air of undeniable authority. This device could determine the survival of us all. We are researching how to utilize it against this cold wave. If you seize it, it serves no one's benefit. Taken aback, the scarred man hesitated, surprised by Yin Shui's forthrightness. He had anticipated that intimidation would suffice to acquire the treasure, but her resolute stance caught him off guard. Seizing the moment, Yin Shui pressed on, "We are willing to share our findings with you, but only if you guarantee our safety and collaborate with us against the cold wave." After a moment's contemplation, he surveyed Yin Shui and then the team behind her, ultimately nodding in agreement. Very well. I accept your terms. He understood that, should conflict arise, their numerical advantage might not ensure victory. Moreover, Yin Shui's reasoning held merit. Utilizing the device against the cold wave would also serve their interests. Upon witnessing the scarred face's acquiescence, the team members collectively exhaled in relief, their admiration for Yin Shui intensifying further. Yin Shui gazed at the barrier, silently reciting Gu Chuan's name in her heart. At that moment, the barrier suddenly flickered with an extraordinary luminescence, pulsating like a breath, oscillating between brightness and dimness, as if conveying some enigmatic message. The team exchanged glances, uncertain whether this signified peril or opportunity. "Is happening," murmured Hong, the geologist, his tone laced with confusion. Chapter 68. The secret lines and light, neighbors of energy. The radiance danced upon the barrier like an awakening ancient behemoth, each flicker tugging at the heartstrings of the onlookers. The light was not merely white. It was a mosaic of countless indescribable hues, resplendent like the aurora yet shrouded in the mystery of the abyss. "Look, the pattern of the light!" exclaimed Chu, the archaeologist, adjusting his glasses, his eyes hawk-like as they fixed on the barrier. His intense focus suggested he aimed to etch every detail into his mind, swiftly documenting his observations in a notebook. The frequency fluctuated, seemingly transmitting some form of information. Hong furrowed his brow, his weathered face a portrait of perplexity. He retrieved his portable device, cautiously aiming it at the barrier in an attempt to capture the subtle oscillations. Lei, the adventurer, exhibited signs of agitation, pacing restlessly while occasionally brushing his hand against the dagger at his waist. "This cursed thing. It won't explode unexpectedly, will it?" Yin Shui positioned herself at the forefront of the group, her gaze firmly fixed on the barrier, striving to glean any clues from the luminescence that might aid them in combating the cold wave and discovering new energy sources. A tumult of anticipation and trepidation surged within her, as if awaiting an encounter with an unknown fate. The air temperature seemed to fluctuate with the flickering light, oscillating between the warmth of spring and the biting chill of winter, rendering the group hesitant to make any rash moves. Suddenly, the light on the barrier began to swell dramatically, akin to a balloon inflated to its limit, at risk of bursting at any moment. In quick succession, a powerful wave of energy radiated outward from the barrier. "Be careful," Yin Shui shouted, attempting to alert her companions. However, the speed of the energy wave far exceeded their reactions, sending them sprawling like wheat before a tempest. Lei was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, his dagger slipping from his grasp. Hong's device clattered to the ground with a sharp clang. Chu collided with a nearby stone wall, his glasses tumbling away. Qin, the merchant, clutched his head in terror, curling into a corner like a frightened quail, mumbling incantations to unknown deities for protection. The overwhelming energy wave crashed upon them like a tsunami, inflicting excruciating pain and an abyssal dread. Each individual felt as though they were ensnared in a violent storm, on the brink of being torn asunder. "What is happening?" Hong inquired, struggling to rise, a hint of fear lacing his voice. Yin Shui pressed a hand to her aching chest, her gaze fixed on the dazzlingly radiant barrier. Her brows knitting in concern. At that moment, she noticed Su, the mechanic, who had remained silent, bending over and deftly manipulating something with nimble hands. Su's movements were swift as lightning, his dexterous fingers gathering scattered metal shards and stones from the ground while retrieving various components from his toolkit. Akin to a magician performing a trick in mere moments, a rudimentary metallic framework sprung forth. He anchored the structure to the ground and draped it with an unknown material, creating a makeshift protective device to withstand the energy's onslaught. "Quick, get inside." Su's voice resonated with a deep, unwavering command. The group, shaken from their stupor, scrambled to their feet and stumbled into the protective structure. The energy waves continued to batter against it, producing a nerve-wracking creaking sound. Yet they managed to deflect most of the force outside. Gasping for breath, a sensation of survival washed over them, leaving their bodies somewhat exhausted. "Old Su, you really are something. Hidden talent, huh?" Lei clapped Su on the shoulder. His tone brimming with admiration, a rare smile broke across his rugged face. "Indeed, had it not been for you, we would have been in dire straits today," Hong echoed, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he removed his glasses. Chu adjusted his glasses, his eyes sparkling with appreciation for Su. Qin, overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly thanked Su. After a brief respite, Yin Shui once more turned her gaze to the barrier, the light still flickering, seemingly mocking their earlier disarray. Yet this time, she could distinctly sense the presence of more intricate information within the glow. "This light appears to be guiding us," Yin Shui stated solemnly. The group redirected their attention to the barrier, scrutinizing it closely, and at last discerned a faint arrow pattern hidden within the depths of the light, pointing inward toward the barrier. "New energy. It must be inside," Lei exclaimed, exuberantly shaking his fist as if he could already envision the dawn of victory. Eager to plunge into the barrier, however, at that moment, a grotesque visage materialized within the light. It was a fearsome beast's face, its fangs sharp, eyes glimmering with a ghastly green luminescence, sending chills down their spines. "Be cautious. There are guardians within," Chu cried out. The smiles on their faces froze instantly, excitement replaced by apprehension. "Who cares about guardians? I'll cleave it in two," Lei shouted impulsively, poised to charge forth. "Don't be rash." Hong quickly intervened. "That creature may not be so easily dealt with. We cannot act recklessly. We must devise a plan," Chu added urgently. "What is there to fear? Fortune favors the bold. We came here to take risks," Lei retorted impatiently, shoving Hong aside as he prepared to rush toward the barrier. "Stop right there," Yin Shui's voice, though not loud, bore an undeniable authority. She grasped Lei's arm, halting his advance. Lei glared at Yin Shui, seemingly ready to argue, yet her steadfast gaze quelled his words, leaving him momentarily speechless. At that juncture, Su pointed at a flickering light on the barrier, murmuring, "Look, something seems to be responding here." Yin Shui's gaze, sharp as a blade in winter, swept over the group, her cool voice cutting through the ambient noise with clarity. "Now is not the time for discord. Our objective is to find new energy, not to create chaos among ourselves." Her words rang with authority, commanding respect. Lei, subdued by Yin Shui's presence, felt much of his anger dissipate. He sullenly rubbed his nose, falling silent. Hong and Chu nodded in agreement, while Qin shrank back like a quail, fearing further trouble. Observing the group regain their composure, Yin Shui said slowly, "We cannot act recklessly. We must first analyze the barrier's patterns and identify a breakthrough." She pointed to the ever-changing patterns on the barrier, asserting that the light's fluctuations were no coincidence, but rather harbored some underlying logic. "Let us rest a while to regain our strength. Then study this meticulously." Her gaze resolute, her tone steady, she resembled a general strategizing for battle. The team expressed their agreement, and with Su's assistance, they fortified the protective structure while setting up rudimentary defenses around them. During their brief intermission, the members exchanged insights, delving into the secrets of the light on the barrier. Yin Shui observed her industrious teammates, a slight smile gracing her lips. This was what a true team should embody. In her moment of reflection, Yin Shui's thoughts drifted back to the past, where she envisioned Gu Chuan's resolute visage, recalling his deep, magnetic voice. The memories of their united struggle against the cold wave filled her with strength. She understood that she bore a significant responsibility, not solely for herself, but for those who believed in her and chose to follow her. Channeling this strength into motivation, she stood tall and addressed her team. "Has everyone recuperated? We cannot squander any more time. New energy lies just ahead. If we unite our efforts, we shall surely uncover it. Her voice brimmed with conviction and hope, inspiring every individual present. The team members rose, their faces radiating confidence and resolve. Hong adjusted his glasses, intelligence gleaming in his eyes. Lei clenched his fists, a long-lost smile gracing his features. Even the taciturn Su bore a faint smile. Following Yen Shue's plan, the team cautiously ventured toward the barrier's interior, meticulously observing the light's transformations while seeking potential clues, each step taken with utmost care. They traversed through layers of light, gradually delving deeper into this enigmatic realm. Anticipation and tension permeating the atmosphere. Suddenly, they found themselves before an immense labyrinth, towering stone walls arranged with uncanny precision, segmenting the surrounding environment into numerous confined spaces, shrouded in darkness and dampness, emanating an unsettling aura. The team stood at the labyrinth's entrance, gazing into the profound darkness within, feeling a sense of bewilderment. The daring adventurer leaned forward, just about to step inside, when he was abruptly seized by the geologist. Hong. The group exchanged glances, enveloped in an unsettling silence. Chapter 69. The Labyrinth Showdown, Energy Within Reach. The team stood at the entrance of the labyrinth, the towering stone walls arranged with an artistry reminiscent of divine craftsmanship, partitioning the surroundings into countless narrow spaces that a damp, shadowy atmosphere assaulted their senses, as if the maze concealed innumerable unknowns and perils. Yen Shui took a deep breath, gripping the detector firmly, her gaze resolutely surveying the area. "Stay close to me and remain vigilant," her voice echoed at the labyrinth's entrance, prompting the team members to nod in agreement and follow closely behind. Engineer Su, burdened by a heavy tool bag, clutched a short knife tightly, frequently scanning the surroundings with a watchful eye. Hong, the geologist, adjusted his glasses, engrossed in a thick geological manual, meticulously studying the labyrinth's structure. The adventurous Lei led the group at the forefront, his eyes darting around with the keen alertness of a cheetah. Archaeologist Chu trailed closely, wielding a flashlight, intermittently illuminating the stone textures in search of possible clues. The team advanced cautiously, each step taken with utmost care. The air within the labyrinth grew increasingly oppressive, as if something ominous lurked in the shadows. Suddenly, a strange wind howled from ahead, heightening the team's awareness. Yen Shui tightened the focus of her flashlight, illuminating a narrow passageway ahead. "Be cautious. That wind sounds suspicious," she warned in a low tone, her voice laced with trepidation. At that moment, the daring adventurer halted abruptly, whirling around to lunge at archaeologist Chu, a dagger appearing in his hand unbeknownst to them. "Watch out!" Yen Shui exclaimed, swiftly positioning herself in front of Chu and delivering a kick towards Lei. The force of the strike sent him crashing against the stone wall with a dull thud. His eyes glowed crimson, as if possessed by some dark force, wildly swinging the dagger at the surrounding team members. Chaos erupted as everyone scrambled to evade. Engineer Su quickly retrieved an iron rod from his tool bag to defend against Lei's onslaught. "He's under an illusion. We must find a way to break it," Hong shouted urgently. The wave of anxiety washed over Yen Shui as she contemplated a strategy. Just then, Lei lunged at her once more, his voice filled with frenzied shouts. Caught off guard, Yen Shui was seized by the arm, the sharp dagger dangerously close to her throat. Gritting her teeth, she managed to break free from his grasp. "Fall back," she shouted, and the team swiftly retreated, forming a protective circle. Lei continued his frantic assault, and Yen Shui inhaled deeply, her gaze resolute as she addressed her companions. "We cannot let this continue. We must uncover a way to dispel the illusion." As the team anxiously sought solutions, Yen Shui's detector suddenly emitted a crisp sound, displaying an unfamiliar symbol on the screen. A spark ignited within her as she quickly activated her communicator, sending an urgent message to Gu Chuan. "Hurry. We need your help." On the other end, there was a brief silence before Gu Chuan responded. "I understand. Hold on. I will think of a solution." Upon receiving Yen Shui's urgent message, Gu Chuan recognized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he reached into the treasure basin, mentally reciting the incantation to dispel the illusion. A flash of golden light erupted, revealing a palm-sized jade talisman in his hand. Radiating a gentle glow, Ji Chuan swiftly transmitted the talisman through a special device to Yen Shui. Receiving the talisman, Yen Shui instantly comprehended its purpose. She raised it high above her head, reciting an ancient incantation. The talisman shone brightly, enveloping the daring adventurer in a soft light. His once crimson eyes gradually regained clarity, the dagger slipping from his grip and clattering to the ground. Confused, he glanced around, seemingly bewildered by the events. "Lei, are you all right?" Yin Shui inquired with concern. He shook his head, his expression gradually returning to normalcy. "It seems I was under some dark enchantment. It's an illusion," Yin Shui explained. Fortunately, Gu Chuan arrived just in time with the means to break it. The team members gathered around, expressing their gratitude to Gu Chuan and Yin Shui. The tension in the atmosphere notably easing. Hong adjusted his glasses, remarking, "We owe our safety to Gu Chuan and Yin Shui. They transformed peril into safety." However, the crisis was not entirely averted, that moment. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from deep within the labyrinth. Other factions had entered the maze and were rapidly closing in. It seemed the final showdown was imminent. Yin Shui tightened her grip on the jade talisman, her gaze unwavering as she peered into the depths of the labyrinth. The two teams converged in the center of the maze. The atmosphere thickened, charged with tension, the air rife with the scent of gunpowder. Leading the opposing faction was a burly man, wearing a sardonic smirk. "I didn't expect you to make it this far. However, the new energy belongs to us. Who will claim it remains to be seen." Yin Shui retorted defiantly. The two sides stood poised for battle, the air crackling with anticipation. "Prepare for combat," Yin Shui commanded, her gaze fierce. The eyes of both factions locked in the narrow labyrinthine passage. The air seemed to solidify, leaving only their heavy breaths echoing. The imposing leader of the opposing faction sneered, gesturing for his men to fan out and block all potential escape routes. A wave of dread washed over Yin Shui. She knew confronting them head-on was not a viable strategy. Cunning was essential. "Split up," she urged, darting into a side passage with the agility of a panther weaving through dense underbrush. The team followed suit, leveraging their familiarity with the labyrinth's layout to disperse quickly. The opposing faction, caught off guard by their decisive maneuver, faltered momentarily, their formation breaking apart. The daring adventurer, nimble and agile, weaved between the stone pillars, using his short knife to distract the enemies, forcing them into a defensive position. Engineer Su remained at the rear, observing the opponent's movements while waiting for an opportunity to strike with his iron rod. Archaeologist Chu continued to shine his flashlight on the adversaries, searching for any vulnerabilities. Just as the standoff persisted, Hong the geologist suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "I found it. The new energy is located at the center of this area." His voice trembled with exhilaration, as if he had unearthed a treasure of untold value, clutching the detector with wide, gleaming eyes. The team's morale surged, each member feeling invigorated by newfound strength. The opposing leader's expression darkened, evidently taken aback by their unexpected discovery of the new energy's location. He bellowed, urging his men to intensify their assault, eager to conclude the battle swiftly. However, just as they braced for a fierce clash, Yin Shui raised her right hand, signaling her team to halt. Taking a deep breath, she calmly gazed at the opposing leader, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. "Why don't we collaborate?" Yin Shui proposed, her voice cool and resolute, resonating through the labyrinth with an undeniable persuasive force. "Let us share the new energy technology and develop it together. Wouldn't that be more beneficial than mutual destruction?" The leader of the opposing faction appeared taken aback by her audacious suggestion, caught in contemplation amidst the tension. After a fierce internal struggle, he ultimately opted for cooperation, recognizing that unity was the best course of action in the face of the unknown. "All right, I accept your proposal," he replied through gritted teeth, a complex glimmer in his eyes, tinged with both reluctance and anticipation. The team members stood in astonishment, never having expected Yin Shui to defuse the crisis so cleverly. Their gazes toward her brimmed with admiration, a mix of awe and pride. The group successfully obtained the new energy technology documents, accomplishing their mission. Cheers erupted throughout the valley, an atmosphere of elation permeating the air. Just as everyone began to lower their guard, reveling in the triumph, the ground trembled violently, as though a giant were awakening, hinting at an even greater peril lurking nearby. Chapter 70. Peril in the Valley. A narrow escape. The earth emitted a deep, rumbling growl, followed by the violent shaking of the entire valley, akin to a slumbering giant stirring. The once celebratory valley was swiftly cloaked in fear, the joy of victory washed away by the sudden disaster. Enormous boulders tumbled from the cliffs, crashing down with a howling wind, stirring up clouds of dust. Terrified screams erupted as the team members scattered in search of refuge. Hong stumbled, nearly struck by a falling rock, his face paling instantaneously. Though Lei was audacious, he too appeared ashen, frantically evading the debris. Even the usually composed archaeologist Chu lost his usual calmness, anxiously scanning the area. "Everyone, stay calm. Gather around me," Yin Shue's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. Piercing through the chaos of the valley, she dashed behind a large boulder, waving her arms and calling out loudly, attempting to stabilize the morale of her team, in a moment of dire urgency. She exhibited extraordinary leadership skills, akin to a beacon of light amidst a tempest, guiding her panicked companions towards safety. The team members gravitated towards Yin Shue, their frightened gazes gradually rekindling a flicker of hope. However, the calamity was far from over. Severe tremors triggered the collapse of subterranean caverns, and the ground beneath their feet began to fracture with menacing cracks, rapidly spreading like a spider's web. The chilling sound of snapping reverberated through the air, as if death itself was drawing near. No. Qin Shangren collapsed in terror, his face ashen, lips trembling, unable to utter a coherent sentence. His once astute gaze was now filled with dread, reflecting the widening fissures in the earth, as if he were witnessing the gates of hell swinging open before him. The other team members fared no better. Despair spread among them like a plague. Su Jixia clutched his toolbox tightly, his eyes vacant, as if he had surrendered all hope. Chu Kaigiksu gripped a protruding rock, his body trembling incessantly. "Yin Shue, what should we do?" Hong Dizzy swallowed hard, his voice quivering as he spoke. He understood that, with their limited strength, they could not withstand such a natural disaster. Yin Shue bit her lip firmly, her gaze resolutely scanning her surroundings, her mind racing to devise an escape route. Suddenly, she spotted a concealed opening in the mountainside not far off. Perhaps there, they could. Yin Shue's eyes glinted with the sharpness of a hawk, and she pointed towards the hidden entrance, her voice steady and decisive. "Everyone, follow me. We shall seek refuge there." With that, she surged towards the opening, her teammates trailing behind her like lifelines, desperately racing towards safety. At that moment, Gu Chuan appeared, holding an oddly shaped device that emanated a faint metallic sheen. This was newly acquired from the treasure trove. "It can stabilize the ground's collapse," Gu Chuan succinctly explained. Upon seeing the device, Su Jixia's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. He seized the contraption and immediately set to work, his fingers deftly maneuvering over it as if playing a complex symphony. As the device activated, the previously violent tremors miraculously ceased. The snapping sounds vanished, replaced by the low hum of the device in operation. The team members stood in stunned silence, unable to believe the transformation before their eyes. "We did it!" Su Jixia exclaimed, a look of profound relief washing over his face. The joy of surviving surged within them like a tidal wave, and the team cast grateful glances towards Gu Chuan and Su Jixia. The atmosphere shifted from despair to relief, filling the valley with renewed hope. Yet, this elation was short-lived. In the distance, a group approached, clearly intent on seizing the device that had stabilized the ground. "Hand over the device," bellowed the burly leader, his tone rife with menace. The tension in the valley thickened once more, the air seeming to freeze. Lei Maoxian clenched his fists in anger, glaring at the newcomers, ready for a confrontation. "What do you want?" Yin Shue stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of her team, her icy gaze locked onto the approaching figures. "Humph, as if you didn't know." The burly man sneered, "If you know what's good for you, hand over that device," or else. His threat hung in the air unspoken, but its implication was crystal clear. Yin Shue inhaled deeply, her voice calm yet resolute. "This device was earned with our lives. Your desire for an easy gain is nothing short of delusional." Her words were as chilling as winter's frost, infused with a biting intensity. Her gaze, sharp as a poisoned blade, bore into the burly leader, unwavering in her stance. Momentarily taken aback by Yin Shue's fierce demeanor, the man soon regained his bravado. "Stop stalling. You're giving us no choice. You'll hand it over, whether you want to or not." "We do not wish to be your enemies," Yin Shue softened her tone, like a gentle breeze thawing the ice. "This device can stabilize the ground's collapse. If you are willing to cooperate, we can share its usage. But we require your assistance in locating an exit from this valley. Her words glimmered with wisdom, seeking a mutually beneficial resolution amidst the chaos. The burly leader, clearly unprepared for such a proposal, paused momentarily before whispering to his companions. After a brief exchange, he raised in the distance. An oddly sarcastic voice echoed, and soon a group of individuals emerged from the shadows of the valley. The leader, a burly figure with a sinister scar etched across his face, was none other than another faction of survivors who had parted ways with Gu Chuan earlier. Their eyes glinted with avarice as they fixated on the jade vial in Gu Chuan's hand. Akin to ravenous predators eyeing delectable prey, the air thickened with tension as the gazes of both parties intertwined like two converging torrents. Though you desire it, then come and take it, Gu Chuan declared coldly. Don't act impulsively, Yin Xue interjected, firmly grasping the arm of the reckless adventurer, her tone resolute. This is not the time for rashness. But the adventurer protested, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. Trust me, Yin Xue urged, taking a deep breath. Her gaze swept over the opposing group, her eyes shimmering with wisdom. She then signaled discreetly to Gu Chuan. He nodded slightly. Their unspoken understanding required no further elaboration. Just as the onlookers braced for an imminent clash, Yin Xue suddenly addressed the opposing party. You seek this treasure that can resist the gravitational pull as well? The scar-faced leader paused, a flicker of contempt crossing his features. What? Do you intend to hand it over willingly? A sly smile crept across Yin Xue's lips, a glint of cunning illuminating her eyes. What if I told you that I possess more than just this? All fell silent, including Gu Chuan, who regarded Yin Xue with a mixture of confusion and intrigue as she produced a turquoise jade pendant from her bosom, radiating a similar luminescence. Yin Xue waved the pendant, its azure glow resonating harmoniously with the light emanating from Gu Chuan's vial, leaving the scar-faced leader and his cohorts momentarily stunned. Yin Xue smiled gently, stating, This valley is fraught with enigmas. Who knows what other dangers we may encounter? If we join forces, we might uncover more treasures like these, which is far preferable to mutual slaughter, is it not? The scar-faced leader scrutinized Yin Xue warily. Glancing at the stone door behind her, weighing the pros and cons in his mind point, one of his companions leaned in and whispered, prompting a series of expressions to flit across the leader's face. Finally, he burst into laughter. Very well. We shall abide by your suggestion. Let us collaborate. The team exhaled in relief, and although the adventurer felt somewhat aggrieved, the confidence in Yin Xue's demeanor quelled his temper. The geologist Hong marveled at Yin Xue's ingenuity. Deputy Yin, you are truly remarkable. Without you, we might have. Yin Xue smiled modestly, yet her gaze inadvertently drifted toward Gu Chuan, who was also looking at her with a hint of admiration. They exchanged a knowing smile, an unspoken bond flourishing between them. This silent communication transcended words, filling Yin Xue with a profound sense of strength. She realized that regardless of the challenges ahead, as long as Gu Chuan was by her side, she could surmount any obstacle. This newfound resolve resonated with the other team members, who gazed at Yin Xue with trust and respect. A warm atmosphere enveloped the group, akin to a ray of sunshine dispelling the chill and fear of winter. Chu, the archaeologist, returned to the stone door, meticulously examining the symbols inscribed upon it, muttering incantations as if he had uncovered the key to the puzzle. Time ticked by, and the air was thick with anticipation. Suddenly, Chu exclaimed with excitement, I've got it! I've figured it out. These symbols are. Before he could finish, the stone door erupted with blinding light, prompting the group to instinctively shield their eyes. When the brilliance subsided, peculiar images appeared on the door, resembling ancient script or mysterious patterns. The team exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the significance of these visions. What is this? Muttered Su, the mechanic, while the scar-faced leader furrowed his brow. Stepping closer to the door, reaching out to touch the images. Chapter 72. The Truth of Energy, the Emergence of Plague. Su, the mechanic, furrowed his brow, approaching the stone door, but before his fingertips could make contact, an invisible force seemed to repel him. He stumbled back, filled with astonishment and confusion. What kind of power is this? He pondered, his eyes alight with uncertainty. Hong, the geologist, stood beside him, scrutinizing the symbols and images with furrowed brows, murmuring incantations as though engaged in a complex calculation. His hands trembled slightly, yet he steadfastly pointed at a particular detail on the door. These symbols, they relate to the ancient geological structures I discovered in the subterranean caves. His voice quivered with excitement, suggesting these might be records from an ancient civilization connected to energy. Upon hearing Hong's words, Chu, the archaeologist, perked up, hastily retrieving his notepad to document every detail. Indeed, these symbols are tied to ancient civilizations. But they are not merely records. They resemble some form of guidance. The adventurer, meanwhile, stood nearby, his eyes flickering with a mix of enthusiasm and anxiety. He nodded toward Chu and Hong, declaring, if these symbols truly relate to energy, then we might uncover a new source of power capable of combating the cold wave. At that moment, the images on the stone door suddenly became chaotic. The previously clear symbols and patterns twisted and contorted as if stirred by an unseen force. The team members felt dizzy, some losing their footing and crouching down to steady themselves. This force is so potent. Su gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his balance, while Hong's face paled, his body trembling, yet he persisted in observing the door's transformation. Everyone, be cautious. This force is intensifying. In a moment of panic, Qin, the merchant, lost his composure, bellowing, "This is all your fault. What kind of madness is this? We came here seeking survival, not demise." His complaints reverberated through the cave, swiftly spreading an oppressive atmosphere among the team. Unease clouded their hearts, and doubts about the expedition's validity began to surface. At this juncture, Yin Shui stepped forward, her gaze resolute, her voice calm yet powerful. "Everyone, quiet down. We cannot concede. This force, though formidable, must have a way to be unraveled." Her voice resonated within the cave, like a warm light dispelling the gloom in their hearts. The team members raised their heads, refocusing their attention on the stone door, ready to face the new challenge ahead. However, the images on the door continued to shift, a more potent energy fluctuation brewing within. Yin Shui took a deep breath, her mind racing with thoughts. In that tense moment, the images on the stone door emitted a deafening roar, as all the symbols and patterns converged into a radiant beam of light that shot forth, enveloping the entire cave in brilliance. "Step back," Yin Shui shouted, signaling everyone to retreat. As the light gradually faded, the images on the stone door vanished without a trace, leaving behind an expanse of blankness. Yet, everyone understood this was not the conclusion, but merely the beginning. What secrets lay hidden within these images? Yin Shui pondered, her gaze fixed on the empty stone door, her mind awash with myriad thoughts. She knew that behind this door lay colossal secrets, and the key to unlocking them might very well reside with Gu Chuan. Meanwhile, within the base, Gu Chuan sat before the control panel, his gaze intently fixed on the treasure basin. Within it, strange glimmers of light danced, gradually revealing an intricately shaped device, its surface adorned with mysterious energy patterns, exuding a faint glow. This was the energy interpretation device he had crafted specifically for deciphering the images on the stone door. "I hope it proves useful," he murmured on the other side. Yin Shui led her team cautiously toward the stone door. She retrieved a communicator to contact Gu Chuan, providing a detailed report on the situation at the door. Soon, the energy interpretation device was transmitted into the cave. Yin Shui eagerly accepted the instrument, carefully aligning it with the stone door. As the device powered on, an energy beam gradually illuminated the door's surface, revealing intricate patterns and text that unfolded like an ancient scroll before their eyes. Yin Shui held her breath, meticulously deciphering the archaic symbols as her mind raced. "It's a new energy source," she exclaimed, her eyes brightening with excitement. The images recorded the existence of an entirely new form of energy, containing immense power capable of breaking the predicament brought on by the cold wave. At her revelation, the team erupted in jubilation. Hong, the geologist, danced with exhilaration, while Chu, the archaeologist, excitedly adjusted his glasses. Even the typically taciturn Su, the mechanic, wore an uncommon smile. The adventurer exuberantly pumped his fist in the air, exclaiming, "Fantastic! We've finally found it!" The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of hope and joy. The team gathered around Yin Shui, expressing genuine admiration for Gu Chuan's intellect and Yin Shui's composure. They understood that with this new energy source, humanity's chances of combating the cold wave would be greatly enhanced. However, just as they reveled in their triumph, a cacophony of footsteps suddenly echoed from the cave's entrance. A group of individuals clad in black uniforms burst into the room, led by a burly man whose eyes glinted with malice and a faint, cold smile played upon his lips. "Have you discovered the new energy source? It appears we have arrived at the perfect moment," he stated with an air of undeniable authority, his gaze sweeping over Yin Shui and her team, brimming with greed and desire. "Who are you?" Yin Shui inquired in a low voice, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. "Who we are is of little consequence. What truly matters is that this new energy source must belong to us." The man sneered, gesturing for his comrades to adopt a combative stance. "Do you intend to claim it all for yourselves?" Adventurer Lei glared furiously at the intruders, his hand resting firmly on his weapon at his waist. "We uncovered this new energy, so why should we relinquish it to you?" Tension mounted between the two parties, the atmosphere within the cavern thickening with a palpable sense of dread, replacing the earlier joy and excitement with an overwhelming oppressive feeling. At that moment, Yin Shui calmly retrieved a document from her pocket, her lips curving into a slight smile as she addressed them. "It seems we need to renegotiate our agreement." Facing the aggressive intruders, her smile took on a chilling edge. She slowly unfurled the document, the paper starkly illuminated by the dim light of the cave, boldly revealing the cooperation agreement previously signed by both parties. "I trust you all still remember this document." Her voice was cold yet imbued with undeniable authority, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming in the harshness of winter, beautiful yet exuding an icy chill. The lead man's expression shifted dramatically, his earlier bravado diminished significantly. He stared intently at the document in Yin Shui's hand, which clearly stipulated that any party discovering the new energy source must share the information and cannot monopolize it. He had not anticipated that Yin Shui would be so well prepared, possessing such crucial evidence. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words, like a fish caught in a net, unable to argue back. "So, it appears you intend to breach the agreement?" Yin Shui pressed, brandishing the document like a keen blade aimed at his vulnerable spot. The team members, witnessing this turn of events, felt their previously taut nerves loosen, a swell of pride rising within them. Their vice captain not only possessed exceptional survival skills but also remarkable courage and wisdom. The man knew that attempting to seize the energy by force today would come at a grievous cost. Weighing the pros and cons, he could only grit his teeth and concede. "HMPF, consider yourselves fortunate. We shall take our leave." He shot Yin Shui a venomous glare before retreating with his subordinates, tails between their legs. With the crisis averted, the team erupted into cheers, encircling Yin Shui, their eyes glistening with admiration and pride. "Vice Captain, you are truly formidable," Adventurer Lei exclaimed, thumping his chest. That arrogant fellow just now was utterly satisfying to see brought low. Yin Shui smiled softly, yet a tender warmth blossomed within her heart. She knew that the arduous journey they had undertaken would have been impossible without Gu Chuan's silent support behind the scenes. The treasure trove had brought not only resources but also hope, and Gu Chuan was the very wellspring of that hope. "Du Chuan, thank you," she murmured, her gaze filled with longing and gratitude. This emotion spread through the team like the gentle warmth of sunlight, quietly enveloping them all. Just as everyone prepared to return to the base with the new energy information, the communicator suddenly blared, the shrill alarm shattering the cave's tranquility. "Urgent message. An unidentified disease has erupted at the base. Please return immediately." The communicator's voice trembled with palpable fear, causing the faces of all present to drain of color. Lei's weapon clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound. How could this be? How could the base? He stammered, his voice laced with disbelieving terror. Yin Shui's expression hardened. She swiftly organized her team to inventory their supplies, preparing to return to the base. Clutching the communicator tightly, her heart raced with unease. She understood that an even greater crisis awaited them, and she needed to return swiftly to uncover what had transpired. Yin Shui turned to her team, her brows furrowed as she stepped into the makeshift meeting room. Tearing aside the heavy canvas curtain with a rustle that shattered the remaining calm in the camp. Under the dim light, the worry etched on her teammates' faces was evident, like peaks shrouded in ominous clouds. Her gaze swept across the group, tightening their hearts in unison. "The situation is urgent. I shall keep this brief." Yin Shui's voice, low yet powerful, cut through the chaos like a drawn sword, dispelling all disarray of emotions. A mysterious disease has erupted at the base, highly contagious. We must return at once. Her words detonated like a bombshell within the meeting room. Lei's already pallid face turned ghostly white. The air felt as if it had solidified, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing echoing like a bellows in the confined space. Yin Shue's gaze remained resolute as granite, scanning her compatriots, the unyielding command slipping from her lips. Immediately inventory the supplies. We depart in half an hour. The team sprang into action, each member recognizing that any hesitation now would be tantamount to disregarding their very lives. The heavy footfalls, accompanied by the clanging of equipment, resonated throughout the rudimentary camp, resembling a stirring symphony heralding a race against death. Meanwhile, in the isolation zone, the stifling atmosphere was suffocating. On a makeshift bed lay a patient racked by illness, his pitiful moans swirling through the air like persistent gnats. Nurse Zoe, donned in thick masks and gloves, carefully wiped the sweat from the patient's brow. Despite her thorough precautions, a wave of fear surged within her. Her hands trembled slightly, as if they might betray her grip on the towel at any moment. The patient's tightly shut eyes were creased with agony, his cracked lips parting slightly to emit a faint plea, "Water, water." Zoe felt a sharp pang in her heart and quickly lifted a wooden bowl placed nearby. Her hands quivering as she brought it to the patient's lip, she inhaled deeply, gradually stepping forward, her gaze fixed upon the two individuals before her. Suddenly, she spoke. All infected individuals must undergo. All infected individuals are required to adhere to a unified treatment protocol. Yin Shue's voice was as sharp as the icy blade of winter, severing the dispute between Dr. Hua and pharmacist Luo. Her eyes swept over the two, exuding an air of undeniable authority. All mild cases are to take half a dose daily, while severe cases shall receive a full dose each day, with priority given to the latter. Though we cannot neglect the mild cases, furthermore, all infected individuals must be strictly isolated, with regular checks conducted daily to ensure the virus is contained within the smallest possible bounds. Her tone was resolute and decisive, akin to a seasoned general stabilizing the morale of her troops amid perilous times. Dr. Hua and pharmacist Luo exchanged a glance. Recognizing the profound respect reflected in each other's eyes, they ceased their quarrel, silently commencing the execution of Yin Shue's commands. Within the camp, all tents were meticulously reorganized. The infected were relocated to the isolation zone, while the uninfected members constructed new shelters on the periphery of the camp. Every individual adhered to the discipline with unwavering diligence, as though they were embroiled in a silent battle. Time flew by amidst the flurry of activity, and days later, the spread of the illness noticeably slowed. With no new infections reported in the isolation zone, as the sun dipped below the horizon, it cast a warm golden hue over the camp. Team members gathered in small clusters, their faces adorned with long-awaited smiles. They gazed at the industrious Yin Shue, their hearts brimming with admiration and gratitude. They understood that, without Yin Shue's resolute decisions, they might have already succumbed to the mire of illness. The relaxed atmosphere temporarily replaced the earlier tension, and a flicker of hope ignited within each heart. Standing atop a rise in the camp, Yin Shue gazed into the distance at the setting sun, yet a shadow of concern flickered in her eyes. Her gaze traversed the bustling crowd, alighting on the area beyond the camp, where Gu Chuan was located. She was acutely aware of the hardships he endured in his quest for medicinal resources. Worry gnawed at her, fearing he too was threatened by the illness. This anxiety tethered her heart like an invisible thread. Her eyes revealed an undeniable tenderness, as if the glow of the sunset had become softer in its radiance. "Sister Yin Shue, you seem different today," a young team member approached, curiosity glimmering in his eyes, as if she appeared gentler. Yin Shue paused momentarily, then a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. She said nothing, merely turning away to continue her tasks. Deep down, she recognized that this newfound gentleness stemmed from her concern for Gu Chuan, as well as her sense of responsibility towards the team. Just as everyone believed that matters were improving, a panicked voice shattered the tranquility within the isolation zone. "This is bad. The condition of the patient has suddenly deteriorated." The voice was sharp and jarring, piercing through the previously calm atmosphere. All present froze, their smiles vanishing in an instant, replaced by profound shock and unease. "What happened?" Yin Shue sprinted toward the isolation zone, with her team members following closely behind. In the makeshift ward, Dr. Hua was frantically examining the patient. his brow furrowed tightly, his face etched with worry. The patient's complexion was as pale as parchment, his breathing rapid, and his body convulsed violently, as though he were enduring immense suffering. Yin Shui fixed her gaze on the patient. Her expression grave, her eyes sharp as ice. She parted her lips, intending to speak, but ultimately only managed to utter 2 words. This is bad. Chapter 74. Amidst the predicament, a turning point emerges. Yin Shui burst into the isolation zone. The cramped ward permeated with the acrid scent of disinfectant, mingling with the distinctive odor emanating from the patient, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere. The patient lay on a rudimentary bed, his face ghostly white. Lips cracked, his body trembling violently like a leaf in a storm, intermittent groans escaping his throat, striking fear into the hearts of those who heard. Yin Shui's arrival seemed to infuse the oppressive space with a chilling breeze. All eyes converging upon her, filled with both hope and a hint of dread. She swiftly approached the bedside, her piercing gaze fixed on the patient, reaching out to touch his forehead, burning hot. The fever persists. Dr. Hua, what is going on? Yin Shui's voice was low, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Dr. Hua, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, removed his mask and sighed wearily. Commander Yin Shui, I have done my utmost. But the current medications are entirely ineffective against him. His condition is deteriorating faster than we anticipated. His voice echoed with despair within the confines of the small ward. Nurse Zhou stood nearby, her face ashen. Hands clenched tightly together, nails nearly embedding themselves into her flesh. Fear gripped her, a dread of the unknown illness and the looming specter of death casting shadows over their small base. The air seemed to stagnate, oppressive enough to stifle one's breath. Yin Shui's brow furrowed deeply, her gaze sweeping over the assembled individuals before finally resting on Pharmacist Luo. Pharmacist Luo, the medicinal materials. Yet Pharmacist Luo did not respond as usual, merely extracting a cloth bag from his pocket and slowly opening it. Inside the bag lay not the rare medicinal herbs everyone had anticipated, but rather a collection of commonplace herbs and even a few pieces of dried tree bark. The air once again stilled, this time in astonishment. Pharmacist Luo, what does this mean? Yin Shui's voice emerged, strained through clenched teeth. Pharmacist Luo inhaled deeply, his gaze unwavering as he met Yin Shui's eyes. Commander, I understand these herbs may appear unremarkable, but I wish to experiment with a new formula. The current medications are ineffective against the patient. We cannot afford to remain idle. His tone was remarkably calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Nurse Zhou covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief, while Dr. Hua, taken aback, pondered the audacity of such an idea after years of practice. A new formula? Utilizing these ordinary herbs? Dr. Hua incredulously pointed at the contents of the cloth. Is this even feasible? Pharmacist Luo refrained from answering directly, casting his gaze toward the window, his voice tinged with determination. It is better than waiting for death. Just then, Gu Chuan entered, holding a delicate wooden box. He approached Pharmacist Luo, opening the box to reveal several plants radiating an extraordinary luminescence, the rich fragrance of herbs instantly enveloping the ward. Pharmacist Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. His breath quickening, trembling, he reached out to touch the precious herbs as if caressing a rare treasure. Is this Snow Mountain Ganoderma? And a millennium-old ginseng? His voice quivered with barely suppressed excitement. Gu Chuan nodded slightly. Let us give it a try. Pharmacist Luo, almost speechless with exhilaration, seized the herbs and dashed toward the operating table, murmuring to himself, There's hope, there's hope. He meticulously ground and mixed the herbs, his eyes shining with a glimmer of hope. Dr. Hua stood by, observing Pharmacist Luo's deft movements, his initial skepticism gradually transforming into anticipation. Dr. Hua, Pharmacist Luo's voice trembled slightly, help me. Dr. Hua moved with steadiness and speed, carefully placing the concocted herbs into a vessel, diligently preparing the mixture. The despair that had once gripped the room was dispelled by the light of hope, igniting anew the flame of a healer's dedication to saving lives. The air was filled with a faint aroma of herbs. No longer the suffocating scent of disinfectant, but rather a fragrance brimming with life and hope. He carefully administered the prepared potion to the patient, each motion imbued with reverence, as though performing a solemn ritual. Time seemed to slow, each second stretching into eternity. All present held their breath, anxiously gazing at the patient on the bed. His breathing gradually steadied, the convulsions of his body ceased, and a hint of color began to return to his pallid face. The furrowed lines of his brow relaxed, and he exhaled a deep, steady breath. "He seems to be improving," Nurse Zo exclaimed, her words tumbling over one another, tears of joy glistening in her eyes, her voice trembling with emotion. Dr. Hua cautiously checked the patient's forehead once more, a smile of relief illuminating his weary face. "The fever has subsided. The medication is effective." A long-awaited smile blossomed on his fatigued features. As if a weight had been lifted. Cheers erupted within the ward, the oppressive atmosphere instantly replaced by elation. All gazed at the patient on the bed, as if glimpsing the dawn of hope. Their eyes turned to Gu Chuan, filled with gratitude and admiration, as though they were beholding a deity. Yin Shui stood quietly to the side, watching the patient's recovery, a warm current surging within her heart. She stole a glance at Gu Chuan, whose steadfast features remained tranquil, yet her heart overflowed with gratitude and affection, as gentle as a spring breeze. She understood that in this challenging moment, it was Gu Chuan who had bestowed upon them hope, using his wisdom and strength to safeguard their small base. The air was permeated with the fragrance of happiness, touching the hearts of all present. At that moment, a slightly breathless voice interrupted the jubilant atmosphere. "Commander, I have returned." It was Ding Kai, the herbalist. He stood at the entrance, panting, a look of terror etched upon his face. "I discovered something peculiar to the north of the base, a place that may be the source of the disease." The words of the herbalist Ding Kai resonated like a powerful bomb, instantly striking all present. The once jubilant atmosphere came to an abrupt halt, replaced by an overwhelming sense of tension and unease. "What lies there?" Yin Shui hastened to stand before Ding Kai, her brow furrowed, her tone urgent. "There." Ding Kai inhaled deeply, his gaze fraught with hesitation and fear. "There, it seems something is moving." Chapter 75. Investigating the source of the illness. Dawn approaches. Ding Kai's fragmented description ignited a sense of foreboding within Yin Shui. Without a moment's hesitation, she commanded, "Prepare the team," and set off immediately. Her tone brooked no argument, swiftly dissipating the pervasive anxiety in the air. Yin Shui's eyes were sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through the fog wrought by the chilling gusts, reaching the shores of truth. With no trace of hesitation, she strode toward the base's entrance. An invisible pressure emanating from her, inspiring each individual around her. Dr. Hua adjusted his glasses, following closely behind. Although he harbored concerns about the spread of the epidemic, he held greater faith in Yin Shui's judgment, as well as his own medical expertise. Pharmacist Luo gripped his medicine box tightly, his eyes glimmering with determination. He was prepared to combat the illness to the bitter end. Nurse Zo, though fearful, gathered her courage upon witnessing Yin Shui's resolute figure, and followed suit. The group swiftly traversed the snow-blanketed streets, the biting wind slicing against their faces, their exhaled breaths transforming into icy mist. The thick snow beneath their feet crunched audibly, as if lamenting the desolation of the land. As they drew nearer to the location described by Ding Kai, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, a chilling aura enveloping them, as if some dreadful entity lurked in the shadows, watching their every move. Nurse Zo stayed close to the rear of the group, her body trembling slightly, her complexion pallid. At last, they arrived at their destination. What lay before them drew gasps of shock from all. It was a desolate expanse covered in ice and snow. The ground littered with bizarre ice formations, resembling colossal tusks jutting skyward. A nauseating stench pervaded the air, repulsive and overwhelming. More unsettling was the vast ice pit at the center of the wasteland. Dark and unfathomable, as though it were a gateway to the underworld. From within the abyss emerged low, guttural roars, akin to the growls of some feral beast, or the anguished moans of humanity, sending chills down their spines. Yin Shui's gaze fixated on the ice pit, a cold dread coursing from her feet to the crown of her head. "What is that sound?" Dr. Hua murmured, his expression grave. Ding Kai trembled as he spoke. I do not know. When I approached, I heard this sound, and then I hurriedly returned." Yin Shui took a deep breath, suppressing her fear, and spoke in a grave tone. "Prepare. Wait." Pharmacist Luo suddenly interjected. "We need protection." "Protection? Where will we find protection now?" Dr. Hua retorted anxiously, his eyes filled with helplessness. Yin Shui furrowed her brow, about to respond, when a clear voice rang out from behind them. "I have some." Turning around, they beheld Gu Chuan, who had appeared behind them unbeknownst, holding several uniquely designed helmets. The helmets gleamed a silvery hue, their surfaces smooth as mirrors, radiating a metallic chill in the brisk wind. "This is?" Dr. Hua inquired curiously, gazing at the helmets. Ji Chuan smiled slightly, offering no further explanation, simply raising the helmet in his hand. "I conjured these using a magic pot. They effectively block airborne viruses and can withstand some cold." He distributed the helmets to the others, instructing them on how to wear them. As the team donned the helmets, an unprecedented sense of safety surged within them. The helmets were not only lightweight and comfortable, but they also allowed for clear hearing of external sounds, while forming a transparent barrier that shielded them from the biting wind and foul odor. This is truly remarkable," Pharmacist Luo exclaimed in awe, while Nurse Zhou gingerly touched her helmet, a faint smile gracing her face. "With this, we need not fear infection." Even Ding Kai, previously trembling with fear, felt a modicum of calm with the protective gear. They looked at Gu Chuan, their hearts swelling with gratitude. "All right, with protection, our safety is greatly enhanced. Now, let us proceed." Yen Shue's expression softened slightly as she moved toward the ice pit. The team's atmosphere lightened considerably with the advent of the protective gear, dispelling the earlier tension. However, the relief was short-lived. As they cautiously approached the ice pit, the ground began to tremble violently, as if some colossal being were awakening from beneath. Suddenly, peculiar creatures emerged from the pit, adorned with hard shells, sharp claws, and eyes gleaming with a feral hunger. The creatures emitted piercing shrieks, their sounds grating and jarring. "Be careful!" Yen Shue shouted sharply, drawing her dagger. The unknown beings lunged at them without hesitation, their speed catching everyone off guard. The group scattered in an instant, each person forced to evade the onslaught while searching for the source of the malady. A scream pierced the air. It was Ding Kai, unable to evade, who was slashed across the arm by one of the creatures, blood staining his sleeve in an instant. Dr. Hua rushed forward, intent on treating Ding Kai's wound, but the creatures relentlessly pursued them, offering no respite. The tension escalated to a fever pitch, with each individual sensing death's approach. They dodged the creature's attacks while attempting to retaliate, only to discover that the creature's defenses were formidable, rendering their efforts futile. Pharmacist Luo attempted to use the medicines at hand against the creatures, yet the substances seemed utterly ineffective. Just as despair began to envelop them, Yen Shue suddenly noticed a pattern in the creature's attacks. Her eyes brightened with realization, but before she could alert the others, a creature pounced upon her. "Shuejia!" Nurse Zhou cried out, rushing to assist, only to be blocked by another creature. At that moment, a frigid voice escaped Yen Shue's lips. You watch their claws." Yen Shue's voice was sharp, cutting through the chaos like a blade in the winter wind, instantly commanding attention on the tumultuous battlefield. She nimbly evaded the creature's claws, her dagger glinting as it struck accurately at the creature's joints. Their speed was remarkable, yet the trajectory of their clawed attacks followed a discernible rhythm. As she continued to dodge, Yen Shue calmly analyzed. "Pharmacist Luo, use the powder. Throw it in their eyes to temporarily disrupt them." Heeding her command, Pharmacist Luo swiftly opened his medicine box, grasped a handful of powder, and hurled it at the oncoming creature. The powder enveloped the air, forming a barrier, and the creatures, indeed, were provoked into frenzied howls. Momentarily losing their bearings, "Zhou Nurse, cover Dr. Hua." Yen Shue's voice rang out once more, reminiscent of a battlefield commander, and no longer hesitating, Nurse Zhou clutched her first aid kit, deftly dodging the creature's attacks as she shielded Dr. Hua, guiding him toward the injured Ding Kai. Dr. Hua swiftly applied pressure and bandaged Ding Kai's wound, his movements fluid and precise. Under Yen Shue's leadership, the team began to work in harmony. They no longer flailed about like headless chickens, but instead formed a cohesive fighting unit. They dodged, countered, and provided cover, each person fulfilling their role. Though the creatures were formidable, they began to falter under the orchestrated assault. Yen Shue's dagger danced in her hand, each strike imbued with a chilling brilliance. Under her guidance, the monsters fell one by one, the air thick with the stench of blood mingling with the vile odor. Finally, the last creature collapsed onto the icy ground. Lifeless, the group slumped to the ground, panting heavily, their bodies smeared with the creature's viscous slime and blood. They exchanged glances. "Shui Jie, you were incredible." Pharmacist Luo regarded Yin Shui with admiration. "If not for you, we would have." Nurse Zhou nodded in agreement, her face still pale from the near-death experience, yet her eyes sparkled with newfound light. Yin Shui wiped the blood from her face, revealing a faint smile, yet a tender warmth surged within her. She knew Gu Chuan had been silently supporting her all along, providing them with protective gear and instilling in her the confidence she needed. This feeling of being supported made her feel stronger and intensified her longing for him. Taking a deep breath, her gaze once again steeled, she surveyed the chaotic battlefield, her eyes locking onto a concealed corner. "Dr. Hua, come take a look." Yin Shui beckoned him over. He hurried to her side, carefully clearing away the ice shards on the ground to reveal a strange mass. It was black, resembling mutated plant roots, exuding a nauseating odor. Dr. Hua's expression shifted as he picked up a piece for closer examination. His eyes filled with gravity. This is likely the source of the illness. At that moment, news arrived from the base. The infection rate had dropped by nearly 50 to... Excellent. Nurse Zhou erupted with delighted cheers, and the faces of everyone present were illuminated with smiles that had long been absent. However, at that moment, Dr. Hua's countenance suddenly turned ashen, and he trembled as he placed the sample in a sealed bag. His voice low and somber. "We must return to the base immediately. There is still danger." He cautiously carried the suspected pathogen sample back to the laboratory. Chapter 76. Analysis of the pathogen, a glimmer of hope. Dr. Hua handled the suspected pathogen sample with utmost care, as if it were a precious artifact, each step taken with extraordinary caution, fearful of any potential mishap. The tension in his tightly pressed lips and the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead revealed the anxiety within him. The atmosphere in the laboratory was heavy. Pharmacist Luo, Nurse Zhou, and even Ding, the herbalist, were gathered nearby, their eyes fixated on the sealed bag in Dr. Hua's hands, as if it contained humanity's last hope. The sample was placed upon the sterile workbench. Shimmering ominously under the light, Dr. Hua donned protective gloves and a mask, expertly commencing the preliminary observation and analysis. He delicately picked up a small piece of the sample with tweezers and scrutinized it under the microscope, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. "What's the situation?" Yin Shui inquired softly, her voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors. Dr. Hua did not respond immediately. He continued to manipulate the microscope, incessantly adjusting the focus and magnification. After a prolonged silence, he finally lifted his head, removed his mask, and his expression was grave. "This organism is far more complex than we imagined." His voice was low and hoarse, tinged with an unmistakable weariness. "Its structure is exceedingly peculiar. I have never encountered a biological tissue like this. It seems to be undergoing constant mutation." The atmosphere in the laboratory grew even more oppressive. Pharmacist Luo adjusted his glasses, a flicker of concern crossing his features. "Are you suggesting that our current medications may be ineffective against it?" Dr. Hua nodded, exhaling heavily. "I'm afraid so. We need more advanced equipment and deeper research to discover a definitive cure." His gaze fell upon the rudimentary instruments on the workbench, a wave of helplessness surging within him. Suddenly, Yin Shui's eyes landed on a covered device in the corner. "What is that?" she asked, pointing at the apparatus. Dr. Hua hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "That is an obsolete piece of equipment, no longer functional. How can we know unless we try?" Yin Shui stepped forward and pulled the cloth off the device, revealing an oddly shaped machine. Dr. Hua's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the device. How could this be? It was a brand new X4000 model gene sequencer, gleaming with metallic luster, starkly contrasting with the other antiquated equipment in the lab. Dr. Hua hurried forward, trembling as he touched the sleek surface of the machine, his eyes sparkling with incredulity. "This is the X4000 gene sequencer. This is the most advanced model available. With this, we can thoroughly analyze the genetic structure of the pathogen and identify its weaknesses." His voice trembled with excitement as he cast a look of reverence and gratitude towards Gu Chuan. "Just a little trinket, nothing to make a fuss over," Gu Chuan replied with a faint smile, dismissively waving his hand. He certainly would not divulge to anyone that it was conjured from his treasure pot. With this advanced equipment, the efficiency of analyzing the sample skyrocketed. Dr. Hua immersed himself in his work. while the others busied themselves with renewed urgency. The lab was suffused with an atmosphere of hope, dispelling the previous oppressive gloom. Merely hours later, Dr. Hua emerged with preliminary analysis results. He removed his mask, his voice brimming with exhilaration. We have essentially determined the genetic structure of the pathogen. It is a novel virus, mutating at an alarming rate, but it is not invulnerable. I have identified a critical weakness. Pharmacist Luo eagerly took the report, scrutinizing it closely. Moments later, he abruptly raised his head, his tone urgent. We can utilize gene editing technology to develop a specific drug targeting this weakness. I am confident we can complete it within a month. However, Dr. Hua furrowed his brow, his expression serious. The risks associated with gene editing technology are too great. A moment's carelessness could result in irreversible genetic damage, even exacerbating the virus's mutation. Until we conduct thorough clinical trials, I do not recommend proceeding with this method recklessly. Time waits for no one. Pharmacist Luo slammed his hand on the table, his emotions running high. People are getting infected every day. We must urgently devise a solution. Rather than waiting passively, we should take a bold step. You are gambling with lives. Dr. Hua stood firm, his voice resolute. Science allows no room for carelessness. We must be responsible for the safety of our patients. The two faced each other, neither willing to yield, the tension reaching a boiling point. At that moment, Yin Shui slowly began to speak. Her voice was soft, yet it flowed like a gentle breeze through the stifling laboratory, instantly calming the heated dispute between the two men. She spoke steadily and clearly. We need not choose one over the other, since the risks of gene editing are too high, yet the development of a specific drug is urgently needed. Why not attempt to combine the strengths of both approaches? She paused, her gaze sweeping across everyone present, and continued. We could first utilize gene editing technology for small-scale drug trials, strictly controlling the dosage and scope, to observe the drug's efficacy and side effects. Simultaneously, we can continue to research other safer treatment options, pursuing a dual approach to strive for the best solution in the shortest time possible. Upon hearing her words, the laboratory fell into a profound silence, all present rendered speechless. Dr. Hua and pharmacist Luo exchanged glances, both having been so focused on their own viewpoints that they overlooked the possibility of a third option. This plan not only ensured speed but also prioritized safety, making it remarkably seamless. Yin Shui, you truly are. Pharmacist Luo was the first to regain his composure, removing his glasses and rubbing his temples with unabashed admiration. Your idea is brilliant. How did I not think of that? Dr. Hua also displayed a look of appreciation, the tension on his face easing into a faint smile as his tone softened. I agree with this plan. It ensures research progress while minimizing experimental risks. Yin Shui, you are indeed a genius. Nurse Zhou and Ding nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with admiration. Although they did not fully grasp the technical details, they could sense that Yin Shui's proposal had flawlessly resolved the previous stalemate. The once tense and oppressive atmosphere in the laboratory dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief and excitement. Amidst the busy flurry of activity, Yin Shui's thoughts drifted towards Gu Chuan. She realized that the sudden appearance of the advanced equipment in the lab was a testament to Gu Chuan's silent support. This man consistently smoothed over all obstacles for her, allowing her to dedicate herself entirely to her work. As she contemplated this, a faint smile graced Yin Shui's lips, and a warm current surged within her, dispelling her fatigue and worries, reinvigorating her spirit. The people around her seemed to sense this shift in her emotions. They observed the subtle smile on her face, and this warmth infused the entire laboratory, energizing everyone as they fervently worked towards a common goal. However, just as they diligently proceeded with Yin Shui's new plan, a piercing alarm suddenly shattered the tranquility of the laboratory. The instruments flashed with blinding red lights, accompanied by a burnt odor, and the once smoothly operating equipment now trembled violently like a dying patient. Everyone was frozen in shock by this sudden turn of events, their faces drained of color, uncertain of how this malfunction would impact their research. With a resounding bang, the laboratory was plunged into silence, leaving only the sound of shattered equipment echoing through the air. As all eyes turned towards the now inoperative apparatus, a sense of foreboding enveloping their hearts. Chapter 77. Perilous situations, a glimmer of hope. The shrill alarm sliced through the brief calm of the laboratory. Akin to a knife tearing through taut strings, the instruments blinked ominously with red lights, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke. Yin Shue's heart sank, a chill racing from her feet to the crown of her head. She nearly sprinted into the laboratory, her hurried footsteps echoing in the corridor like the drums of impending crisis. Inside, the previously orderly environment had disintegrated into chaos. Researchers swarmed around the malfunctioning equipment like ants on a hot stove. Their faces as pale as the laboratory's white walls. Upon seeing Yin Shue, they clung to her like a lifeline, their eyes filled with hope and a hint of despair. What happened? Yin Shue's voice was hoarse with urgency as she approached the malfunctioning equipment for a closer inspection. The device's indicators blinked erratically, emitting an irregular buzzing sound, reminiscent of a dying creature's last struggle. A technician, drenched in sweat, explained, "Director Yin, the core component of the device has burned out and needs specific rare parts for replacement. However, we have no stock of those parts at the base." His voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. Yin Shue's expression darkened further. These advanced laboratory instruments had been painstakingly procured by Gu Chuan, representing their hope in combating this plague. The current equipment failure has undoubtedly struck them like a bolt from the blue. Despair has spread through the laboratory like an insidious plague. Nurse So clutched the hem of her garment tightly, her lips quivering slightly. Pharmacist Luo sank despondently into his chair, his meticulously concocted potion now rendered useless due to the malfunctioning apparatus. Dr. Hua removed his glasses and wearily rubbed his brow. After days of relentless research on the virus, he could only watch helplessly as hope slipped away. Could it be, are we truly at a loss? Dr. Hua murmured, his tone heavy with powerlessness. Yin Shue took a deep breath. Striving to maintain her composure, she surveyed the room, her gaze resolute and determined. No, we have not yet lost. There must be a way, however. The technicians hesitated to speak. Yin Shue's eyes fell upon a cluttered corner of the laboratory, where a metal box, tightly covered with a waterproof tarp, caught her attention. What could be inside that box? The technician paused momentarily before responding. Oh, that is some discarded parts, no longer of any use. Yin Shue approached and yanked off the tarp. Inside the metal box lay an array of oddly shaped components, glinting with a cold sheen. Perhaps they could be useful. Yin Shue picked up one of the parts, scrutinizing it carefully, but this is merely an ordinary component. And what we need is... The technician's words were cut short by Yin Shue's interjection. No, she insisted firmly, I believe there will be a solution. She turned to the technician, instructing, take out all these parts. Let us give it a try. Though the technician felt perplexed, he complied. Just as they began arranging the parts on the table, the laboratory door swung open. A familiar figure appeared in the doorway, a heavy metal box in hand. Yin Shue, Gu Chuan's voice was steady and powerful. I have found something that made it. He opened the box. Inside, several gleaming components were stacked neatly, perfectly matching the specifications of the damaged parts. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, then erupted into excited murmurs. The technician trembled as he accepted the parts, as if cradling a long-lost treasure. He gazed at Gu Chuan in disbelief, his eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. Where did you get these parts? Gu Chuan merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation, simply stating, we must repair the equipment swiftly. The technician snapped back to reality, immediately diving into the urgent repair work. The atmosphere in the laboratory shifted instantaneously, the weight of despair lifting, replaced by hope and excitement. Yin Shue looked at Gu Chuan, her eyes filled with appreciation and warmth. As the final component was installed, the equipment's indicator light returned to a steady green, emitting a smooth humming sound. Cheers erupted in the laboratory, each face radiating the joy of having narrowly escaped disaster. Dr. Hua excitedly patted Gu Chuan on the shoulder. Gu Chuan, you truly are our savior. However, this fleeting elation was soon shattered by a new crisis. The communicator suddenly blared, an urgent call shattering the laboratory's tranquility. Yin Commander, something's wrong. The infection rate has stopped declining, and there is a trend of resurgence. Yin Shue's expression changed drastically, her heart tightening. She rushed to the communicator, her voice urgent. What are the specifics? Report in detail, report, Yin Commander. According to the latest statistics, the infection rate has not only ceased to decline but has actually increased by 0.5 percentage points in the past hour. The number of infected individuals continues to rise. The communicator's voice trembled slightly. Yin Shue hung up, her face grave as she turned to Dr. Hua. Dr. Hua's expression was equally serious, his brow furrowed. eyes behind his glasses filled with concern. How could this be? Our previous containment measures had been effective, and the infection rate was steadily declining. Yin Xue inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. She understood that this was not a moment for panic. They needed to quickly ascertain the cause and implement effective countermeasures. Dr. Hua, we must swiftly uncover the reason behind the resurgence of the infection rate, or else. Dr. Hua nodded gravely. I understand. Time is of the essence. He lowered his head in contemplation, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. Once, twice. Pharmacist Luo sat despondently in the corner, his hands tightly gripping his head, nails nearly digging into his flesh. The resurgence of the infection rate struck him like a thunderclap. His previously promising potion now seemed ineffective. Had all his efforts been in vain? The immense pressure left him breathless, and the acrid scent of disinfectant in the laboratory grew increasingly overwhelming. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, a new idea exploding in his mind like fireworks illuminating the night sky. Trembling, he grasped paper and pen, rapidly jotting down modifications to the previous potion formula. Add gentian, increase the concentration by 3%, then add it, he muttered to himself, as if entranced. The new potion was quickly prepared, and after an urgent test, the results were astonishingly positive. The infection rate not only halted its rise, but began to decline gradually. As this news spread throughout the base, cheers surged forth like a tidal wave. Pharmacist Luo, you are truly remarkable. We are saved. We are finally saved. The accolades flowed ceaselessly, and the tension in Pharmacist Luo's body finally relaxed, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This was the highest praise for a researcher. Yin Xue watched all of this, a warm current swelling in her heart. She knew that without Gu Chuan's timely discovery of those parts, they would have had no time to formulate a new potion. Without Gu Chuan, perhaps the entire base would have succumbed to despair. With this thought, she glanced at Gu Chuan, who merely smiled faintly, his eyes filled with determination and strength. Just as everyone was basking in the joy, a cacophony erupted from outside the base. Distinct voices could be heard shouting, "Why are we being isolated here? We want freedom too. These damned regulations are utterly unreasonable." Yin Xue's expression shifted to one of gravity. She moved to the window, her sharp gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd outside. An unsettling premonition surged within her, as if something was brewing. A storm was imminent. We must investigate. Yin Xue's tone was frosty as she turned and strode toward the door. Chapter 78. Recovery in sight. Underlying concerns at the base. Yin Xue pushed the door open. A biting cold wind laden with snowflakes struck her face, akin to countless needles pricking her skin, prompting her to frown involuntarily. She swiftly exited the building, her eyes scanning the assembled crowd with the precision of a hawk. They were ragged, their faces etched with long-suppressed anger and discontent. The cacophony was akin to a multitude of needles, each piercing Yin Xue's eardrums. "Why are you restricting our freedom?" a tall man bellowed, his face contorted with rage, brandishing a wooden stick as if prepared to strike at any moment. "We are not afflicted with an incurable disease. Why must we be treated like criminals?" Another voice rang out, laced with bitterness. Yin Xue observed the crowd. The once hopeful gazes were now replaced with resentment and bitterness. The air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere. Reminiscent of the eerie calm before a storm, she inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure, and advanced to the front of the crowd, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "What is happening here?" The crowd momentarily fell silent at her presence, but soon the restlessness surged again. "We have had enough," a woman screamed. "Trapped in this frigid building every day feels like imprisonment." Her words sparked a chorus of agreement. As individuals voiced their discontent, "Yes, we want freedom too. We want to go outside. These rules are utterly unreasonable. Why should we obey them?" Anger spread like wildfire among the crowd. Arms waving, faces flushed, their voices escalating as if they were about to unleash all the pent-up grievances of recent days. Yin Xue surveyed the scene, her heart burdened as if pressed by a colossal stone. Just then, a weary figure emerged from the throng. Clad in white medical attire, it was Dr. Hua. His complexion was pale, dark circles under his eyes betraying the toll taken by his tireless efforts to treat patients. Dr. Hua stepped beside Yin Xue, hesitation evident in his voice. "Miss Yin, I think. His words were drowned out by an even louder uproar. We want freedom. We want to go outside. The crowd continued to roar in fury. Dr. Hua's brow furrowed deeper, his words caught in his throat, ultimately choosing silence. Yin Shui realized that any explanation at this moment would seem utterly futile. She needed to take decisive action to quell the unrest. She tilted her head slightly, whispering to Dr. Hua, "You should return. I will handle this." With that, Yin Shui turned, her gaze unwavering as she addressed the agitated crowd. "I will provide you with a reasonable explanation, but not now." The cold wind continued to howl, yet within the base, a current of warmth began to stir. Dr. Hua stood atop the hastily erected platform, his voice raspy yet barely concealing his exhilaration. "After our relentless efforts during this period, the new medication has yielded remarkable results for the majority of patients. We are on the brink of conquering this affliction." A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, the long-suppressed gloom dissipating in an instant. Some wept tears of joy, others embraced one another, and many raised their hands in jubilant celebration, for the first time. Such fervent voices echoed across this land blanketed in ice and snow, as if spring had arrived prematurely. Fei, the man who had once been beset by illness, now sparkled with hope in his eyes. Gripping Nurse Zhou's hand tightly, rendered speechless by emotion, Nurse Zhou reciprocated with a smile of relief, finally reassured that their arduous efforts had not been in vain. However, not all in the previously agitated crowd had fully succumbed to the festive atmosphere. The tall man stepped forward once more, bellowing, "If the illness is nearly cured, then why are we still confined? We demand our freedom." Those around him echoed his sentiments, discontentment once again spreading like wildfire. Yin Shui's expression grew grave. Now was not the time to lower their guard. She proclaimed loudly, "Though the disease is under control, the possibility of relapse still looms. For the safety of all, we must persist in our preventive measures." "You are a dictator?" the tall man roared. "Why should we heed your commands?" He forcefully shoved aside those standing in his path, fists raised, charging toward Yin Shui. The tension in the air reached a boiling point, and gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. At that moment, a figure stepped in front of Yin Shui, Pharmacist Luo. His face was pale, lips quivering as if struggling to articulate his thoughts. He took a deep breath and began, regarding the new medication. Pharmacist Luo's lips trembled, his voice soft yet clear. "The raw materials for the new medication are exceedingly scarce. We currently have enough stock to maintain our control, but it is insufficient to ensure the complete recovery of everyone. If we relax our preventive measures now, should anyone relapse, the consequences would be dire." His words fell like a bucket of cold water on the restless crowd, causing many to hesitate and murmur among themselves. The previously most vociferous tall man stood frozen, his fists suspended in midair. Yin Shui cast a grateful glance at Pharmacist Luo. His honesty not only defused the immediate crisis, but also deepened her trust in this selfless pharmacist. Seizing the moment, she spoke with unwavering calmness. "Pharmacist Luo is correct. We are but a step away from true victory. We cannot afford to let our efforts go to waste. Please trust us and grant us a little more time. We will surely triumph over this disease." Her voice resonated with a persuasive strength, gradually calming the crowd and dissipating the tense atmosphere. Trust, like a seed, quietly began to take root in the hearts of the people. After the turmoil subsided, Yin Shui leaned wearily against the wall, exhaling deeply. The biting cold wind tousled her hair, yet it could not extinguish the joy and longing within her heart. She closed her eyes, envisioning Gu Chuan's steadfast visage and warm smile. "Jiu Chuan, do you see? We are on the verge of success," she whispered softly, her heart brimming with tenderness and strength. She knew that Gu Chuan must be somewhere, striving for their future, and she, too, must safeguard everything here while awaiting his return. This longing flowed through her like a warm current, dispelling all weariness and chill. As night descended, the base was enveloped in a profound silence. Yet beneath this seemingly tranquil surface, dark currents stirred. Several shadowy figures stealthily departed the base, vanishing into the vast, snowy night. They wrapped their garments tightly around themselves, their eyes flickering with a complex glimmer as they occasionally glanced back at the brightly lit base. Murmuring, "Just wait. The real show is only just beginning." One of them extracted a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, and by the faint moonlight, a few words could be discerned. "Splintering plan." The howling cold wind swirled the snow underfoot, as if heralding an impending storm. Chapter 79. The rift begins to show signs of dawn. The ominous clouds of division were more disquieting than the cold wave. Yin Shui led the mediation team, treading through the snow, step by step approaching the congregating place of the dissidents. The biting wind tugged at her clothing, mirroring her current mood, heavy and oppressive. She inhaled deeply, shattering the white mist she exhaled in the air, her gaze revealing an unwavering determination. This journey was fraught with peril. The expressions of her team members were grave, their steps unusually heavy. An air of tension enveloped them, like a taut string poised to snap at any moment. The dissidents' gathering place was situated at the edge of the base, in a dilapidated warehouse. The crumbling walls were plastered with protest slogans, the vivid red paint starkly contrasting against the white snow. Before they could draw near, the deafening shouts reached their ears, akin to the roars of wild beasts, instilling fear. Li Xiang stood at the center of the crowd, raising his fist high, vociferously denouncing the injustices of the base's leadership. Behind him, the dissidents resembled a lit powder keg, their collective fury palpable as they brandished clubs and roared in anger. Upon sighting Yin Shui and her team, the crowd surged forward, encircling the mediation team like a rising tide. Their furious gazes pierced like sharp blades, striking at the heart. "You lackeys, don't think you can deceive us. Get lost. We don't need your pretense." The cacophony of insults and curses thundered in Yin Shui's ears like a series of explosive detonations. She inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure, and called out, "Li Xiang, we are here to discuss." "Discuss? What is there to discuss?" Li Xiang interrupted, his eyes brimming with disdain. "You high and mighty people have no understanding of our suffering." "We are not high and mighty," Yin Shui replied, her tone steady and resolute. "We are all striving for survival, fighting to rebuild our home." "Enough with the nonsense." A burly dissident charged forward, seizing Yin Shui's collar. "You liars only use flowery words to deceive us." Just as conflict seemed imminent, an elderly voice suddenly rang out, "Stop this at once." Eldarin stepped forward with trembling limbs, his murky eyes filled with sorrow. "Children, we are all family. Why must we turn against one another?" However, his words fell on deaf ears, the enraged crowd disregarding him entirely. The instigator lurked behind the throng, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he muttered, "The show has just begun." His hand slowly reached into his pocket, searching for a cold metallic object. Though Gu Chuan was absent from the scene, it felt as if an invisible hand was orchestrating the situation. He had procured several boxes of highly efficient solar panels from the treasure trove, gleaming with technological brilliance in the dim light, along with a few boxes of potent nutritional supplements exuding a faint herbal fragrance. These were precisely what Li Xiang had longed for, enabling them to establish a self-sufficient ecosystem upon their independence. The arrival of these supplies was akin to a drop of cold water in a boiling pot of oil, gradually quieting the agitated crowd, their gazes drawn to the glistening solar panels. Li Xiang, observing the supplies, felt his previously resolute demeanor waver slightly. Yin Shui keenly sensed this shift, a flame of hope igniting within her heart. She imagined Gu Chuan standing behind her, lending her an invisible strength. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her determined gaze upon Li Xiang and said, "These supplies represent a gesture of our sincerity. We hope they can assist you." At that moment, Gu Chuan's image flashed in her mind, his steadfast eyes. Confident smile and unwavering support filled her with warmth and vigor. She seemed to hear his voice echoing in her ears. "I believe in you. You can do it." This bolstered her resolve, filling her with confidence. Yin Shui's determination instilled a sense of awe in Li Xiang. Her gaze was like a ray of sunshine in winter, warm yet imbued with undeniable strength. He found himself involuntarily straightening his posture. Locking eyes with Yin Shui, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, all eyes fixed upon Yin Shui and Li Xiang. The members of the mediation team, witnessing the shift in the atmosphere, felt a flicker of hope ignite in their hearts. Just as the lead negotiator stepped forward, ready to speak, Yin Shui halted him with a glance. She understood that this was not yet the time for negotiation. Li Xiang's inner turmoil still required more time. Li Xiang, Yin Shui's voice rang clear and strong. "Wait." At that moment, the lead negotiator abruptly interjected, "Li Xiang, your acts of division will ultimately lead to the base's demise." His tone was firm and laced with an air of arrogance. "Your ideals are merely castles in the air, utterly impractical." Ke Lixiang's face flushed crimson, akin to a beast whose tail had been stepped on, roaring, "Nonsense! You pleasure-seekers have no comprehension of the sacrifices we make for freedom." He brandished his fist, saliva flying as if he were on the verge of lunging forward to tear them apart. "Freedom? Your so-called freedom is but a selfish excuse." The negotiators stood resolute, unwavering in their positions. Their exchanges sharp and confrontational. You were solely fixated on your own interests, utterly neglecting the broader picture. Such behavior will only lead to the disintegration of the base. The two individuals engaged in a verbal duel, akin to two blades clashing fiercely in the air. The volume of their argument escalated, the tension palpable, as those around them held their breath, fearing that a single misstep could ignite this conflict. The dissenters were once again fueled by anger, brandishing their makeshift weapons and roaring in defiance. The members of the mediation team wore grave expressions, as if bracing themselves for battle at that moment. Yin Shue's melodic voice flowed into the chaos like a clear stream. "Carry idealist, I understand your perspective." This statement acted as a full stop, abruptly halting the quarrel. All eyes turned to Yin Shue, filled with a mix of confusion and anticipation. Ignoring the gazes around her, she spoke with a calm demeanor. "You aspire to establish a true home for yourselves, yearning to break free from perceived constraints. And that is not wrong. Your desire for freedom and fairness is commendable." The carry idealist was taken aback, not expecting Yin Shue to comprehend and validate his thoughts. His tense posture relaxed slightly, his eyes revealing a flicker of complexity. However, Yin Shue swiftly redirected her discourse, asserting that any ideal must be grounded in reality. "Your ideas are admirable, but we must consider their feasibility. We can designate an area within the base for you to develop according to your vision. We can provide the necessary resources and technical support to help your ideals flourish." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The dissenters exchanged glances, some wavering in their resolve. The members of the mediation team regarded Yin Shue with admiration, astonished at her ability to deftly diffuse the crisis. Yet, just as the atmosphere seemed to be calming, a subtle undercurrent of dissent began to stir within the crowd. The instigator remained hidden, his head bowed among the throng. A sinister smile creeping onto his lips, he whispered, "Don't be deceived by them. They appear to be aiding us, but in reality, they seek to ensnare us completely. They have no intention of allowing our independence. They merely wish to enslave us." His voice was soft, yet it landed like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, sending ripples of unrest throughout the dissenters. Once again, they grew agitated, their gazes towards the mediation team now rife with hostility and distrust. These individuals. A glint of sharpness flickered in Yin Shue's eyes as she attempted to raise her voice to stabilize the situation. But, Chapter 80. The escalating crisis, hidden opportunities. Yin Shue inhaled deeply, channeling her energy, her voice resonating like a thunderous bell that echoed across the square. Silence. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to her, the cacophony gradually subsiding, replaced by a tense atmosphere. She surveyed her surroundings, her gaze piercing like that of a hawk, seemingly capable of penetrating the thoughts of each individual present. She spoke solemnly. "I understand that each of you harbors concerns and skepticism. However, I want to emphasize that we are all striving for the future of the base. For the survival of everyone, division will only weaken our strength, making us more susceptible to the chilling tides." Her words rang with undeniable authority. Yet, from within the throng came a derisive laugh. The instigator, concealed among the crowd, interjected with a shrill voice. "Such fine words! You merely wish to control and exploit us. Why should we trust you?" His remarks ignited the dissenters' emotions like pouring gasoline on a fire. "Yes, why should we trust you? You are nothing but a bunch of liars. Get out of our base." Shouts of abuse and skepticism surged like a tidal wave towards Yin Shue and the mediation team. The carry idealist clenched his fists, his face flushing red, his eyes ablaze with fury. The unrealist stood silently behind Yin Shue, his expression steely, embodying a guardian spirit. The negotiator furrowed his brow, arms crossed, while the elder shook his head in disappointment, sighing heavily. The members of the mediation team wore grim expressions, feeling both wronged and furious. They had invested considerable effort for the unity of the base, for the survival of all, only to receive such a response. A stifling atmosphere enveloped the entire team, as if a massive stone weighed upon each person's chest. making it difficult to breathe. Yin Shue's gaze swept over the faces filled with anger, her heart heavy with helplessness and disappointment. She understood that no amount of explanation could dispel the doubts and animosity festering within them. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of a furtive figure attempting to slip away unnoticed. A sense of foreboding gripped her. "Capture him!" Yin Shui pointed at the figure, her voice sharp and commanding. "He is suspicious." The Unrealist and several agile members of the base surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Lunging at the elusive figure, the individual, panic-stricken, fled desperately but was swiftly subdued. He struggled fiercely, crying out in protest, yet the chaos in his eyes betrayed him. Yin Shui approached him, towering over him. "Who are you? Why did you attempt to flee?" the man stammered, his gaze darting, unable to meet Yin Shui's eyes. With a cold smirk, she remarked, "Not speaking. Then do not blame me for being impolite." She turned to Gu Chuan, her eyes conveying a question. Understanding her intent, Gu Chuan stepped forward, producing an exquisite small porcelain basin from his hand. It was the treasure basin. He directed the basin towards the man, reciting incantations. Miraculously, a letter materialized within the basin. Shimmering with light, Jiu Chuan seized the letter, unfolded it, and his expression darkened. He handed it to Yin Shui, gravely stating, "You should read this for yourself." Yin Shui took the letter, quickly scanning its contents, her expression growing grave. The letter detailed the instigator's collusion with external forces, inciting the base's division, a conspiracy with irrefutable evidence. Holding the letter aloft, Yin Shui declared loudly, "Behold, this is the truth. The instigator is a spy sent by external forces, deliberately inciting our division to weaken our strength, paving the way for their own advantage." The crowd erupted in uproar, voices rising in fervent discussion. The instigator turned pale, trembling, realizing his defeat was imminent. The negotiator confronted him, exposing his treachery with righteous indignation. The dissenters stood in shock, unable to believe they had been deceived. Their gazes toward the instigator were filled with anger and disdain. The members of the mediation team beamed with relief, the oppressive atmosphere dissipating, replaced by joy and ease. However, the Carey idealist remained obstinate. He stepped forward, addressing Yin Shui with a firm tone. "Even if he is a spy, it does not alter our desire for independence. We have the right to choose our own future." Yin Shui stood her ground. "Independence? In such an environment, division will only lead us to ruin. We must unite to withstand the chilling tides and ensure our survival." "You!" The Carey idealist's eyes widened in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Yin Shui. Momentarily at a loss for words, the Unrealist approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder, hesitating to speak. His tightly pressed lips and the slight tremor at the corners of his eyes hinted at an impending change. The Unrealist finally spoke. "Carey, my brother, your ideals are not flawed, but those detached from reality are mere castles in the air. Why not establish a semi-autonomous district?" As soon as he finished speaking, the square fell into profound silence. Everyone, including Yin Shui and the mediation team, was taken aback. A semi-autonomous district? This was indeed an unexpected proposal. Confusion and curiosity rippled through the crowd. Yin Shui was the first to regain her composure, seizing upon the Unrealist's suggestion. A semi-autonomous district could satisfy, to some extent, your desire for self-governance while still remaining under the protection of the overall base. We can share resources and collectively resist the cold tides. While you can also establish internal regulations according to your own circumstances." She paused before continuing. "We can further discuss the specifics and devise a plan that both parties can accept." The Carey idealist's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. He glanced at the dissenters behind him, noting that many wore expressions of hesitation and uncertainty. Evidently, this proposal had prompted them to reconsider. Whispers began to circulate as individuals quietly discussed the feasibility of this plan. "We need time to deliberate," the Carey idealist stated firmly, locking eyes with Yin Shui. Yin Shui nodded. "Certainly, we will await your response here." The members of the mediation team exhaled in relief, smiles of satisfaction blooming on their faces. They admired Yin Shui's adaptability and leadership skills even more. The previously tense atmosphere had been skillfully alleviated by her. The Carey idealist gathered the dissenters in a corner of the square, forming a circle to engage in hushed discussions. Their expressions were serious, nodding and shaking their heads intermittently, the tension palpable, as the sun set and darkness fell. The atmosphere in the square grew increasingly charged. The members of the mediation team stood quietly, their gazes fixed on the dissenters deep in discussion. Night descended, the cold wind howled. The idealist approached Yin Shui. His expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. He paused, lifting his gaze to the inky blackness of the night sky. We need more time. Chapter 81. Crisis averted, unity restored. The biting wind enveloped the night, resembling an invisible beast that devoured every inch of the base and the square. The mediation team stood like statues, their eyes fixated on a distant corner engulfed in darkness, where the dissenters were embroiled in a fateful discussion. Yin Shui appeared serene at the forefront of the group, yet her tightly clasped hands betrayed her inner turmoil. The cold wind tousled her hair, stirring the taut strings of anxiety within her. She endeavored to maintain a facade of calm, but her restless heart thudded against her ribcage, echoing like a drumbeat in her ears. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, each minute becoming an agonizing eternity. The once relaxed faces of the mediation team members gradually morphed into masks of anxiety and unease. Some rubbed their hands together, others paced restlessly, occasionally casting glances at Yin Shui, seeking comfort in her presence. Yet, Yin Shui was oblivious to their plight, her focus entirely consumed by the encroaching shadows. Dim yellow lights flickered in the wind like dying flames, their feeble glow unable to dispel the oppressive atmosphere surrounding the square. Silence hung heavily, an enormous net ensnaring everyone's nerves. As time trickled away like droplets on ice, Yin Shui's heart sank deeper into despair, a creeping unease entwining itself within her. Had all their efforts been in vain? Was the base truly on the brink of division? These questions loomed like boulders, suffocating her. The light in her team members' eyes dimmed, replaced by restlessness and murmurs of discontent. The hopeful glimmers of yesteryear were gradually eclipsed by disappointment and despair. The weight of the atmosphere felt akin to thick ink, shrouding the entire square. At that moment, from the depths of darkness, a figure emerged. The idealist approached Yin Shui, his every step laden with gravity, as though he were treading upon the hearts of the gathered. Upon reaching her, he hesitated before finally uttering, "We need more time." His voice was low and hoarse, as if frozen by the cold wind. His words fell like a stone into a placid lake, sending ripples throughout the stillness. Yin Shui's heart plunged, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over her. Were they truly on the verge of failure? Just as she was about to respond, a faint light pierced through the gloom, akin to the dawn dispelling her shadows. Across the base, beams of light shot skyward like swords cleaving through the night. At the center of these beams stood Gu Chuan, holding an ancient basin from which an array of supplies surged forth. Food, clothing, medicine, and even warm items rarely seen amidst the cold wave glimmered softly. Like seeds of hope igniting the eyes of all that is this, someone gasped in disbelief. The treasure basin. It's the power of the treasure basin. The once despondent mediation team members were instantly rejuvenated, their eyes rekindled with hope. Cheers and gasps rose in a crescendo, drowning out the howling wind, as if a sudden downpour had washed away the oppressive atmosphere. The idealist's face mirrored surprise, his gaze locked onto the ever-emerging supplies. His earlier hesitation and struggle fading, replaced by an unmistakable yearning and hope. This, a sign from above, urging us to unite. The idealist murmured, his voice trembling. Yin Shui, too, was taken aback, her gaze fixed on Gu Chuan, filled with questions and confusion. Could he truly achieve this? Yet, there was no time for contemplation, for the unfolding events presented a new turning point. Under the collective gaze of the gathered, the idealist inhaled deeply and approached Yin Shui. Sincerity and resolve etched upon his face. We must abandon thoughts of division. His voice, though soft, struck each heart like a hammer, imbued with an irresistible force. We are willing to believe in you. His voice trembled slightly. This is wonderful. We have succeeded. We are united at last. Cheers surged like a tide, engulfing the entire square as people embraced one another, their spirits ignited like a flame, dispelling the chilling wind and warming every soul. In that moment, all previous barriers and conflicts faded, leaving only a shared purpose, to stand together and survive amidst the cold. As jubilant voices rang out, Gu Chuan stowed away the treasure basin and turned to Yin Shui. His gaze profound and a gentle smile graced his lips, as if he wished to say something, yet words eluded him. He approached Yin Shui, taking her hand, a warm current coursing through her being. She looked up at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her gratitude expressed in a silent gaze. She understood that without Gu Chuan's timely intervention, the base might have already crumbled. He responded with a resolute look, a silent communication that spoke volumes, more powerful than any words could convey. Those around them were touched by this tender scene, their previously taut nerves gradually unwinding. They embraced and encouraged one another, celebrating their hard-won unity. Laughter and joy echoed through the square, dispelling the cold and the lingering shadows that had haunted their hearts for days. A seed of hope took root within each soul. Yet, this fleeting harmony would not last long. While the crisis of division had been averted, deeper conflicts lingered. In subsequent discussions, friction arose once more among members of differing ideologies. The idealist insisted on prioritizing technological advancement, while the realist argued for addressing basic needs first. Both sides held firm, unwilling to yield, and the tension once again permeated the air. Observing the discord, Yin Shui took a deep breath and stepped forward once more. Rather than casting judgment, she patiently listened to both sides. Seeking common ground, she proposed that the base's resources be divided into two parts, one dedicated to technological development and the other to addressing basic needs. This solution would satisfy both demands while maximizing resource utilization. Her proposal garnered widespread support. Even the previously contentious idealist and realist nodded in agreement. After thorough discussion, consensus was reached. Witnessing the base members united in effort, Yin Shui's face illuminated with a smile of relief. She recognized that this hard-won unity was a collective achievement, the very hope for the base's future. The base thrived in an atmosphere of harmony and hope. Standing in the communal area, Yin Shui gazed upon the bustling crowd, her heart swelling with joy and a sense of accomplishment. "Will you attend tonight's celebration?" A voice called from behind her. Chapter 82. Hidden perils looming, dawn's light fading. Gu Chuan draped his arm around Yin Shui's shoulders, the warmth jolting her from her reverie. "Of course," Yin Shui replied, turning to him with a radiant smile. "This is a momentous occasion to celebrate our unity." The communal area buzzed with life, the crackling bonfire casting flickering light that dispelled the lingering chill. The aroma of food wafted through the air, and the faces of the people radiated with the joy of survival against the odds. Yin Shui surveyed her surroundings, heartened to see the base members rallying together, striving for their shared future. However, amidst the festivities, Yin Shui's keen senses detected dissonant murmurs. On the periphery of the crowd, a few figures huddled together, their voices low and conspiratorial. Phrases like unfair and division is better reached her ears. A tightness gripped her heart, an ominous premonition taking root. The hard-earned unity appeared far less steadfast than she had hoped. Once the celebration concluded, Yin Shui promptly initiated an investigation. She uncovered that while the idealist outwardly endorsed her plan, he was secretly inciting dissent among a faction of individuals. These individuals feigned compliance while actively sabotaging efforts, neglecting their responsibilities in resource allocation, equipment maintenance, and routine patrols. What began as minor issues gradually escalated into significant hazards. Disrupting the base's smooth operation, the atmosphere shifted subtly. The once jubilant spirit was now overshadowed by worry and anxiety. People became reticent, casting suspicious glances at one another. An oppressive silence settled over the base, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Observing this unsettling shift, Yin Shui felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. She yearned to preserve the fragile unity, yet the complexity of the situation far exceeded her expectations. "Gu Chuan." Yin Shui approached Gu Chuan with a heavy tone. "I fear we may be in trouble." After a brief pause, she continued, "Those dissenters." Gu Chuan, observing Yin Shui's serious expression, gently clasped her hand and inquired, "What is it?" Upon hearing her words, Gu Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. He did not respond immediately, but instead made his way to the central square of the base. There, he turned his palm, revealing an ancient bronze basin before the onlookers. The basin's opening was profound, as if it connected to another realm. Soon, a torrent of supplies began to pour forth from the basin. Not mere food or clothing, but meticulously categorized tools, materials, and even small power generators, tailored to the current needs of the base. This revelation sparked gasps of astonishment among the crowd, dispelling the previously somber atmosphere, replaced by surprise and curiosity. Jiu Chuan's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. These supplies are intended for all who toil for the base. If we unite and contribute our strength, we shall receive our due rewards. The emergence of these provisions acted as a potent tonic, instantly revitalizing the base's spirit. People began to fervently discuss how to utilize these resources. Their faces adorned with long-lost smiles, Yin Shui watched this transformation, a glimmer of hope blossoming within her. Seizing the moment, she stepped into the crowd, encouraging everyone to collaborate towards building a brighter future. The members of the mediation team were similarly inspired, regaining their confidence and eagerly returning to their tasks, in no time. The atmosphere of the base became invigorated once more, the air thick with a sense of hope. However, this bliss was short-lived. When the issue of resource allocation was brought to the fore, the conflict between the pragmatic negotiators and the idealistic visionaries erupted anew. The pragmatic negotiators insisted that supplies should be distributed according to the level of contribution, rewarding those who worked diligently while penalizing the indolent. In contrast, the idealists argued for an equitable distribution, ensuring that everyone, especially those unable to work due to various circumstances, received their fair share. The two sides exchanged heated words, each staunchly adhering to their stance, unwilling to yield. Fair compensation for labor is essential to motivate everyone. We cannot allow the lazy to benefit, asserted the pragmatic negotiator, his voice booming with a hint of firmness. No, we cannot do this. Everyone faces their own challenges. We should assist one another rather than cast blame, retorted the idealist, his face flushed with fervor as he gesticulated animatedly. Onlookers watched the escalating argument, and the previously eased atmosphere grew tense once more. Whispers rippled through the crowd as anxiety began to resurface. This cannot continue. The realist furrowed his brow, wishing to interject and mediate, yet found himself at a loss. Elder Een sighed, helplessly observing the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, the instigator lurked within the crowd, a barely perceptible smirk creeping across his lips. At that moment, Yin Shui, who had been silently observing the proceedings, surprisingly chose not to step in as she usually would. Instead, she stood quietly to the side, her gaze deep and contemplative, then gradually retreated a few steps, focusing on the two men in heated debate. Yin Shui's silence was like a stone cast into a lake, sending ripples through the once boisterous square, which fell suddenly silent. The crowd's puzzled gazes shifted from the arguing men to Yin Shui. They were bewildered as to why she, typically so proactive in mediation, chose to remain an observer now. Her clear eyes sparkled with an unusual intensity, akin to the calm sea before a storm, harboring unpredictable turmoil. Why isn't Sister Yin speaking? Someone murmured in the crowd. The unease spreading like wildfire, tightening the already strained atmosphere. The debate raged on, with the pragmatic negotiator making his case with sharp words, akin to a keen blade aimed at the idealist's vulnerabilities. The idealist, however, resembled a stubborn child, clinging to his unrealistic ideals, his face flushed, veins bulging, yet unable to persuade his opponent. Just as the pragmatic negotiator cornered the idealist, the latter suddenly paused. The confusion in his eyes began to clear. Replaced by a flicker of understanding, he inhaled deeply, as if finally grasping a crucial insight, perhaps why previous thoughts were indeed somewhat biased. The idealist lowered his head, his voice subdued, no longer exhibiting the fervor of before. Acknowledging that an equal distribution of resources might indeed dampen the enthusiasm of those who worked diligently. If you can think this way, that is truly commendable, the pragmatic negotiator replied, softening his tone. He was not unreasonable, merely believing that the idealist's proposal would lack broad support and hinder the base's progress. We must reward those who contribute to the base while also considering those in need. We can devise alternative compensation policies rather than resorting to mere equal distribution. Their exchange surprisingly culminated in an unexpected consensus. The crowd exchanged glances, the previously charged atmosphere dissipating, replaced by a sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity. Exactly, united. We can resolve any issue, someone exclaimed, prompting a wave of applause to erupt as the base's ambience transformed back into harmony, a light-hearted spirit enveloping the air. Yet, just as the people basked in this rare moment of tranquility, a sharp cry pierced the air, like a sword slicing through the fragile calm. That it's bad. The supply depot. It seems to have been ransacked. This sudden revelation detonated like thunder among the crowd, their smiles freezing into expressions of shock and fear. They exchanged incredulous glances, puzzled by the hidden machinations behind this chaos. Yin Shui slowly turned, her gaze traversing the crowd towards the distant supply depot, an enigmatic depth lurking in her eyes, as if something ominous was brewing. "Let us investigate," Yin Shui stated calmly, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Chapter 83. A hidden traitor. Threads of emotion entwined. Yin Shui pressed her lips together, her eyes glinting like icicles in the depths of winter. Emanating an unyielding chill, she took the lead, followed closely by several key members, and they hastened towards the supply depot. Along the way, whispers filled the air, faces etched with anxiety, trembling like leaves battered by a frigid wind. The doors of the depot stood ajar, resembling a gaping maw, ready to devour all hope. Upon entering, the sight that met Yin Shui's eyes sent a heavy weight crashing down on her heart. The once orderly stacks of supplies now lay scattered, as though ravaged by a tempest. Bags were torn, cans lay toppled, and several boxes of medicine had been overturned, their contents strewn across the ground. Emitting a pungent odor, an unspoken sense of oppression weighed heavily on everyone present, akin to a colossal boulder pressing down upon their chests. The pragmatic negotiator's brow furrowed in anger, an undeniable fire gleaming in his eyes. He surveyed the chaos and coldly declared, "This is nothing short of an outright provocation. Who is responsible for this?" The realist clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. His gaze swept over the crowd, filled with suspicion and wariness. "We must identify this individual. Otherwise, the base will inevitably fall into ruin at their hands." The idealist lingered in a corner, his once illuminated eyes now clouded with despair as he murmured, "Could someone be deliberately sabotaging our shared home? This cannot be." Elder Een, leaning on his cane, wore a face of worry, sighing with resignation. "Alas, when hearts scatter, it becomes difficult to lead the team." The instigator, meanwhile, reveled in the turmoil, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips as he whispered, "Perhaps someone wishes to muddy the waters to seize power amid the chaos." Yin Shui chose to ignore the murmurs of the crowd, bending down to meticulously examine the traces on the ground. Like a keen-nosed hound, she sought any clues that might reveal the truth. Rising slowly, her eyes now reflected not just suspicion, but a steely resolve. Surveying her surroundings, the air was thick with tension, as if an invisible net ensnared everyone within its grasp. The crowd exchanged wary glances, their expressions filled with distrust and defensiveness. The once unified collective now felt like countless isolated islands. As time passed, frustration mounted among the group, disappointment seeping into their ranks, the oppressive atmosphere resembling a dark cloud overshadowing the entire depot. Suddenly, Yin Shui inhaled sharply. She had noticed something. Her gaze fixated on several faint scratches on the floor, barely discernible unless one looked closely. Pointing to the markings, she opened her mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by the pragmatic negotiator, who swiftly approached her, blocking her view. "This matter must be resolved promptly," he asserted. Jiu Chuan retrieved a palm-sized ornate box from his pocket, gently opening it to reveal an ancient copper coin nestled within. He tossed the coin into the air, murmuring a few incantations. The basin shimmered with light, and a collection of sophisticated instruments materialized before them. There were devices resembling metal detectors, infrared scanners, and even a small drone, glowing with a cerulean hue. These tools exuded a sense of advanced technology, starkly contrasting with the icy environment, yet brimming with promise. These were the detection tools Gu Chuan had conjured using the magical basin. He distributed the equipment among the group, briefly explaining their functions. A gasp erupted from the crowd, and the flicker of hope danced in the eyes of every individual present. Yin Shui received a microscope-like device, scrutinizing the minute scratches on the ground with meticulous care. Using the probe attached to the instrument, she gently touched the scratches, and the screen instantly displayed information regarding their depth, width, and formation time. Furrowing her brow, she swiftly navigated the data on the screen with her fingers. The members of the mediation team gathered around her, holding their breath, fixated on her every movement. "These scratches are quite peculiar," Yin Shui murmured, her gaze locked onto the data displayed on the screen, her mind racing to extract crucial information. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she lifted her head abruptly. her eyes landing on an inconspicuous wooden box in the corner of the storage room. She hurried towards the box and crouched down to examine it closely. At that moment, a loose plank unexpectedly gave way, catching Yin Xue off guard. She slipped and fell backwards. "Be careful," a startled voice exclaimed, as a strong arm swiftly wrapped around her waist. Ji Yuchuan rushed over. Anxiety etched across his face, and upon seeing Yin Xue nearly topple, he caught her, his voice laced with concern. "Are you all right?" Yin Xue shook her head, her complexion slightly pale. Glancing down, she noticed a slender wound on her calf. Blood seeping slowly from it. Yuchuan gently helped Yin Xue to sit, retrieving a bottle of medicinal liquid and some clean gauze from the treasure basin, delicately tending to her injury. As Yin Xue gazed into Gu Chuan's focused eyes. An unfamiliar sensation stirred within her. The onlookers, witnessing their interaction, could not help but smile knowingly. The warm atmosphere gradually spread, alleviating the tense and oppressive ambience of the storage room. Once her wound was tended to, Yin Xue stood up, her gaze once again fixed on the wooden box. Taking a deep breath, she slowly reached out to open it, only to find it completely empty. A sudden chill ran down her spine as she noticed some strange black powder at the bottom of the box. Dipping her finger into the powder, she brought it to her nose for a delicate sniff, her expression shifting dramatically. "This is..." Just as she was about to speak, a voice rang out from behind her. "What are you doing?" Yin Xue's piercing gaze locked onto Lu Yong, the base member standing at the doorway, his expression one of panic. He clutched an empty sack, smeared with the same black powder found at the bottom of the box. Lu Yong's face turned ashen, his eyes darting nervously as he stammered. "No, it wasn't me. I was just passing by." "Passing by? With an empty sack stained with the same powder found in the box? Do you take us for fools?" An realist shouted, stepping forward to seize Lu Yong by the collar. Lu Yong violently shrugged off an realist's grip, shouting hysterically, "Someone is framing me. It must be you. You've always had it out for me." He pointed accusingly at Yin Xue and the negotiator, spitting with fervor. "You want to eliminate me to solidify your power." The atmosphere tensed, and the crowd drew back, casting uncertain glances at Lu Yong. Some believed he was indeed framed, while others suspected he was the true traitor. In an instant, confusion erupted, the scene devolving into chaos. The negotiator stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yin Xue. His gaze sharp as he addressed Lu Yong with a calm yet authoritative tone. "Lu Yong, calm down. If you are indeed innocent, you should cooperate with us to investigate and find the true culprit." Pausing for effect, he continued, his voice growing more incisive. "You claim someone is framing you. Then tell us, who is it? Why would they want to frame you?" Lu Yong faltered, his eyes flickering, struggling to articulate a coherent response. The negotiator pressed on, exploiting the gaps in Lu Yong's narrative, skillfully cornering him. "You just said you were passing by. Now tell us, where did you come from? Where were you headed?" Lu Yong stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his gaze wavering, unable to meet the negotiator's piercing stare. "And the sack you hold, where did it come from?" I found it. Found it. Since when can one simply find things in the storage room?" Under the relentless questioning from the negotiator, Lu Yong's mental defenses crumbled entirely, and he slumped to the ground, softly weeping. Ultimately, he confessed that he had succumbed to the temptation of an external force, the Black Snake Gang, and had resorted to theft. The truth unveiled, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. They admired the negotiator's wisdom and composure, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief and lightness. Just then, a base member stumbled into the room, pale and breathless, exclaiming, "This is bad. The base's defense system has malfunctioned." "What?" Panic rippled through the crowd. Alarms blared incessantly, as if a horde of unknown creatures were drawing near. Yin Xue's heart sank, a foreboding sense of dread washing over her. She immediately realized this was likely the next move of the Black Snake Gang. "Go to the Defense System Control Center," Yin Xue decisively commanded, leading everyone out of the storage room. The biting cold wind howled, sweeping up the snow on the ground like a raging beast. Upon reaching the base's defense system, Yin Xue beheld the flashing warning lights, her expression grave. Chapter 84. The Ultimate Crisis. United to break the deadlock, the piercing cold wind carried snowflakes like a multitude of icy needles. Stinging exposed skin, Yin Xue and her group hurried into the Defense System Control Center, where the blaring red warning lights assaulted their senses, flashing like bloodthirsty eyes in the chilling air. The dials on the control panel swung wildly, emitting sharp beeping sounds as if lamenting this sudden crisis. Yen Shue's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, an overwhelming sense of urgency enveloping her. Her gaze swept across the gathered individuals, each face etched with gravity and unease, akin to a storm-laden sky, oppressive and suffocating. A palpable tension hung in the air, as if it were on the verge of exploding. Striding to the control panel, she swiftly manipulated the keyboard, lines of complex code flashing across the screen like shimmering silver serpents. The negotiator, the idealist, the realist, Elder Een, and the instigator gathered around, their expressions tense as they scrutinized the data on the screen. "What is the situation?" The negotiator's voice trembled, shattering the suffocating silence. Yen Shue's brow furrowed, her tone heavy with concern. "The situation is far worse than we anticipated. The core defense system circuitry is severely damaged, requiring a substantial amount of rare materials for repairs, and it must be completed within a short time frame." "Rare materials?" The realist gasped, despair dripping from his voice. "Our base's reserves are utterly insufficient for the repairs." In an instant, a wave of despair spread like a plague, enveloping everyone present, leaving them breathless. The flicker of hope that once burned brightly now flickered precariously in the cold, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Elder Yin's face was etched with deep wrinkles, and he sighed heavily, shaking his head in resignation. The idealist and the instigator exchanged contemplative glances, a shadow of concern crossing their features. Time ticked away, each second feeling like a chilling weight bearing down on their hearts. Silence enveloped the control room, a voiceless despair binding them all tightly. Just as everyone seemed at a loss, a low voice shattered the stifling silence. "I have the materials." Jiu Chuan's voice resonated, deep and powerful, akin to a bomb dropped into the abyss of despair, instantly stirring a tempest. The crowd turned towards him, seeing him standing at the entrance, cradling an ancient bronze basin, which emanated a soft golden glow, illuminating his resolute face. "The treasure basin!" The realist exclaimed in disbelief. Without a word, Gu Chuan placed the basin on the ground, murmuring incantations. A miraculous scene unfolded. The golden light surged from the basin, and an array of rare materials emerged as if conjured by magic, piling high and shimmering brilliantly. The control center erupted in a deafening cheer, the shroud of despair lifting, replaced by the brilliance of hope. Yen Shue's gaze fell upon Gu Chuan, her eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. "What are you waiting for? Begin the repairs immediately," Gu Chuan commanded, and the crowd sprang into action as if invigorated with newfound energy. Yen Shui orchestrated with confidence, allocating tasks to various teams, while the idealist and the realist set aside their previous disagreements, united in their efforts to restore the systems. Time trickled by, the control center ablaze with light as everyone worked diligently and methodically. Sweat soaking their clothes, yet no one complained. Their sole belief was to repair the defense system and safeguard their home. Other base members rushed in to assist, transporting materials, passing tools, and offering encouragement. Witnessing this spirit of unity, excitement and pride rippled through the crowd. "We will succeed," a young member shouted, his voice resonating with strength, inspiring those around him. "Yes, we will succeed," the crowd echoed in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens. Gu Chuan and Yen Shui fought side by side, their eyes occasionally meeting, no words needed to convey their understanding. "Report, external communication request received." Gu Chuan tightened the last component in his hand, beads of sweat trickling down his temples and splattering onto the console, creating tiny droplets. Yen Shui focused intently on the pulsating data on the screen, her fingers dancing across the keyboard like a master pianist, composing a symphony to protect their homeland. Their gazes briefly met amidst the flurry of activity, and without the need for words, a mere glance sufficed to convey their mutual trust and reliance. This silent understanding was akin to a ray of sunshine on a winter's day, warming the hearts of everyone present, dispelling tension and fear, and enveloping the space in a cozy atmosphere. Defense system repair progress. 99.100. Repair complete. The operator's excited voice resonated throughout the control center, akin to a thunderclap, shattering the long-held gloom. Cheers erupted from the crowd, their taut nerves finally loosening, and joy radiated from each face, a testament to their survival against the odds. However, This fleeting elation was swiftly interrupted by a sudden, urgent alarm. Alarm! External forces have launched an attack. The operator's voice trembled, dousing the enthusiasm of the crowd like ice water. The atmosphere in the control center instantly solidified, a tense pall once again descending upon everyone. On the screen, a multitude of red dots rapidly approached the base, resembling a dark tide poised to engulf this final sanctuary. The enemy's onslaught was fierce, and the members of the base faced immense pressure. The tension reaching its zenith. Activate the defense system. Gu Chuan's voice was steady and powerful, serving as an anchor for the troops' morale. Following his command, the perimeter defense system sprang to life in an instant. Beams of energy slicing through the night sky, weaving an impenetrable net of energy that intercepted the enemy's assaults. Explosions erupted in a cacophony, shaking the ground of the control center, yet the members of the base stood resolute, manning the defense system and fiercely resisting the enemy's advance. Time ticked by, the enemy's aggression intensifying, and the energy of the defense system rapidly depleting. Just as everyone felt they could no longer hold on, the enemy's assault suddenly diminished, the red dots gradually receding. "They are retreating," the operator exclaimed, and the control center erupted in deafening cheers. The crisis had finally been averted, and the members of the base celebrated this hard-won victory. The threat of division had been completely eradicated, and the base was filled with a spirit of unity and harmony. Ji Yuchuan approached Yan Shui, gently taking her hand, their gazes meeting once more. This time filled with the unspoken sentiment of "we have won." Yan Shui's voice trembled slightly, yet her tone was resolute. "Indeed, we have won," Gu Chuan replied with a smile, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. The doors of the control center slowly opened, blinding light flooding in. Gu Chuan squinted, then released Yan Shui's hand and strode confidently outside. Yan Shui stood in the base's council chamber, gazing at the empty seats. Where has everyone gone? Chapter 85. Exploring the roots of division, seeking the path to unity inside the council chamber, the vacant seats resembled silent black holes, devouring the last remnants of warmth in the air. Yan Shui's gaze swept over the positions of her former comrades, a tumult of complex emotions surging within her. Just moments ago, they had stood united against external foes, as resilient as unyielding steel. Yet now, with the crisis merely past, the seeds of division rapidly took root, tearing apart the fortress of unity with gaping rifts. She recalled the flicker of hope in their eyes as the defense system teetered on the brink of collapse. The echoes of their shouts and the spirit of sacrifice for their collective survival. But at this moment, those once familiar faces now appeared so alien and distant, their brows furrowed with suspicion and wariness. The air thick with a stifling tension. Yan Shui inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the turmoil churning within her chest. She slowly approached the council table and gently tapped its surface, the crisp sound resonating starkly in the silent chamber. "Ladies and gentlemen, shouldn't we have a serious discussion?" Yan Shui's voice was cool and resolute, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. The spokesperson for the negotiation, a tall and resolute man, was the first to shatter the silence. His brow furrowed, impatience lacing his tone. "Discuss what? What is there left to talk about? 'Cause unrealistic ideas will only drag the entire base down." "Unrealistic?" The idealist, Ku, abruptly stood, his face flushed, fury blazing in his eyes. "What we pursue is not mere survival, but the establishment of a better new world. Your narrow vision prevents you from understanding my ideals." The pragmatist immediately countered, "Ideals? Right now, even basic survival is at stake." "What do you mean by ideals? Stop dreaming. Enough." Yan Shui's tone intensified, interrupting their endless bickering. Her sharp gaze swept across each individual present, arguing solves nothing. "We must identify the root of the problem to find a solution." "The root?" The instigator sneered derisively, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "The root is that some wish to rise above others and act unilaterally." Old Een sighed softly, moving beside Ku, attempting to persuade. "Young man, your ideas are commendable, but one must also consider the practical situation. Unity is paramount." Yet, Ku stubbornly shook his head, his gaze fixed on the chaotic scene before him, causing Yan Shui great distress. As if she were mired in a viscous quagmire, every step forward an arduous struggle. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily, like dark clouds pressing down, suffocating in its intensity. She sensed that this was merely the calm before the storm. that a far greater crisis was brewing. Just as she was about to speak, a familiar beam of light pierced the dimness of the council chamber, exuding an eerie quality, both real and surreal, leaving one bewildered. This light did not emanate from the outside, but appeared out of thin air at the chamber's center, initially flickering like a firefly before swiftly transforming into a dazzling orb of light. Radiating a gentle yet undeniable brilliance, as the light faded, a familiar figure emerged before the crowd. Gu Chuan. He held up a delicate bronze basin, which floated in his palm, its opening resembling an unfathomable vortex. Slowly spinning and emitting a faint azure glow, the legendary treasure known as the Gathering Pot. The assembly was captivated by this sudden spectacle, the previously tense atmosphere easing slightly. Gu Chuan, with a calm demeanor, gradually tilted the gathering pot in an instant. Countless peculiar items surged forth from the basin, resembling a dreamlike performance. The first to emerge were rows of neatly arranged energy panels, their deep blue surfaces reminiscent of distant stars. Smooth as mirrors, emanating a soft warmth. These energy panels were not traditional resources but high-purity energy crystals transformed by Gu Chuan using the Gathering Pot, capable of providing stable energy for the base and laying the foundation for future technological advancements. Following that, bags of fragrant flour and cans of well-sealed meat tumbled out, forming a small mountain on the floor. These provisions could not only address the base's immediate needs, but also instill hope for survival amid the cold wave. Even more astonishingly, after the food, a batch of uniquely designed mechanical devices appeared, resembling dormant steel behemoths, glimmering with cold metallic luster, clearly high-tech products. These machines were not conventional defensive weapons but advanced equipment capable of purifying air and improving soil, encompassing the future ecological planning of the base and satisfying Ku's vision of rebuilding a better world. Everyone present was profoundly shaken by this spectacle, their eyes wide with disbelief at the seemingly magical appearance of these resources. The spokesperson's previously furrowed brow relaxed as he gazed intently at the energy panels, seemingly assessing their worth. The pragmatist was drawn to the piles of food, his eyes gleaming with insatiable desire. And old Yin's kind face revealed a smile of contentment, as though he glimpsed hope for resolving the division crisis. Only the instigator harbored a flicker of malice in his eyes, realizing the situation was turning unfavorable for him. Ku was so agitated that he trembled, his gaze fixed on the high-tech machinery as if envisioning the blueprint for a new world. Yin Shui looked at Gu Chuan, her eyes filled with trust and relief. She knew that Gu Chuan's arrival was like a ray of sunshine, dispelling the gloom that had shrouded everyone's hearts. Gu Chuan also glanced at Yin Shui, gently nodding, a subtle warmth passing between them. Akin to a flame in the cold winter, both comforting and resolute. Gu Chuan surveyed the crowd, calmly stating, "These resources are sufficient to help us weather the current crisis and lay the groundwork for future development." He paused, casting a meaningful look at everyone present. However, this is just the beginning. What we need is unity. Just as the crowd was still basking in surprise, Ku suddenly stood up, pointing at the energy panels and exclaiming, "These items can create a better future for us." The pragmatist immediately countered, "Future? Right now, food is the priority. Let's fill our stomachs first, you." The bickering between the two resumed, and the tension in the air once again escalated. The idealist, Ku, abruptly struck the table, causing the energy boards atop it to hum with a resonant vibration. "With these resources, we could forge more advanced apparatuses and cultivate a brighter future. Food is merely a transient concern." And the realist was equally unyielding. Seizing a handful of flour, he let the pristine white powder cascade through his fingers. "A beautiful future? Will you consume it? Without sustenance, we may not survive to see tomorrow." The two men faced off, their words nearly spewing forth in a torrent of fervor, the air in the council chamber thickening with palpable tension, laden with the acrid scent of powder as the temperature seemed to rise. On the brink of an explosion, Yin Shui inhaled deeply, her cool voice akin to a crystalline spring in winter, swiftly extinguishing the imminent fury. "Gentlemen, please remain calm." Her gaze swept over both men, her tone resolute yet tranquil. Mr. Ku's pursuit of a better future is undoubtedly commendable, yet without a stable foundation for survival, ideals are ultimately but castles in the air. Mr. An's focus on immediate needs is understandable, yet a vision limited to the present, devoid of long-term planning, will lead only to stagnation. She paused, her tone intensifying. What we require is a synthesis of both approaches, addressing our current survival challenges while simultaneously laying the groundwork for future development. Yen Shue's words resonated like thunder, reverberating in the ears of all present. The council chamber fell into a hushed silence, disbelief etched on the faces of the assembly. Even the ever-watchful Rian, the instigator, narrowed his eyes slightly, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his lips. He gently caressed the ring on his finger, its cold touch reminiscent of a serpent slowly coiling. Just as the assembly grappled with Yen Shue's pronouncement, Ren spoke, his tone laced with seduction. Miss Yin is indeed correct, yet the question remains, who shall dictate this synthesis? Who will determine the allocation of resources? Who can guarantee fairness and justice? His voice, though not loud, slithered through the stillness of the chamber, an unsettling hiss that sent shivers down spines. The smile upon his lips grew more pronounced, like a chilling star twinkling in the night sky, cold and sinister. Of course, he elongated the syllables, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, ultimately resting upon Gu Chuan. He is the most capable among us. Chapter 86. Breaking the norm, resolving the division as Yen Shue's voice faded. The atmosphere in the council chamber became stifling, as though the very air had been siphoned away. Ren's sinister laughter shattered the silence, his words spreading like poison among the crowd. A shiver ran down Yen Shue's spine as she silently withdrew from the council chamber, her steps heavy with anxiety. She understood that if Ren's scheme came to fruition, the base would be irrevocably fractured, a fate that would be fatal amidst the current chilling tempest. She must prevent this calamity from unfolding. The biting wind swirled around her, the snowflakes dancing like countless daggers against her face, sharpening her resolve. Approaching the periphery of the dissidents' gathering, her gaze pierced through the wary expressions. She knew that this was merely a fade. Among the throng manipulated by the instigator, many possessed kind hearts, merely blinded and in need of awakening. Suddenly, a cacophony disrupted the heavy atmosphere. The idealist, Ku, that obstinate leader, was rallying more dissidents to his cause. Armed with rudimentary weapons and expressions of determination, they appeared as if on the verge of battle. Witnessing this scene, Yen Shue felt as though she had been brutally stabbed, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over her. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, the pain serving to heighten her awareness. Inhaling deeply, she forced herself to quell the fiery rage within. If she succumbed to their fervor, the situation would only deteriorate further. A cooler, more rational approach was imperative. She needed to find a breakthrough, a means to dissolve the deadlock and avert the impending crisis. Fixing her gaze upon Ku, her mind raced, a daring plan gradually coalescing. At that moment, her attention was drawn to a familiar figure approaching the council chamber. It was Gu Chuan. What purpose did he have here? A wave of unease enveloped Yen Shue as she halted in her tracks. The wind and snow intensifying, swirling the accumulated snow into ghostly apparitions. Jiu Chuan's silhouette flickered in the storm, each step resolute and powerful. As if the tempest could not deter him, he strode directly towards the council chamber. Stopping at the entrance, where he retrieved an aged parchment from the treasure trove. The scroll bore ancient inscriptions recounting a time-worn legend. In the frigid expanse, only through unity and cooperation can one conquer the harsh winter and rebuild their home. This was not merely a tale, but rather a prophecy, a guiding beacon. Jiu Chuan held the scroll aloft, allowing the wind and snow to buffet it, the words shimmering with an otherworldly glow, as if they were whispering profound truths to the assembly. The dissidents paused, their curiosity piqued by the scroll, a sight they had never encountered before, filling them with wonder and doubt. Following this, Gu Chuan produced an ancient emblem from the trove, inscribed with the words unity and coexistence. This emblem, once worn collectively by the dissidents, re-emerged, stirring within them long-buried memories. The seeds of hope began to quietly sprout in the hearts of the fractured. Meanwhile, Ming, the negotiator, deviated from his usual confrontational stance, approaching Ku with sincerity in his voice. "Brother Ku, do you recall the vows we once made together? We all harbor dreams of changing the world." Yet, he paused, his voice deep and resonant, each word striking against Ku's heart like a hammer. Ku gazed at Ming, the echoes of past ideals and promises surged within him, nearly overwhelming. Ku's lips quivered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Ming extended a hand, resting it gently on Ku's shoulder. brother, we still have a chance. If we unite, we can surely overcome this bitter chill. He finally found his voice, hoarse and feeble. Yin Shui held her breath, her eyes riveted upon this unfolding moment, silently praying, "A report. External forces are making new moves." A voice shattered the fragile tranquility. Yin Shui's lips curled into a faint smile, her approving gaze akin to a warm ray of sunlight, dispelling the remnants of uncertainty within Ming. Receiving this affirmation, a swell of indescribable pride surged within him, as if his very veins were boiling, years of restraint and effort finally recognized. At that moment, a gentle warmth permeated the air, like a clear spring nurturing the frostbitten earth. Yet, this harmonious atmosphere was as fragile as thin ice, easily shattered by Ren's chilling laughter. He lurked like a venomous serpent, insidiously stirring the embers of unresolved anger within the dissidents. His caustic words pierced the heart like poisoned arrows. Your ideals, your perseverance, are viewed as mere folly by them. They seek to extinguish your fervor with their hypocritical compassion. His voice dripped with temptation and provocation, akin to a demon's whisper, luring souls into an abyss of despair. The recently quelled fury seemed poised to reignite. The eyes of the dissidents clouded with confusion and rage once more. A tense atmosphere enveloped the land, the air thickening to a suffocating degree. In this charged moment, Yin Shui remained strikingly composed, her clear eyes radiating confidence. A knowing smile graced her lips, as if she held the reins of fate within her grasp. That smile, like the dawn's first light, dispelled the shadows clouding the hearts of those present, yet also posed a profound question. What extraordinary strategy did she possess? Her confidence resonated like an invisible force, inspiring all in her vicinity. Gradually, she approached the center of the base's communal area, her silhouette resolute against the biting cold. Each step she took felt as though it resonated in the hearts of all, drawing their gazes and tugging at their emotions. She moved with a deliberate calm. Yet in her stride lay an undeniable conviction, compelling those around her to follow her lead. It seemed she was on the verge of unleashing a new storm. Upon reaching the center, she halted, her gaze sharp as a blade, surveying each individual present. Then, her clear voice rang out, echoing throughout the base. "Everyone, gather here. I have something to share." Chapter 87. Crafting a masterstroke to resolve the crisis. Ushering in a new dawn for the base, the frigid wind bore down, swirling the snowflakes like merciless daggers against every cheek. In the communal area of the base, a multitude gathered, the atmosphere taut as a string poised to snap. All eyes converged upon Yin Shui, as if she were a solitary snow lotus, defiantly blooming amidst the harsh winter, radiating an undeniable brilliance. Her gaze remained clear and resolute, devoid of any hint of panic or unease. As if the storm could not disturb her inner peace, in the midst of the crowd, the instigator resembled a rabid dog, frantically barking as if its tail had been stepped on. "You have all been deceived by her. She seeks to control you." The shrillness of his voice pierced the air like venomous thorns, attempting to embed themselves in the hearts of all present. Yin Shui's brow furrowed slightly. She could sense the intense malice woven into the instigator's words. This malevolence was akin to the biting cold wind of winter, striving to extinguish the flame of resolve within her. Yet, what burned within her was a profound sense of duty to the base, a fierce guardianship over all. This conviction stood unyielding as a rock. The fire within her flared even brighter. She would not permit such a clown as the instigator to snuff out her flame. Slowly, she lifted her head, her gaze like a blazing torch, sweeping over every individual present. Her eyes were sharp as blades, seemingly capable of piercing through the facade of the human heart, exposing the hidden ugliness lurking in the shadows to the light of day. At that moment, the venue fell into a hushed silence. The only sound discernible was the chilling wind entwined with the whisper of falling snow. The crowd held their breath, awaiting Yin Shui's next words. They understood that this seemingly delicate woman possessed an indomitable spirit and wisdom that surpassed ordinary comprehension when it mattered most. She gradually parted her crimson lips. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear, akin to a warm ray of sunshine dispelling the gloom of winter. "Ladies and gentlemen, today, I shall unveil the true nature of an individual." She paused, her gaze sharpening, her tone resolute. "Her existence is the very root of our base's division." Her eyes flashed like lightning, locking onto the instigator with unwavering precision. The instigator felt as though he were ensnared by a venomous serpent, a chill coursing through his veins. He attempted to retort, yet found himself rendered voiceless, as if a hand had gripped his throat. In the moment when the tension reached its zenith, Yan Shui's lips curled into a knowing smile as she softly declared, "He is not one of us." The howling wind continued its relentless assault, the snowflakes cutting through the air like daggers. Yan Shui's voice, like the warmth of winter sunlight, pierced through the crowd's despair. Yet it also bore the sharpness of a sword, aimed directly at the instigator's heart. "He is not one of you." No sooner had her words left her mouth than a profound silence enveloped the assembly, the only echo being the wind and snow. The blood drained from the instigator's face, and he, who had been so arrogant moments before, now resembled a wilted eggplant, devoid of vitality. His throat constricted, desperate to speak. Yet no sound emerged. The surrounding members of the base exchanged expressions of shock and anger, murmuring amongst themselves. The negotiator, sensing the opportune moment, stepped forward with an air of composure, holding a stack of papers. "Everyone, take a look. This is the evidence we found in the instigator's dormitory." He raised the papers high, capturing the attention of all. The documents clearly detailed the collusion between the instigator and external forces. Comprehensive plans and communication records, each piece substantiating his betrayal. "Instigator, what more do you have to say?" The negotiator's voice was calm and firm, like the unyielding ice of winter, sending chills down spines. The instigator's complexion turned ashen, the pamphlets in his hands trembling before finally falling weakly to the ground. You won't believe it," he nearly roared, though his words sounded feeble and empty. "Enough!" Yan Shui's voice rang out once more, resonating like thunder in winter, deafening in its authority. Her gaze swept across each individual, her words imbued with undeniable gravitas. "His words are no longer worthy of our trust. We cannot allow one person's selfishness to destroy our shared homeland." The crowd's emotions surged, a chorus of angry shouts erupted, their resentment towards the instigator spilling forth like a volcanic eruption. Meanwhile, Yan Shui stood tall and unbreakable amidst their gaze. At her side, Gu Chuan approached. Grasping her hand, the warmth of his touch seemingly capable of dispelling all chill. They exchanged a knowing smile, and in that moment, a sense of accomplishment and deep affection blossomed between them, warming the entire venue. Just as the atmosphere of victory reached its peak, an unexpected voice shattered the tranquility. The idealist stepped forward, his head bowed, his tone heavy with remorse. "I thought I was deceived by him. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry." Everyone, his words, though faint against the wind and snow, seemed to herald the unfolding of subsequent events. The idealist's admission was like the melting of ice in winter. Though fragile, it resonated deeply with all present. He raised his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with guilt and regret. "I admit, I was beguiled by his hypocritical rhetoric. I thought that division could lead to a better future, but now I understand that unity is our only path forward." His voice trembled, yet it brimmed with sincerity. The crowd exchanged glances, and soon erupted into a thundering chorus of understanding. "Ku, you too were misled. We do not blame you. As long as you are willing to return, you will always be welcomed." The words of comfort washed over him like a gentle spring breeze, warming the idealist's heart. The tide of guilt receded, replaced by hope for the future and a sense of belonging to the collective. He bowed deeply, affirming his resolve. Yan Shui observed this scene, a smile of relief gracing her lips. She knew that the threat of division had finally been eradicated. She gradually made her way towards the crowd, arms outstretched, her powerful voice proclaiming, "Everyone, we have weathered storms and witnessed the malevolence of humanity, yet we have triumphed because we stand united. Now, let us come together once more to embrace the challenges that lie ahead." A resounding cheer erupted from the crowd, each face illuminated with the joy of survival. They embraced tightly, sharing in the warmth and unity that had been reclaimed. In that instant, all barriers and suspicions evaporated, replaced by an unparalleled trust and strength. The atmosphere reached a crescendo, laughter and shouts intertwining to form a captivating symphony. Ji Yuchuan stood beside Yan Shui, exchanging smiles that melted away all fatigue. They understood that this hard-won victory was precious, necessitating a deeper appreciation for the unity they had regained. However, just as the crowd basked in their joyous atmosphere, An unusual light flickered on the distant horizon. This glow resembled a lurking beast, tinged with an eerie hue, gradually spreading across the frigid night sky. The cheers subsided, and everyone was drawn to this sudden spectacle, a palpable sense of unease permeating the air. Yen Shue's smile froze at the corners of her mouth. She slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes sharp as a blade, piercing into the distant sky. Chapter 88. Dawn breaks, division dissipates. The peculiar light on the distant horizon vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. As if it had never existed. Yen Shue's brows knitted in concern. The unease within her had not abated. Instead, it took root like a buried seed, quietly sprouting. She inhaled deeply, suppressing her anxiety, and turned to face the assembly. The eyes of the base members were like invisible shackles, tightly binding them to Yen Shue. Moments ago immersed in joy and unity, they now wore expressions of tension and anticipation. Yen Shue stepped forward, moving toward the center of the crowd. Although the idealist had expressed his willingness to reunite, scattered voices of doubt and unwillingness still lingered. The stubborn dissenters resembled the unyielding ice of winter, resistant to thaw. Must it truly be this way? Yen Shue's voice was cold yet resolute, akin to a blade cutting through the frigid air, piercing the hearts of those who heard it. Her gaze traversed the faces before her, seeking any sign of wavering resolve. Yet all she received in return was silence. The dissenters stood like frozen statues, their faces etched with obstinacy and disdain. Their eyes reflected disappointment in reality and confusion about the future. Yen Shue attempted to approach them, softening her tone as she patiently explained the current situation and the significance of unity. Each word she spoke was imbued with heartfelt emotion, striving to awaken the humanity buried deep within them. I understand that you have your own thoughts, your own ideals. But now is not the time for internal strife. Her eyes burned with intensity as she locked onto the idealist. Do you truly wish to witness our downfall due to infighting? The idealist turned his head away, offering no response. The few dissenters behind him merely snickered, their disdain and resistance as piercing as the bitter wind. The oppressive atmosphere hung like a thick fog, shrouding the entire venue. The air felt as though it had solidified, creating a suffocating sensation. A wave of helplessness washed over Yen Shue, as if she were submerged in a frigid abyss, everything around her fading into obscurity. Just then, a familiar figure approached Yen Shue, standing by her side. Ji Yuchuan gently grasped her hand, a subtle warmth emanating from his touch. Yen Shue looked up, meeting Gu Chuan's deep gaze, which was filled with unwavering determination and confidence. It seemed that some individuals required a bit of special surprise. Gu Chuan's lips curved into a knowing smile, his eyes shining like stars in the night sky, twinkling with an elusive brilliance. His voice, though soft, rippled through the crowd like a stone thrown into a placid lake, creating waves of astonishment. With a gentle wave of his hand, several uniquely shaped objects materialized before the astonished eyes of the assembly. At first glance, one is captivated by a delicate model of a greenhouse, its interior illuminated with a radiant glow and teeming with verdant life. An array of vegetables and fruits flourishes within, exuding an enticing aroma. Following closely, a miniature water purifier operates smoothly, its transparent pipes showcasing the transformation of murky water into crystal clarity before one's very eyes. Lastly, the most striking of all is a small solar panel, radiating a warm light that seems to dispel the chill of the air. These items are not mere technological marvels. They embody a perfect fusion of ideals and reality. The greenhouse model symbolizes the possibility of warmth and abundance even amidst a cold wave. The water purifier heralds the notion that clean water is no longer an unattainable luxury, while the solar panel represents light and hope, capable of dispelling the gloom that envelopes the hearts of the people. Initially disdainful, the dissenters find their gaze irresistibly drawn to these wondrous objects. The once unyielding expressions on their iron-like faces begin to waver. Ku, the idealist, opens his eyes wide, and those previously indifferent dissenters take a few involuntary steps forward, their countenances gradually transforming from reluctance and resistance to an indescribable glimmer of hope. The surrounding atmosphere seems to warm, the previously oppressive ambience dissipating as a long-forgotten sense of hope begins to quietly spread throughout the base. The previously confused gazes regarding the future slowly ignite with a newfound brilliance. Yin Shui feels the warmth of Gu Chuan's palm next to her and turns to look at him in gratitude. A subtle smile graces his lips, his eyes sparkling with unwavering determination. An affirmation of his support for her and a testament to his confidence in the future. Without the need for words. A profound trust and tacit understanding flows gently between them as this, truly happening? A young dissenter murmurs, his voice laden with disbelief. Jiu Chuan offers no reply, merely signaling with his eyes before casting his gaze into the distance. With a flick of his hand, the items on the ground vanish in an instant, as though they had never existed. The air still lingers with the shock brought by those objects, each heart brimming with yearning. At that moment, an anti-realist steps forward, his expression one of unprecedented seriousness. He addresses the crowd, slowly articulating. Perhaps we can. The anti-realist inhales deeply, his gaze steadfastly sweeping over the assembly, his somewhat rugged voice reverberating through the air. We cannot remain ensnared in mere fantasies. The most pressing matter at hand is to resolve our immediate challenges. My suggestion is to concentrate our manpower and resources to renovate the existing shelters, ensuring that every member has sufficient living space. Simultaneously, we must strengthen the patrols to guarantee the safety of the base. His words resonate with a pragmatic tone, filled with sensible considerations. However, Ku, the idealist, scoffs derisively, his face etched with disdain. Humph! Your so-called pragmatism is merely short-sightedness. What we need is a long-term vision, an ambition to change our circumstances, not to languish in this confined space, merely surviving. Ku's remarks ignite the atmosphere like a lit fuse, instantly turning the venue into a powder keg. The anti-realist glares furiously, veins throbbing on his forehead. Your so-called long-term vision is nothing more than a castle in the air. Utterly unrealistic. The clash between the two factions resembles two raging torrents, violently colliding and stirring up waves of tension. Enough! Just as the atmosphere reaches a boiling point, Yin Shui's icy voice cuts through the chaos like a chilling wind, instantly quelling the agitation in the gathering. She strides calmly to the center of the crowd. Acknowledging that while the anti-realist's plan addresses the immediate dilemma, the idealist's foresight illuminates the path ahead. Why can't we merge both approaches? Her words shine like a ray of sunlight. Dispersing the gloom in everyone's hearts, she begins to articulate her thoughts, cleverly intertwining the pragmatism of the anti-realist with the vision of the idealist, proposing an entirely new development scheme. Her voice oscillates between a deep, resonant tone and a gentle, melodious cadence, much like a gentle stream nurturing the hearts of all who listen. Captivated, the crowd's previously furrowed brows gradually relax, revealing expressions of surprise and approval. They had never considered such a flawless solution could exist. A sense of admiration swiftly spreads among the crowd, akin to a spring breeze caressing every heart. Yet, amidst this harmonious atmosphere, several dissenters concealed within the crowd reveal enigmatic smiles, their eyes, cold as serpents, cross in the shadows, plotting some unspeakable conspiracy. They had always been resistant to the proposal for unity, and now they seemed poised to act, an unsettling air beginning to seep through the base once more. Heh! It seems some do not wish to see our unity, murmurs a provocateur, his gaze fixated intently on the petite figure at the center of the gathering. Chapter 89. Breaking the deadlock, unity in sight. Yin Shui keenly perceives the chilling glint in the eyes of the dissenters. An ominous premonition swelling within her. Taking a deep breath, she resolves to take the initiative and shatter the facade of harmony. Ladies and gentlemen, her voice rings clear and resolute, akin to ice crystals chime in the cold wind. I understand your concerns for the future, but division will only render us more vulnerable to the cold wave. Unity is our sole path forward. She surveys the crowd, her gaze sharp as a blade. As if seeking to pierce through the hidden conspiracies among them, the crowd begins to stir, whispers of uncertainty rising and falling. Yin Shui's gaze locks onto a furtive figure, whose eyes flicker as he attempts to evade her scrutiny. Yin Shui strides directly towards him, the surrounding crowd parting instinctively, curious eyes trailing her. The tense atmosphere feels taut like a bowstring. Ready to snap. If you have an opinion, feel free to express it. She stands before the man, her tone calm yet imbued with authority. The man stammers, his gaze shifting uncertainly, unable to meet Yin Shui's eyes. I just think this proposal isn't quite comprehensive enough. He mumbles, his voice diminishing. Oh? What is lacking? Speak up. and we can discuss it together. Yan Shui presses forward, denying him any chance to evade. The man's face flushes, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He glances around, seeking help from his companions, only to find them silent and deliberately avoiding his gaze. Just then, another dissenter steps forward, raising his voice. We disagree. Why should we listen to you? What qualifications do you have to lead us? His voice is coarse and provocative, instantly igniting unrest among the crowd. Several uninformed base members join the ruckus, and chaos ensues. Yan Shui feels an inexplicable pressure, as if a heavy stone rests upon her heart, making it difficult to breathe. Yet, she does not falter. Instead, she stands even more resolutely, confronting the waves of doubt and opposition. I do not wish to lead anyone. I merely want us to unite and collectively resist the cold wave. Though her voice is not loud, it is imbued with strength, cutting through the clamor of the crowd with striking clarity. The dissenters begin to incite the oblivious masses, spreading rumors and distorting facts, attempting to portray Yan Shui as an ambitious schemer seeking to control the base. More and more individuals begin to harbor doubts about Yan Shui, the support she once enjoyed gradually turning into indifference and detachment. The oppressive atmosphere washes over her like a tidal wave, nearly submerging her. You are a dictator. You are. A voice shrills, but before it can finish, another voice interjects. Enough. A figure emerges from the crowd. It is Ming, the negotiator. Tall and resolute, his face bears a steadfast expression, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. He surveys the surroundings, his voice steady and powerful. Everyone, please remain calm. What we need now is unity, not infighting. His presence strikes like lightning through the overcast skies, gradually quieting the restless crowd. Ming's prior revelations of external conspiracies have earned him considerable trust. Clearing his throat, he continues. I understand that everyone harbors doubts, but please trust that both Yan Shui and Gu Chuan are committed to the future of this base. Division will only lead to our demise. Only through solidarity can we triumph over the cold wave. Ming articulately analyzes the current situation, outlining the catastrophic consequences that division may bring. He skillfully employs the previously revealed external conspiracies, suggesting that the dissenters might be manipulated by outside forces, thus further eroding their credibility. Some of the incited base members begin to waver, realizing they may have been misled. We trust Ming. A voice rises from the crowd, followed by a growing chorus. We trust Yan Shui. We trust Gu Chuan. United, we shall confront the cold wave. The flicker of hope reignites within the crowd, warming every heart. Yan Shui gazes gratefully at Ming, who responds with a resolute look in return. An unspoken understanding flows between them. At that moment, Ku, the idealist, lowers his voice and whispers to the anti-realist beside him. It seems the time has come to enact our Plan B. A sinister smile spreads across Ku's face as he leans closer to the anti-realist, murmuring, Plan B is in motion. The anti-realist's expression suddenly shifts, grabbing Ku's arm and hissing, Are you mad? This is not the time. The idealist, Ko, abruptly shook off his hand, his eyes ablaze with a zealous fervor. No, now is the moment. Only in this manner can we truly save the base. He suddenly turned to face the crowd and shouted loudly, We can no longer be deceived by them. Their so-called unity is merely a facade to consolidate their own power. We must establish a base that is genuinely equitable and free. His voice resonated like thunder, reigniting the unrest that had just subsided. Some previously wavering dissenters were reignited by his words, their eyes gleaming with fervor. The realist, cried out in despair. You are courting your own demise. You will bring ruin to us all. He attempted to dissuade Ko, but his voice was drowned out by the uproar, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, swaying perilously. Enough. Yan Shui's voice rang out again, crisp and resolute, like a warm breeze piercing through the cold, reaching the very depths of every heart in the tumultuous crowd. Ko, I recognize your aspirations, but your methods will only deepen our divisions. She took a deep breath, scanning the faces before her, her tone sincere and unwavering. I understand that you all yearn for a brighter future. However, true fairness and freedom cannot be built upon division and chaos. They must rest upon the foundation of unity and mutual support. Only together can we conquer the chill and rebuild our home. Yan Shui's words flowed like a spring breeze, nurturing the hearts of those present. Some of the inflamed members of the base began to calm, realizing they may have been misled. They commenced to reflect, to ponder, and to seek a genuine path forward. Ko's face turned ashen, the fervor in his eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a flicker of bewilderment and disarray. He gazed at the crowd, witnessing the rekindled hope in their eyes. And an inexplicable sense of loss surged within him. A harmonious atmosphere began to spread throughout the base, akin to the dawn's light dispelling the shadows that had loomed over their hearts. People began to converse, to encourage, and to support one another. They understood that only by uniting could they overcome all adversities. Just then, a strange sound emanated from afar, deep and eerie, resembling the growl of a beast echoing in the silent night sky. "What is that sound?" a member of the base exclaimed in terror. Chapter 90. Shattering the veil of division, welcoming the splendor of unity. Upon hearing the strange sound, Yan Shui remained unfazed. She clenched her fists tightly, her gaze revealing unwavering determination. Taking a deep breath, her voice steady and powerful. "Everyone, do not panic. Let us investigate what is happening." Her voice reverberated in the quiet night, like a beacon of light illuminating every heart. The base members exchanged glances, their expressions varied, yet all silently followed Yan Shui. A tense and alert atmosphere enveloped the group, as if the very air had solidified. Yan Shui led the way, her steps resolute, each footfall seemingly echoing the heartbeat of the earth itself. They traversed abandoned streets, circumvented dilapidated structures, and ultimately arrived at the edge of the base. On a desolate stretch of land, shadowy figures caught their attention. Yan Shui squinted, observing intently, and instantly recognized the furtive silhouettes. Were they not emissaries sent by external forces? She nodded to the crowd, and they closely followed her, every face etched with vigilance. They stealthily approached the figures. Overhearing their hushed conversations, the individuals appeared enigmatic, whispering amongst themselves. Yan Shui halted, inhaled deeply, and her voice pierced the night, cold and clear. "What are you doing here?" Startled by the sudden voice, the figures turned around. The leader among them stating, "We merely came to see how life is at your base, to inquire if there is any assistance you require." Yan Shui responded with a chilling smile, her eyes filled with an undeniable resolve. "We have long seen through your ruse. You seek to incite division, to incite us to turn against one another, allowing your forces to exploit the chaos. I advise you to abandon this notion at once, or face the consequences." The man's expression shifted. "We only came to observe, and if you wish, we will leave immediately." Yan Shui remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon him. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if the very heartbeat of the crowd could be discerned. At that moment, a low growl emanated from the distance, as if a colossal beast were approaching them. Yan Shui's voice resonated in the night, foreboding and prophetic. The distant growl grew nearer, seemingly responding to her warning. Yan Shui clenched her fists, her gaze more resolute than ever, as if she were prepared for what lay ahead. She turned to the crowd, asking, "Are you ready?" They tightened their grips around their weapons. Responding in unison, "We are ready." Their voices brimmed with determination, as if they could shatter all darkness. Yan Shui nodded, her gaze steadfast as she advanced, leading the way towards the unknown challenge. The low growl in the night sky seemed to herald a far greater storm silently approaching. To be continued. Gu Chuan wore a slight, cold smile, clapping his hands, and suddenly several boxes of documents appeared from thin air, emblazoned with the insignia of external forces. He slowly opened one of the documents, revealing a detailed plan devised by external forces to incite division and undermine the base, complete with evidence of the instigators' collusion with them. The evidence was irrefutable. The instigator's face turned pale, as if he had seen a ghost. He opened his mouth but could utter not a single word. Upon seeing this evidence, the previously hesitant dissenters now fully awakened to their folly. They had been blinded by external forces, deceived by the instigator, and had nearly committed a grave mistake. Ko sat despondently on the ground, his ideals, which he had so fervently upheld, now appeared utterly feeble in the face of harsh reality. Anne approached him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Offering silent solidarity, "We have all been deceived," a dissenting member lamented, his voice laden with regret and anger. "We nearly destroyed our own home." Another echoed, tears glistening in his eyes. Yan Shui's voice rang out once more, crisp and resolute. "Now, we still have a chance to amend our mistakes. As long as we unite as one, No force can topple us. Her gaze swept over every member of the base, her voice imbued with power and hope. The members of the base were stirred with fervor, raising their fists high, chanting in unison, "Unity, unity, unity." Their voices soared to the heavens, deafening in their resonance. They held deep respect for Yin Shui and Gu Chuan, firmly believing that under their leadership, the base would triumph over all challenges and restore human order. Amidst the cheers, Yin Shui and Gu Chuan embraced tightly. Their love grew stronger in this moment of victory, as they leaned on and supported one another, bracing to face the challenges of the future together. Surrounding them were warm, supportive gazes, enveloping the entire base in a heartwarming atmosphere. Just then, Gu Chuan's expression suddenly shifted. He sensed a formidable force drawing close. He pushed Yin Shui aside, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, and said in a low voice, "Be cautious, there are still enemies." The shroud of division had dissipated, but the grim reality of resource depletion doused the enthusiasm of the crowd like a bucket of cold water. The base's material resources were already scarce, and the consumption during the period of division had only exacerbated the situation. People exchanged anxious glances, the tense atmosphere creeping back in, but this time, the source of fear was not one another, but the harsh survival conditions. Yin Shui understood that it was imperative to rally the spirits once more. She ascended a platform, her gaze sweeping over the anxious faces, her steady voice resonating throughout the square. "We have triumphed over division, proving the strength of unity. Now, we face new challenges, yet as long as we work together, we shall prevail." She paused before continuing. "I have a plan to consolidate our existing resources, concentrating our efforts to ensure that every individual can survive through this cold wave." Yin Shui meticulously outlined her plan, from food distribution to resource development, considering every detail. Her passionate words ignited a spark of hope in the hearts of all present, as they envisioned a future, a glimmer of survival. "I agree." A voice broke the brief silence. Soon, more voices joined in, coalescing into a roaring sea of cheers. "Yin Shui, Yin Shui." They called her name, and Gu Chuan, standing among the crowd, looked upon the spirited Yin Shui with a smile of relief. He knew that Yin Shui was not only his beloved but also the soul of the base. Through the concerted efforts of all, the resources of the base have been effectively integrated, resulting in a significant enhancement of production efficiency. The smiles have returned to people's faces, and the pervasive gloom of division has completely dissipated, replaced by a spirited resolve to unite and strive together. However, as everyone begins to envision the future and discuss the direction of the base's development, a new issue surfaces. While the material conditions of life at the base have gradually been secured, the realm of spiritual culture remains almost entirely barren. Books, music, and art, once the vibrant essence of human spirit, have now become distant memories. "We cannot merely exist. We must truly live." A youthful voice shattered the silence of the meeting. "Indeed, we require culture. We need nourishment for the spirit." Another voice echoed in agreement. Ji Chuan and Yin Shui exchanged a glance, each sensing the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. New challenges, new contradictions, are quietly brewing. Standing in the square of the base, Yin Shui observed the members preoccupied with survival tasks, when suddenly, Gu Chuan's deep voice resonated beside her. Yin Shui. Chapter 91. The Dawn of Culture, the Emergence of Hope. Yin Shui stood in the square of the base, the cold wind cutting across her cheeks like a blade, yet within her burned a fervent desire for cultural revival. The people around her hurried past, wrapped tightly in tattered garments, each resembling a wound-up machine, scurrying for survival. Their eyes were fixated solely on food, fuel, and shelter. None took notice of her, let alone the fervent yearning for spiritual civilization that resided within her. Indifference cloaked the base like a thick layer of ice. Yin Shui took a deep breath, the frigid air filling her lungs, heightening her awareness. She understood that she could not act hastily. Directly calling for everyone to engage in cultural construction would indeed be akin to playing a lute to a cow. She needed an opportunity, a catalyst that would capture everyone's attention. A thought flickered through her mind, and a confident smile graced her lips. Days later, a large wooden board appeared in the square of the base, emblazoned with the words "Fun Knowledge Competition." Beneath it, a myriad of questions were densely listed, covering topics from astronomy and geography to history and culture, a veritable cornucopia of knowledge. Even more enticing were the precious materials displayed nearby. A small bag of fresh fruit, several pieces of chocolate exuding an alluring aroma, and a bottle of what appeared to be warming spirits. These treasures were conjured by Gu Chuan's magical pot, and in this era of scarcity, they were worth more than gold. Curiosity drew the base members closer, a sense of bewilderment spreading through the crowd. What is this? A knowledge competition. What does that entail? Are these items real? The previously bustling atmosphere transformed into one of lively chatter. Whispers of excitement rippling through the air. Yin Shui, standing on the platform, gazed at the throng below, her heart brimming with hope. She picked up a rudimentary megaphone and cleared her throat. Ladies and gentlemen, today we host a fun knowledge competition. Correct answers will win these coveted prizes. Cheers erupted from the crowd, their previously indifferent gazes now ablaze with eagerness. The first question: how long does it take for the Earth to complete an orbit around the Sun? As soon as Yin Shui's words fell, a youthful voice eagerly shouted. 1 year, correct? Yin Shui announced with a smile. Congratulations on winning a bag of fruit. The young man accepted the fruit with exuberance, his face radiating joy. Witnessing this, others eagerly raised their hands, clamoring to answer. Next question. Yin Shui's voice rang out once more. The atmosphere in the square grew increasingly vibrant, the enthusiasm of the people igniting like a roaring flame. As night descended and the competition concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Yin Shui surveyed the now empty square, a surge of indescribable excitement swelling within her. She knew this was merely the beginning. Suddenly, Gu Chuan appeared behind her. Holding a heavy wooden box, I found some things. Jiu Chuan opened the box, and a wave of musty book fragrance enveloped her. It was not the scent of mildew, but rather the unique aroma that emanates from the accumulation of knowledge over time. Inside the box were neatly stacked ancient tomes, their pages slightly fragile, yet the inscriptions remained legible. These? Yin Shui gazed in astonishment at the books, a glimmer of delight flashing in her eyes. Where did you find these? The magical pot, Gu Chuan replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter, yet his gaze revealed the significance he placed on these cultural treasures. Yin Shui picked up a copy of the Book of Songs, gently opening it, feeling the coarse texture of the paper, as if she were touching the pulse of history. She handed the book to a nearby teacher of literature. Teacher Wen, look, these books. The weariness on Teacher Wen's face was instantly replaced by shock. His gaze riveted on the books, his eyes sparkling with disbelief. He trembled as he took the book, cautiously flipping through its pages, as one would handle a precious artifact. He murmured, "Ah yes, truly remarkable." He opened a copy of the records of the Grand Historian, reading with an insatiable thirst, his excitement palpable, his eyes filled with reverence, as if beholding a long-lost sacred relic. His slightly hunched back seemed to straighten in that moment. Observing Teacher Wen's exuberant reaction, a student named Yu was drawn over, peering in curiosity. Librarian Mu covered his mouth with both hands. These books are incredibly valuable, Teacher Wen exclaimed, raising his head. That moment, an incongruous voice pierced the tranquility. These books should be studied by me. Scholar Fan emerged from the shadows, arrogance gleaming in his eyes. I specialize in cultural history. These texts hold greater value for me. Teacher Wen's smile froze instantly. He clutched the book tightly, his gaze brimming with wariness. These books belong to everyone, not just you. I have the right to study them too. What do you know? You are merely a teacher. The academic value of these texts is beyond your comprehension, Scholar Fan derisively retorted, disdain evident in his gaze toward Teacher Wen. You? Teacher Wen's face flushed with anger, his clenched fists cracking ominously. You are simply being unreasonable. Don't think you alone understand cultural history. Neither party was willing to concede, the tension escalating rapidly in the confined space, the air seemingly thickening. Scholar Fan lunged forward, attempting to snatch the book from Teacher Wen's grasp, who held on fiercely, unwilling to let go in their struggle. The books scattered across the ground like fallen leaves in a frigid wind, evoking a sense of heartache. Stop! Yin Shui's voice rang out, laced with undeniable authority, but the two were beyond hearing. Jiu Chuan observed the altercation, his expression darkening, as he slowly raised his hand. Instead of bringing it down, Gu Chuan picked up a book from the ground, dusting it off calmly and stated, "Knowledge belongs to everyone. It is not meant for contention." His profound gaze swept over the two adversaries, suggesting that rather than squabbling over what is present, It would be wiser to contemplate how to unearth more. Yin Shui stepped between them, her gentle voice akin to a spring breeze. Teacher Wen's teaching experience and Scholar Fan's research capabilities are invaluable assets to us. Only through unity and collaboration can these books realize their greater potential. Her warm gaze soothed the agitation within them, restoring a sense of harmony to the team, a feeling of gratitude blossoming in the hearts of both Scholar Fan and Teacher Wen. They silently began to gather the scattered books. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment for their earlier outburst, in the following days, they commenced the search for more cultural materials within the base. However, with greater hope came greater disappointment in the early days of the base's establishment. Survival necessitated the relinquishment of nearly all items unrelated to existence: books, paintings, musical instruments. These once cherished treasures of human civilization had long since vanished. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the team, like dark clouds obscuring sunlight, each face etched with despondency. Just when despair threatened to overwhelm them, Student Yu brought forth a piece of news. He had overheard an elderly member of the base mention that deep within the base, some ancient cultural relics might still remain. This revelation struck like a bolt of lightning, shattering the silence of the night, a mysterious aura spreading through the team, as if harboring boundless hope, deep within the base. Yin Shui murmured, her eyes sparkling with determination. It is dangerous there. Yu Chuan regarded Yin Shui, concern lacing his tone. Yet, Yin Shui's gaze was unwavering. For the sake of cultural preservation, we must go. Chapter 92. Exploring cultural relics. Seeking cultural treasures. Yin Shui forged ahead, leading the way, her torch illuminating the faces of her companions, a mix of excitement and unease. The group advanced like phantoms, cautiously venturing deeper into the heart of the base. The further they delved, the colder and damper the air became, as though they had entered a vast cellar. Thick layers of mold clung to the walls, exuding a pungent odor of decay. The darkness loomed like a monstrous beast, devouring the light, while the surrounding silence whispered the voice of death, sending shivers down their spines. Watch your step. Yin Shui's voice broke the suffocating silence, her gaze fixed ahead, unwilling to relax for a moment. The team pressed onward, the path beneath their feet growing increasingly rugged and uneven, with occasional indistinct potholes emerging. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed through the air. Fan Shueisha felt the ground give way beneath him, and he plummeted into the abyss. Fan Shueisha? The others exclaimed in alarm, hurriedly rushing to his side. Yin Shui swiftly illuminated the pit with a torch, revealing Fan Shueisha, who was clutching his ankle in agony. His face drained of color. Are you all right? Teacher Wen crouched down, anxiously inquiring as he cautiously examined Fan Shueisha's injury. Hiss! Fan Shueisha inhaled sharply, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, indicating he might have twisted it. The atmosphere grew tense, anticipation of the unknown swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. The oppressive mood hung heavily like dark clouds, obscuring their path forward. Surrounded by concern for Fan Shueisha, the group exchanged frantic words, utterly at a loss. I have a bandage. Librarian Mu rummaged through her backpack, her voice trembling slightly. Quick, let me help you dress it. Teacher Wen took the bandage, carefully tending to Fan Shueisha's wound. The overall mood of the team plummeted to a freezing point, as if they were ensnared in a vast, dark whirlpool, the suffocating sensation almost consuming them. They exchanged glances, the fear within them growing wildly like untamed weeds. Just then, the usually silent Xiao Yixing suddenly lifted his head, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. He then bent down and picked up a sharp shard of stone from the ground. Xiao Yixing began to rub the shard against another rock, sparks flying as stone fragments scattered. He appeared focused, resembling a skilled artisan meticulously crafting a precious piece of art. Moments later, a sharp flake of stone was birthed in his hands. With this rudimentary tool, he cautiously probed the path ahead, clearing away fallen leaves and dirt that concealed the pit, much like an experienced explorer guiding his companions through a perilous jungle. Here, Xiao Yixing abruptly halted. Pointing at what seemed to be solid ground ahead, he tapped the area with the stone flake, producing a hollow echo. It's empty below. Gasps filled the air as the group collectively inhaled sharply. Had it not been for Xiao Yixing's alertness, they might have tumbled into yet another trap. Admiring glances were cast towards Xiao Yixing, whose previously weary face now radiated with newfound confidence. With Xiao Yixing's assistance, the pace of the team noticeably quickened, successfully circumventing several concealed pitfalls as they ventured deeper into the heart of the base. I believe we should proceed left, the student you proposed, gesturing towards a narrow passageway on the left. His tone resolute, as it appeared to lead towards the entrance of the ruins. No. Teacher Wen firmly rejected. That route is too narrow and looks quite unsafe. Should anything go awry, none of us can bear the responsibility. But you attempted to argue, only to be cut off by Teacher Wen. There are no buts. If I say no, it means no. Teacher Wen's tone brooked no dissent. Worry and anxiety etched across his face. On what grounds? You, youthful and indignant, was unwilling to yield easily. Enough! Yan Shui interjected sharply, stepping between the two, her gaze sweeping over their faces. This is not the time for discord. She took a deep breath, slowly saying, "We." Yan Shui inhaled deeply, her eyes scanning the anxious faces of her companions, her voice steady and resolute. This is not the time for argument. We are a team with the goal of discovering cultural relics, and any disagreements should be set aside for this greater objective. Your suggestion is valuable, but Teacher Wen's concerns hold merit as well. How about we first follow this main road for a while? And if we indeed find nothing, we can reconsider your suggestion? Her words were like a ray of warm sunlight on a winter's day, dispelling the gloom that had settled over them. You and Teacher Wen exchanged glances, both seeing understanding and trust reflected in each other's eyes. You nodded. All right, I will follow Yan Jia's lead. Teacher Wen sighed in relief. That arrangement is for the best. A sense of unity and cooperation spread among the team, gratitude blossoming in the hearts of both you and Teacher Wen. Following the meandering main path, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloped the AI art. As they rounded a bend, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight. An ancient stone door stood majestically, adorned with intricate carvings that remained clear despite the passage of time. "We've found it," Librarian Mu exclaimed with excitement, her voice tinged with tremors. The group erupted in jubilant cheers, their long-suppressed emotions finally released. Pushing open the heavy stone door, a musty scent wafted towards them. The interior of the ruins was spacious and well-lit, walls adorned with vibrant murals narrating ancient tales. Various cultural artifacts, books, instruments, sculptures, were displayed on the ground. A dazzling array that left one breathless. Librarian Mu flitted about like a joyful bee, carefully organizing the artifacts, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Her enthusiasm was infectious, filling the ruins with a hopeful atmosphere. However, when Librarian Mu attempted to lift an exquisitely carved wooden box, she found it inexplicably stuck to the ground, unmoving despite her efforts. She tried several times, all in vain. A sense of unknown danger hovered over the ruins, as if a slumbering behemoth were about to awaken. "What is going on?" Teacher Wen inquired, puzzled. Librarian Mu shook her head, her expression grave. "This box seems to be protected by some force." Yan Shui stepped forward, reaching out to touch the wooden box. A chilling energy coursed through her body, prompting her to retract her hand abruptly, her face shifting slightly. "Be careful. This thing is no ordinary object." Xiao Yisheng raised his torch, illuminating the area around the box, revealing strange symbols etched into the ground, emitting a faint glow. These symbols. Fan Shueisha squinted, carefully examining them. They resembled an ancient seal. "A seal?" You asked curiously. "What does it seal?" Fan Shueisha remained silent, his gaze fixated on the symbols as he murmured, This is impossible." "What's wrong?" Yan Shui inquired. Fan Shueisha took a deep breath, gradually articulating, "If I am not mistaken, these symbols are meant to seal." He paused, his tone growing more serious. "A demon? A demon?" The group gasped in unison. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, the murals on the stone walls contorting and emitting piercing shrieks. Yan Shui's expression shifted, and she shouted, "This is bad. We need to get out of here." However, it was too late. The stone door crashed shut, trapping them within the ruins. "Now we're in trouble," Yan Shui murmured, her gaze falling upon the sealed wooden box. "It seems we must unravel this seal." Chapter 93. Cultural Splendor. Dawn breaks. The tremors intensified, the murals on the stone walls twisting and morphing as if animated, emitting bone-chilling screams. Trapped within the ruins, Yan Shui and her companions found themselves in a dire predicament. "What exactly are these symbols?" Yu's voice trembled, fear spreading across his youthful countenance. Fan Shueisha furrowed his brow, tracing patterns in the air with his fingers, seemingly engaged in some mental exercise. This is an ancient seal. But it differs from any I have encountered before. It harbors immense power, safeguarding whatever lies within. Protecting? Yin Shui echoed, her eyes drawn to the sealed wooden box. Protecting what? A demon? Perhaps it's not a demon. Fan Shueisha pondered, but rather some potent knowledge or force sealed here to prevent it from falling into the hands of the wicked. Whatever it is, we are trapped now, Xiao Yixing exclaimed, running his fingers through his hair in frustration. This cursed place has no exit. Yin Shui took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. There must be a way out. Let's first try to break this seal. The group gathered around the wooden box, attempting various methods to unlock it. Fan Shueisha endeavored to interpret the symbols with his vast knowledge, but they appeared as incomprehensible as a celestial script. Xiao Yixing attempted to channel his artistic talents to sense the energy flow within the symbols. Yet all he felt was an icy touch, yielding no results. Even Yu endeavored to apply his youthful intellect to decipher the symbols, ultimately failing as well. As time ticked by, the air within the ruins grew increasingly thin, and hope gradually waned, giving way to despair. The oppressive atmosphere surged like a tide, suffocating them. Are we truly going to die here? Yu's voice quavered with a hint of tears. Yin Shui gritted her teeth. Her gaze resolute. No, there must be a way. Her eyes fell upon an inconspicuous stone beside the wooden box. This stone bore a peculiar shape, with faint etchings upon its surface. Wait, Yin Shui pointed at the stone. Look at this. Just then, a strange wave emanated from the wooden box, and the group felt the world around them shimmer and distort. What is happening? Fan Shueisha gasped, eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding scene. Yin Shui's gaze fixated on the wooden box, and a voice echoed within her mind. Perhaps we need a key. Chapter 93. The Cultural Renaissance, a glimmer of dawn just as despair enveloped everyone. A radiant golden light suddenly emanated from Gu Chuan's hand, causing the crowd to gaze at him in astonishment. In his grasp lay a small, exquisite key, a special artifact born from the treasure basin. What is this? Scholar Fan questioned. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Gu Chuan stepped forward and slowly inserted the key into the lock of the wooden box. With a faint click, the seal was finally broken, and the box gently creaked open, revealing an abundance of precious cultural materials within. We have succeeded, exclaimed Student Yu, filled with exhilaration, as the crowd surged forward. Jiu Chuan and Yin Shui exchanged a knowing smile, their love deepening in this triumphant moment, a warm ambience flowing between them that those around could not help but feel. This is merely the beginning, Gu Chuan declared, squeezing Yin Shui's hand tightly. The road ahead remains long, yet we shall traverse it together. As the golden light faded, the key and the box seemed to merge into one. A warmth surged within Gu Chuan, filling him with an unprecedented strength. Inside the box lay stacks of yellowing books, scrolls, and exquisite jade tablets, saturating the space with an ancient and mysterious aura. Wonderful, all cultural materials, Scholar Fan exclaimed, carefully unrolling a bamboo scroll, revealing it to be a long-lost pre-Qin manuscript. Artist Xiao, equally thrilled, picked up an album, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he proclaimed, Heavens, the colors, the